Above the celestial dome, the stars twinkle sparsely, while a bright, silvery moon hangs high in the sky. The moonlight, as fluid as water, penetrates the delicate, wispy clouds and spills onto the earth below. On the vast expanse of land, amidst an endless sea of trees, a pristine white ribbon of water flows quietly by a village nestled against the mountains. Three slightly austere and solemn visages gaze down upon the village from above, in the heart of the village. A vintage street paved with long stones is lined with a few shops that have yet to close for the night. Light spills from their windows, and occasionally, muffled shouts filled with inebriation can be heard in a secluded corner far from the bustling market. Hidden behind a dense grove of trees stand an old-fashioned, elegant residence comprised of 3 rooms, encircled by a fence. Entwined with vines, the sloped roofs, designed in a traditional style, bask in the moonlight. Exuding an air of grace and tranquility, a gentle breeze caresses the scene, causing wind chimes to sway, their delicate tones creating a harmonious melody. The soft evening wind mingles with the chimes tinkling, weaving together to enchant the night. The silvery moonlight cascades onto the wooden corridor, filtering through the windows and illuminating the bedroom within. On a small bed in the bedroom lies a diminutive figure. The covers that should be draped over him have been kicked aside. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a rather charming and adorable face, still bearing a hint of baby fat. The continual fluttering of his eyelids and the displaced blanket indicate that he is not sleeping soundly. Ah! A terrified cry echoes from the room, swiftly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and the creaking of a door. Dongshalong, are you all right? The voice belongs to a girl of around 16 or 17, who rushes into the room at that moment. She envelopes the small figure in her arms, one hand cradling his head while the other gently pats his back, embodying the essence of a comforting caregiver. Fine, Sister Meixiong. Though cradled like a child by this kind and beautiful girl, the man within the young body, having surpassed the age of 30, feels an inexplicable sense of shyness. Ignoring the child's struggles, the girl rests her chin upon his forehead, tightening her embrace around his squirming form, while continuing to soothe him with gentle pats on his back, as if to alleviate his fears and anxieties. Did you have another nightmare? After several futile attempts to escape, the child resigns, inhaling the fragrance of the girl, a blend of body wash and the unique scent of youth. The child, Dongshalong, slowly finds solace, his previously agitated heart calming down. Seeing the child's emotions settle, the girl secretly breathes a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with compassion. This child is the precious fruit of her elder sister and the clan's elite, who should have thrived under the care of his parents. Yet, tragedy struck 4 years ago when her sister's husband perished during a mission, mere months after she became pregnant. Following the child's birth, her sister fell gravely ill and succumbed to melancholy, ultimately passing away when the child was just 4 years old. This led many elders within the clan to lament, pondering whether this was simply the fate of a ninja. I truly am fine, Sister Meixiong. I can barely recall the dream I just had. Noticing the child's sincerity, the girl gently places him back on the bed, tucking the covers around him once more, and bestows a warm smile upon him. Would you like me to stay with you, Dongshalong? I'll believe with me by your side. You won't have any more nightmares, no? Thank you, Sister Meixiong. I really am fine. I've completely forgotten the dream. Upon hearing this response, and gazing into the child's inky black eyes, the girl finally feels reassured and slowly exits the room as she turns. The family crest embroidered on the back of her coat comes into view. The Uchiha's soft sigh escapes his lips. With the sound of the door closing, the bedroom descends into silence, and the child's thoughts begin to drift at a man who has experienced the trials of modern life. Having traversed the narrow bridge of existence, he finds himself in this familiar yet alien world. The anime Naruto, which accompanied his youth, lingers in his memory. However, what is the significance of the name Dongshalong? Shouldn't it belong to a character from the adjacent Bleach? Why has it crossed over into the realm of Naruto? More importantly, the perilous surname Uchiha weighs heavily on his mind. Reflecting on his recent dreams, he cannot help but chuckle bitterly. How could he forget? That figure leaves a lasting impression, and his previous actions were merely attempts at consolation. In the heavens, a white silhouette stands before the full moon, hands forming seals. A broad smile curves his lips, as if relishing the fulfillment of a long-held dream, yet also embodying his sorrow for severing all worldly ties. Illuminate the world, infinite Tsukuyomi. Indeed, the nightmare he just experienced was a vivid recollection of Madara Uchiha's infinite Tsukuyomi during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The night before, he dreamt of an orange-haired individual hovering above the village, muttering, "How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? How many floors for a bag of rice?" And the night prior to that, he envisioned a small figure clad in an umbu uniform, perched atop a utility pole at his doorstep, sword on his back. Life is unbearable. He sighed quietly, feeling utterly lost as the 4-year-old Dongshalong grappled with his reality. Let's hope that as my memories intertwine with this existence, these sporadic dreams will gradually fade away. This peculiar transmigration seems somewhat askew. Others who traverse realms often possess a golden finger, a wise elder, or an assortment of systems to aid them. But here he is, devoid of any such advantages. Perhaps he has unwittingly entered a false narrative, or stumbled into the wrong set. Not only has he forsaken the strongest ice-based Zanpakuto from Bleach, but now he finds himself entrenched in the Naruto universe, bearing the burdensome legacy of the Uchiha clan, whose members have mostly met grim fates before the onset of this tale. Since I have arrived, I must make do. I can only take it one step at a time. As his thoughts wander, it does not take long before he succumbs to slumber, fervently wishing not to revisit such nightmares again. The following morning, the dawn sun pierced the early light, awakening the slumbering village. The bustling marketplace gradually came to life, seemingly showcasing the vibrancy of daytime. In the heart of the village, within the exclusive residence of the Uchiha clan, young Uchiha Toshirou greeted the day in his home. "Good morning, Aunt." The young child pushed open the bedroom door with one hand, rubbing his sleepy eyes with the other. As he greeted the girl busy in the kitchen, he could not help but stifle a large yawn. "Aunt, how many times must I remind you to call me Wani-sen-sama?" She was particularly sensitive about being referred to as aunt, feeling it implied she was already or soon to be married with children. Furthermore, as the youngest sister in the family, she had always longed for a younger brother or sister, yearning to experience the joys of being an older sister. Undeterred by her words, Toshirou made his way straight to the bathroom. He turned on the water, brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and then gave his cheeks a light pat while gazing into the mirror. He seemed to be reacquainting himself with the child staring back, his pitch-black eyes, delicate features, a hint of baby fat, and the Uchiha family's signature spiky hairstyle. "Yes, I will surely grow into a handsome young man." After encouraging himself, he proceeded to the dining table in the living room. At that moment, a girl with long, flowing hair and striking features, clad in a traditional dark blue high-neck coat of the Uchiha clan, approached the table. Uchiha Mikasa, the younger sister of Toshirou's mother, had taken on the responsibility of caring for him since the passing of his mother a week prior. 3 days ago, the original host had succumbed to a coma due to prolonged fasting and overwhelming grief, and since Toshirou's arrival in this world, he felt immense guilt. Mikasa had moved into the original host's home to fulfill her duty of care. This practice was indeed a tradition within the Uchiha family. Whenever a child became an orphan, the clan would arrange for a close relative to take care of their daily needs and provide essential knowledge. Should no close kin be available, the child would be placed with an elderly widow from the clan. Once they were seated, the sight of steamed rice, miso soup, grilled fish, natto, and pickles made their mouths water with anticipation. "I shall begin." The duo, one large and one small, simultaneously picked up their chopsticks to commence their meal. As time passed, aside from the occasional clatter of chopsticks against dishes and the sounds of chewing and swallowing, the living room was enveloped in silence. Within the original hostess memories, it seemed his mother had sensed her time was limited, imparting various customs, etiquette, and even writing unique to their family beforehand. Among these teachings, the most fundamental was to refrain from speaking while eating and to maintain silence during rest. Thankfully, these lessons had been provided in advance. Otherwise, navigating this new world without guidance and having to relearn the language and characters would have been quite daunting. "I have finished eating. Mikasa, I shall visit the study." "All right. I will clean up shortly." Seeing that he had a good appetite today, Mikasa felt a great sense of relief. Crossing the living room, adjacent to the master bedroom, was the study of the house. The interior decor is remarkably minimalist. Aside from a large bookshelf positioned against the wall, the only significant piece of furniture is a relatively large square, low table situated in the center of the room, accompanied by a cushion that lends the entire space an open and luminous quality. Approaching the desk, I gaze upwards at the array of scrolls and antiquated bound notebooks on the shelves, interspersed with modern printed books. The feelings of bewilderment and unease, stemming from my abrupt arrival in this unfamiliar world, gradually dissipate. I place dozens of scrolls upon the low table, perusing them one by one. The Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Ashen Concealment Technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing, Fire Release, Great Fire Vanishing, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Uchiha Swordsmanship, Illusion Technique, and Chakra Manipulation. As I unfurl each crimson scroll, I behold the various fire release techniques inscribed upon them, alongside an array of unopened scrolls in shades of blue and purple. For the first time, Uchiha Toshirou genuinely feels the might of the Uchiha clan. Upon reflection, a sense of inevitability washes over him. The Uchiha clan traces its origins back to Indra, with a lineage that can be traced to the Sage of Six Paths, having existed as a ninja family for nearly a millennium. The chakra, this supernatural energy derived from Kagaya, has been etched into the very bodies and genes of every Uchiha member. The mastery of ninjutsu, symbolic of a ninja's power, is the lifelong pursuit of every Uchiha who awakens their eyes. It is hardly surprising that generations of knowledge have culminated in such an abundance of scrolls. Take him for example. Both his father and mother were ninjas, as were his grandparents and even his aunt. Moreover, as far as he knows, the proportion of children in the clan who can become ninjas far exceeds that of other families. Each year, more than half of the eligible children within the clan successfully extract chakra, a remarkably impressive statistic. In contrast, it is considered fortunate if 1 in 4 or even 1 in 5 children from families such as the Sarutobi, Inuzuka, or Aburame can successfully extract chakra. It is no wonder, then, that the Uchiha clan met such a tragic fate. Having lost the balance against the Senju clan, there was not a single entity within Konoha that could rival the Uchiha in strength. Whether from the Sarutobi clan, aligned with the 3rd Hokage, or the Hyuga clan, also of Otsutsuki lineage, or even the united Inuzuka, Aburame, and Akimichi clans. Setting aside these wandering thoughts, I continue to sift through the scrolls at hand, and the remaining ones do not disappoint. Techniques including Lightning Release, Earth Walk, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Lightning Release, Super Frequency Shock Blade, as well as Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Wind Release, Tornado Hurricane, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, and Wind Release, Vacuum Blade. Around 30 ninjutsu techniques in total are revealed. Among them, Fire Release, Lightning Release, and Wind Release dominate, interspersed with some Water and Earth Release techniques, each accompanied by insights on their cultivation and application. It appears that the chakra affinities within the clan predominantly align with fire and lightning, while wind serves as a secondary affinity cultivated by the clan's ninjas to complement the execution of their ancestral fire release techniques. The lightning affinity likely represents a hereditary second attribute, regardless of whether it is the Sage of Six Paths or Indra. Their attributes portrayed in the television series are of lightning rather than fire. After perusing the scrolls and returning them to their rightful place, I casually flipped through several old, bound volumes. Most of the contents recorded therein pertain to the nature of chakra and methods of its transformation. There were also various materials on illusions, sealing techniques, runes, and barriers. Without lingering too long, I restored the study to its original state and proceeded to the living room. Seated on the sofa, I observed Uchiha Mikasa diligently tidying up the kitchen, patiently awaiting her return. In the open kitchen, Uchiha Mikasa was engaged in washing the dishes. Upon noticing Uchiha Toshirou seated on the living room sofa after emerging from the study, she paid little heed, continuing her domestic chores with earnestness. After approximately 10 minutes of bustling about, Uchiha Mikasa entered the living room. Upon seeing the child sitting solemnly on the sofa, she immediately settled beside him and lifted him onto her lap with ease. Our protagonist, displaying an expression of utter exasperation, could not help but feel out of place. For he was a man with a mental age of 30. Being treated like a mere child by a girl of 16 or 17 was quite the indignity. After a futile struggle, he resigned himself to his predicament. From the girl's perspective, his defeated yet adorable expression, combined with the softness of his youthful features, rendered him irresistibly charming. Accepting reality, he maintained a serious demeanor and, while straddling Mikasa's lap, finally articulated the words he had long contemplated. "Mikasa, I have decided that I want to become a ninja." Become a ninja? Uchiha Mikasa found herself momentarily taken aback by the declaration of the boy perched upon her lap. Yes, to become a ninja. After reiterating his resolve, he gazed intently into her eyes. As she listened to his unwavering declaration, the playful demeanor she had towards him began to shift. Through the shine of his dark, earnest eyes, she sensed the seriousness and determination of the boy before her. "Can you tell me, dear brother, why do you wish to become a ninja? You should know that the training of a ninja is exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, once you become a ninja, you will face injuries, bloodshed, pain, and sorrow as part of your daily life. I wish to understand why my parents and grandparents ultimately became ninjas. I am also curious about the supernatural energy known as chakra. What unique allure does it possess, compelling the Uchiha clan to relentlessly pursue it? Moreover, I desire to grow stronger, for I yearn to witness the vistas that lie at higher altitudes." Upon hearing the words of the child named Uchiha Toshirou, Mikasa felt both surprise and an odd sense of inevitability. It was unexpected that the boy's aspiration did not revolve around becoming Hokage, nor did it stem from the desire to protect others or the village. Instead, his motivations reflected a genuine curiosity about the legacy of his family and an earnest desire to explore the heights of strength and experience. This response is truly reminiscent of the Uchiha. It is unexpected to hear such an answer from a 4-year-old child. The girl silently added in her heart, "If one is to become a ninja, then young Toshirou will face considerable hardships ahead. In just a month, the clan's preschool training program will commence, teaching children the refinement of chakra and the fundamental techniques of body movement and shuriken throwing, so there is no need to wait too long." For the Uchiha, becoming a ninja is an ancient tradition that cannot be hindered. A child who has reached the age of 4 is now at the threshold of learning chakra refinement. Yet, a faint sadness stirred within her. Perhaps this is the fate of the Uchiha. The girl murmured, "Fate, a term that resonates deeply among ninjas." Countless ninjas, amidst endless missions and bloodshed, experience the helplessness of their existence. Hearing that her aunt did not oppose his aspiration to become a ninja, Uchiha Toshirou retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and presented it to her. "Is this a medicinal bath?" she wondered, somewhat taken aback by the contents of the paper. It seemed he had prepared thoroughly. This was the ancestral recipe for the medicinal bath passed down through the Uchiha clan. A ritual every parent would undertake for their child wishing to become a ninja, provided their circumstances allowed. Once a week, each session lasting about 1 or 2 hours, combined with appropriate exercise and stretching, is one of the reasons why Uchiha children possess a higher success rate in chakra refinement. The cultivation of ninjas is a precious and arduous endeavor. Among ordinary children of commoners, it may take 10 or even dozens to find one capable of cultivating chakra. In various clans, only one child among several can achieve success. The longer a clan has a history of utilizing chakra, the greater the likelihood that their children will succeed in its refinement. The recipe in Toshirou's hands significantly enhances a child's chances of success in chakra refinement and is exceptionally valuable. With that in mind, Toshirou, follow me. Uchiha Mikasa said as she gently set the child down from her lap and took his small hand, leading him toward the bedroom. Upon entering the room, she opened a drawer beneath the bedside table and retrieved a dark wooden box. Inside lay 2 bank books and some valuable property deeds. She extracted one of the bank books. "Toshirou, this is the inheritance left to you by your sister and brother-in-law, your parents. The other bank book contains compensation certificates from the village. Since you are determined to become a ninja, preparations must be made. This bank book holds over 6 million ryo in savings, sufficient for the cost of the medicinal bath materials, which, if market fluctuations remain minimal, will be approximately 50,000 ryo. Considering the weekly sessions, the duration will vary from 1 to 3 years, depending on each family's financial capacity. Thus, over 3 years, the total expenditure will be around 780,000 ryo. While this may seem inadequate, obtaining materials from the clan will provide certain discounts and subsidies, making it more than sufficient. As for the living expenses and the costs of regular training, The village provides 3,000 Ryo monthly, complemented by 1,000 Ryo subsidy from the clan. Merely appeasing a child, there is no issue at all. Uchiha Toshirou, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. He was aware that ninja training was costly, yet he had not anticipated it to be quite so exorbitant. Observing Toshirou's astonished expression, Uchiha Mikasa let out a soft chuckle. "Now you understand the gravity of the situation, don't you?" she remarked, playfully pinching his cheek. Uchiha Toshirou felt immensely fortunate to have been born into a relatively affluent ninja family, sparing him from the melodramatic fate of being oppressed by adults after their demise. "Thank you, Sister Mikasa." This expression of gratitude encompassed not only his appreciation for her meticulous care over the past few days, but also for her candor towards him. "Oh, don't rejoice too soon. Whether you can successfully refine chakra remains uncertain." Uchiha Mikasa graciously accepted the boy's thanks. However, observing the smile that graced his lips, she could not resist delivering a light-hearted jab. The following morning, amidst the lingering morning mist, a diminutive figure stepped out of his home. "Toshirou, why are you out so early today?" He encountered numerous early-rising clansmen along the way. Some were compelled by their livelihoods to begin their toil at dawn, while others, like him, sought to engage in early morning exercise. Those familiar with him would greet him with warm smiles. "Good morning, Uncle Shoyaki. I'm just preparing to exercise." In response to the friendly greetings from his kin, Uchiha Toshirou reciprocated with a broad, beaming smile. At the entrance of their residence, he gazed at the towering torii gate adorned with the striking Uchiha clan emblem, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. "I wish I didn't have to start preparing to become a ninja so early." Nevertheless, the weight of the Uchiha name, coupled with the grim fate that awaited, compelled him to diligently strive for his aspirations. With a silent lament in his heart, Uchiha Toshirou commenced a gentle jog around the clan grounds. It was the spring of the 36th year of Konoha. The Nine-Tails incident was still a mere 12 years away. The Uchiha estate was situated in the heart of Konoha, a fact that was hardly surprising given their status as one of the founding families of the village. Over the years, the estate had become somewhat congested due to the increase in clan members, and there had been multiple discussions regarding the desire to expand their territory. Yet, gazing at the surrounding families and the functional departments of Konoha, including the Hokage building, he realized that in any world, prime urban real estate was always at a premium, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a residence. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, Uchiha Toshirou began to run earnestly. Although this body was remarkably strong for a 4-year-old, he knew that moderation was essential, especially for his inaugural workout. He set a modest goal of 3 kilometers to gauge his physical response before proceeding with sit-ups, push-ups, and frog leaps, one step at a time. Whether it be the Third Shinobi War or the fateful night of the clan's demise, time was abundant, and he was in no rush. Haste often leads to failure. After an hour of jogging for nearly half an hour, followed by rest, and then completing sit-ups, push-ups, and bodyweight exercises, a fatigued Uchiha Toshirou trembled as he returned home. At this moment, Uchiha Mikasa had already prepared breakfast and was awaiting his return. "It must be quite arduous, Winter Lion." After wiping away the perspiration from his face and neck with a hot towel prepared long in advance, he was handed a small vial, no larger than a fist. Applying the medicinal oil within to his knees and ankles, he then rubbed it until it warmed. Following the instructions of Uchiha Mikasa, he looked up and inquired, "Is this ointment meant to alleviate the injuries to my knees and ankles?" Unlike before, Mikasa did not assist him. Instead, she stood quietly by, observing. Noting the child's clumsy movements, she merely offered guidance on the correct application technique. Winter Lion aspired to become a ninja. This was merely the initial step. More challenges and hardships awaited him in the future. "Mikasa, I will persevere until I become a formidable person, the strongest, one no one can defeat." Unbeknownst to him, he had claimed to be the strongest person, rather than the strongest ninja. Such determination. "Now, the future's strongest ninja, let us commence our meal." With a playful pat on the head, she took the child's small hand and led him toward the dining room. Today's breakfast appeared somewhat different, Winter Lion remarked in surprise as he gazed upon the table. 2 servings adorned the tray: bread, beef, carrots, greens, and tofu, accompanied by 2 cartons of milk. Each dish was presented in small plates. The portions were modest yet extraordinarily exquisite. Of course, aspiring to be a ninja is no simple task. Adequate intake of protein, vitamins, and trace elements, alongside sufficient sleep and rest, There remains a long journey ahead of you. I'm ready to eat. This breakfast is absolutely delightful. Upon hearing Winter Lion's exaggerated praise, Mikasa's beautiful eyes crinkled with joy. Though there was an element of flattery, the effort put into the breakfast was validated by the dineress' approval, making her disregard the minor breach of etiquette. Hey, Winter Lion, while you are diligently striving to become a ninja at your age, it is far more important to enjoy play. I know. After a short break, I'll go out and have some fun. The sister, surprisingly perceptive, sensed the child's reluctance, but ultimately decided to heed her words and venture outside. Was it out of concern for her? As she gazed at the wall where their sister and brother-in-law's portraits hung, Mikasa pondered. I'm heading out. After finishing breakfast and resting for half an hour, Winter Lion stepped out of the house once more, his little legs moving with determination. Although it was his first day of training, he had exercised for nearly an hour, engaging in sit-ups, push-ups, and frog jumps. Having merely enjoyed breakfast and taken a brief rest, he found himself unexpectedly rejuvenated. It seemed the strength of this body exceeded his expectations. Perhaps it was due to the generations of chakra erosion, resulting in an extraordinary enhancement of physical fitness among children in this world. Was it to better adapt their bodies to the energy of chakra? Is this yet another alternative bloodline limit? From what I gather, it seems that the history of ninja clans stretches back into the mists of time, with an increasing proportion of ninja births within the clan as the years go by. As I stroll through the clan's residence, responding to the warm greetings of the elders, my mind is occupied with these ponderings. The Uchiha clan members are not as cold and ruthless as I initially imagined. In my previous conception, I believed the Uchiha to be a clan that would stop at nothing to awaken their eyes, even resorting to the slaughter of their own comrades and kin. A bloodthirsty and merciless lineage. However, my recent interactions have shattered that preconceived notion. Whether it is the attentive care of Mikasa Uchiha or the enthusiastic greetings of the clan members I have encountered along the way, they defy my previous expectations. Well, I shall refrain from forming conclusions too hastily. The majority of the clan members I have met thus far appear to be ordinary individuals, with only a few true ninjas among them. I shall observe more closely as I continue my interactions in the future. During my leisurely wander, I also spotted a few ninjas clad in green vests, adorned with the red and white emblem of ping-pong paddles on their backs. Although unfamiliar to me, they appeared no different from ordinary folk at first glance. The Uchiha residence is not particularly large, being merely a family enclave. After a short while of exploration, I found myself at the iconic red torii gate. After bidding farewell to the warm-hearted clan members, I stepped out of the Uchiha territory and into the bustling village of Konoha. Looking up, I beheld the imposing visages of the first, second, and third Hokage carved into the mountainside. Though their expressions seem somewhat stiff, they have gazed down upon the village and its inhabitants since their inception. What a clever approach! By immortalizing their faces as grand stone statues, they not only watch over the village, but also inspire its people to aspire towards the ideals of protecting the village and its denizens, alongside the Hokage. Although the first Hokage may appear somewhat foolish in the anime, his ideas carry considerable merit. As I meander along the main thoroughfare of the village, observing the vibrant market surroundings, my thoughts drift. Is this the Hokage building? It strikes me as even less aesthetically pleasing than depicted in the anime, presenting an oval shape reminiscent of an upright egg with its ends truncated and coated in a layer of red paint. I can't help but critique the unique aesthetic of the Hokage building. Passing through the bustling marketplace, I stroll past the Konoha Hospital, the Ninja Academy, and the headquarters of the Konoha Police Force. I have encountered the famed Q barbecue, yet I have yet to see Ichiraku Ramen. Is it not open yet? After over an hour of wandering, I, Uchiha Toshirou, am wearing a fox mask tilted askew atop my head. One hand clutches a small paper bag while the other relishes a skewer of dango, savoring each delightful bite. Truly, the renowned three-colored dango from Konoha is exquisite. Initially, I had no intention of shopping, but recalling the 200 Ryo bills that Mikasa had discreetly placed in my pocket before I departed, along with her concerned gaze, I pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to purchase a toy to bring back, ensuring Mikasa's peace of mind. As for the dango, this is influenced by the original anime. Initially, I intended to merely sample it and move on, but to my surprise, it was remarkably delicious. Just then, a small white figure darted out from the side. Be careful, Kakashi, don't bump into anyone. Following the small child were two individuals, a couple, whose eyes were fixed on the child ahead. However, It seemed that the warning came a bit too late. With a resounding thud, the silver-haired child collided with someone, causing them both to tumble. The paper bag containing tricolor dumplings, held by Uchiha Toshirou, fell to the ground as well. "I'm sorry, are you all right?" The husband of the couple hurriedly approached to retrieve the fallen bag, while his wife helped the silver-haired child who had just taken a spill. "Kakashi, you were too reckless just now. I hope you didn't hurt him," he said, checking the paper bag for any damage before handing it back to Uchiha Toshirou with an apologetic inquiry. "It's fine, I'm not hurt." He had just heard the child refer to the silver-haired man as Kakashi. Could this silver-haired gentleman be the famed Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who had only appeared twice on television? Observing the man before him, whose expression was filled with regret, Toshirou noted his gentle demeanor and average stature. His disheveled medium-length white hair was tied in a small braid at the back and dressed in casual clothing rather than a ninja's battle attire. He exuded a remarkably gentle aura, making it difficult to associate him with the legendary White Fang of the battlefield. At that moment, the woman lagging behind had also helped the fallen Kakashi to his feet. "Kakashi, I told you not to run about in the street. Look at what you've done now. How rude." While lecturing Kakashi, she offered an apologetic smile toward Uchiha Toshirou. "I'm fine, Andy," he replied, taking the bag that Tsukumo had handed him, while his mind wandered back to thoughts of Tsukumo. Because he had abandoned a mission to save a comrade, he faced the village's scorn. The misunderstanding from friends and comrades ultimately led to his tragic demise. And what of Kakashi's mother, who had never appeared in the original work? Had she perished in a subsequent mission, or had she perished alongside Tsukumo in a tragic end? Whether it was the after-effects of two souls merging during his transition or the unease of arriving in a new world, Toshirou found himself unable to quell the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind over the past few days, often lost in reverie. Observing the child across from him, who appeared unscathed and seemed to contemplate thoughtfully after their brief exchange, he wondered, "Do you know me?" Tsukumo inquired, gently ruffling Uchiha Toshirou's hair. "I've heard from the clan that you are a hero of Konoha," Toshirou responded plainly, saying little more. "My apologies for being so reckless," Kakashi reluctantly offered as the woman beside him urged him to apologize to Toshirou. "It's quite all right. There's no need to apologize. But do be more careful when playing in the streets next time," he said, reaching down to give the now much shorter Kakashi a playful pat on the head. It had become a source of great annoyance for him these past few days, being patted on the head by adults. I just happened to run into Kakashi. I must return the favor," he thought, chuckling. "Is she a girl?" Winter Lion, feigning ignorance, inquired of Tsukumo Hatake. At this moment, Kakashi had yet to don his iconic mask, devoid of the lifeless gaze that would come to define him. He bore a certain resemblance to a sunny day, leaning more towards the maternal side than paternal. His features were quite refined, possessing an androgynous charm, especially accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of his mouth, which added an alluring quality. It was no wonder he would later conceal it with a mask, from his extensive experience. He could only imagine the throngs of girls he would captivate as he matured. Boys. Tsukumo Hatake rubbed his head, offering an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Kakashi's mother let out a soft laugh, evidently pleased with her son's handsome visage. She delighted in observing her son's expressions, a significant joy of motherhood. As he listened to the banter between the dark-haired boy and his father, along with his mother's amused chuckle and warm gaze, the young boy named Kakashi felt a strange twitch at the corners of his eyes. A wave of indignation surged within him, and he secretly resolved to persuade his father to procure a mask for him upon their return. He wished to shroud his exquisite features, reserving them solely for his own admiration. Not forgetting to give the boy across from him a grand eye roll, he thought, "Consider this a gift for our first meeting." He removed the fox mask perched atop his head and thrust it into Kakashi's hands, disregarding the bewildered expression on the latter's face. With a graceful turn, he waved goodbye and departed. "I'm back." After parting ways with the Hatake family, Winter Lion chose not to continue his stroll. He trotted back to his family residence with his short legs. "Sister, I brought you some tricolor dumplings." "Ah, how thoughtful of you, Winter Lion. You even remembered me while out shopping. Here, let me reward you," she exclaimed, lifting Winter Lion and planting a kiss on his cheek. In the evening, after dinner, Uchiha Winter Lion sat on the corridor outside, his little legs swinging freely. He held a book detailing the history of the Uchiha clan, reading it with a casual demeanor. "Winter Lion, I'm ready over here. Come quickly," called Mikasa Uchiha from inside the house. Following her voice, Winter Lion entered the bathroom, where Mikasa was busy tying her hair beside a large wooden tub. Pearls of water trickled down her forehead. Whether from the steam of the bathroom or her weariness was uncertain. There are several medicinal herbs that can only be added once you successfully extract chakra, which will enhance their efficacy. Gazing at the relatively large bathtub before him, Winter Lion hesitated. On one hand, the brown water emanated a strong herbal aroma that made him uneasy. On the other hand, the temperature of the liquid was quite scalding. Lastly, he found himself, a man with the psychological age of 30, in a vulnerable position, disrobing in front of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. What would that look like? Although he had been gradually resigning himself to the situation over the past few days, it seemed Mikasa sensed his hesitation. The young girl named Uchiha Mikasa narrowed her eyes, a faint smile glimmering within them. With a swift motion, she seized him and deftly stripped away his coat, shirt, trousers, and the last line of defense in a matter of moments, tossing him into the bath. I'm boiling alive. I'm boiling alive. Instinctively, Winter Shiro grabbed the edges of the tub and leaped, attempting to escape the scalding water. At that moment, a delicate, snow-white arm extended, pressing down on his head and forcefully pushing him back into the tub as he tried to jump out. If you cannot endure this little pain, then you ought to abandon the notion of becoming a ninja altogether. Observing Winter Shiro's skin reddening from the scalding water, Uchiha Mikasa did not retract her hand from his head. As a ninja, learning to endure suffering was his first lesson. The path of a ninja was fraught with physical pain. Through rigorous training, learning ninjutsu, injuries, bloodshed, and even the specter of death, there were mental strains as well. With the loss of mentors, comrades, friends, and even lovers, all too commonplace. All right, Mikasa-chan. You need not hold my head any longer. I am beginning to acclimate. Winter Shiro, almost standing in the tub, gasped for air, his skin flushed from the medicinal bath. Oh, you're adapting, are you? Then I shall proceed to the next step. As she spoke, she withdrew her right hand, bending down to retrieve several wooden pieces from seemingly nowhere. She waved them before Winter Shiro and then shoved them into a stone trapdoor at the bottom of the tub, with hands forming seals. She exhaled a stream of scorching flames, igniting the wood. Subsequently, she produced a thermometer and placed it into his hand. Be mindful. If the temperature exceeds 70 degrees, Winter Shiro, you might just be boiled alive. However, the efficacy of the medicinal bath increases with the temperature. Watching Uchiha Mikasa's flurry of actions, Winter Shiro suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he should not have aspired to become a ninja, or if he did, he could have settled for being an ordinary one, without such relentless trials. Meanwhile, he could not help but curse inwardly. Others who traversed worlds either possessed golden fingers, wise mentors, or at the very least, a system. Yet here he was, bereft of any such advantages, save for a troublesome Uchiha identity. As he lamented, tears threatened to well up in his eyes. It was indeed disheartening. Others traversed worlds, graduating at 5, dispatching Chunin at 6, becoming Jonin at 7, and attaining the rank of Kage by 8. Their training was a leisurely affair, eating, flirting, and smoothly sailing through life. While he found himself on the brink of becoming a boiled lioness head, and this was merely the first step of a long journey. With a heavy sigh, he reflected, such is the disparity of fate. Uchiha Winter Shiro relied on his sarcasm to distract himself from the torment, enduring step by step. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikasa remained focused on the thermometer, her hand pressed against Winter Shiro's back, feeling his heartbeat. Occasionally, she adjusted the flames, regulating the water's temperature, her brow glistening with sweat from the effort. In the midst of suffering, time always seemed to stretch interminably. Yet, no matter how prolonged the agony, it must eventually come to an end. Just as Winter Shiro felt he could no longer hold on and was about to faint, Uchiha Mikako pulled him from the bath. At that moment, Toshiro's entire body was flushed, resembling a perfectly cooked lobster. His mind was also clouded. Toshiro, are you all right? Wrapped in a soft blanket, Toshiro finally exhaled deeply, regaining a semblance of clarity. Sister Mikako, will every medicinal bath be like today? If every session is as torturous as this, I feel I won't need to become a ninja. I might not last long. Of course not. As Toshiro successfully refines his chakra, he will find it much easier to endure the high temperatures of the medicinal baths. Mikako replied as she carried Uchiha Toshiro towards the bedroom. Observing the child's relieved expression, she chuckled teasingly. The clan's prescriptions have undergone numerous improvements. The higher the temperature of the medicinal bath, the longer the duration and the greater the effects achieved. Most children can hardly endure for 3 years, and the temperature hasn't even reached the most optimal level. Upon hearing this, Toshirou couldn't help but frown. Higher temperatures, longer durations, better results. It felt as though the more one tortured oneself, the better the outcome. Who on earth concocted this prescription? Had they even tried it themselves? All right, enough complaining. We are now beginning the second phase. The second phase? Aren't we supposed to rest and absorb the medicinal effects after the bath? The reason I placed you on the bed is to better absorb the medicinal properties, hence the second phase, Makako explained before commencing. With a sharp crack, Toshirou's right hand twisted in an unnatural direction. Ugh. Ignoring the child's pained groans, Makako continued her actions, explaining that stretching the muscles and bones immediately after a high-temperature medicinal bath was optimal. She helped him sit up, and with another sharp crack, she proceeded with various advanced movements, including back bends, high kicks, and splits, exercises he had never dared to imagine in his past life. Another day dawned, and after a morning workout, Toshirou, drenched in sweat, stepped into his home courtyard. I'm back. He entered the foyer, changed his shoes, and upon entering the house, he discovered that breakfast was nearly ready. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, came the bustling voice from the kitchen. Before long, Toshirou sat at the dining table, feeling refreshed and ready to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. Ever since he began preparing to become a ninja, the meals prepared by Makako had been exceptionally refined. Milk, bread, beef, lamb, fish, and a variety of vegetables and fruits were perfectly balanced. As he savored this unspoken care, Toshirou felt a warmth in his heart, alleviating a significant amount of the unease he had felt in this unfamiliar place. The clan's preschool training had concluded, and Toshirou had successfully refined his chakra. From today onward, sister will be on duty with the police force, Makako remarked, observing the little boy across the table, gleefully devouring his meal. It may be that the quiet demeanor of Uchiha Toshirou and his limited interactions with peers led others to assume he was still engulfed in the sorrow of losing his mother. They overlooked the importance of table manners, focusing instead on fostering communication with him. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months have passed since his arrival in this world. From an initial state of confusion and unease, he has now settled into a state of tranquility. Uchiha Toshirou has successfully transitioned from an ordinary Earth inhabitant to an indigenous resident of the Hokage world, and his month-long pre-training concluded just yesterday. The refinement of chakra was achieved on the second day of training. While this accomplishment may not rank among the highest, especially compared to prodigies who succeeded within mere hours or a single day after encountering chakra refinement techniques, it is still commendable. Within the Uchiha clan, his performance is considered above average, especially when compared to those who struggled for nearly a month before achieving success. Among the 20 or so children who participated in the training alongside him, one managed to refine chakra that very night, followed by 5 or 6 others within a week. The remaining children saw their chances of success diminish as time progressed. Ultimately, 13 individuals succeeded in refining their chakra, 7 boys and 6 girls, while the others were eliminated. Among these 13, it remains uncertain how many will become genin and ultimately adapt to the harsh realities of a shinobi life. In addition to chakra refinement, they learned fundamental physical techniques, basic swordsmanship, shuriken throwing, and the art of hand seals, culminating in the distribution of an individual fire release scroll to each child. The physical techniques and hand seals are foundational skills for any ninja, while the swordsmanship and fire techniques are tailored to the unique characteristics of the Uchiha clan. As bearers of the bloodline limit, the Sharingan, even ordinary Uchiha clan members possess superior eyesight compared to typical ninjas. The clan's inherited shuriken throwing techniques and exquisite swordplay serve as essential tools for victory, augmented by their formidable fire release jutsu and the profound insight granted by the awakened Sharingan, which allows for the casting of jinjutsu without hand seals. Thus, the Uchiha clan has produced numerous perfect ninjas skilled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, which are the very roots of their strength. As for the fire release scrolls, they contain the foundational fire techniques passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique, the Dragon Fire technique, and the Phoenix Fire technique. For the children of the Uchiha clan, fire release, along with other elemental techniques or jinjutsu, is not considered overly precious. Their immediate families or surrounding relatives often possess a collection of such techniques, as becoming a ninja has been a tradition of the Uchiha for millennia. Homes typically house various ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or training experiences as legacies. What the clan truly maintains strict control over are the various secret techniques, forbidden arts, and the mysteries of the Sharingan, along with its exclusive jinjutsu. On a different note, I am still unaware of what position Sister Mikasa holds within the Uchiha police force. Is she in a civilian role, patrolling, or perhaps one of the combat personnel tasked with apprehending criminals? Sister, I serve in the 3rd Division of the Uchiha Security Force, primarily responsible for medical support, Mikasa explained, pleased to see Toshirou's interest in her work. In the original text, the Uchiha police force, which had little presence, is primarily divided into 3 main divisions. The 1st Division is chiefly responsible for the apprehension of criminals and executing various high-difficulty missions assigned by the Hokage to the clan. The 2nd Division primarily engages in routine patrol and vigilance while also undertaking the task of espionage capture. The 3rd Division, to which Uchiha Mikasa belongs, oversees the Konoha prison and medical logistics, among other non-combat duties. This delineation highlights the principal functions of the Uchiha clan. Prior to the village's establishment and the formation of the police force, the 1st Division was primarily tasked with combat missions. The 2nd Division focused on the clan's defense, surveillance of mines and fields, intelligence gathering, and the acceptance of missions. Conversely, the 3rd Division was responsible for barriers, seals, sensory perception, medical aid, secret medicines, and the production of various ninja tools. These 3 branches collectively constitute the Uchiha family. As for the lineage of the clan leader, it is reserved for the most formidable member of the Uchiha. The notions of inheritance through father and son or master and disciple are utterly impractical within the Uchiha. Consequently, the history of the Uchiha clan has witnessed numerous internal conflicts. Although the roles of the various branches and their members within the family have somewhat adapted since the founding of Konoha, many traditions have been preserved. For instance, Uchiha Mikasa's family previously specialized in medical care and the crafting of secret medicines. Furthermore, Uchiha Toshirou's father was one of the primary figures in the 3rd Division before his sacrifice, which explains the abundance of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and various sealing and barrier scrolls found in their household. It appears that preconceived notions can be misleading. Previously, one might have thought that the Uchiha clan lacked medical ninjas, but reflecting on this now seems rather laughable. The Uchiha and Senju clans have been in conflict for nearly a millennium. Over such an extensive period, the ninja capabilities of the clans have developed significantly. For instance, if there were no medical ninjutsu, how could Uchiha Madara have successfully undergone an eye transplant? Moreover, considering the later techniques employed by Obito, such as the Uchiha flame formation, it is reasonable to assume that they must have achieved notable proficiency in non-combat fields like barriers and seals. The advantages conferred upon each member of a ninja clan, particularly one as formidable as the Uchiha, are evident. It facilitates a more direct path to strength for every aspiring member, sparing them from the perilous tasks that common ninjas must undertake to acquire jutsu. This could be seen as a sort of advantage for Uchiha Toshirou. After having breakfast, Uchiha Mikasa tidied up and donned a distinctive Uchiha ninja vest in preparation for work. Wait a moment, Mikasa-ne. Could you bring me back some books on human muscle structure and medical topics? She inquired just before departing. I can certainly bring back some books, but Toshirou, you must also make more friends, she replied. For a 4-year-old child, such a thirst for knowledge and eagerness to learn is something Uchiha Mikasa has grown accustomed to. After 2 months of interaction, she has observed that her sister's child displays an unusual maturity and wisdom beyond their years compared to peers. Traits such as diligence, seriousness, and self-discipline are indeed remarkable for a child. He possesses an exceedingly rare array of traits that not only brings her solace, but also instills concern regarding the development of Uchiha Toshirou. Hence, she hopes he will forge friendships and engage in more interactions and playtime with children of his age. Frowning at the thought of mingling with those little rascals, he was initially reluctant. Yet, upon witnessing the determined expression on Uchiha Mikasa's face, he nodded in tacit agreement. Thus, it was settled. A true man must honor his commitments. Very well. I trust that Uchiha Toshirou is not merely humoring me, she remarked with a knowing smile. Now, I must take my leave. The items you specifically requested will be delivered in 3 days. As he watched Uchiha Mikasa depart, Uchiha Toshirou returned to his study. He extracted a hefty tome from the bookshelf, its cover emblazoned with the bold title, A Comprehensive Guide to Chakra. with the inscription authored by Senju Tobarama in the lower right corner. He intended to utilize it to pass the time. Both of his lives had been devoid of any prior experience in cultivation. In his view, comprehending chakra, the most vital element for a ninja, was an essential endeavor. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is renowned for his contributions to chakra research throughout history. Reflecting on this figure, who pioneered a myriad of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, one must acknowledge that nearly half were directed towards the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the proud Uchiha cannot deny his exceptional brilliance. Perched on the corridor outside, Uchiha Toshirou cradled the book, alternating between earnest study and gazing up at the drifting clouds, occasionally admiring the scenery of the courtyard. Such a life is indeed quite pleasant. Although the rigors of training are somewhat taxing, thoughts of the impending Third Great Ninja War, the Nine Tails Incident, the Uchiha Massacre, and the subsequent invasion of the Akatsuki loom large. Not to mention the hidden threats posed by Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and other formidable adversaries. One cannot help but feel a shiver at the thought of such overwhelming knowledge. Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a virtue. Perhaps it would be preferable to live as an ordinary ninja. Speaking of which, Uchiha Obito is likely still a mere child. Should I consider taking action against him prematurely? Perhaps not. Without Uchiha Obito, there might still be Uchiha Shursui. Given their similar ages, what if Madara were to set his sights on him? It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Contemplating the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, with his visage bearing the weight of age, Uchiha Toshirou involuntarily shuddered. What was that saying? If a friend dies, the path of the sage remains. Obito, may you find your own fortune. After nearly 2 hours of reading, he closed the book and made his way toward the structure on the left side of the house. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious and open dojo, its wooden floors gleaming beneath him. A heavy punching bag hung in the center, perfect for a child of his age to practice physical techniques. One could surmise that his father had once trained here, pouring forth his own sweat. With a powerful shout, a fist wrapped in bandages struck the punching bag with a sharp crack, causing it to sway slightly. Following that, the second, third, and fourth punches landed in succession, interspersed with knee strikes and kicks. The punches of a 4-year-old may lack weight, yet they were earnest in their intent. However, each attack is executed with utmost seriousness. With a graceful swing of the arms, a lift of the legs, retraction of the fists, and precise kicks, every movement adheres to the methods taught by the adults, demonstrating impeccable form and rhythm. Although lacking in experience, he understands that monumental achievements stem from steadfast effort. The body is the foundation of revolution, a principle he comprehends well. Over the past 2 months, his training regimen has been progressing methodically. Each morning, as dawn breaks, he rises to run, beginning with a gentle jog that gradually accelerates into a full run. This is followed by a series of exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and pull-ups, taking approximately an hour. After which he enjoys breakfast. Post-breakfast, he either rests or reads for 2 hours before engaging in fundamental physical training, followed by rest or practicing hand seals. After lunch, he takes a brief nap before dedicating an hour to swordsmanship and shuriken throwing, while also refining his hand seal techniques. Before retiring for the night, he spends an hour refining his chakra. His daily training totals around 3 hours, not including chakra refinement, which is a sedentary practice. The remaining time is spent reading or leisurely wandering outside. Despite his desire to become a jonin or even a shadow-level warrior immediately, his physical age of merely 4 years significantly hampers his training progress. Although this lifestyle may seem monotonous, it is a necessity. In the world of Naruto, technological development is still in its infancy. In the 36th year of Konoha, appliances like refrigerators, microwaves, and televisions have yet to emerge. While televisions may exist, they are primarily used for surveillance. Many entertainment activities are lacking, and even adults lead relatively dull nightlife, let alone children. In terms of ninjutsu training, Uchiha Toshirou is not in a hurry. Konoha has yet to require him on the battlefield. In his plan, until he enters the Jonin Academy, strengthening his physical power and endurance remains his primary focus, followed by enhancing his chakra capacity and control techniques. Of course, swordsmanship, hand seals, and shuriken throwing must not be neglected either. It is often essential to set a goal for oneself. With a target, one can chart a clear path forward. He has thus resolved to establish a modest objective, to become a jonin and survive the Third Shinobi World War. As for attaining shadow-level strength and unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan to avert his family's tragic fate and defeat the hidden adversaries, these aspirations can be contemplated. But circumstances will dictate the feasibility. It is not that he is unwilling to set grand ambitions. The challenge lies in the uncertainty of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, given the stringent conditions required. As a rational modern individual, he cannot resort to the reckless actions of Indra. Moreover, as an only child, his chances of obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan are non-existent. He is also reluctant to transplant Hashirama's cells, for few would relish the prospect of another face emerging from their own body, even if that visage belongs to the first Hokage. After lunch, he takes a 1-hour nap, and then practices swordsmanship and shuriken throwing for an hour. Uchiha Toshirou plans to venture outside. Having promised Uchiha Mikana to spend more time with his companions, he intends to uphold his word, not for any particular reason, but simply to pass the time. Otherwise, each day would be a monotonous cycle of reading or training. Is this not more exaggerated than the previous 996 or 007 work schedules? Indeed, a balance between labor and leisure is essential. Otherwise, if one exhausts oneself at such a tender age, risking their health, it would lead to a complete cessation of all endeavors. One must consume food one bite at a time and traverse life step by step. Such simple truths are still within his comprehension. As for playing with younger children, he finds himself at a loss. A mere 4-year-old cannot possibly mingle with adults. He is unable to engage in the vices of adult life, such as colorful magazines, casinos, the entertainment district, or bars. Where there is demand, there will be service. Reflecting on the past 2 months spent wandering around Konoha, he occasionally caught glimpses of those social venues. It seems that the more something is forbidden, the more prosperous its business becomes. Realizing this, Uchiha Toshirou silently scoffed at the simplicity of adult pastimes in the ninja world. "I'm heading out," he declared, unperturbed by the emptiness of the house, a habitual phrase escaping his lips. Toshirou donned a deep blue turtleneck and loose white trousers. With a lollipop in his mouth and hands cradling his head, he ambled out the door. "Toshirou over here," a youthful voice echoed from afar, reaching Uchiha Toshirou's ears. Turning his head, he spotted a boy of similar age, dressed in the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan, calling out to him while energetically waving his arms, urging him to come over. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 peers, both boys and girls, all of whom had participated in clan training alongside Toshirou. This was a time of peace between the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Both ninja clans and villages did not rush the nurturing of children, often adopting a laissez-faire approach, allowing these youths to relish their childhood joys. The one inviting Toshirou was Uchiha Ryuka, a boy with short brown hair and a rather handsome visage, albeit somewhat boisterous. "Toshirou, you arrived just in time. We can play ninja games together." "Ah, are we playing ninja games again? Why not change it up? This time, let us play tag." Before he could finish, a little girl interjected. The girl interrupting Uchiha Ryuka was named Uchiha Nin, sporting a slightly disheveled ponytail of hair that appeared somewhat yellowish. Her features were bright and delicate, with a pert little nose, embodying the innocent charm typical of girls her age. This young girl had demonstrated remarkable talent during the clan training, successfully manifesting chakra in just one night. It was rumored that she was the daughter of a prominent figure in the first squad, her parents both powerful ninjas. Upon hearing alternative suggestions, the gathering of 8 or 9 children quickly divided into 2 factions, some advocating for ninja games, while others preferred tag. The ensuing debate was lively and boisterous. This location was a designated recreational area within the Uchiha compound, specifically created for clan members to rest, stroll, and for children to play. All the children present bore the emblem of the Uchiha clan, signifying their youthful lineage. At this juncture, the relationship between the clan and the village had yet to reach the frosty depths that would follow the Night of the 9 Tails. However, the interactions between the clansmen and the villagers, while not entirely absent, were indeed scarce. It bore a striking resemblance to the world in which he had previously resided. Be it the provincial government compound or the military family community, these places, with their solemn guards, invariably deterred the steps of ordinary individuals, let alone children. The so-called offspring of these prestigious households often formed their own circles, engaging minimally with their peers from ordinary backgrounds. Even when a child from the Uchiha clan occasionally ventured beyond their family enclave to play with common children, the label of being the offspring of law enforcers clung to them, dissuading many parents and, in turn, impacting the children themselves. Furthermore, the isolation and exclusion imposed on the Uchiha clan by the village, stemming from the era of the second Hokage, contributed to this divide. After all, one side represented the village, while the other represented the Uchiha. Any rational individual would understand which side to choose. Enough. These games are far too juvenile and cliched. Let us engage in a new game. If we are to pass the time, we must adopt an attitude befitting such an endeavor. While we cannot alter the fact that they are merely a group of immature little ones, we can encourage them to abandon these childish amusements. A new game? It surely cannot be something as mundane as hide and seek or skipping stones. If that is the case, we might as well play a ninja-themed game. Uchiha Ryuka gazed at him with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, the disputing parties abandoned their original intentions and, in unison, turned their attention to Uchiha Toshirou, demanding a reasonable explanation. There was no tension. Uchiha Toshirou retrieved a deck of playing cards from his pocket, and as he beheld the wide-eyed expressions of the surrounding children, a knowing smile graced his lips. Toshirou, you wouldn't dare suggest that we gamble, would you? In this place, everyone would know by nightfall. We would all be doomed. Uchiha Ryuka gazed at him in disbelief, glancing anxiously from side to side as if concealing a guilty secret, fearful of being discovered by an adult. On the other hand, Uchiha N displayed an entirely different demeanor. Her mouth slightly agape, her round eyes darting with eagerness. She seemed poised to leap into action. Observing her expression, Uchiha Toshirou raised an eyebrow, bemused by her apparent eagerness. Had she awakened some peculiar talent? Was it not said that the daughters of the Uchiha clan epitomized intellect and grace? The remaining children, including Uchiha N, Uchiha Kasumi, and Uchiha Taro, exhibited a plethora of expressions, some excited, some curious, and some fearful, yet most bore a countenance of restless anticipation. It appeared that, had they not been in such a public setting, these little ones would have been more than willing to give it a try. Why not start with a game of three-card Monte? Dismissing the absurd thoughts that flitted through his mind, Uchiha Toshirou shot a stern glance at Uchiha Ryuka. What are you thinking? How could it possibly be gambling? This is merely a prop for a new game. Indeed, this deck of cards is merely a tool for games, chimed in a ponytailed girl nearby, narrowing her eyes knowingly. Well, it appears that the situation is not as I had envisioned. However, the new game proposed by Don Shalong must be quite intriguing, right? With a subtle smile, Uchiha Yin gazed at him, awaiting the revelation of answers. This new game is called Werewolf, featuring 5 distinct roles: werewolves, civilians, witches, hunters, and seers. We have a total of 10 participants. Thus, in a single game, there will be 3 civilians, 3 werewolves, 1 witch, 1 hunter, and 1 seer, with each person embodying a particular role. But what of the remaining individual? Does that not leave us with only 9 participants? Uchiha Longhu could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired. The last individual, of course, serves as the moderator, and Longhu, please refrain from interrupting my explanation. I shall prepare 9 cards, each representing the respective identities. As the game commences, each player will draw a card to signify their role. Amidst Don Shalong's lengthy exposition, a group of youngsters encircled him, nodding at times, shaking their heads at others, and occasionally displaying expressions of sudden understanding. Has everyone comprehended the rules of the game? Don Shalong, let us not linger on questions. We should embark on a round of play. Uchiha Longhu eagerly interjected. After enduring Don Shalong's extensive monologue, he found himself somewhat dazed. The intricacies of the game rules were rather cumbersome. It would be better to engage in a trial run first. Nearby, Uchiha Yin, Uchiha Zhaoxia, and Uchiha Tara nodded in agreement with Longhu's sentiments. A few perceptive ones among them even sensed that this game might be exceptionally entertaining. Let us proceed with the trial round. Pay attention. The player drawing an A is a werewolf, the one drawing a K is a seer. The one drawing a Q is a witch, the one drawing a J is a hunter, and the one drawing a 10 is a civilian. Is everyone clear? As he spoke, Don Shalong gathered his companions to form a circle. He selected 9 cards from the deck, each representing an identity, and distributed them to the players. Once everyone confirmed their roles, the game commenced. Everyone, remember your identities and heed my instructions. Now, darkness falls. Please close your eyes. What you fool? Why aren't you closing your eyes? One somewhat dazed child glanced at Don Shalong in confusion, as if awakening from a stupor, and hurriedly shut his eyes. All right, those with the werewolf identity, please open your eyes and identify your companions. Decide whom you wish to eliminate tonight. under Dongshalong's guidance. The Uchiha children began to engage in this game that once captivated the world in a past era. Hwazwa, do not reveal your identity as a werewolf. You are out. What should I say? Please express your stance and analyze who the good and bad players are. The witch's poison may only be used once per game. Yes, werewolves have the option to self-destruct, which allows them to bypass the day and transition directly into the night. Dongshalong reiterated the rules while pointing out their mistakes and guiding them on how to articulate their thoughts and analyze the situation. After 3 rounds of play, these youngsters gradually began to grasp the true essence of werewolf. From their initial blunt declarations of "I am a werewolf, what should I say?" and "Xiaoxia is a werewolf," they slowly transitioned into more strategic discussions. Although the individual speeches were rather immature, Uchiha Dongshalong believed that with the passage of time, everyone would become increasingly adept, and things would inevitably change. What a delightful game, Uchiha Dongshalong. How did you conceive such a captivating idea? Uchiha Longhu exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement as he expressed his admiration. The companions around them nodded in agreement, eagerly showering him with praise. Haha, it's really not that impressive. Uchiha Dongshalong replied with a light-hearted chuckle, though he too felt a sense of wonder. When he first introduced the game, he pondered whether 4-year-olds could truly grasp its intricacies. After a few rounds of experimentation, he couldn't help but marvel at the precociousness of children in the ninja world. In just 3 to 5 games, they played with remarkable skill. How could I possibly be the werewolf? Don't believe Taro's words. He is the true werewolf. Don't let him deceive you. Uchiha Yin gazed at everyone in despair until Hwazwa cast the final vote, leading to his reluctant elimination. All right, it's time to close your eyes. Werewolves, open your eyes and select your victim. Uchiha Dongshalong, acting as the moderator, spoke with a calm demeanor, disregarding Uchiha Yan's ousting. As the players grew more familiar with the game's rules and mechanics, their enthusiasm for the first encounter with Werewolf steadily intensified. Yan, you are far too cunning. Hwazwa, you fool. I am clearly the good one. Xiaoxia, it was you, the werewolf. In the natural world, females seem perpetually more cunning than males, and the game was no exception. Watching Yan, Xiaoxia, and Tsai repeatedly claim victory, Uchiha Dongshalong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. As their exuberant cries echoed, the tree canopies above gradually shifted eastward, and the shadows beneath their feet elongated, as time quietly slipped away. Around them, a gathering of children, seemingly of similar ages, encircled the players at the center, observing with curiosity and intrigue. Occasionally, an adult would peer over, wondering what mischief these children were up to. Joyful moments are always fleeting. As the sun dipped low in the west, the evening glow illuminated this group of youngsters, enraptured by their new game. Longhu, it's time to go home. Dinner is ready. Kaizen, just wait a bit longer. There are 10 more minutes, just 10 more minutes until this game ends. Let go. Hurry, let go. My ear is going to fall off. The young mother, impatient as ever, did not wait for her son to finish the game, but instead grasped his ear to lead him home. Understanding his mother's fiery temper, Uchiha Longhu did not resist much. Disregarding his now reddening ear, hastily, he passed his identity card to a nearby companion who had been watching for a while, dejectedly following his mother on the path home. Reminiscent of the poignant phrase, "The wind howls, the waters of the Ishui are cold, the hero departs and shall not return." The little companion beside him did not disappoint his expectations. With an expression of excitement, he eagerly joined the game, immersing himself in the role-playing experience. However, in less than 20 minutes, parents continuously arrived to retrieve their reluctant children. Many players, holding their identity cards represented by playing cards, reluctantly handed them over to familiar companions before following their parents home. As the last civilian was slain, it marked the conclusion of the game. Uchiha Toshirou clapped his hands and addressed everyone. Well, it's getting late. Let us call it a day. I trust you all have grasped the game rules to some extent. See you tomorrow. 3 days later, at 2:00 p.m., a gentle breeze rustled the tendrils of vines entwined around the courtyard fence, producing a soft, whispering sound. Beneath the eaves, a faded red thread suspended a wind chime, where slender bamboo tubes and various seashells swayed lightly, weaving a crisp and elegant melody. Bright sunlight stealthily filtered through the window panes, illuminating the room as if a mischievous girl with legs had danced past the elegant cabinet, leaping onto the rustic wooden table, pausing for a moment amidst the thick scrolls, documents, and notes. The light then glided across the floor to the sofa, caressing the serene features of a sleeping young man, tenderly smoothing his slightly furrowed brow. A gentle breeze whispered, and golden rays twirled in the air, the shimmering fabric of a golden skirt brushing against his profile as if bestowing a shy kiss, leaving a faint warmth in its wake. Suddenly, Uchiha Toshirou awoke with a start, sitting up from the sofa. He glanced at the scattered notes on the table, pinching his temples to clear his mind. The scrolls and books on the table primarily detailed the extraction, condensation, and control techniques of chakra. Over the past 2 months, he had consistently carved out time to peruse them during his training. Whenever he encountered profound insights or had questions and hypotheses, he meticulously recorded them in a specially prepared notebook. He firmly believed that a poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. Rising, he gathered the scattered materials and notes on the table. After splashing cold water on his face in the bathroom to refresh himself, he returned to the living room. Toshirou, are you home? We come to play. At that moment, Uchiha Ryuka's boisterous voice echoed from the courtyard, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of his friends. Indeed, it was Toshirou, not Toshirou, who had garnered this nickname among the children of the clan, thanks to the recent proliferation of the werewolf game among them. As the game's inventor and having frequently portrayed roles such as the werewolf and the valiant wolf, he had amazed his companions and earned this moniker. Don't just give people nonsensical nicknames. You fool. As the game spread among the clan's children, Uchiha Toshirou also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. For reasons unknown, there was an unspoken agreement among them to keep the game within their circle, playing only on Uchiha territory. A subtle sense of superiority began to permeate among the children. Not today. Someone will be delivering the items we ordered earlier, and it wouldn't do to have no one home. Is that so? Uchiha Ryuho appeared to be struck by a sudden blow, his expression tinged with discontent. Yet, as if a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, he brightened momentarily. Why don't we play at Toshirou's house today? He suggested. Absolutely not, came the curt and unyielding rejection of Uchiha Ryuho's proposal. It was preposterous to imagine this group of children wreaking havoc indoors for an entire afternoon. Inevitably, it would fall upon him and Uchiha Mikasa to restore order afterward. Dismissing his new companions with a few terse words, Uchiha Toshirou did not return to the main room, but ventured into the building on the left side of the house. This ancestral residence, steeped in heritage, boasted a distinctive architectural layout. The central part of the house served as the living quarters, housing the bedrooms, kitchen, living room, bathroom, and dining area. To the right lay a spacious dojo, designed for the physical training of the household's children. Conversely, the left structure resembled a ninja's armory, replete with shurikens. Kunai, wire, wind shuriken, tanto, and katana, alongside various ninja gear such as vests, arm guards, and cloaks. Among the items, Uchiha Toshirou discovered a set of striking crimson armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, yet he found no dangerous items like explosive tags or poisons, likely having been disposed of beforehand. Retrieving a cloth and oil from the cupboard, he began to meticulously maintain each weapon, a task assigned to him by Uchiha Mikasa. In her wisdom, she believed that exposing Toshirou to the tools that ninjas utilize in missions and battles at such an early age would be beneficial. After imparting the methods of weapon maintenance and overseeing his initial efforts, she entrusted him with this responsibility. After half an hour of diligent work, Uchiha Toshirou grasped a small wooden sword and made his way to the dojo on the left. With bated breath and unwavering focus, he held the sword firmly, his gaze fixed intently on the head, neck, heart, and vital organs of the training dummy before him. With a powerful shout, Toshirou unleashed his full strength in a single strike aimed at the dummy's face, producing a resounding thud as would met wood. Feeling the jarring recoil reverberate through the hilt and the tingling in his palms, he did not pause. Instead, he accelerated his assault, executing strikes, slashes, stabs, and thrusts at the dummy's vital areas with increasing speed. Yet, such fervent exertion inevitably leads to fatigue. In scarcely 10 minutes, the once vigorous rhythm of wooden clashes began to wane, growing slower until it was nearly imperceptible. 30 minutes later, panting and drenched in sweat, Uchiha Toshirou was compelled to cease his training. Returning to the living room, he grasped a prepared cup of salt water and gulped it down, exhaling deeply afterward. He then seized an apple from the table, taking a hearty bite as he sank into the sofa to rest. His mind wandered back to the myriad of books and materials he had perused over the past few months, along with memories of the anime Naruto from his previous life. The origin of chakra, the power of ninjas, is derived from the amalgamation of human spiritual energy and physical energy. To articulate it in a more scientific manner, spiritual energy emanates from the human brain. As one accumulates knowledge, experience, and age, and undergoes repeated breakthroughs or ascensions of the spirit, this energy grows. Conversely, physical energy is enhanced through arduous physical training, recovery from injuries, and the sustenance provided by food, alongside the continual transcendence of one's limits and the passage of time. There should also exist corresponding practices for yin and yang manipulation. However, after thoroughly scouring all the tomes in his household, Uchiha Toshirou found himself at an impasse. With no other recourse, he was compelled to elevate himself through rigorous training. Within the clan's secret repository, there must be methodologies for mastering yin and yang manipulation. Let us set that aside for now. In the future, I must devise a way to acquire the teachings of yang manipulation from the Uchiha clan. While I am certain that the methods for practicing yin manipulation are indeed available, as twilight descended, Uchiha Toshirou sat in the living room, engrossed in a substantial tome detailing the origins of sealing techniques. At that moment, he heard the voice of Uchiha Mikasa from outside. The items should be placed here. This large stone slab must be set down. Upon hearing her, Uchiha Toshirou looked up to see Uchiha Mikasa directing two burly men as they positioned a massive stone slab, roughly 5 feet square, in the corner of the yard. Beside them lay freshly mixed cement, a sizable stone sphere, and several smaller stone slabs measuring 2 feet square. Given their breathless demeanor, the weight must be considerable. This large slab must be placed perfectly flat, without the slightest tilt, Mikasa instructed. Rest assured, Miss Mikasa, we will install this slab exactly as you desire, assured a middle-aged man standing beside the two laborers, confidently patting his chest. The enormous stone slab bore an unusual appearance, one side polished to a mirror finish, while the other was exceedingly rough. Both edges were adorned with a raised rim, reminiscent of the serrated edge of a coin. The two men now strained to position the slab atop a foundation composed of cement, lime, and sand. "Oh, Toshirou has come out. Look how much he has grown," remarked the middle-aged man with a smile upon seeing him. Uchiha Toshirou did not recognize him. With hundreds of clan members, it was impossible for him to know each one personally. Nevertheless, to avoid awkwardness, he offered a polite nod in acknowledgement. "This is Uncle Taibing. He is an old acquaintance of your father and attended your full moon celebration. If you ever wish to commission any equipment, you can certainly reach out to him," Mikasa explained. Sensing Toshirou's silence and smiling as she introduced the man. "Hello, Uncle Taibing," Uchiha Toshirou greeted with courtesy. "I remember when you attended my full moon celebration. I was just a tiny infant then. I hear you've begun training to become a ninja. You must strive to become a powerful ninja in the future, bringing honor to the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Taibing, a retired chunin of the Uchiha clan, had earned considerable merit during the Second Ninja World War, but ultimately retired due to injuries. The greatest regret in life lies in the inability to awaken the ancestral bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Primarily responsible for the crafting of various ninja tools and the internal development of the clan, I possess a shop situated at the edge of our clan's territory, where I sustain my livelihood alongside fellow Uchiha clan members by selling daily necessities and ninja equipment. As a member of the Uchiha branch under the lineage of Uchiha Fayake, the clan's perspective dictates that those of us who have not awakened the Sharingan are considered part of the Uchiha branch family. Within the Uchiha clan, distinctions are made between the main family and branch family, with the criteria being exceedingly straightforward. Those who awaken the Sharingan belong to the main family, while those who do not are relegated to the branch. However, unlike the Hyuga clan, which treats its branch members as subservient, the Uchiha clan does not impose such oppression on its branch families. After all, even Uchiha Fayake, the clan leader in the original narrative, did not have servants in his household. In stark contrast, the Hyuga clan, even with the young Hinata, constantly has branch family members by her side for protection, and her household is filled with branch members who serve as attendants. Of course, every situation has its duality. This dynamic has fostered a prevailing ideology within the clan that prioritizes bloodline above all else. Awakening the ancestral bloodline limit, the Sharingan, stands as the lifelong aspiration of most Uchiha ninjas. Yet, due to constraints of aptitude and perceived capabilities, only a select few manage to achieve this. Furthermore, To prevent the leakage of their bloodline limit and the secrets of the Sharingan, the Uchiha men are permitted to marry women from outside their clan, while the prospect of an outsider marrying an Uchiha woman remains nearly impossible. Such occurrences are common in families possessing bloodline limits. Whether it be the Hyuga, Kagaya, or Kuruma clans, similar practices abound. Within the clan, those who awaken the bloodline limit face restrictions in their marital choices. Individuals exhibiting exceptional bloodline traits may even be arranged to marry multiple women in hopes of producing more offspring with superior lineage. Indeed, the notion of marrying multiple women is commonplace in this ninja world, characterized by feudal systems with lords, nobles, and bureaucrats. The brutal and bloody conflicts among ninjas inevitably lead to the demise of many men. Consequently, to ensure the continuity of their bloodlines, various bloodline clans often resort to marrying cousins, siblings, or even extreme cases of brother-sister unions and polygamy. In a bid to escape the fate of becoming mere vessels for reproduction, the young women in the clan strive diligently to become ninjas, as only through such endeavors can they shatter the chains of their lineage. While wandering through the clan, I stumbled upon these clandestine revelations, which stirred profound emotions within Uchiha Fayake, leading him to contemplate deeply. Am I, born under the red banner and nurtured by the spring breeze, destined to dream of constructing a grand crystal palace? How could someone with a higher education be so mundane? During my last excursion to the market with Sister Mikasa, I seemingly spotted oysters for sale. Should I not first indulge in this delicacy before tarnishing my nation's educational endeavors? As Uchiha Fayake's thoughts wander, they drift into an expansive reverie. After the two burly men completed their tasks, they produced a peculiar instrument and measured it against the smooth side of the stone slab for a while. Uchiha Mikasa nodded at Uchiha Itachi, indicating that the installation was complete. Once the cement beneath the slab dries overnight, they would push the stone sphere onto it, fulfilling Miss Mikasa's commission. Without further hesitation, she retrieved 100,000 ryo from the house and handed it to Uchiha Tetsubu, watching them tidy up and depart. Well, are you satisfied now? I hope the training method you mentioned proves effective. Otherwise, this 100,000 ryo would be for naught, she said, affectionately ruffling Uchiha Toshirou's hair with a stern expression. The so-called training method was entirely fabricated by Uchiha Toshirou. In his description, it was a meditative practice derived from monks and onmyoji, designed to stabilize the mind and relax both spirit and body. His invention stemmed from necessity, as the family's financial authority now rested with Uchiha Mikasa. It was impossible to commission such a device without persuading her. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, adaptation is not mere fabrication. Dramatization is not nonsense. Although somewhat far-fetched, Uchiha Toshirou believed that meditation could indeed, possibly, hypothetically have a beneficial effect on both body and mind. After all, how could Uchiha Mikasa have willingly paid 100,000 ryo for this custom creation? The following morning, Uchiha Toshirou woke early and completed his physical exercises. After a brief rest at home, he proceeded to the corner of the yard. Standing on the stone slab installed the previous day, he stomped his feet to ensure stability. One side of the slab was rough, while the other was smooth. The rough side faced downwards. Nearby, a perfectly round stone sphere with a diameter of 40 centimeters rested, its surface glossy and polished, indicating considerable craftsmanship. Testing its weight, he found it was indeed beyond the strength of a boy his age to move. He quickly called Uchiha Mikasa, who had just risen and was preparing breakfast, asking her to help him place the stone sphere onto the slab. While perseverance and diligent practice are essential for training, Toshirou felt there was no need to rush. Starting after breakfast would not be too late. He had already waited several days. If he delayed further, the opportunity would surely slip away. From the moment Toshirou began planning his training regimen, this particular exercise had been prioritized above all else. Reluctantly, he managed to push the stone sphere onto the slab, surprised by its unexpected heft. Could this method of training truly yield results? Reflecting on Uchiha Toshirou's descriptions, she too felt uncertain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Toshirou approached the stone sphere, carrying a wooden board and two bamboo poles approximately 50 to 60 centimeters long. Of course it's heavy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have troubled Mikasane, he remarked. This solid stone sphere, crafted from granite, surely weighed over 100 kilograms. The choice of a wooden board instead of the stone slabs delivered yesterday was due to the initial practice. The wooden plank, possessing greater flexibility, should be more manageable. While the weight of those 2 stone slabs is considerable, far beyond the capability of a mere child to maneuver effortlessly. Upon hearing Uchiha Toshirou's words, Uchiha Mikasa merely pursed her lips, opting not to elaborate further. Instead of returning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she quietly stood by, observing his subsequent actions. He placed the wooden plank atop a round stone sphere and sat upon it with a thud, using 2 bamboo poles to support his body and maintain balance, gradually settling into a cross-legged position on the plank. Indeed, he was emulating the mystical training methods of Myobokuzen. Within his training regimen, both the Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage techniques were of paramount importance, influencing many of his future decisions. Should his mastery of Sage techniques and the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan both succeed, he would endeavor to alter the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan, which had been marked by annihilation. After all, he too was an Uchiha, an inescapable part of that lineage. If only one of these endeavors were to succeed, he would weigh the outcomes of his Sage training against the ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan, to determine whether to save his clan or escape with a few close relatives. Should the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan fail and the Sage training prove unsuccessful, there would be little recourse but to prepare a plan for a feigned death, seeking refuge in a serene and picturesque locale to enjoy a peaceful old age. As for recklessly confronting the likes of the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Toshirou could only express his inability to act so impulsively. He was not one to rush headlong into peril without consideration. After much contemplation on how to avert this impending tragedy, Uchiha Toshirou ultimately resolved to assess the situation as it unfolds. Although Konoha frequently speaks of the will of fire, such notions are best taken with a grain of salt. In this matter, absolute strength is absent. Hastily intervening could lead to a fate unknown. Regarding allegiance to the 3rd Hokage, he thought better of it. He recalled that in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi hastily returned to Konoha following the death of the 3rd Hokage, aiming to intimidate those lurking in the shadows with ill intentions toward the Uchiha. To approach the 3rd Hokage without caution would likely raise suspicions about one's true motives. Moreover, without the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, one would not even qualify to be a piece on the chessboard of such a catastrophic event. Even if the Mangekyo Sharingan were to be awakened, reflecting on the fate of Uchiha Shisui, who was ambushed by Danzo and had one of his eyes taken, leading to the collapse of his plans, the prospects seemed dim. Although Uchiha Toshirou believed Shisui's plans were inherently flawed, overly naive in thinking a mere pair of eyes could resolve the discord between clan and village. As for the Sage techniques, Uchiha Toshirou approached them with an attitude of hopeful experimentation, with the caveat that his life must be assured. As for the likelihood of success, he held little confidence, ultimately resorting to prayer to the omnipotent deity of transmigration. Regardless of the outcome, he had watched the entirety of the series. One must harbor dreams, for who knows what success might lie ahead. Clang. Oh dear. 2 distinct sounds echoed in succession, the clatter of a wooden board collapsing to the ground. Alas, it was the sound of Uchiha Toshirou tumbling down in a most undignified manner. Beside him, Uchiha Mikasa laughed heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum. It was impossible to assign blame to anyone but himself, for the contraption he had designed was exceedingly treacherous, leading to his own misfortune. Whether it was the stable stone slabs beneath him, the smooth stone spheres atop them, or the wooden boards resting upon the spheres, attempting to sit upon them without a supporting point made it nearly impossible to maintain balance. Yet, Uchiha Toshirou had added an additional layer. Although 2 bamboo poles served as support to uphold balance, even the slightest tremor could trigger a chain reaction, complicating the control of equilibrium further. Despite having 2 poles for support, one moment of inattention caused him to plummet from the stone slab. While it remained uncertain whether this method of training would yield results, witnessing Toshirou's misadventures brought unexpected joy to his sister. Ignoring the taunts of his merciless aunt, Uchiha Toshirou retrieved the fallen stone slab and bamboo poles, resolutely recommencing his training in Sage techniques. He refused to believe that a mere collection of frogs, snakes, and slugs could achieve what he, a proud student of a prestigious university, could not. If in the original story, only the reincarnated Ashura, Senju Hashirama, and Uzumaki Naruto could succeed, it would be one thing. Given the presence of Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Kabuto Yakushi, by the time of Boruto, even the perverse Orochimaru and his genetically engineered son, Mitsuki, had managed to unlock Sage Mode. How could he, a descendant of Indra and a being of an extraterrestrial Otsutsuki bloodline, be unable to do the same? The gentle spring breeze swept across the sky, the warm sun casting its radiant glow upon the bustling streets below. The weather was splendid, a perfect day. At the entrance of the Uchiha compound, the red torii, embossed with the clan's emblem, stood majestically. The street, paved with rectangular stones, was alive with the swift passage of numerous ninjas clad in the uniforms of the Konoha police force, crossing the thoroughfare into the village. Many clan members were either out shopping or leisurely wandering from shop to shop. Some returned with bags brimming with goods, while others left empty-handed, still in search of their next objective, a gentle hum of daily life wafting through the air. A group of young Uchiha children approached from a distance, their demeanor relaxed, each carrying bulging satchels, chattering animatedly amongst themselves. Uchiha Toshirou, donned in a black high-collared long-sleeve shirt, his back adorned with a striking red and white fan, wore matching trousers. A ninja tool pouch was strapped to his waist, and white leg guards encircled his calves, while he held a 2-foot-long tanto in his hand. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Toshirou had already begun to emerge as a spirited youth. With proper physical training and ample nutrition, he had surpassed 120 centimeters in height and neared 30 kilograms in weight, presenting a robust figure reminiscent of a young calf, standing out amidst his peers. After bidding farewell to the warmly greeting elders and the 2 Uchiha ninjas stationed before the torii gate, I ventured forth through the grand entrance, traversing a path flanked by evergreens that retained their verdant hue even in the midst of winter. A group of children, all of tender age, frolicked and laughed as they made their way southwest, crossing the bustling main street of Konoha. After a half-hour journey, we reached our destination, a picturesque valley adorned with slopes blanketed in vibrant tricolor wildflowers, their hues intermingling as the petals delicately unfurled. Higher up, the landscape was adorned with pink camellias, creating a stunning tapestry of colors. Between the 2 mountains, a torrent of white water surged forth, mingled with shards of melting ice, cascading energetically through the valley. The flat expanse by the riverbank was our chosen site for today's outing, a vital source of drinking water for the village of Konoha. Despite being gradually supplanted by running water, its significance remained immense, especially to prevent enemy ninjas from contaminating the water supply. In the near future, this area would transform into a new base for the Uchiha clan, where the formidable Jinjutsu master, Uchiha Shursui, would tragically take his own life by the river, leaving behind a legacy of sorrow as his devoted brother, Uchiha Itachi, would rise to avenge him for the sake of Konoha and his beloved companion. Upon our arrival, we selected a lush, green meadow as our campsite. Nearly 20 children gathered in clusters. Some carried fishing rods and baskets towards the riverbank, while others, in smaller groups, dashed towards the blooming wildflowers to pick their favorites or engaged in various games, creating a lively atmosphere. Uchiha Toshirou, seeking a flat stretch of grass, settled down to bask in the gentle warmth of the spring sun. He cast a casual glance at the games nearby. The children had expanded their repertoire beyond just Werewolf, now indulging in Tractor, Upgrade, and Texas Hold'em, among others. He imparted various playful strategies to them, seamlessly integrating himself into their merriment to pass the time. Following in the footsteps of his predecessor, he earned the affectionate nickname, Prince of Poker. Such warm and joyous moments always seemed to slip away in the blink of an eye, and I silently hoped that everyone would cherish them. After a while, lulled by the sun's rays and feeling a sense of drowsiness, Uchiha Toshirou gradually rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Is anyone planning to join me in the woods?" he called out, scanning the playful companions around him. "Aye, count me in," came the enthusiastic responses, as a throng of eager participants assembled. For these children, venturing into the woods offered a thrilling sense of exploration, far more enticing than remaining by the river. Fire style is out of the question. The chakra control is too poor for even climbing a tree to evade danger. But dragon fire is feasible. I saw someone practicing tree climbing seriously last time, he noted. Leading 4 or 5 children, Uchiha Toshirou headed towards the forest bordering the South River, where the woods surrounding Konoha were remarkably dense and profoundly mysterious. The resources within are remarkably abundant, featuring an array of rare medicinal herbs and precious timber. Additionally, various venomous serpents and ferocious beasts abound. However, he does not intend to venture too deeply with his companions. as their collective strength is insufficient to confront the perils lurking within the forest. This area lies near the outskirts of Konoha, where large predators and poisonous insects are virtually non-existent. Yet, creatures such as wild chickens, hares, and occasionally wild boars can be encountered from time to time. Uchiha Toshirou led the group of youngsters into the woods for several minutes until they stumbled upon a clearing, where he instructed his companions to begin setting traps. Suddenly, another figure approached them, panting heavily. "How did it go? Did anyone follow you?" "No." There were two who tried to tag along, but they were stopped by Eon. The newcomer, Uchiha Mamoru, was a year older than him. Since the Ninja Academy was currently on spring break, he had joined their expedition. Such outings and hunting activities had been undertaken several times before, and each time during the hunting phase, there were always some uninvited little ones who stealthily trailed behind. Had it not been for Uchiha Toshirou's mature foresight, they might have easily blended in and followed unnoticed. Such a scenario would indeed be perilous. Although there are no ferocious beasts near Konoha, a young child of 5 or 6 venturing into the unknown would undoubtedly face grave dangers. Thus, Uchiha Toshirou established a fundamental criterion. Only those who could proficiently master the chakra control technique of tree climbing would be permitted to join. This way, should danger arise, they would at least be able to swiftly ascend trees for safety. Simultaneously, he entrusted Uchiha En, the daughter of the esteemed leader of the First Division, to keep a watchful eye, ensuring that no disobedient little ones sneaked along. Uchiha En, a genius who successfully refined her chakra on the very first night of training alongside Uchiha Toshirou, stood out among her peers. In the dimly lit forest, the dense foliage obscured the sunlight streaming from above. The dappling of light filtering through the leaves alleviated the forest's eerie ambience. Approximately 800 meters from where Uchiha Toshirou had set the traps, he and his companions concealed themselves behind a large tree, cautiously peering out at a beast in the thicket. After the traps were laid, the 6 of them divided into 3 groups to scour the forest. Just moments ago, Uchiha En and Uchiha Mamoru had jointly discovered a wild boar. Overwhelmed with excitement, yet acutely aware of their inadequacies, they hastily sought out the other 2 groups for assistance. Leading to the current scene. Peering through the gaps in the foliage for an extended period, Uchiha Toshirou silently assessed the wild boar before him. It was quite sizable, likely weighing over 300 pounds, its body covered in a dense bristle coat, adorned with a thick layer of mud. The faint amber glow that glimmered from its surface suggested there was also a layer of resin clinging to it from the trees it had brushed against. A thick layer of armor encased its entire body. 2 massive tusks exuded an air of aggression, yet they were merely the instruments of their torment. The shuriken, in their hands, were unlikely to inflict any substantial harm. It seemed that the only vulnerabilities lay in the abdomen, the eyes, and that particular area. After silently pondering this, I signaled to my companions beside me. Receiving their acknowledgement, I waved my hand, preparing to commence our operation. The subtle gestures of our communication, typically grasped only after attending a ninja academy, had been diligently studied by us, the Werewolf clan, who sought out the academy's materials to learn in secret. Whenever the game commenced, we, as werewolves, utilized this method to converse, ensuring that our heightened senses, gifted by chakra, did not alert our vigilant comrades. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of thrown kunai disrupted the tranquility of the forest. At that moment, the wild boar, oblivious to the impending danger, was engrossed in rooting beneath a tree root with its snout, its slender tail wagging with delight, as if about to unearth a delectable treat to devour. Upon hearing the noise, the boar lifted its head, shaking its formidable tusks. With a metallic clang, the 4 kunai meant for it dwindled to 3. Thud, thud, thud. This time, the launch of the kunai was impeccably coordinated. The 3 kunai struck almost simultaneously, yet their effectiveness was disappointing. One found its mark on the head, another on the back, and the last on a foreleg. Regrettably, the mud, bristles, and resin on the boar's hide thwarted deeper penetration, resulting in wounds no more than an inch deep. Hrumph, hrumph. The boar shook its body, effortlessly dislodging the kunai embedded in its flesh, regarding the peculiar creatures across from it with confusion and a hint of anger. To this dull-witted creature, the recent assault felt merely like a tickle, inflicting minimal damage, and interrupting its pleasurable anticipation of a feast. Target its eyes with the shuriken. At that moment, Uchiha Toshirou shouted, brandishing 4 shuriken, leading another wave of attack. For the boar, the kunai hurled by these youngsters were of negligible concern, compelling Uchiha Toshirou to alter his strategy. The whirling sound of the shuriken startled the beast, which instinctively lowered its head, using its hard forehead and the thick armor atop it to ward off the sudden onslaught. Unlike the heavier kunai, the lightweight shuriken could be launched in multiples by the nimble hands of these young ninjas. With a roar, the wild boar emitted a desperate scream as its left eye was grazed. One shuriken, launched with precision, sliced through the thin skin of its eyelid, inflicting damage to the eyeball itself. The wild boar emitted its distinctive roar, incessantly shaking its head in a desperate attempt to dispel the sudden, excruciating pain. Its right eye glowed crimson, engulfed in a state of fury. Ding, ding, ding. Provoked by the pain, the enraged boar charged towards Uchiha Toshirou and his companions, trampling over the scattered shurikens and kunai on the ground. Proceed as planned. In an instant, the four remaining members dispersed. One took the lead, while another positioned himself directly in front, drawing the boar's attention. The remaining two flanked the creature, ensuring it could not escape through its blind spots. Uchiha, who was serving as bait for the first time, felt a twinge of anxiety, yet the meticulously crafted plan of his comrades seemed to bolster his resolve, allowing him to assume his role with a measure of confidence. Is he perhaps overly anxious? It's not his first time hunting with us, mused Uchiha Toshirou, who maintained a leisurely pace behind the boar. Observing Uchiha's awkward escape, he commented nonchalantly. Toshirou did not covet the role of bait. He understood the value of appropriate training. They were merely dealing with a wild boar for now, a manageable threat. Even if injured, the consequences would not be dire. However, when the day of true battle arrived, injuries would take on a far graver significance. As time passed, the boar occasionally slowed its pursuit or glanced back. Each time this occurred, Uchiha was compelled to halt or reduce his speed, engaging in various provocations or launching shurikens at the creature. Unfortunately, his aim was atrocious, with one shuriken narrowly grazing Toshirou's shoulder. Be careful, that fool is likely terrified, Toshirou cautioned his companion nearby, while also critiquing Uchiha's clumsy performance. The distance of 800 meters was not vast. The chase would conclude in mere moments. Suddenly, Uchiha Mamoru, leading the way, turned back to run alongside Uchiha, whispering something in his ear as they continued their sprint. Ahead, Uchiha Ryuka and his companion, Uchiha Yakido, who was a year older, had been waiting for some time. Yakido, already a first-year student at the Ninja Academy, was composed, while the impatient Uchiha Ryuka, about to enter the academy at the tender age of 6, was practically bursting with excitement. Finally, they are here, he exclaimed, spotting Uchiha Mamoru in the distance, his enthusiasm nearly propelling him into the air. Calm down, Ryuka. Our task now is to find a secure hiding place and not to disturb our prey, Yakido advised, his voice steady beside him. Unlike him, Uchiha Yakido, possessing considerable hunting experience, exhibited an impressive calmness while quietly shaking his head, thinking to himself that the little ones remained just that, little ones. Not every child possesses the maturity of that fellow, Winter Lion. The term composure seems to have originated from the lips of Uchiha Winter Lion himself. He patted Uchiha Ryuho on the shoulder and gestured towards a nearby grand tree. With a slight crouch and a powerful push from his legs, he dashed upwards, swiftly ascending to a branch approximately 5 meters above the ground. Not one to be outdone, Uchiha Ryuho also sprang up the tree, concealing himself behind the dense foliage, quietly observing with remarkable proficiency. This was a testament to the subtle influences of Uchiha Winter Lion over the past 2 years. The game of Werewolf has proven to be an excellent cognitive exercise, leading to the direct consequence that the adults in the Uchiha clan have found their children increasingly difficult to deceive. Moreover, the novelty of hunting has significantly heightened their enthusiasm for training. At the very least, they must successfully complete the tree climbing exercise, which serves as the minimum threshold, compelling them to exert themselves more diligently than usual. Simultaneously, skills such as shuriken and kunai throwing, trap setting, hand signals, and basic team coordination have all been honed in advance, cultivating the essential qualities of a ninja. Uchiha Winter Lion's actions were the result of careful consideration. In the event of a protracted conflict like the Third Shinobi World War, there existed a possibility of survival through sheer luck. However, following the Ninetales massacre, had he not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan or successfully trained in sage arts, his solitary efforts would likely render survival exceedingly improbable. Among his peers of similar age, Those who had just crossed the threshold of 20 were at a pivotal stage, transitioning from youthful inexperience to the maturity of a seasoned ninja. It remained uncertain whether this was ultimately a boon or a burden. Through the interstices of the leaves, distant figures gradually came into view, shifting from the indistinct to the distinct. At this moment, Uchiha N, who sprinted ahead, appeared utterly breathless, drenched in sweat, his face pale with anxiety. Before him lay a narrow path, a rare passage through the forest. Concealed in the center of the trail was an area covered with dry twigs and leaves, marking the destination of his endeavor. Turning back, he hurled the last few shurikens from his pouch towards the wild boar, provoking a piercing scream as it charged at him anew. With a surge of energy, he leapt over the trap that had been subtly set to alert him, meant to remind him of his status as a newcomer. Though he stumbled slightly upon landing due to his overwhelming tension, rendering his stride rather clumsy. Such concerns were now trivial, for behind him resounded a deep thud, the unmistakable sound of prey falling into the trap. Following this was the wild boar's anguished scream, the result of a rectangular pit specially prepared by Uchiha Yakido and In. The trap was poorly set, even to the point of being crude. A simple pit, scarcely deep, only about 60 to 70 centimeters, was adorned with several kunai, their blades pointing upwards. The handles of these kunai were securely tied to sturdy branches. The branches were then inserted into the pit until the circular ends of the kunai rested against the ground. The intended prey, driven by rage, unwittingly staged a true charge. Stepping into the trap, the inertia from its high-speed sprint, coupled with its own weight and the soft underbelly exposed beneath the kunai, seemed to foreshadow its grim fate that day. At last, recalling the warnings of its comrades, it summoned the last vestiges of its strength and leapt up a tree adjacent to Uchiha Ryui. Uchiha N gasped, his heart racing with trepidation. With his physical prowess, a distance of 800 or 900 meters should have posed no challenge. However, the wild beast that pursued him with fervor for the first time as bait ignited a surge of adrenaline, causing his stamina to deplete at an alarming rate. A brief sprint left him feeling utterly drained. Haha, at last, it's my turn to shine. Uchiha Ryuhi could no longer contain his excitement as he leapt from the tree. Oh no, idiot, this fool, echoed the voices of his peers, perturbed by his reckless behavior. Though their tones varied, the sentiment remained consistent. The crude trap had failed to ensnare the wild boar. Fear from its grievous wounds propelled it with greater strength than usual. With a powerful leap, it broke free from the trap. Fueled by injury and terror, it lowered its head and charged at the sudden apparition before it. Uchiha Ryui, just descending from the tree and approaching the trap, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. He had assumed victory was assured, but as he beheld the boar, infused with a sense of desperation, rushing towards him, his limbs turned to lead, rendering him incapable of evading. In that critical moment, a figure abruptly appeared at his side, delivering a kick that sent him flying 2 or 3 meters away. Saved. Relief washed over him. Although the impact had hurt, Uchiha Ryui suddenly felt a faint urge to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Toshirou, who had kicked Ryuhi away, had no time for contemplation. Faced with the impending charge of the wild boar, he turned and fled. Chakra surged beneath his feet, allowing him to bound up the very tree from which Ryuhi had just jumped. With a powerful push, he executed a swift maneuver, circling around to the back of the boar. The boar, now devoid of its target, was unable to halt its frantic pace, crashing into the tree with a resounding thud. At that moment, Uchiha Toshirou finally drew the small blade he had carried since their departure. In the scenic valley by the Nange River, a group of young Uchiha, led by Uchiha On, were busily preparing for their midday picnic. Some individuals ventured into the adjacent woodland, gathering dry twigs in preparation for the impending barbecue. Others unfurled a camping tablecloth, meticulously arranging the meals that had been prepped at home. Additionally, a few collected wildflowers from the hillside, artfully placing them at the center of the tablecloth to enhance the rustic charm of the gathering. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from deep within the forest, startling the birds and shattering the tranquility of the scene. It seemed that Danshiro and his companions had encountered something formidable. Are you all right? Uchiha Asaka anxiously glanced towards the forest and inquired of Uchiha En, who stood beside her. No worries. Rest assured, Asaka. Uchiha En waved his hand dismissively, not even bothering to lift his gaze, exuding an air of indifference. Really? That sounds rather ominous. Observing her friend's nonchalant demeanor, Uchiha Asaka felt her anxiety intensify rather than dissipate. Reluctantly setting down the pastries she was arranging, she raised her eyes towards the distant woods and reassured her friend. Don't worry, Asaka. A genuine ninja is accompanying us. There is no danger. Oh, has someone from the clan come along? Uchiha Asaka paused for a moment before quickly realizing. When so many of us are out camping, the clan always sends 1 or 2 adults to supervise. Besides, although the surrounding forest isn't particularly perilous, there are occasionally wild beasts that wander out from the depths. The adults are concerned we might get lost or encounter other dangers. After contemplating Uchiha-on's words, Uchiha Asaka found them reasonable, which eased her mind as she resumed her tasks. Meanwhile, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon Uchiha Toshirou, who suddenly bellowed, gripping a small tanto tightly, lost in a state of exuberance. The secret technique of Konoha, 1,000 years of death. At that moment, an atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped the forest until a piercing scream shattered the silence, allowing those nearby to exhale the breath they had been holding. After executing his dramatic move, Uchiha Toshirou gazed at the wild boar collapsed under a tree, its body twitching occasionally, and felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, as if his very soul had undergone a transformation. You're such a lightweight. You're already exhausted after less than a kilometer and can barely sit upright now. No, I'm simply too astonished. Uchiha-an, having observed Uchiha Donshirou's performance from an elevated position, found himself at a loss for words, nearly losing his balance and falling from the tree. And you, Ryuka, you didn't actually wet yourself, did you? What nonsense. Blushing with embarrassment, Uchiha Ryuhan had nearly lost his composure due to overwhelming astonishment. He had come perilously close to breaking down. Moments ago, it seemed that something warm and damp had trickled out, prompting him to leap up and conceal himself behind a large tree, eliciting hearty laughter from Uchiha Toshirou. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Uchiha Yakido, Hien, or Mamoru perched in the branches, everyone had gathered around Toshirou. Fixated on the damage he inflicted on the unfortunate prey, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. The children, merely 6 or 7 years of age, were yet to grasp the deeper implications of what transpired. However, Toshirou's flamboyant display left an indelible mark on their understanding of vulnerability, momentarily rendering their youthful minds in a state of paralysis, devoid of suitable words to convey the scene unfolding before them. Who is over there? Uchiha Toshirou inquired, lifting his gaze toward the canopy of the tree where Uchiha Yakido had just concealed himself. Receiving no response, he shifted his perspective, scrutinizing the surroundings with careful diligence. Finding nothing, Toshirou dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination, narrowly escaping detection by the group of youngsters. A young man, around 20 years of age and clad in the uniform of the Konoha police force, sighed in relief. He had inadvertently let slip a bit of his chakra, but fortunately, he had managed to relocate in time, almost being discovered. What keen senses this child possessed. Yet, recalling the earlier cringeworthy spectacle, the young man couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing the excited cries of the child below, he had momentarily anticipated the display of some secret technique, activating his Sharingan, only to find the outcome rather disappointing. This youth, concealed among the branches, was one of the ninjas assigned to watch over the children, a member of the Konoha security force. Given the presence of numerous youngsters, often a group of 10 to 20, venturing to the outskirts of the village, particularly to the mildly perilous regions like the Southie River, it was inevitable that the Uchiha clan would dispatch personnel to ensure their safety. Whenever Uchiha Toshirou led a large band of companions, laden with various supplies for hunting or picnicking, one of the clan members stationed at the entrance would invariably accompany them, albeit remaining hidden throughout the excursion. All right, enough watching. Let us tidy up, Toshirou instructed, turning to Yakido and Mamoru. You two gather the shuriken and kunai we ve scattered along the way. Ryuhan, assist me in bleeding this wild boar. Afterward, we'll inspect the traps we set earlier for any catches and dismantle them. With tasks assigned, Toshirou crouched down, extracting his small dagger from the lifeless boar, making an incision on its neck to allow the blood to drain. Although the forests surrounding Konoha rarely harbored large beasts, having encountered blood, it was prudent to depart promptly. The world of ninjas abounded with bizarre creatures of considerable size, and Toshirou preferred to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Before long, the group of eager companions reconvened, ready to embark on their respective tasks. The collected shurikens and kunai were redistributed. Observing the 2 wild chickens and a hare brought back from the trap, Uchiha Toshirou couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of wildlife in this world. How long had it been since the traps were set? Perhaps just an hour, and already there was a bountiful harvest. By the heavens, this wild boar is truly colossal. At this moment, Uchiha Toshirou, accompanied by his comrades, had safely returned to the canyon campsite. Their primary quarry, a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds, was placed upon a rudimentary wooden sled to be dragged forward by the collective effort of the 6 of them. Meanwhile, their fellow companions, drawn by the commotion, gathered in small clusters, curiously observing and occasionally gasping in astonishment. Ordinarily, their catches consisted merely of wild chickens or hares or fish caught from the nearby stream. Today was indeed an eye-opener for these youngsters. Uchiha Ryuo, Shinrin, Mamoru, and in all appeared like victorious ninjas returning to their village, basking in the villagers' warm welcome. Proud and self-assured, they hardly deigned to acknowledge anyone, exuding an air of arrogance. Some observant girls noted the fatal wounds inflicted upon the boar, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they covered their eyes with their hands. Yet a few, whose fingers were not tightly clasped, peeked through the gaps, revealing bright, curious eyes. They made way for their companions to take over the task of dragging the boar's carcass. Uchiha Toshirou found himself in a bit of a quandary. Skinning such a large boar with boiling water was clearly impractical, and it seemed he would have to resort to skinning it directly. Moreover, moving it proved to be exceedingly difficult, with no suitable tools or cutting boards at hand. Glancing around, he spotted a gravel-strewn shoal by the riverbank, and an idea struck him. As for the execution of the task, he could not rely on these youngsters. "Let me tell you," he began. "That wild boar was merely a mere body length away from me. With a leap and a roll, I Ryuo, quit bragging over there. Help them drag the boar to that shallow area, but be careful of the stones in the river, don't cut your feet." He knew roasting the entire boar was not feasible. Not only would it be too much to consume, but also its unseasoned flavor would likely be subpar. Noticing the abundance of good stones nearby, Uchiha Toshirou decided to adopt a different approach. "And everyone, don't just stand around gawking, gather some firewood. And Shiofu, you're always fishing by the river. Are there any smooth stones nearby? Preferably large, but not too thick, and sturdy enough, too brittle one to do." Initially, Uchiha Ryuo felt somewhat displeased at having his moment of glory interrupted, but upon noticing Uchiha Toshirou's menacing gaze, he blushed, as if a sudden realization struck him, and hastily complied, adopting a servile demeanor. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a hefty machete designed for chopping branches. Uchiha Toshirou had never anticipated that one day he would assume the role of a butcher. Under the gentle warmth of the midday sun in early spring, the young members of the Uchiha clan were divided into 3 groups, quietly awaiting their next move. "Toshirou, is this really how we should proceed? I have never witnessed the art of barbecuing on slate, initiated by Uchiha Ryuo. Truly, your skills and execution are lacking, yet you excel in seeking trouble. Whether it tastes delightful will soon be revealed. However, Ryuho, your performance today has been utterly disappointing. Ahem, I shall impose upon you the task of grilling for us later." With a sidelong glance at the disheveled fellow, Uchiha Toshirou declared with unwavering confidence. Before him lay a barbecue station, ingeniously crafted from stones sourced nearby, its base constructed from local materials. The inner side was mixed with river silt, allowing for ventilation while a slate lay atop. Thus, a specialized platform for slate grilling emerged within the ninja realm. Testing the slate's warmth, I found it already heating up. Uchiha Toshirou took the initiative, pouring a measured amount of pre-prepared oil onto the slate, spreading it evenly with a brush, all the while explaining to his companions. With chopsticks, he retrieved over 20 slices of pork from a large leaf, specifically chosen to serve as a platter, placing them meticulously on the slate. As one side sizzled and released its savory juices, he promptly applied sauce and flipped the meat. A gentle breeze carried the enticing aroma of grilled meat, intermingled with spices of chili and cumin. Delicious. This is truly exceptional. It surpasses the flavors I experienced at Barbecue Q. Surprisingly, it was Uchiha Asaka who first took action. Typically reserved, she demonstrated a keen understanding of seizing the moment when it mattered. "Is this genuine? Asaka, you aren't deceiving us, are you?" Uchiha Ryuho expressed his skepticism, having fallen victim to her tricks too many times in their games of Werewolf. "Ah, you are all so cunning." Before he could regain his composure, The meat on the slate had dwindled to mere scraps. Though the culinary techniques and sauces could not rival barbecue Q, the freshly slaughtered wild boar, particularly the shoulder meat, was perfectly suited for grilling, especially with this novel approach. Voices of competition erupted, each vying for a taste. "You're simply too slow. Ryuho, why aren't you serving the meat?" As Asaka snatched the last piece of grilled meat, she disregarded Ryuho's tearful gaze and added insult to injury. "Shufu, do not stoke the fire with so many twigs. It has begun to smoke. Are we to be suffocated? Who gathered this firewood? It is still damp. Ryuho, you fool. Applying so much sauce. Do you wish to burn us alive to hoard the grilled meat for yourself? Cease at once. If you pour any more oil, it will overflow." Even at 6 or 7 years old, despite having successfully refined chakra, this self-service camping experience was fraught with clumsiness and chaos. 20-odd children devoured nearly 90 to 100 pounds of wild boar meat in one sitting. Even with their enhanced appetites and digestive capabilities, this quantity was beyond their limits. "I am so full. I feel as though my stomach can hold no more." Uchiha Toshirou sighed contentedly as he sat on the grass with his companions, leaning back on his hands, relishing this leisurely and delightful moment. "Ah, how joyous. I truly wish to remain in such blissful times forever," someone mused. The wind gradually intensified, sweeping across the distant ridges, cascading over the hills, and cleansing the verdant valley filled with wild grasses. The resplendent and colorful mountain flowers atop the hills swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Wispy clouds drifted across the sky, while sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting elongated beams upon the gathered crowd. The lush and expansive canopies of trees swayed in the wind, creating a soothing rustle, their shadows dancing in unison. Nearby, the gentle murmur of flowing water brought an unparalleled sense of tranquility to the heart. Amidst this harmonious symphony of nature, Uchiha Toshirou's eyelids fluttered twice before he succumbed to a deep slumber. As the evening glow deepened, vibrant hues of crimson painted the sky, with golden rays piercing through the clouds, illuminating the distant peaks in a spectacle as splendid as fireworks. With the area bathed in the warm embrace of dusk growing ever wider, the sun finally descended, a fiery orb, radiant and vivid. Bathed in the afterglow of sunset and adorned by the gentle caress of the spring breeze, a group of children, having frolicked joyfully throughout the day, gathered together and returned to the Uchiha residence. The once deflated backpacks they carried in the morning now appeared plump and full. After a hearty lunch of grilled meat, their bellies swelled, glistening with remnants of their feast, leaving little thought for the pastries, rice balls, or sandwiches they had brought from home. Having momentarily donned the role of a butcher, Uchiha Toshirou handled the wild boar with a straightforward and unrefined approach. He swiftly removed the head, skin, and entrails, burying the more pungent or troublesome parts in a pit. Even after such a brutal process, the remaining edible portions weighed nearly 200 pounds. Before heading home, he divided the bounty into around 20 portions, wrapping them in leaves to distribute among his companions. In his allocation, he did not adhere to an egalitarian approach. Those who had hunted alongside him, such as Ryuka and others from single-parent households or orphans, received slightly more generous portions. In this world, the mortality rate was notably high. Whether due to illness, becoming collateral damage in the conflicts between ninjas, or the wars among the 5 great nations, alongside the myriad of tasks ninjas undertook, life, regardless of the realm, remained exceedingly fragile. "I'm back." After bidding farewell to his friends, Uchiha Toshirou ambled home. "Ah, just in time. I'll wash my hands, and dinner will be ready soon." The 18-year-old girl had shed her youthful innocence, transitioning into the vibrant bloom of youth, as the most beautiful moments of her life were just on the horizon. "So, did you enjoy your day with your friends?" Uchiha Mikasa felt an immense sense of reassurance regarding her younger brother. Intelligent, eager to learn, tenacious, disciplined, mature, and thoughtful, such descriptors typically reserved for adults seemed entirely fitting for him. At times, she even pondered if this child might grow into an extraordinary figure capable of transforming their clan, village, or even the entire ninja world. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Toshirou was entirely unaware of his aunt's aspirations. Had he known, he would surely have been left speechless. In his 30s, he possessed a mature soul that, despite his efforts to remain unobtrusive, stood out remarkably among his peers. His aspiration to become a ninja was largely motivated by the inherent dangers of the world, as well as a profound curiosity about supernatural powers. Today, he enjoyed pleasant interactions with those around him. While engaging in conversation, he retrieved a piece of wild boar meat wrapped in leaves from his backpack and stored it in the refrigerator. This refrigerator, a newly launched product from last year, seemed to be less popular due to its somewhat exorbitant price. In order to persuade Uchiha Mikasa to invest in it, he had to expend considerable effort. But the benefits were undeniably apparent. He had heard that Mikasa had been spending a lot of time with a fellow named Akihiro from the police force. What was her impression? Were there plans for marriage? Seated across from one another at the dining table, the two conversed casually while enjoying their meal. You're still just a child. You should focus on eating and playing. The girl, the subject of their conversation, glared at Uchiha Toshirou in indignation. Noticing her face gradually reddening with shyness and her growing embarrassment, Toshirou tactfully shifted the topic. How is the development of the hemostatic agent progressing? What is the current status? On this front, the progress was quite promising. In approximately 2 weeks, they would be ready to commence clinical trials. It was still the 38th year of Konoha, and the village, having recently emerged victorious from the Second Shinobi World War, was nursing its wounds while quietly amassing strength. The initiative to enhance the medical system, proposed by Tsunade, had only just begun, and as is often the case, the start of any endeavor is fraught with challenges. A year and a half ago, in an effort to divert Uchiha Mikasa's excessive attention towards him and to ensure his own future safety, he had proposed the development of a coagulant that could rapidly stem bleeding on the battlefield. After more than a year of arduous research and development, they were finally on the cusp of success. Is the speed of progress truly so remarkable? Have trials begun on animals? What are the results? The rapid pace was largely due to Uchiha Mikasa's exceptional skills as a medical ninja, supplemented by the family's secret medicinal formulas. They had ingeniously sought to eliminate the more costly components of the ingredients, substantially reducing the price of this potent medicine. The results were exceedingly impressive. It could effectively halt bleeding from wounds not exceeding 15 centimeters in length and 3 millimeters in width within 10 seconds to 3 minutes, depending on the depth of the injury. Particularly, it showed exceptional efficacy for non-penetrating wounds caused by shuriken and kunai. The remarkable effectiveness was intricately linked to the family's secret medicinal recipes. As a long-standing rival of the Senju clan, they had to explore alternative avenues to compensate for their shortcomings in recovery and medical ninjutsu, focusing on aspects like healing ointments and evasion techniques. Oh, is the efficacy truly that impressive? Is the clan considering incorporating this medicine into the regular medical supplies for ninjas? Unbeknownst to him, Toshirou's seemingly innocuous initiative had sparked notable changes within the clan. After all, it was a large family with strict traditions, and a medicine developed using their secret formulas was bound to create waves. To promote in the Hidden Leaf Village, obstacles are an inevitable presence. It is not as simple as it seems. Even if the clinical trials yield favorable results and the clan consents, there remains the challenge of gaining approval from the village. Regarding dissenting voices within the clan, Uchiha Toshirou believes the issue is manageable. Since the clan's internal strife 30 years ago, the selection of the Uchiha clan leader has been somewhat influenced by the village. Setting aside notions of inheriting the will of fire, at the very least, there is no longer any reckless talk of rebellion. This is precisely why seeking counsel from that princess was imperative. Initially, to replace the nearly irreplaceable primary materials, Uchiha Mikasa not only scoured the clan's library but also received considerable assistance from that princess. I believe the likelihood of clan approval is quite high. With that princess facilitating matters with the village, the challenges do not appear insurmountable. After all, the prospect of reducing casualties among ninjas is unlikely to be dismissed by the third Hokage. Furthermore, considering the vast demands of the Hidden Leaf Village compared to the police force, as long as the secret formula remains confidential, many idle members of various clans could secure decent employment. Even within the prosperous Uchiha clan, there are numerous individuals who cannot become ninjas, creating a significant demand for employment. Indeed, if everything proceeds as smoothly as Toshirou suggests, it would be splendid. This new medicine has consumed an immense amount of her energy. If its usage were restricted solely to the clan, it would be a most regrettable waste. Fear not, Mikasa. In this matter, both the village and the clan stand to gain benefits. I firmly believe that neither the third Hokage nor clan leader Juzan would reject such a fortuitous opportunity. For any endeavor to succeed, it must navigate through multiple stakeholders. Without achieving a result that satisfies all parties, it often concludes without resolution. The current clan leader of the Uchiha, a graduate of the Ninja Academy, succeeded to the position following the untimely demise of Uchiha Kyohei, a disciple of the second Hokage. Over the years, he has diligently maintained the relationship between the village and the clan while striving to mitigate the adverse effects caused by the treachery of their ancestor, with the hope of regaining the clan's central authority in the Hidden Leaf Village. It must be said that the ancestor known as the Dance King has been a source of incessant concern. After the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, his defection was one matter, but a few years later, he orchestrated a climactic battle against the first Hokage with the Nine Tails, an event known throughout the ninja world, only to suffer defeat. The repercussions for the clan were dire. Under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals, a historic civil war erupted among the three wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan within the clan. The clan's strength plummeted, and the second Hokage seized this opportunity to expel the clan from the center of power in the Hidden Leaf, using the actions of that ancestor as justification. Uchiha Toshirou has every reason to believe that had it not been for the nascent state of the Hidden Leaf Village, with various ninja clans yet to genuinely align themselves, the fate of the Uchiha clan would not have been merely a withdrawal from the center of power. Even so, the clan has unwittingly acquired a ticking time bomb. After dinner, Uchiha Mikasa prepared to head to her study, intent on dedicating herself to the development of her newly created medicine. Yet, he was called by Uchiha Dongshalong, who was seated on the sofa. "Wait a moment, Sister Meixiang. I have some matters I wish to consult you about." For almost a year now, Dongshalong has scarcely sought my guidance on any issues. Is there something he does not comprehend? With the foundation of knowledge from his previous life, and aside from the initial 6 months after his arrival in this world, he gradually perused the collection of books at home, as well as the textbooks from Uchiha Meixiang's former ninja academy. His understanding of chakra, that supernatural force, has transcended that of an ordinary ninja. It pertains to the activation of the physical body. As a special medical jonin, I believe Sister Meixiang can offer me excellent advice on this matter. Physical activation? However, considering Dongshalong's current age, contemplating this seems rather premature. I merely wish to conduct a thorough understanding in advance, to prepare for the true commencement of physical activation in the future. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Meixiang was not surprised. This child has always been so meticulous in his endeavors, planning before acting. I see. Then what inquiries does Dongshalong have that he can share with his sister? Slowly sitting on the sofa, she embraced Uchiha Dongshalong and affectionately rubbed against him. Inhaling the refreshing scent of her body, Uchiha Dongshalong felt somewhat helpless, although this was quite pleasurable. What of his dignity as a man? There were no ulterior motives. After the passing of their parents, Uchiha Meixiang, the youngest in the family, originally lived with her uncle. However, following her brother's marriage, feeling like a third wheel in the family, she moved in to live with him. The two shared a sense of mutual dependence. Uchiha Dongshalong gradually began to regard her as his true kin. Unlike other transmigrators, he did not insist on living alone, fearing the exposure of his secrets. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, he understood all too well the loneliness and solitude of solitary living. Humans are social creatures, and both men and women require the companionship of family, friends, and loved ones. In fact, Dongshalong's daily practice of refining and condensing chakra is the simplest form of physical activation. With Uchiha Meixiang's explanation, Uchiha Dongshalong gained a deeper understanding of the profound application of chakra in physical activation. The so-called physical activation is the use of chakra, this supernatural force, to nurture and stimulate the body or bodily tissues to achieve effects akin to enhancement through advanced application. The Inuzuka clan in the original work serves as an excellent representation, as its members utilize chakra to nurture their olfactory systems, endowing them with exceptional olfactory abilities. Furthermore, when necessary, they can employ chakra to further stimulate their olfactory systems, exponentially enhancing their capabilities. However, chakra, this energy, does not arise from thin air, just as one cannot lift oneself by grasping one's own hair. Ninjas are unable to broadly utilize chakra, composed of their own bodily and mental energy, for extensive nurturing of themselves. They can only gradually accumulate chakra through the most primal means of eating and resting, enhancing certain parts of the body or specific systems bit by bit. The premature engagement in physical activation, due to factors such as inexperience and lack of control, can easily lead to irreparable mistakes. Forcing one's body excessively during youth can have disastrous consequences for future growth and development, significantly impacting adulthood. Thus, the various ninja clans refrain from imparting such knowledge to their children too early, generally beginning their training gradually after the age of 10. This marks the typical path of a ninja's enhancement, accumulating chakra bit by bit after the age of 10, gradually nurturing their physical form, which in turn facilitates a synchronous increase in their strength. In contrast, the Jinchuriki, a unique existence, utilize the chakra leaked from the tailed beasts sealed within them as nourishment, thereby naturally activating their bodies and enhancing their overall physical capabilities. The refinement of chakra, dispersing it naturally throughout the body, follows a similar principle, albeit with a significantly smaller quantity. One method involves carefully controlling the chakra refined from within oneself, while the other allows the chakra from the tailed beast to disperse freely throughout the body. These represent the two primary methods of physical activation. One is slow and meticulous yet highly targeted, while the other is coarse and unrestricted but comprehensive. Reflecting on the original text, this understanding seems quite fitting. The special powers employed by the Jinchuriki of various villages, such as lava release, boil release, and sand release, all stem from the transformation of their bodies through the chakra leaked by the tailed beasts. Therefore, Winter Lion King Uchiha need not be overly anxious. In a few years, as his body matures, he can gradually embark on this long-term journey of ninja training. On the second morning, a magnificent dawn broke in the east, with wisps of smoke rising from the rooftops of the village, and a gossamer-like mist enveloping the air. Stepping through the morning fog, Uchiha Winter Lion slowly entered the courtyard. In the corner of the yard, on the large stone sphere built 2 years ago for meditation practice, sat a graceful young girl, Uchiha Mikasa, in a meditative pose. Although 2 years of meditation practice had not yet enabled her to sense natural energy, the benefits were nonetheless evident, bringing her peace of mind, stability, and heightened vitality. The most apparent improvement was in her ability to control her spiritual energy, physical energy, and chakra. After establishing a new training ground 6 months ago, Uchiha Winter Lion strongly encouraged Uchiha Mikasa to engage in this practice. Unable to resist his persistent persuasion, she tried it for 3 months and noticed significant progress in her fine control over chakra and the execution of medical ninjutsu. Every day, she voluntarily participated in this rather peculiar training, which she found delightful, as it did not require the sweat-soaked exertion typically associated with physical training. After all, which girl wouldn't relish a practice that leaves one fresh and fragrant? Indeed, the principle of it smells good applies universally. Uchiha Winter Lion also felt no apprehension regarding any unforeseen incidents, lacking the presence of the special environment and toad oil of Mount Myaboku. To effortlessly sense the natural energy and subsequently lose control to transform oneself into a statue is an exceedingly improbable occurrence. As for Uchiha Mikasa, being a rare prodigy in the cultivation of sage arts, effortlessly attuning to natural energy seems equally implausible. Shedding his burdens, Uchiha Toshirou stepped outside, leaping atop the roof of the adjacent house. Upon the rooftop, he unveiled a large skylight. As he opened the skylight, his gaze fell upon a sturdy, spear-like wooden rod, approximately 3 to 4 meters long and as thick as an arm. This rod, anchored within the dojo, reached up to the ceiling, exhibiting a slight elasticity due to its material. This was the very place where Uchiha Toshirou engaged in his daily meditative practices. He remained unconvinced that without Zhang the Butcher, he would be compelled to consume a pig with fur. He doubted that the absence of the 3 Great Holy Lands legacy would hinder his mastery of the sage mode. If 1 year proved insufficient, he would extend his efforts to 3 years. If 3 years were inadequate, he would devote 5, 10, or even 20 years. Eventually, he would thoroughly unravel the methods of sage art cultivation. After concluding his meditation and having breakfast, Uchiha Toshirou approached the entrance of the Uchiha compound. "Don't you really want your sister to accompany you to the ninja school?" "No, it's not necessary. Mikasa, you should focus on your new medicine." With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Toshirou dismissed the notion, joining his friends who had gathered at the compound's gate. And together they made their way to the ninja school. The ninja school was situated in the heart of Konoha, surrounded by various official institutions. To the north, 500 meters away, lay residential areas and marketplaces, while to the east, a few hundred meters distant, stood the Hokage's office and the renowned Hokage Rock. Upon entering the imposing red gate, The expansive square was teeming with people, bustling with the excitement of the school season. As parents ushered their children with fervent instructions amidst the throng, a massive banner announcing the enrollment ceremony adorned the teaching building. Uchiha Toshirou, having spent 16 years in education, was no stranger to such scenes. Navigating the familiar environment, he observed the various informational signs within the school, leading a group of orphans from his clan. Utilizing their shorter stature, they swiftly maneuvered through the crowd of adults to locate the administrative office responsible for handling new student registrations. After an extensive wait in line, they approached the two chunin in green vests to declare their names, each receiving a physical examination form. Under the surprised gazes of the staff, he guided the group toward the school's infirmary. Becoming a ninja was no simple feat. It required a balanced development of physicality, mental acuity, reflexes, and willpower. Moreover, given the current peace, there was no pressing need for the ninja school to train an abundance of cannon fodder. Leading the young clan members, he disregarded the peculiar glances cast upon them and found the medical personnel who had come to assist that day. The subsequent procedures were straightforward. They cued for vision, hearing, olfactory, and chakra sensitivity tests, among other assessments. After submitting their forms, they returned to the school square to await further instructions. As time passed, approximately an hour later, a young ninja appeared in the square, holding a list. Next, those whose names I call shall gather at the school playground for a physical fitness test. In the center of the playground stands a fearsome black-clad ninja, his face marred by numerous scars, and clad in a green vest, awaiting their arrival. Younglings, I am the examiner for this fitness assessment. From this point, you shall commence running around the playground with a target of 60 laps. 60 laps? How could that possibly be achievable? That is an excessive distance. Given the size of this playground, completing 60 laps would amount to several kilometers. A chorus of complaints erupted among the crowd. What are you waiting for? As ninjas, your foremost duty is to heed commands and fulfill tasks. Now, begin running immediately. A swarm of children slowly began to jog around the playground. This was the primary component of the entrance examination, assessing both endurance and perseverance. Here, the stark contrast between the descendants of ninjas and ordinary civilians became evident, as the large group of children gradually divided into two distinct tiers, with the gap between them widening. Naturally, Toshirou belonged to the faster group, having undergone early physical training. In terms of physical fitness, he surpassed most children from ninja clans. Before long, Toshirou found himself in the lead, effortlessly outpacing his peers who were desperately trying to catch up. Running was fundamental to his training, and for ninjas, sprinting is a routine necessity. Thus, while running may seem mundane and merely a test of stamina, it is indeed an essential criterion for becoming a ninja. In this regard, Toshirou stood head and shoulders above the rest. This performance undoubtedly caught the examiner's discerning eye, who nodded approvingly as Toshirou maintained his significant lead throughout the examination, standing out remarkably among all participants. As for concealing his abilities, Toshirou deemed it entirely unnecessary. The relationship between his clan and the village had not yet reached the tumultuous state following the Ninetales rampage. Once the final candidate crossed the finish line, the examination officially concluded. All children who abandoned the endeavor midway were disqualified, while those who successfully reached the end, even the slowest among them, passed the test. Today marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy. Established by the second Hokage, this official institution has been emulated throughout the ninja world, aiming to provide commoners with a pathway to becoming ninjas. Not only does it enroll children lacking clan heritage, but prominent ninja clans also entrust their offspring to the academy for training. The cultivation of clan secret techniques is not something to be rushed. Utilizing school breaks suffices, and the village can impart foundational knowledge, saving time and effort. This arrangement reassures the village and comforts the clans, as not everyone harbors thoughts of rebellion. Since the Ninja Academy is directly overseen by the Hokage, the curriculum is meticulously curated and thoughtfully compiled, with instructors appointed directly by the Hokage. Through such comprehensive measures and careful cultivation, whether they be commoner ninjas or clan ninjas, the majority uphold the will of fire, willing to contribute their strength to protect their village, safeguard their community, and support the Hokage. This also serves as an indirect means by which the influence of the Hokage affects the ninja clans. Although the intention is commendable, most clan members, due to their lineage and the privileged circumstances they inhabit, along with the esoteric techniques and various conveniences provided by their families, tend to prioritize their clan over the village, despite a strong sense of belonging to the latter. It is only natural for individuals to lean towards their own kin, regardless of distance or closeness. This is true, except for a select few who harbor the will of fire and approach problems from the perspective of the Hokage. Reflecting on this inevitably brings to mind the future paragon of filial piety within the clan, whose combat intelligence is exceptionally high, yet his emotional intelligence is almost non-existent. How could he have been so easily manipulated by the Hokage and Danzo, one playing the role of the benevolent and the other the tyrant, to become a mere instrument in their hands? In his eyes, Itachi Uchiha was simply a victim of their cunning. He speaks of a young boy who espouses the Hokage's way of thinking, claiming to embody the will of fire, while simultaneously resorting to coercion and bribery, warning that when the time comes to act, even his precious younger brother may not be spared. As the eldest son of Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi's allegiance to the Hokage left Fugaku feeling helpless amidst the strife between the two pairs of Sharingan. The fate of the clan was sealed the moment he chose to become the sharpest blade in the Hokage's arsenal. Otherwise, how could the two pairs of Sharingan have reached such a tragic impasse? Moreover, Shursui Uchiha too displayed a naive overconfidence by revealing his trump card to the higher-ups of Konoha, nearly losing his esteemed reputation in a single ambush. The educational practices within the Uchiha family are indeed concerning. After a moment of critique regarding his clan's upbringing, Toshirou Uchiha dismissed these chaotic thoughts from his mind. He chose not to dwell on the lengthy discourse delivered by the third Hokage. Due to his outstanding performance during the entrance examination, Toshirou was assigned to Class 1 of the first grade. The Ninja Academy housed nearly 10 classes for first graders, each comprising around 30 students, including teachers and administrative staff. The entire institution boasted nearly 2,000 individuals, with over 300 graduates each year. This figure seems reasonable when considering that Konoha is home to more than 10,000 active ninjas. Upon entering the teaching building and taking a right turn, Toshirou quickly located his classroom. Once confirmed, he stepped inside. He did not arrive particularly early, as there were already over 10 students present. At the center of the room, a small boy adorned with a dog-like headpiece, dressed in a blue t-shirt and sporting red paint resembling sharp teeth on his face, caught his attention. He was likely from the Inuzuka clan. In the front row, a diligent student with black hair and delicate features sat, easily identifiable as a member of the Hyuga clan. Despite the white bandages encircling her head, which suggested she was a caged bird, glancing around the room, Toshirou paid little mind to the other classmates, whether they were commoners or scions of clans. He offered a subtle nod to acknowledge those who had looked his way out of curiosity and proceeded directly to the last row by the window. This indeed is the favored spot for underachievers and those who traverse through time. Not long after, with the continuous arrival of the ninja trainees, the classroom became increasingly populated. The cacophony within the room gradually escalated. Although most of the attendees were unfamiliar with one another, a few extroverted socialites managed to forge new friendships. Scanning the classroom once more, it was evident that he was the sole representative of the Uchiha clan. This was a deliberate arrangement by the ninja school. Typically, only one child from a single clan would be placed in a class, aimed at diminishing the significance of clan identity. However, there are exceptions, as far as he knew. Among the 11 clan members enrolling this year, 2 were placed in the same class. The second Hokage established the police force, successfully curbing the Uchiha clan's influence, yet paradoxically, the clan's recent population growth can also be attributed to this measure. The number of 11, rather than the original 13 from the first training session, was due to 2 individuals having withdrawn from their aspiration to become ninjas over the past 2 years. Not every child possesses the tenacity and resilience to endure the hardships and exertions required to become a ninja. Ultimately, as a young man clutching a notebook entered the classroom, all the clamor and noise dissipated swiftly, akin to spring snow melting under the sun. "Wake up, everyone. We are about to commence our lesson." He clapped his hands to capture the attention of the children, simultaneously reminding a few distracted students, including the daydreaming Uchiha Toshirou. Toshirou turned to glance at the new instructor, whose appearance was quite distinctive. Clad in a green Chunin vest, complemented by black trousers and ninja sandals, with his forehead protector tied around his waist. His features were rather ordinary, except for his gleaming bald head, which was exceedingly striking. This inadvertently reminded Uchiha Toshirou of a character from a certain anime he had seen in his previous life, Saitama, from One Punch Man. His appearance does bear some resemblance to the serious Saitama. I am Aoyama Ryosuke, and from today until your graduation from ninja school, I shall be your instructor. As he spoke, he wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk. Upon hearing the teacher's name, Toshirou let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing dreadful had occurred. Had the teacher introduced himself as Saitama, he would have been at a loss for words. His own name, Toshirou, already gave him a sense of being in the wrong scene. If another Saitama were to appear, it would be utterly ridiculous. What if someone like Luffy or Bulma showed up? That would be overwhelming. While speaking, the young man bowed to the class. His attitude is commendable. It seems the Hokage has a good eye for talent. My name is Aoyama Ryosuke. I have a fondness for literary works, such as poetry collections. I detest unhealthy food and aspire to contribute my share of strength to the village. From the very outset, Teacher Aoyama provided a detailed self-introduction. Today marks the first day of class. We will not delve into specific content just yet. Let us first get acquainted and learn each other's names. Would anyone like to go first? Indeed, it is a refreshing perspective. Familiar formulas, familiar flavors. Allow me to begin. My name is Inuzuka Jiro. My fondness lies with the yellow ball, and I harbor a disdain for those who consume dog meat. My aspiration for the future is to become Hokage. As soon as Teacher Aoyama's voice faded, the young boy clad in a blue t-shirt, seated in the center of the classroom, seized the opportunity to speak before most of his classmates could react. The yellow ball must surely be the name of the brownish-yellow dog perched atop his head. Following him, 4 or 5 exuberant youths eagerly stepped forward, their impatience palpable as they feared being overshadowed by others. Although the situation became somewhat chaotic, thankfully, it did not result in an awkward silence, prompting a relieved sigh from Teacher Aoyama. Please, one at a time. Let us begin with the girl on the left in the first row. My name is Harada Saho. I adore kittens, detest spicy food, and my dream is to become an exceptional kunoichi. To everyone's surprise, the second speaker was indeed a cat enthusiast, standing in stark contrast to Inuzuka Jiro. I am Sarutobi Ryui, hailing from the Sarutobi clan. My preferences lean toward barbecued meat and sweet potatoes. I hold no particular dislikes. And my ambition is to become the next Hokage. A brash little fellow stood up to speak, his confidence radiating so fiercely that even Uchiha Daisuke felt a twinge of inadequacy, drawing the attention of several classmates. As the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, the impact and transformation brought about by the third Hokage on his family were monumental, as exemplified by Sarutobi Ryui, who prided himself on belonging to a prestigious clan and looked down upon the other commoners and clan members within the village. Even the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka clans did not capture his regard, save for the allies of his own clan, namely the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families. This is hardly surprising, for in a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. As time passed, one by one, the youths took to the podium to share their preferences, dislikes, and aspirations, while Teacher Aoyama diligently recorded their words in his notebook. Through their introductions, Daisuke realized that his class was akin to an elite class from his previous life, comprising offspring from illustrious families such as Sarutobi, Nara, Inuzuka, and Akimichi, alongside some ordinary children bearing unfamiliar surnames. He also observed that among the boys, 7 or 8 harbored dreams of becoming Hokage, including both clan members and commoners. In contrast, the girls predominantly aspired to be formidable kunoichi or medical ninjas. Before long, it was his turn for self-introduction. My name is Uchiha Daisuke. I relish soaking in hot springs and quietly reading. I abhor trouble. And my dream is to become a powerful ninja, traveling the ninja world to savor the delicacies and fine wines of various regions, while making friends with all manner of beautiful ladies. Standing confidently at the podium, Uchiha Daisuke spoke with assurance. As his words echoed, Teacher Aoyama could not help but raise an eyebrow. The preceding introductions had been relatively standard. As the exploration of culinary delights progresses, one must remember that you are still merely a 6-year-old child, yearning for libations and friendships with various enchanting young ladies. Though these 6-year-olds in the classroom exhibit a precociousness, they remain innocent children, often appearing somewhat bewildered. What is the matter with this young rascal? Is he perhaps overly mature? How impressive! This Uchiha fellow harbors a commendable dream. Yes, I have decided. I shall adopt a dream akin to his, to traverse the ninja world, savoring its myriad delicacies and exquisite wines. Upon hearing the declarations of Winter Lion, the classroom erupted into a lively buzz, with an array of comments pouring forth. Uchiha Winter Lion spoke no falsehood. These aspirations are indeed his heartfelt desires. He has arrived in a wholly new realm, seeking to understand the customs of diverse locales and to indulge in the world's rarest culinary treasures and fine wines. These thoughts reflect his genuine sentiments, as this world is brimming with natural energy. Whether it be the bizarre and colossal creatures or the unique mountain delicacies found in the forests, each experience offers him a distinct gustatory adventure. As for befriending beautiful young ladies, he has only crossed into this fantastical realm once, perhaps a culmination of several lifetimes of fortune. Must he really pursue some grand ambition or become a shadowy mastermind in pursuit of such dreams? Or perhaps save the world and forge peace? Such nonsense. Are not the charming young ladies of this two-dimensional world enticing enough? Were it not for the lurking dangers, he would not strive so diligently to become a ninja. At most, his curiosity drives him to refine his chakra and explore the wonders of various jutsus and sealing techniques. How could he possibly rise each day before dawn to train? He is quite exhausted. This Uchiha classmate possesses dreams that are both unique and grandiose. Might this young lad one day transform into a figure reminiscent of Jiraiya? He imagines a vision clad in the traditional dark, high-collared attire of the Uchiha clan, adorned with the emblem of red and white, squatting by a hot spring, peaking in a manner entirely incongruous with the proud and aloof demeanor of the Uchiha. Indeed, this individual appears to be around 28 or 29, resembling the bald head of Saitama, yet is familiar with that future legendary sage, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, who is also the teacher of the fourth Hokage and the lecherous sage spoken of by Naruto, the child of prophecy. At this moment, it is the 38th year of Konoha. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are merely around 28, in their prime. Even the future swiftest man in the ninja world, known as the Golden Flash, is only 14, a mere youth. A butterfly in the tropical rainforests of the Amazon may, on occasion, flutter its wings, potentially inciting a tornado in Texas 2 weeks hence. As a traveler of worlds, I wonder if I might inadvertently trigger some butterfly effect? What if, in the future, Sasuke and Naruto do not exist? How would this anime continue? What if Madara and Kaguya were to re-emerge? Would it be my responsibility to confront them? Inexplicably, a myriad of whimsical thoughts surged through the mind of Uchiha Toshirou. The dawn gradually unfurled its curtains, heralding yet another splendid morning, descending upon the world with refreshing vigor. Within the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, nestled amidst a copse of trees, a lithe figure darted through the gaps between the trunks like a cheetah in the wild, vanishing from sight. The rapid sounds of breathing echoed akin to the wheezing of a bellows beside an old blacksmith's forge, reminiscent of a young beast drawing breath. Still unformed, yet already bearing the markings of a tiger or leopard, as he dashed past a thicket of lush shrubs, skillfully twisting his body to evade the thorns that lay in wait. Uchiha Toshirou was immersed in his morning routine. Unlike the leisurely jogs of 2 years prior, he was now engaged in a furious sprint. His limbs and the small vest he wore were burdened with considerable weight, totaling over 50 kilograms. For a boy of less than 120 centimeters in height and weighing around 28 kilograms, this was indeed an exaggeration. Yet, in the realm of ninjas, where the extraordinary power of chakra exists, such feats are hardly surprising. He did not, like the original character Lee, keep the weights strapped to him at all times. Rather, he donned them solely during his morning exercises to prevent any adverse effects on his developing physique. His method of running diverged from that of ordinary individuals, who typically choose a flat terrain to circle for endurance training. Instead, he plunged into the forest, sprinting at high speed without the aid of chakra, constantly executing evasive maneuvers to navigate the branches and thorns that threatened to impede his path. In the dim morning light, the velocity of his run posed a formidable challenge to his reflexes, control, balance, and ankle joints. Coupled with the 50 kilograms of added weight, it became a significant test of his physical stamina, endurance, and explosive strength. A moment's inattention could result in injury, even grave harm. Checking his stopwatch, he noted that his average time for the week was 2 minutes better than the previous one. This was a self-devised method of tracking progress. Whenever his average time for the designated route reached 50 minutes over a week, he would increase his weight by 5 kilograms to enhance the training's effectiveness. After a moment of self-encouragement, Uchiha Toshirou, thoroughly exhausted and with trembling legs, stepped through the threshold of his home. "I'm back," he called weakly, shedding the burdensome weights and feeling a wave of lightness envelop him. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. Sit down and have a drink of water," came the familiar voice of Uchiha Mikasa from the kitchen. Just 5 minutes later, Toshirou found himself heartily indulging at the dining table. Over the past 2 years, his appetite had burgeoned considerably, rivaling that of the adult Uchiha Mikasa. To enhance his physical energy, he diligently embraced various straightforward yet effective methods such as increasing exercise, improving nutritional intake, and adopting the practice of consuming smaller, more frequent meals. Uchiha Mikako, a medical ninja, though not specialized in the field of nutrition, consistently prepared breakfast, bento, and other meals that were not only rich in nutrients but also exceptionally delectable, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future as a formidable warrior. Following breakfast, as per routine, he engaged in an hour of meditative practice before stepping out of the compound alongside Uchiha Mikako, one heading to the Ninja Academy and the other to the security forces. Meanwhile, within the confines of his home, another version of Uchiha Toshirou was diligently honing his swordsmanship in the dojo. Indeed, it was his shadow clone that accompanied Uchiha Mikako to school. Since completing the tree climbing and water walking exercises a year prior, Uchiha Toshirou had embarked on the study of ninjutsu, selecting only the 4 most fundamental techniques from the scrolls: the fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, shadow clone technique, and the illusion technique, demonic illusion, Naruto no Shinjitsu. His training in fire release and illusion techniques progressed remarkably well, allowing him to master these 3 techniques within a mere fortnight. However, he encountered difficulties with the shadow clone technique, not due to an inability to execute it, but rather because the duration for which the clones persisted fell short of his expectations, lasting only 20 to 30 minutes. This was a reasonable limitation, attributed to his dual existence and the practice of meditation. His mental prowess was exceptional, whether it involved reading, studying, or managing his chakra and learning illusions. He achieved results with minimal effort. Nevertheless, his 6-year-old age hindered the development of his physical energy, and the perennial challenge of insufficient chakra loomed over him throughout the years. Even though he could utilize a shadow clone to attend school, it still imposed significant limitations. He endeavored to remain still whenever possible in class and would borrow a few books from the library, inadvertently evolving into a quiet, handsome figure. However, outdoor classes necessitated his physical presence. Fortunately, outdoor lessons were typically scheduled for the afternoon, while mornings were reserved for theoretical knowledge. Consequently, he made substantial adjustments to his training regimen. Rising before dawn each day, he engaged in weighted sprints, followed by breakfast and meditation, subsequently dispatching a shadow clone to school. He then devoted time to physical training and swordsmanship, allowing for a 1-hour break to replenish his energy. By noon, upon dispelling the shadow clone, he would promptly have lunch and rest. In the afternoon, he personally attended classes, participating in outdoor activities which also served as a form of reprieve. Of course, he did not neglect to send out another shadow clone to practice chakra nature transformation at home, though this clone typically dissipated an hour or 2 before his return from school. In his perspective, the shadow clone technique was anything but ordinary, distinctly different from the typical ninjutsu formed through transformations of elemental nature such as fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water. The ability to create an identical self, to replace oneself in training, reconnaissance, and combat, and ultimately to transmit relevant experiences and memories back into one's own being, is indeed extraordinary. He suspects that this ninjutsu is derived from the art of yin-yang manipulation. Simultaneously, it serves as a method of self-cultivation and the enhancement of mental energy. By employing shadow clones, he continuously acquires new knowledge, experiences, and fatigue, allowing his mental energy to circulate through a cycle of consumption and restoration, ultimately leading to growth. It is noteworthy that in the original work, Naruto began to soar only after mastering this ninjutsu. At this moment, within the dojo of the Uchiha family, a figure stands with both hands gripping a sword, relentlessly striking at a training dummy. As time passes, the sound of the iron sword clashing against the wooden puppet resonates like a tempest. He possesses no formal sword techniques, such as the quick draw or taijutsu. Though he has heard of them, he lacks a specific method of practice. He remains unconcerned, diligently repeating the foundational sword techniques passed down by his clan, emphasizing speed, precision, and ferocity in each move. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being sliced apart emerges as a wooden sphere the size of an egg hurtles towards his back, just as he is bringing his sword down with great force. In that fleeting moment, as the old strength wanes and new strength has yet to materialize, he seems to sense the impending danger and remains unperturbed. With a slight motion of his arm, he gently redirects the blade backward. The clash of the sphere against the hilt resonates sharply. Effortlessly dealing with this assault, he pays it no mind and continues to strike at the dummy. After a while, another sound of air splitting rushes in from the front side, perfectly timed as he thrusts his sword toward the dummy. Unable to change his attack mid-motion, he twists his waist and lowers his head, abandoning the strike and successfully evading the incoming sphere once again. This is a new training method he has devised for himself. In a past life, he recalls reading about a swimming world champion whose coach would constantly create unexpected situations during training, whether the goggles suddenly leaked or the swimsuit tore, endlessly challenging him to adapt to unforeseen circumstances in competition. Inspired by this, he arranges for a shadow clone to accompany him during every physical or sword training session. Armed with a specially ordered crossbow from Uchiha Toshirou, the clone silently launches a wooden sphere at him. Sometimes, he even makes subtle alterations to his iron sword or the dummy to further challenge himself, honing his ability to respond to unexpected attacks in battle. Even his morning runs are meticulously planned through various routes in the forest, enabling him to adapt continuously and sprint swiftly through new environments, achieving more pronounced training results. In his view, this is of utmost necessity. The battles of a ninja are always unexpected, rife with suddenness and uncertainty. Their high offense, heightened sensitivity, and low defense compel ninjas to deceive their opponents and launch surprise attacks, in pursuit of achieving a decisive effect. It is uncertain whether it is the rigorous training of recent years that has awakened the latent attributes of his physique or the unbroken morning meditation that has deepened his connection to nature. At the outset of this training, he would often find himself struck by the wooden sphere, even when he deliberately chose areas with ample flesh. The impact would cause him considerable pain. Gradually, Uchiha Toshirou sensed the emergence of a certain level of perceptive ability. Each time the wooden sphere lunged towards him, it felt as if he had an innate foreknowledge of its approach. Even during his morning runs, he occasionally sensed any discordant elements within the woods. However, his range of awareness was still limited, only extending to 3 to 5 meters in front of and around him. As for his choice of a wooden sphere rather than sharp objects like shuriken, he was no masochist. Even a wooden shuriken, when launched from a bow, could inflict injury and bloodshed. After nearly an hour of swordsmanship practice, Uchiha Toshirou took a generous gulp of salt water to replenish his body's nutrients. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the shadow clone technique, which he found rather cumbersome. The doppelganger had nearly toppled him with a mere slap, as though it intended to deliver a significant blow. "I am the original, you know. Have you ever considered the feelings of the original?" Thankfully, he had recently discontinued the practice of shuriken throwing, or he might have truly struggled. He believed that shuriken were only useful during the ranks of genin and chunin. By the time one reached jonin and beyond, including the esteemed shadow ranks, or even beyond, their efficacy diminished significantly. As for the Uchiha clan's renowned shuriken techniques, they were largely a spectacle, as depicted in the original narrative, where Itachi showcased his prowess by colliding shuriken mid-air to alter their trajectories against adversaries. Perhaps he would attempt such feats once his Sharingan awakened. Speaking of the Sharingan, he felt a pang of frustration. Why was it that others seemed to awaken their eyes immediately upon their arrival in this world? It was common to hear of children awakening at 2 or 3 years old, or even 4 or 5 being the norm. Yet here he was, with nothing to show for it. It was rather disheartening. He feared he might have traversed into a counterfeit version of this reality. Could it be due to the fact that he had yet to refine his chakra at that time? Reclining in a specially crafted rocking chair in the living room, he swayed gently while emptying his mind. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, accompanied by a faint sense of fatigue. A glance at the clock in the living room revealed the hands pointed precisely at 11:50. Just 10 minutes prior, the Ninja Academy had concluded its morning classes, and the shadow clone had found a secluded spot to dissipate. The influx of information he was receiving was the accumulation of knowledge that the shadow clone had acquired throughout the morning at the academy. Of course, it was not the standard classroom material, but rather a detailed volume he had brought along, elucidating medical ninjutsu and training methodologies. Having mastered the shadow clone technique, He had conducted multiple experiments and gained a general understanding of his affinity with this ninjutsu, thanks to the fortunate circumstances of being a traveler and bearing the Uchiha name. His mental energy was exceptional, standing out among both his clan and peers, nearly 2 to 3 times greater than theirs. Even his physical energy surpasses that of his peers considerably, yet the limits of his strength remain. The disparity between him and the likes of the Thousand Hands and the Whirlpool is immense. If the usage of shadow clones is prolonged and the activity level becomes excessive, the accumulated fatigue will render his body unable to cope. In contrast, the mental aspect is relatively more manageable. The knowledge absorbed by his shadow clones throughout the morning floods his mind. Although some fatigue ensues, a brief respite is usually sufficient to alleviate it. Consequently, his approach to employing shadow clones became distinctly defined. Engaging in activities such as learning new information, training chakra nature transformation, attending cultural classes at the Ninja Academy, and assisting in his training. These tasks, which do not entail significant physical exertion and thus do not induce overwhelming fatigue, are delegated to the shadow clones. Meanwhile, he focuses on enhancing the intensity of his physical training. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary resilience of Naruto Uzumaki, who has been infused with the yang chakra of the Nine Tails since childhood, undergoing profound physical transformation. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, he could effortlessly produce 2,000 to 3,000 shadow clones, truly a marvel. With regard to the training of chakra nature and form transformation, he has devised a comprehensive plan. A year prior, upon deciding to formally embark on his ninjutsu training, he assessed his chakra attributes. Fortuitously, he possesses 3 distinct chakra natures: fire, lightning, and wind, renowned for their offensive prowess and difficulty in control. The fire and lightning attributes likely stem from his father, while the wind attribute, as noted by Mikoto Uchiha, is inherited from his mother, who is among the rare ninjas in the Uchiha clan with a non-fire attribute. He has perfectly inherited the exceptional genes of both parents. In light of the sequence of conflicts during the Third Shinobi World War, which saw Konoha first engage with the Land of Wind, followed by the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water, he has resolved to prioritize the cultivation of his fire attribute, followed by lightning, and then wind, leveraging fire against wind, lightning against earth, and wind against lightning. He does not underestimate the critical factor of elemental advantages, simply because it has not been extensively depicted in anime. Was Konoha's dominance over Sunagakure merely a result of economic pressure? Why did Inoki, the second Tsuchikage, resort to ambushing Kumogakure? What led to the mutual destruction of the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage? Behind these events lie the elemental interactions among various hidden villages. Much like Deidara's defeat at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha due to elemental disadvantage, these are clear examples. Conveniently, Uchiha Toshirou possesses detailed materials regarding the training methods for these 3 chakra attributes, including their nature and form transformation. As for yin and yang attributes, those require a more gradual approach. Based on his research and collected data, these 2 attributes present a significantly higher level of difficulty compared to the ordinary 5 elemental natures, imposing distinct demands on a ninja's physical constitution and mental fortitude. In his plan, he intends to gradually explore and experiment with them once he can produce more shadow clones in 2 years' time. He opens the refrigerator and retrieves a large lunchbox, prepared by Mikoto Uchiha for his midday meal. As of now, there is no microwave, that marvel of modern technology. It is not easy to heat it, yet he remains unperturbed. With his hands pressed together, he places them on both sides of the lunchbox. Soon, a faint blue glow of chakra flickers into existence. Before long, wisps of steam begin to rise from the box. This is the fruit of his recent training in chakra nature transformation. In truth, it is quite simple. Akin to the transformation training associated with wind chakra, one simply fills a basin with water and then controls the chakra to heat the water until it reaches a high boiling temperature. As one progresses, the volume of water is increased to elevate the temperature for the fire release jutsu. Of course, there are also various training methods related to smoke, explosions, and impact force. Each chakra attribute has its own distinct nature transformation. For instance, water attributes involve high pressure, oil, and glue, while earth attributes concern stickiness, hardness, and gravity. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling of being pampered washes over Uchiha Toshirou as he savors his delectable lunch. Is he bringing shame upon the traversers? Miki-san's bento is truly delightful. Meanwhile, within the unremarkable architectural confines of the Hokage building at the heart of Konohagakure. The sound of high heels clicking rhythmically against the wooden floor resonates through the corridor outside the Hokage's office. With a resounding crash, the door to the Hokage's office is forcefully flung open, and a striking figure strides into the room. Golden, silky hair cascades down her back, the tips casually tied into two ponytails. Her complexion is fair and smooth, framed by two golden, leaf-shaped brows beneath, which her light brown eyes sparkle with brilliance. A prominent nose leads to lightly pursed lips, adorned with a small, snow-blue diamond mark between her brows, rendering her stunningly beautiful. Most arresting, however, is her impressive bosom, which even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, well-versed in the art of observation, cannot help but glance at before adopting a serious demeanor to admonish her. Tsunade, how many times must I remind you? You must knock before entering my office. Adjusting the Hokage hat atop his head to obscure his view slightly, the third Hokage spoke with utmost gravity. Just like that fool Jiraiya. Truly, one can see the reflection of the master in the disciple, he thought, shaking his head at her blatant disregard for decorum. So familiar is she with this office that she pays no heed to his reprimand. The walls, adorned with photographs of the first and second Hokage, evoke countless fond memories from her childhood spent here. The golden-haired woman gazes disdainfully at the third Hokage, dismissing his chastisement as mere background noise. Ahem, what brings you here today, Tsunade? The third Hokage, feeling cornered under her scornful gaze, coughs to mask his discomfort and swiftly shifts the topic, fully aware of her mentor's true nature. Tsunade rolls her eyes and states her purpose for visiting the Hokage's office today. The esteemed medical ninja, Uchiha Mika, inquired directly about the clinical trial report concerning a novel hemostatic drug that she submitted. She sought his opinion on the proposal to incorporate this drug into the standard medical supplies for ninjas. Without any preamble, she posed her question, which was the very purpose of her visit to the Hokage's office. The newly developed hemostatic agent by Uchiha Mika? She mused to herself while glancing at a document on the desk. He was already aware of this new medication since Mika had sought approval for clinical trials. Initially, he had not deemed it significant, perceiving it merely as a gesture from the Uchiha clan to express their support for the village's ongoing medical reforms. However, the situation had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated, culminating in a delightful surprise. As he examined the collected trial reports, he noted that the hemostatic effect of this drug exceeded that of current wound medications by sixfold, with a healing speed surpassing existing treatments by twice as much, and its infection resistance significantly outstripping current offerings. Remarkably, its cost was only double that of existing medications. Did Konoha possess similar efficacious drugs? Yes, but these were closely guarded secrets of various clans, each with exorbitant prices. The drug in question, with its exceptional and nearly flawless efficacy, promised immense assistance to injured ninjas and would greatly reduce casualty rates within Konoha once widely adopted. Over the past 3 days, he had convened multiple meetings, engaging in rounds of discussions with the higher-ups, but no consensus had been reached. The current wound medications were sourced primarily from the combined efforts of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans, supplemented by local specialties from smaller families, all centralized in village production. The Uchiha clan, however, was not included in this procurement list. To hastily promote this new medication would undoubtedly incite considerable discourse and upheaval within the village. While the existing drugs were somewhat lacking in effectiveness, they held the advantage of being under village control. In contrast, this new drug was under the purview of the Uchiha clan, whose relationship with the village was complex. Tsunade, you must understand the intricacies of promoting this new medication, which involves a web of interests in the stances of various clans, making it an exceedingly complicated matter. Bah, the tedious balance of interests. However, as far as I know, the formulation of this new drug shares some common ingredients with the original medications. Additionally, the complexity and diversity of materials used in the new drug pose minimal threat to the interests of the village clans, suggesting that its overall impact would be negligible. Her fervent advocacy for this new drug was intrinsically linked to the groundbreaking medical reforms it heralded. Although the initiative to incorporate medical ninjas into teams had yielded positive results, its implementation had been recent and the resultant scale effects remained modest. She was in urgent need of a remarkable achievement to prompt the village to bolster investments in medical ninjutsu, medical ninjas, and various medical drugs and equipment. Medical ninjas. After all, are not omnipotent. Not every individual possesses the same vast physical energy or mastery in medical ninjutsu as she does. Those newly trained medical ninjas can merely perform rudimentary techniques such as hemostasis and healing, and their frequency of use varies from person to person. Thus, she eagerly yearns to incorporate this new medicine into the conventional medical supplies for ninjas, aiming to save more comrades' lives while also instilling in the village the significance of fortifying the medical system. As for guarding against the Uchiha clan, although she has been somewhat influenced by her great-uncle, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and harbors some caution towards the Uchiha, the gap between her understanding and that of her great-uncle and her current teacher, the third Hokage, is immense. Moreover, whether regarding ninjas or the various clans within the village, this matter is indeed a great boon. Even her newly established medical system stands to gain immensely, leaving no grounds for refusal. Tsunade, things are not as simple as you envision. Allow me to elucidate the intricacies regarding my increasingly exceptional disciple. The third Hokage did not conceal a shred of information, gradually revealing the ramifications involved. It turns out that what seems to be a straightforward procurement of medicinal herbs actually intertwines with the village's influence over its various clans, their stances on certain matters, and their alignments. The clans within the village have included their unique medicinal specialties in the village's procurement list, thereby unwittingly surrendering their economic authority to the village. Your clan's leader exhibits considerable skepticism towards the will of fire. Should you elders contemplate a change? What do you think of uniting against the Uchiha? Would you support a conflict with so-and-so? What opinions do you hold regarding me as the third Hokage? These queries reflect the substantial influence the Hokage has over the clans within the village. Whether it be herbs or specialties, the land of fire is bountiful. Without your clan, others can still provide. How sordid this is. Tsunade, after my earnest explanations for so long, to receive only a callous remark in return incensed the third Hokage. Were it not for the fact that she is his own disciple and possesses a unique status, he would have undoubtedly reprimanded her thoroughly. Despite the potential grim consequences that awaited her upon returning home, possibly even unfit for her bed. Recalling his wife, Senju Buwako's affection for Tsunade, he swiftly extinguished any thoughts of chastising his wayward disciple. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife was originally named Senju Buwako, a member of the Senju clan, who married him under the witness of the second Hokage. For many years, she has shown Tsunade exceptional favoritism, to the extent that even his son, Asuma, has complained, stating that Tsunade is the true daughter of his mother, while he is merely an adopted child. It was quite perplexing for Uchiha Toshirou, who, while watching anime, noted the third Hokage's diminutive stature juxtaposed with his son Asuma's towering physique. Only later, through casual conversations with the adults in his family, did he grasp this reality. So, what are your plans now? Is it merely because of the Uchiha clan that we forsake effective medications and thus increase the casualty rate among ninjas? Drawing a deep breath from the pipe in his hand, he exhaled slowly, allowing his visage to be shrouded in the pale purple smoke. The promotion of new medications in the village was undoubtedly essential, yet he emphasized the pronunciation of the word village with deliberation as the third Hokage spoke softly. Oh, I have heard that the Uchiha clan has applied for clinical trials under the guise of their family's secret medicine. Do you intend to seize it outright? Tsunade regarded the third Hokage with a playful glint in her eyes. If so, the situation could become quite intriguing. She was merely an observer, relishing the unfolding drama. Sighing, the third Hokage acknowledged the immense complications of the matter. Recalling the recently concluded meeting, where differing opinions were voiced by Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Menka, he felt a throbbing headache. Danzo's approach was blunt and ruthless, proposing to capture Uchiha Mikasa and extract the information regarding her medicinal knowledge through interrogation, or even infiltrate her home to pilfer the formula for replication. Shikaku suggested rallying various clans within the village to collectively pressure the Uchiha into surrendering their formula for the benefit of the village. Menka's method was comparatively gentle and pragmatic, advocating for the village to supply the raw materials while the Uchiha clan would handle production, distributing the final product to the ninjas. Danzo's strategy was overly simplistic and reckless. The repercussions of directly apprehending an Uchiha were unpredictable. As for theft, the Uchiha were not outsiders. Pilfering from one's own kin would certainly provoke discontent among the various clans. Furthermore, the Uchiha were far from oblivious. Shikaku's proposal was excessively forceful. Such tactics would deepen the rift between the village and the Uchiha, hampering unity. Minka's plan, however, possessed the greatest feasibility and was acceptable to the village. The question remained whether the Uchiha would acquiesce. 3 individuals, 3 perspectives, 3 strategies. This succinctly encapsulated the village's stance towards the Uchiha clan. Although the ideas were commendable, entrusting the procurement and promotion of the new medication entirely to the village raised concerns about whether the Uchiha would consent. If the village controlled the procurement of raw materials, they would have a clear understanding of the various herbs used in the medication, thus compromising confidentiality. To speak frankly, with minimal research, the village could potentially replicate a new medication with comparable efficacy and subsequently discard the Uchiha with ease. As for the promotion by the village, it would essentially sever any significant ties the Uchiha had with the matter. Aspirations for prestige or other benefits would be utterly unattainable. Conversely, the notion of granting the Uchiha the responsibility for production and promotion never crossed the third Hokage's mind. Should that occur, the Uchiha clan would leverage their connection to the new medication, fostering beneficial relationships with numerous smaller clans in the village through the procurement of raw materials, while simultaneously gaining considerable renown among the common ninjas. This would counteract the negative perceptions stemming from the law enforcement agency, which conflicted with the village's established policy towards the Uchiha. With a disdainful curl of her lips, Tsunade deliberately avoided the convoluted discussions among the village's higher-ups, eager to extricate herself from the situation. Without a word of farewell, she turned sharply and pushed open the door, intending to depart from the Hokage's office, leaving behind a terse remark: "Do as you wish with this matter. However, our medical department will include the new drug in the procurement list. Its remarkable hemostatic effects can save many comrades' lives." One of her aspirations was to preserve the lives of more villagers. Now that a superior option had arisen, she would not relinquish it. As for the subsequent repercussions, she was not the Hokage. Those concerns could be left to the old man to grapple with. "Tsunade, do not be so hasty in leaving. I have an important mission to assign to you," the third Hokage interjected, proposing the development of a new medication akin to the one she had just dismissed. Ignoring his mention of an important task, Tsunade strode out of the Hokage's office with an air of indifference, her steps resolute and commanding. The notion of creating a substitute drug hardly piqued her interest, especially given her lack of knowledge about the components and development approach. Now that she had uncovered some of the underlying principles, she found it beneath her to follow that path to create a new medication. After all, she was Tsunade Senju, and though the Senju clan may have waned, her pride in her lineage had never diminished. "Not interested? Have you lost your mind, old man? The resources and time required to develop a drug with similar efficacy would be astronomical, and I am quite occupied at the moment," she retorted. Regardless of the world, the creation of a new pharmaceutical is a colossal endeavor, both financially and temporally. Mikoto Uchiha had benefited from the family's secret medicine. Otherwise, how could she have achieved such remarkable results in less than 2 years? Precisely because it is fraught with challenges, you are indispensable. If anyone can develop a comparable drug in a short time, it is you, he thought, watching his pupil stride out of the Hokage's office without a backward glance. His concerns extended beyond the new drug. They also encompassed his 3 beloved disciples. Jiraiya, despite his extraordinary luck in signing a contract with one of the legendary Sannin, Mount Miyaboku, remained as incorrigibly lecherous as ever. In recent years, he had lingered in the land of rain, teaching children from other nations to become ninjas, all while prattling on about seeking the destined child, embodying a carefree demeanor. Orochimaru had grown increasingly sinister in recent years. The immense expectations he had once harbored for him now compelled him to consider the question of the next Hokage's successor. Whether to select him was becoming a pressing dilemma. Fortunately, he still considered himself vigorous, still in his prime, and not yet in a hurry. As for Tsunade, she had always held herself in high regard, leveraging her status and the affection of the people of Lake Biwa. In the village of Konoha, she had often acted with impunity, showing little regard for others' feelings. However, she had also inherited the will of fire from the first Hokage, and her actions over the years had gradually aligned with a more righteous path. With a sigh, the third Hokage reluctantly picked up the bento prepared by Lake Biwa, delivered by his secretary. While consuming his meal, Uchiha Toshirou busied himself with an overwhelming stack of documents before him. Little did he know that his unintentional suggestion nearly led Uchiha Mikasa into an unforeseen peril. However, He had long anticipated the various dilemmas that the third Hokage found himself entangled in. From the moment Uchiha Mikasa shared the fundamental data regarding the drug development, he foresaw that this matter would inevitably instigate a monumental shift between the village and their clan. To better grasp the village's stance towards the Uchiha, he elaborated extensively to Uchiha Mikasa on the myriad of interests and implications involved. This was also to gauge the family's attitude towards the village, providing crucial insights for their future survival strategy, whether to flee with a few trusted clan members or attempt to salvage the clan's destiny. Should the village entirely reject the new medication and incorporate it into the conventional medical supplies for ninjas, or exert pressure without regard for the Uchiha sentiments? There would be little to deliberate. Preparations for escape would be in order. As for the idea of attempting a coup to gain power within the village alongside his family, he had never entertained such thoughts. Even if he possessed the formidable strength akin to that of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, he would not resort to such machinations. The Uchiha, after all, were among the founders of Konoha, and he was a part of that village. To return to the epicenter of power through treachery and deceit was wholly unthinkable. In his view, orchestrating a coup with the strength of a single clan would ultimately raise the question of how to gain the villagers' acceptance and the affirmation of the active ninjas within the village. Furthermore, there loomed a myriad of troubles from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, the nobility, and the leaders of other major ninja villages. Moreover, he believed that once a coup is successfully executed, it sets a precedent for further attempts. If the Uchiha could ascend through such means, could the Hyuga not attempt the same? Might the Yamanaka consider trying? Even the smaller clans, such as the Inuzuka and the Nara, may also contemplate such actions. With the complete value system and historical experience from his past life, he understood profoundly the futility of such endeavors. Those who ascend through coups often meet grim fates. The fortunate few may achieve success and retire gracefully, while a slight miscalculation could lead to the obliteration of their entire lineage. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the first-grade classroom, 1 of the Ninja Academy, a black-haired youth clad in a deep blue high-neck long-sleeve shirt lay motionless on his desk by the window. The warm sunlight of a spring afternoon streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon his figure, as if adorning him with a gilded frame, causing him to emanate a faint golden glow. The slumbering boy at the desk was none other than Uchiha Toshirou. Despite having indulged in a 2-hour midday nap, the recent creation of a shadow clone infused with a significant portion of his chakra left him feeling exceedingly fatigued, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Coupled with the gentle warmth of the spring sun, he soon found himself drifting back into a slumber shortly after taking his seat in the classroom. Suddenly, the sound of sliding doors being pushed open echoed through the room. Dressed in a green chunin vest, resembling the bald teacher Saitama, Ryosuke Aoyama entered the classroom and made his way to the podium. Instantly, the students who had been engaged in their playful antics ceased their activities, straightened their posture, and assumed the demeanor of diligent scholars. Everyone perked up, for we were about to embark on a fundamental physical training assessment. Those who had been dozing off at the back should rouse themselves and pay attention. Nearly a month had passed since the commencement of ninja school. Setting aside the scions of noble families in the class, even the ordinary children had successfully begun to harness their chakra. Consequently, the school had instituted a series of foundational ability tests for the newly enrolled students, encompassing various aspects including academic knowledge, hand signs, and physical capabilities. Today marked the day for the physical training test. Reluctantly rising, a student rested his head on his hand, gazing numbly at the impassioned discourse of teacher Aoyama, who extolled the significance of the day's assessment. Several classmates turned their heads to steal glances at the recently called upon Dong Shirlang. Since joining the school, he had maintained an exceptionally low profile, save for a brief moment of brilliance on exam day. His mornings were typically spent quietly seated in the library, engrossed in a book. The glances directed at him were tinged with curiosity and intrigue. This Uchiha fellow is rather peculiar. His quietness is almost unsettling. The silent Dong Shirlang is so handsome. Even just waking up, he looks adorable. I wish to befriend him. Unfazed by the curious expressions of the boys and the infatuated looks from some girls, Uchiha Dong Shirlang had long resolved to be a serene and striking figure within the ninja school. He aimed to minimize movement and conserve energy as much as possible. All right, everyone, let us proceed to the multi-purpose activity room for the physical training assessment. The multi-purpose activity room resembled the training dojo of Dong Shirlang's home. albeit larger and capable of accommodating more participants. Inside the activity room, teacher Aoyama was conversing with an elderly ninja, approximately in his 40s or 50s, with graying hair. Now, this is your physical training instructor, Yuta Ikeda. When your names are called, step forward one by one to spar with teacher Ikeda. A successful threatening attack will earn you 1 point, while making contact with teacher Ikeda will garner you 3 points. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Let's get started. The chaotic responses from the group of youngsters left teacher Aoyama feeling utterly embarrassed in front of his colleague. Veins bulged on his forehead as he could no longer contain his frustration, bellowing, "You lot, get your act together. The results of this exam will impact your futures. Clear the space in the middle and sit along the walls." His furious roar echoed throughout the classroom, even causing the hair of a few students standing before him to flutter wildly. Yes, observing that the students had finally adopted a semblance of order, Ryosuke Aoyama nodded and addressed the nearby ninja. "Teacher Ikeda, shall we commence?" It is no wonder he places such great importance on this examination, as the results will be recorded in the students' files. These scores will be compared comprehensively with their physical fitness grades at graduation, alongside the evaluation from their teachers to determine class placements. The physical examination will be conducted in the form of a sparring match, the rules of which you are all familiar with. I shall serve as the opponent, with each student taking turns. Teacher Ikeda cheerfully addressed everyone, adding a final remark. "I will not make it easy for you to score points against me. Sparring, a term denoting the practice of physical skills among ninjas, forbids the use of ninja tools, ninjutsu, or illusion techniques. Initially, the participants must engage in the formation of the standing seal, concluding with the dissolution seal, a unique ritual exclusive to ninjas. Doi Kohei, you shall be first. Assume the standing seal." At this moment, a boy with short brown hair, possessing an unremarkable appearance, stood up somewhat bewildered and approached teacher Ikeda. "Do not be nervous, Doi. Use all your strength and launch an attack. The first child to step forward often bears a certain disadvantage." Aoyama Ryosuke offered quiet encouragement, having discerned that Doi Kohei hailed from a modest family. Let the ninja sparring commence now. This examination requires these newly enrolled students at the Ninja Academy to effectively execute offensive maneuvers based on the physical techniques taught over the past month. As long as their stance is not excessively flawed, they will earn a point. The term touching the opponent refers to the remarkable talents among the ninja children, who, each year, produce 1 or 2 prodigies within the academy. Doi Kohei, without a moment's hesitation, executed a swift pivot and launched a well-formed jab toward teacher Ikeda's abdomen following Aoyama's command. Being a ninja truly is a brutal profession. Even a child from an ordinary family, merely 6 years old, can unhesitatingly strike at their opponent upon receiving the teacher's directive. The dojo resonated with the sound of fists and palms colliding. In the center, Doi Kohei relentlessly attacked teacher Ikeda, while Aoyama Ryosuke, holding a clipboard, keenly observed the strength and speed of his student-esque strikes. Occasionally, he would lower his head to jot down notes on the blank sheet. Meanwhile, Ikeda Yuta did not remain passively defensive. He occasionally shifted his footing to mount a slow counterattack, assessing the students' reactions. All right, that's enough. After merely 2 minutes, Aoyama Ryosuke had gathered sufficient insight into Doi Kohei's capabilities. Both parties performed the dissolution seal. Next, Kamadajiro, as Aoyama called out names one by one. The surrounding young ninjas, either sitting upright or cross-legged, watched intently, their eyes fixated on the duel between teacher Ikeda and the new student. Kamadajiro, remember your distinguished predecessor. A student named Kamiya. The relationship remains uncertain. Winter Shiro, like his companions, chose a spot by the window, basking in the sunlight while leaning against the wall. Seated in a meditative position, his gaze drifted lazily across the training ground. From his perspective, the techniques displayed by the young ninjas were rather rudimentary. Even among the children of a few prominent ninja clans, there was little to distinguish them. However, this was to be expected. Not everyone possesses the innate genius of individuals like Itachi Uchiha or Kakashi, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 or 6. Next, Uchiha Winter Shiro, sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor of the classroom, resting his back against the wall, Winter Shiro basked in the warm sunlight. After waiting for half an hour, he felt a surge of energy and stood up, making his way to the training area. He was concerned that if he lingered any longer, he might succumb to boredom and doze off again. Alas, spring was not the most conducive season for academic endeavors. As Winter Shiro strolled towards the center of the classroom, every pair of eyes, whether from teachers or students, fixated upon him. The surname Uchiha held a significant weight. It was exceptionally distinctive, eliciting varied reactions from both the common folk and fellow clan members. For ordinary citizens, the appearance of an Uchiha often signified that acquaintances or loved ones might soon face arrest and punishment from the security forces. Conversely, for the clan ninjas, associating with the Uchiha was deemed politically incorrect. No clan ninja would dare engage in such a transgressive act, for they represented not only themselves, but also the sentiments of their respective families. This created a perception of the Uchiha as particularly aloof in the eyes of outsiders. Even among other ninja clans, the Uchiha faced immense difficulty in forging connections, as an invisible barrier stood in their way. Ordinary citizens, often casting fearful glances at them, did not inspire the proud Uchiha to seek deeper associations. Form the hand seals. Let the training commence. Winter Shiro nodded. With a surge of strength, he exploded into motion, appearing instantaneously before Ikeda Yuta, delivering a swift punch aimed at his cheek. A few students gasped in surprise at the sheer speed he had unleashed, which was far too rapid for them to comprehend. Although he had not channeled chakra to enhance his explosive power and had summoned a shadow clone, leaving his stamina less than optimal, his velocity astonished even Ikeda Yuta. Nonetheless, Ikeda, an experienced chunin who had faced life-and-death situations, possessed extensive combat experience. He had encountered countless ninjas faster than Winter Shiro. Although taken aback by Winter Shiro's sudden burst of speed, he was far from being overwhelmed. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the punch, and without waiting for Winter Shiro to land, he deftly blocked the subsequent kicks with his palms. As Dong Shirlang leveraged his momentum to land, he swiftly executed an explosive maneuver, pivoting to position himself behind teacher Ikeda. He crouched low and unleashed a spinning kick aimed at Ikeda's lower body. Ikeda, lifting one foot, absorbed the force of Dong Shirlong's sweeping strike, the unexpected intensity of which momentarily surprised him. A typical lower-ranking ninja might have faltered under such pressure. However, as a chunin, Ikeda discerned that Dong Shirlong's assault lacked the potency to destabilize him. After enduring the blow, he seized the opportunity presented by Dong Shirlong's exposed moment to thrust his leg toward the boy's head. Dong Shirlang had no choice but to raise his arms in defense. Yet he was still propelled backwards several meters by the force of the kick. The sheer strength in Ikeda's kick left Dong Shirlang astonished. His arms felt numb. He recognized that Ikeda had merely held back, likely out of concern for his safety, yet even so, he had nearly been overwhelmed. This served as a stark reminder of the considerable distance he still had to traverse to reach the true level of a chunin. I've brought shame upon the travelers. While other transmigrators can dispatch chunin with ease at the age of 6, for him, even in less than optimal conditions, the disparity is glaring. His expression grew increasingly grave. Although this was merely an examination, Dong Shirlang was determined not to underestimate the battle. With relentless bursts of power, he appeared around teacher Ikeda like a specter, launching attacks from all directions. The other students watched the thrilling combat with bated breath, fists clenched, unable to blink. To them, this spectacle was astonishing. Dong Shirlong's rapid speed and formidable assaults contrasted sharply with Ikeda's skill, as he effortlessly dodged attacks and parried strikes. Some students were so entranced that they forgot to breathe, gasping for air only after a moment. Those who considered themselves of decent caliber felt a pang of discomfort. Dong Shirlong's exceptional performance overshadowed them completely, stirring feelings of discontent. Children, after all, often relish the spotlight. At that moment, Dong Shirlang executed a kick from an unexpected angle, only for Ikeda to deftly grasp his ankle, throwing him to the ground. With a swift motion, Ikeda placed 2 fingers on Dong Shirlong's neck, rendering him momentarily immobilized. The brief stiffness that followed left Dong Shirlang unable to react, perhaps due to his lack of combat experience, and in that fleeting instant, the battle concluded. Outstanding. Teacher Ikeda offered succinct praise, refraining from further commentary, perhaps at a loss for more to say. After all, aside from Dong Shirlong's deficiency in experience and technique, his speed and strength were nothing short of remarkable for his age. It was hard to believe that he was merely a 6-year-old child, displaying proficient techniques, keen instincts, and an imposing presence. His physical prowess was already nearing that of a lower-ranking ninja. In this cohort, before the other students could master their family jutsu, it was likely that none could surpass him. Considering his surname, Even mastering the family secret techniques may not suffice. The Uchiha clan truly deserves its reputation as an elite ninja lineage. As they exchanged the reconciliation seal, Dong Shilang felt a shiver under teacher Ikeda's piercing gaze. It appears that the top student in the class is none other than Winter Lion, and it is highly likely that he will be the leading scholar of this cohort. Next, during the upcoming physical examination, the students' performances were commendable. However, with Winter Lion's brilliance preceding them, both Ikeda Yuta and Aoyama Ryosuke found themselves somewhat lacking. Even those scions of noble families fell short in terms of strength, speed, technique, and the seamless execution of their moves compared to Winter Lion. How infuriating. That Uchiha really is quite bothersome, remarked a few boys in the class, their eyes cast with malice towards Uchiha Winter Lion. Other members of noble families also cast him resentful glances. With such outstanding performance, if his family finds out, they will surely ramp up his training. Thankfully, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. If he were an ordinary commoner, the consequences would be dire. The profession of a ninja is steeped in competition, be it within the ninja academy or among the clan ninjas. For these newly enrolled youngsters, mutual rivalry is both expected and welcomed. However, for the ninja clans, losing to an Uchiha is somewhat tolerable. They can simply intensify their training. But to be bested by a child of commoner origins is an entirely different matter. One that cannot be remedied with mere additional practice. It necessitates a rigorous and profound lesson, leading to an arduous training regimen. Winter Lion is so handsome. Although he usually sits quietly, exuding an air of detachment, when he becomes serious, he is truly driven. I just feel too shy to disturb him, mused a few starry-eyed girls with admiration. Had he not spent the past month quietly seated, engrossed in his studies, creating an aura of subtle distance, many girls would have felt more at ease in interrupting his tranquility. One can only imagine how vibrant his life at the Ninja Academy could be. As the last student was called forth to spar with teacher Ikeda and sealed their reconciliation, teacher Aoyama approached the center of the arena, holding the recorded notes, and addressed the students. All right, today's fundamental ninja physical test concludes here. Everyone performed admirably, especially Uchiha Winter Lion, who stood out with his exceptional skills. Tomorrow afternoon, we will conduct the sealing techniques and shuriken throwing tests. I hope everyone will continue to strive for excellence. For Winter Lion, the sealing test would be a mere formality. Since 2 years ago, he has consistently practiced his sealing speed. He even crafted a stack of notes, ranging from 4 to 12, each inscribed with different seals, which he would shuffle and practice sequentially. He can now achieve nearly 3 seals per second, a level typical of a mid-ranking ninja. As for shuriken throwing, it is second nature to him. Although he has reduced the frequency of his training sessions to 2 or 3 times a week, the skill remains firmly intact. In the back row of the ninja school classroom, by the window, Uchiha Toshirou embraced himself with both arms, his head resting upon them, exuding an air of lethargy. Having spent nearly an entire afternoon alone at home, practicing the transformation of chakra nature, he had just dispelled his shadow clones. A faint weariness accompanied him as a flood of related training memories surged into his mind, assimilating into his consciousness. Uchiha Toshirou, please explain the purpose of this seal on the blackboard. The seal in question was the In seal, one of the 12 basic hand seals, serving as the concluding gesture for conventional fire release techniques, assisting ninjas in altering their chakra nature. Rising gently, Toshirou responded to his teacher's inquiry with a serene expression. Please take a seat. While you may have grasped this knowledge, it is essential to remain attentive during class and not to drift off. After a month of interaction, he had developed a general understanding of his classmates' abilities. Asking Toshirou a question was merely a means for the teacher to express dissatisfaction with his tendency to doze off in class. As the class bell rang, a wave of energy surged through the classroom, revitalizing most of the students. A bunch of underachievers, no wonder none of them looked familiar. Whether at the start of the narrative or during the subsequent Shippuden, there have been no classmates in sight. They probably all met their demise during the Third Great Ninja War. The future appears bleak. This was also the reason Uchiha Toshirou did not place much emphasis on socializing with his classmates. Forming deep bonds with them would only lead to added sorrow upon hearing news of their casualties. Exiting the gates of the Ninja Academy, Toshirou strolled slowly in the direction of home. As the distance widened and the flow of people dispersed, a large group of Uchiha youths gathered around him. A bustling throng comprised of students from every grade of the ninja school, with the Uchiha clan boasting anywhere from 7 to 10 members per year, accumulating nearly 50 individuals across 6 grades. How about Toshirou? Have you shown those fellows over there the strength of our Uchiha clan? A newcomer slapped Toshirou's shoulder heartily while gesturing towards the opposite side of the road. There, a significantly larger group of ninja school students ambled along, either in clusters of 10 to 20 or in smaller groups of 7 or 8. This assembly consisted of the core members of the Hokage lineage, led by the Sarutobi and Nara clans, alongside families such as Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka. This area was the residential zone of Konoha's clans, where, since the founding of the village, numerous ninja families had congregated. In the distance, members of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans could be seen walking. Yet their numbers paled in comparison to those of the Uchiha, with only the Hyuga clan presenting a similar count. It is often said that school is a microcosm of society, and Uchiha Toshirou wholeheartedly agreed. Even within the realm of a ninja academy, the students, mere children aged 6 to 12, were not exempt from the norms of social dynamics. Represented by the Sarutobi clan, the village has gathered its allies, the Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi, and Shimizu clans, among others, forming a substantial faction loyal to the Hokage. Leading the Hyuga clan, a coalition of various noble and lesser families, including the Yamanaka and Aburame clans, composes the family ninjas. Additionally, there exist the commoners and descendants of ordinary ninjas, and then there is the aloof Uchiha clan, who remain detached from all. This delineation vividly reflects the entrenched class divisions within Konoha Village. The level of testing is trivial, easily passed. Engaging in conversation with Winter Shiro is Uchiha Yakido, who previously hunted alongside him. Indeed, you live up to your reputation, Winter Shiro. Unlike certain individuals who, during the taijutsu class, were utterly humiliated by an Akimichi clan member, thus tarnishing our Uchiha honor. Yakido is quite the embodiment of familial pride, constantly referencing the Uchiha name. Be quiet, Yakido. It was merely a minor setback in taijutsu practice. I shall soon surpass him. Moreover, in ninjutsu and shuriken throwing, I am leagues ahead. Uchiha Mamoru interjected eagerly, his cheeks flushed from excitement. Now in the second year at the ninja school, Uchiha Mamoru possesses considerable talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Regrettably, his efforts in taijutsu yield little reward. Among his peers in the clan, he appears somewhat frail, and physical strength has never been his forte. Speed remains his only redeeming quality. During a taijutsu practice session against his classmate Akimichi Jin, he felt utterly outmatched, ultimately conceding defeat. In the context of the ninja school, the only clans in Konoha capable of offering Uchiha a comparative challenge in taijutsu are the Hyuga and Akimichi clans. The Hyuga, with their traditional gentle fist, often manage to outclass the Uchiha, while the Akimichi clan presents a more balanced competition, benefiting from their physique. However, speed and agility remain pronounced weaknesses for the Akimichi. Is that so? Do not merely speak. Action is required, lest you find yourself defeated again, bringing disgrace upon us. The rivalry between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction is starkly illustrated in their exchanges. Although these are mere childish quarrels, they inadvertently reveal the Konoha upper echelon's attitudes towards the Uchiha. Winter Shiro, having watched the TV anime, initially held a certain fondness for the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. However, 2 years of real-life interactions have dissipated that affection. As staunch allies of the Sarutobi clan, these so-called Hokages, 3 families invariably align their stance on village matters with that of the Sarutobi clan, especially regarding the Uchiha, often leading the charge against them and frequently acting as their vanguard. Of course, such actions yield them substantial rewards in return. The class leader of the upper ninjas, the head of the intelligence department, and the administrative staff are all prominently represented among the ranks. Are these positions exclusively suited to them? The answer is undoubtedly negative. It is merely a consequence of the Hokage striving for better control over Konoha, akin to the many conflicts between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. The offspring of those esteemed families and the children of ordinary civilians are equally at odds, each viewing the other with disdain. One side boasts of their inherited bloodline limits, secret techniques, and the storied history of their ninja lineage, while the other takes great offense at their haughty demeanor, leading to frequent skirmishes. Even after school, encounters in the small woods where challenges are issued are far from uncommon. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. The ancients were not mistaken. However, their relationships do exhibit some distinctions. The children from ordinary civilian backgrounds, or those born into ninja families, tend to be closer to the Hokage's faction, influenced by the master-apprentice system that emerged after the establishment of this ninja academy. Conversely, the Uchiha and the clan members led by the Hyuga maintain a distant, almost estranged relationship. After all, both the second and third Hokages have made their stance toward the Uchiha unmistakably clear. No clan would dare risk incurring the wrath of the Hokage to associate with the Uchiha. I'm back. With a wave of farewell to his companions, Uchiha Toshirou pushed open the gate and returned home. Is Sister Mikasa not back yet? Noticing the absence of anyone at home, he felt a twinge of curiosity. However, after a moment's reflection, he began to grasp the reason behind it. Speaking of which, it seems Sister Mikasa has started dating. At 18. That is considered late marriage within our clan. I hope I haven't become a burden to her. Influenced by the Warring States period. Marriages in the ninja world generally occur at a young age, particularly among ninja families. Nonetheless, it is also quite common for some to defy convention and marry later or even remain single. In the past, at this hour, Uchiha Mikasa would invariably be found in the kitchen preparing dinner. After 2 years of being pampered, he had grown accustomed to it. After some contemplation, Toshirou resolved to cook dinner himself today, both to reward himself and to express gratitude to Uchiha Mikasa, while also hoping to alleviate any concerns she may have, whether real or imagined. Opening the refrigerator for a brief inspection, he retrieved various ingredients and set rice steaming. Thus commenced his first culinary endeavor since arriving in the ninja world. He diced beef, peeled potatoes, and scrambled eggs. With fluid motions, his actions were swift and practiced, betraying no sign of unfamiliarity. In about half an hour, a table adorned with distinctive homemade dishes from the ninja world was set. Beef stew with potatoes, pan-fried river fish, tomato and egg soup, and a dish of large-headed cabbage graced the table. Though modest in quantity, with only 3 dishes and a soup, it was nonetheless nutritious and hearty. At that moment, the sound of someone entering and changing shoes echoed from the entrance, accompanied by Uchiha Mikasa's cheerful greeting. I'm back. Welcome home. As he placed 2 servings of freshly prepared rice on the table, Toshirou called out while lifting his gaze, in stark contrast to her usual vibrant and youthful demeanor. Today, Uchiha Mikasa bore an air of fatigue, as if she were a doctor who had just emerged from several hours of unbroken surgery without so much as a sip of water. Oh, is this all prepared by Toshirou? She exclaimed in pleasant surprise, gazing at the meal laid out before her. The modest spread of 3 dishes and a soup was certainly above average, though not exquisite. Indeed, Mikasa-ne has always taken care of me. Today, it is my turn to care for you. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Mikasa was deeply moved. In a fit of emotion, she seized him in a tight embrace and planted a resounding kiss upon his cheek. Under Toshirou's fervent protests, such affectionate gestures had become rare for Mikasa. However, overwhelmed by a sudden surprise amid her melancholic mood, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. Please put me down, Mikasa-ne. Shouldn't you first taste my culinary skills? All right. Who would have thought that Toshirou, at such a young age, would know shyness? With a playful smile, she gently set him down, playfully pinching his cheek. She picked up the chopsticks from the table and sampled the dishes he had prepared, finding them quite delightful. As evening descended, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the village, accompanied by the sounds of barking dogs and playful children. The dimming light intermingled with the rising smoke from chimneys, creating a scene reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise. The smoke represented both the essence of life and the bonds of emotion, an everlasting tether in the dreams of ninjas. A perpetual call from family. At the dining table of the Uchiha residence in the Hidden Leaf Village, Toshirou inquired, So, Mikasa-ne, how does it taste? Having previously endured a lengthy period of solitary living, he had grown weary of the street vendor's fare and had taken to cooking for himself to appease his increasingly delicate stomach. While his culinary skills may not rival those of professional chefs, he found the preparation of simple home-cooked dishes well within his grasp. It is remarkably delicious. I had no idea Toshirou possessed such talent in the kitchen. Pausing her chopsticks, Uchiha Mikasa gazed across the table at the young boy, feeling her heart lighten as she set aside a lingering concern, just as he worried that his presence might hinder her personal life. Mikasa too had exercised restraint regarding her own romantic feelings. On one hand, it was the natural shyness of youth. On the other, Toshirou's existence played a significant role in her emotional restraint. Mikasa-ne, you seem quite exhausted today. Is it due to the new medicine? Is the clan opposed to its promotion? With a bit of thought, Toshirou had roughly deduced the situation, although it differed slightly from his initial assumptions. The clan had no issues. The problem lay with the village. The village wished for the clan to solely handle the production of the new medicine while entrusting the procurement of raw materials and sales entirely to them. Mikasa had invested nearly 2 years of effort into this new medicine, harboring great hopes that it would mend the relationship between the village and the clan, and ultimately save the lives of more comrades. However, contrary to expectations, the arguments presented by Winter Lion managed to persuade the clan, yet complications arose in the village. The rift between the village and the clan appeared to be exceedingly difficult to mend. Was it truly reasonable to assign the responsibility of production solely to the clan? This seemed akin to the lowest tier of the so-called smile curve from a past life. It was rather unseemly. After all, this new medicine had been developed by the Uchiha clan. They even suggested that a substantial sum could be paid to the Uchiha for the formula of this new medicine. This was utterly absurd. What incentive would the Uchiha have to promote this new medicine? Their intention was to leverage this new remedy to re-establish connections with the various clans in the village and restore the clan's dismal reputation among the villagers. Several elders within the clan did not agree, leading to a heated argument in the office of the clan leader, Heavy Mountain. Upon seeing Uchiha Mikasa's somewhat somber expression, Winter Lion could not help but silently blame himself for his misguided idea. Indeed, the adage better to avoid trouble than to seek it rang true. Sister Mikasa, has there been any response from the medical department? The medical department? They did place an order for a batch of the new medicine, but the quantity is quite limited. Caught off guard by Winter Lion's sudden inquiry, she took a moment to recollect before responding. Then there shouldn't be any issues. With the assistance of the medical department, promoting this new medicine shouldn't be overly difficult. Nothing is that simple. Without the village's support, it would be immensely challenging for the clan alone to promote this medicine. Reflecting on the clan's dismal reputation in the village, Uchiha Mikasa spoke with a tinge of pessimism. The help from the medical department is sufficient. The medical department typically treats wounded personnel withdrawn from battle or missions. Those with even moderately severe injuries seldom make it back to Konoha, let alone reach the medical department for treatment. Sister Mikasa, do you think the ninjas of Konoha fear death? Winter Lion asked confidently. Fear death? Upon hearing this question, she was momentarily taken aback. Did the ninjas in the village fear death? No, they did not, for the sake of protecting the village. During the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, both the village and the clan saw countless ninjas bravely rushing to the battlefield to safeguard the village and preserve peace, never to return to Konoha. Did they not fear death? As a medical ninja bearing the Uchiha name, she had not only treated Uchiha ninjas, but also many comrades from the village. Some cases were successful, while others were not. Regardless of their surname, whenever an injured individual could no longer hold on, the affection and reluctance reflected in their eyes during their final moments deeply moved her, whether she knew them or not. They were husbands waiting for their wives, fathers admired by their children. Noticing her aunt's bewildered expression, Winter Lion hastily explained. The village has merely decided to let the clan handle the production of this new medicine because they are well aware of our poor reputation, making it impossible for us to promote it. With the medical department as a breakthrough, I firmly believe that those ninjas who frequently undertake perilous missions will surely come flocking to us. With the first comes the second, and the third merely requires a bit more time. It is impossible for the village to prohibit ninjas from purchasing an exceptionally effective medicine with their own funds. As for procuring the raw materials, even outside of Konoha, the Land of Fire is home to a plethora of herbal merchants. Upon hearing Uchiha Toshirou's explanation, Uchiha Mikasa's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Suddenly, with a decisive clap of her chopsticks against the table, she rose to her feet, ready to depart. Wait, Mikasa. Do not be so hasty. Let me finish. At Toshirou's words, Mikasa paused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She then reseated herself at the dining table, her gaze fixed intensely upon him, as though she wished to evoke the very essence of the Uchiha bloodline. Do not rush, Mikasa. What you need to do is quite simple. Take the time to teach the method for concocting this new medicine to the clan members responsible for creating secret medicines. Additionally, persuade the clan leader to allocate some funds for you, so you can procure a batch of herbal materials before the village catches on. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't it blatantly opposed to the village's wishes? Suddenly, it seemed she had grasped something. How can this be considered opposition to the village? We are merely contributing our strength as Uchiha to protect the ninjas, the village, and everyone. Toshirou rolled his eyes dramatically as he spoke. Indeed, when applying for funds from the clan leader, be sure to convey the eloquent points I just made to him. Have you decided on the name for the family secret medicine? Let us keep it simple then. We shall call it Uchiha Secret Medicine, clear and straightforward. Since the clan enjoys imprinting the family crest everywhere, let South also place it on the medicine. There's no need to rush. You've just had a meeting with the security forces and the clan leader. Running over in such haste may raise suspicions. Tomorrow will suffice. How could those eloquent words be of no use? They are indeed the most crucial. They will silence the Hokage. And remember not to mention that the idea originated from me. The dining table echoed with Uchiha Toshirou's incessant chatter, while Uchiha Mikasa gazed at him intently, a look of joy and satisfaction on her face. Ni-san, indeed, Toshirou has truly grown up. In the autumn of the 39th year of Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's residence, a melodious and cheerful sound of a flute wafted through the air, at times spirited and at others crisp and melodious. It was both soothing and joyous, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. The drifting flute notes, accompanied by a gentle breeze, ignited a wave of excitement among the listeners. As the piece concluded, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Even though his old residence was somewhat remote, it could not deter the people's yearning for the enchanting music. Regardless of how many times they had heard it, Toshirou's rendition of the Song of the Eagle never failed to uplift their spirits. Toshirou, you have skipped class again. Even if the curriculum at the Ninja Academy is dull, skipping class is not something a good child should do. Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa Hero. I merely spent my time practicing in between training. Besides, Grandma Riri, the morning sessions at the Ninja Academy consist of cultural studies, which I have already mastered. The two elderly individuals, both widowed, offered compliments and playful banter. They resided next to Toshirou in the same neighborhood and were both members of the Uchiha clan. Grandfather Hero was once a distinguished special jonin who awakened the double Sharingan. However, after losing his right arm in battle, he was forced to retire, bringing an end to his illustrious ninja career. Following the death of his spouse, his peculiar temperament led him to live separately from his children. Grandmother Lily, not a ninja herself, had lost both her husband and son in the last Great War, leaving her to lead a solitary existence, rarely venturing out. Her forlorn silhouette could only be seen occasionally in the family cemetery. Toshirou, a child of considerable talent and diligence, seemed to squander his time at ninja school. In my view, joining the security force at an early age would be the most prudent choice. As a former special jonin who had awakened the Sharingan, even after years of retirement, his insight and understanding remained intact. Due to their differing experiences and philosophies, the two held contrasting views on Toshirou's truancy. As a former ninja, despite the heavy toll he had paid, Uchiha Hero firmly believed that safeguarding the family and the village was the Uchiha's mission. Since Toshirou possessed exceptional abilities, he ought to join the security force to contribute to his clan and village. Conversely, Uchiha Lily, having endured the losses of her husband and son, held little enthusiasm for the ninja profession. Although bound by Uchiha traditions, she hesitated to voice her dissent, hoping instead that Toshirou could enjoy a blissful childhood. Despite their starkly different perspectives on the ninja vocation, both shared an appreciation for Toshirou's music. At that moment, Toshirou donned a white uniform reminiscent of a taekwondo training outfit, layered over a ninja mesh undershirt. The family crest, featuring a flame fan, was embroidered on the back, and a vibrant red belt was tied around his waist. His long hair, cascading past his shoulders, was pulled into a ponytail, with a few wisps of bangs dancing on his forehead. His dark, bright eyes and youthful features exuded an air of valor. Seated cross-legged on the corridor outside, he held a vividly green flute, observing with a sense of helplessness as the two elders bickered, incited by his absence from school. Since half a year ago, when Uchiha Mikasa married, Toshirou had begun living alone. Although Mikasa visited weekly to assist with household chores and prepare sumptuous meals, he increasingly felt the pangs of solitude. To alleviate his melancholy from training and isolation, he had purchased a flute, occasionally playing melodies from his past as a form of remembrance. Unbeknownst to him, he had captivated two listeners. As noon approached, he called out, "Grandfather Hero and Grandmother Lily, would you care to stay for lunch? My cooking is quite good." Upon hearing this, both elders glanced at the sky and, in unison, rose to leave the small courtyard, parting ways. The thought of dining at the home of an orphan was never a consideration for them at their age. As he watched the two elderly individuals depart, Uchiha Toshirou rose to enter the house and prepare lunch for the day. At just under 8 years of age, he had already reached a height of 135 centimeters, with a weight nearing 35 kilograms. Adorned in a white martial arts uniform and sporting a ponytail atop his head, he resembled a warrior more than a ninja. Indeed, the ponytail reminded one of Zhang Chulan from the anime Mo Dao Zushi he once watched in a past life. Should he wield a katana, his appearance would closely mirror that of Kenshin Himura from Rurouni Kenshin, Trust and Betrayal. Upon discovering that men could grow long hair in this world, he felt a stirring within. After all, the image of a long-haired warrior traversing the world with a sword, followed by an epic tale of heroism and romance, is a dream cherished by every young boy. Just then, as the shadow clone he had created for his morning classes dissipated, a wave of new memories surged into his mind. How intriguing. It appeared he would have some delightful activities to engage in that afternoon. At the age of 8, Uchiha Toshirou consistently manifested 3 shadow clones to assist in his training. It was not that he desired to create more clones. Rather, the duration required for maintaining them was beyond his stamina. The technique of shadow cloning is widely known in the ninja world, yet only Naruto Uzumaki utilizes it extensively for training purposes. The fatigue inflicted on both body and mind upon the dissolution of the clones could be surmountable for most high-ranking ninjas. But the reason many abandon this training method lies in the consumption of chakra. Similar to igniting a candle, which steadily consumes its fuel, the shadow clone technique, once employed, leads to chakra depletion over time, even if the clones remain dormant. Ordinary ninjas often struggle to accumulate sufficient chakra for physical enhancement, let alone squander it in such a manner. Even Toshirou, whose chakra reserves had solidly reached the threshold of a genin, could only manage to sustain 3 low-energy shadow clones despite taking a 2-hour nap each day. Each morning, one clone would attend the Ninja Academy in his stead. Another would practice fire chakra nature transformation at home, and the third would focus on condensing yang-release chakra, while his true self engaged in physical strength training. The afternoon's activities would depend on the day's class schedule, determining whether he would send a clone or attend personally. Well, it seemed that this afternoon would afford him ample time for rest. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, at the entrance of the Uchiha compound, with his hands tucked into his pockets, Toshirou donned a white hoodie accompanied by gray mid-length pants and a pair of ninja sandals. The bandages wrapped around his wrists and calves were visible as he sauntered through the red torii gate at the compound's entrance. He held little affection for the family heirloom, a cotton high-neck, deep blue t-shirt. Since opting to grow his hair long, his fashion sense gradually shifted toward a sporty and casual aesthetic reminiscent of his past life. Of course, each time he donned new attire, he would not forget to ask Sister Meixiang to embroider the family emblem of the Yin Tuan fan on his back. After all, being too unconventional is not always a virtue. One must learn to blend in with the collective. Have you heard about what happened with Dong Shilang this afternoon? His peer, Uchiha Shofu, chose to return home for a meal instead of bringing a bento. A mysterious expression adorned his face as he inquired beside him. "Oh, I have indeed heard. I never expected matters to escalate to this point," he replied while nodding at the companions gathered around him. Clearly, Shofu was not the only one who made the same choice at noon. Living close to school certainly has its conveniences. Dong Shilang remains remarkably composed. With such a self-assured demeanor, he truly deserves the title of top student. Once he enrolled in the Ninja Academy, Dong Shilang did not shy away from showcasing his talents. With formidable strength, astonishing speed, and exceptional reflexes, he earned the esteemed title of top student solely through his mastery of taijutsu, not considering the numerous shadow clones he utilized to aid his training. In due time, it was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity. "By the way, Chao Xiao, why did you not accompany Yin today?" Amidst laughter and chatter, a group of young boys and girls stepped into the academy, each returning to their respective classes. Inside the classroom of the second year, one, of the Ninja Academy, as soon as Dong Shilang entered, the class bell rang. He settled at his desk and pulled out a copy of Tales of the Strange, engrossed in its contents. Over the past 4 years, in his quest to better understand chakra and this world of ninjas, Dong Shilang has become a veritable bibliophile. His readings extend beyond just ninja techniques, encompassing history, mathematics, physics, military strategy, formation arts, and introductions to bloodline limits, among various other subjects. His interest in the book Tales of the Strange is not merely to pass the time, despite the captivating tales it holds. For instance, the story he is currently perusing recounts a myth from the Land of Wind. It is said that before the advent of ninjas, a malevolent demon plagued the region, commanding a terrifying monster that wreaked havoc upon the world. Anyone who defied his orders or failed to offer tributes would face the annihilation of their village and nation by this monstrous beast. Until one day, a towering giant arose to save the people, vanquishing both the demon and the malevolent spirit. However, the aftermath of the battle left the Land of Wind in ruins. Another tale narrates the exploits of the Sage of Six Paths, who wielded the Sword of Creation to defeat the apocalyptic evil god, shattering the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, stirring the chaotic seas, and separating the realms of yin and yang, thereby maintaining peace and stability in the world. He established the ninja sect to disseminate chakra, hoping for a future where humanity could connect and coexist in harmony. Additionally, there exists an island near the Land of Fire, where every 10 or several decades, a thick fog suddenly descends upon the land, ensnaring the inhabitants in an illusion. Within this illusion, there is no pain, hunger, or death. Instead, they are inundated with endless delicacies, fine wines, and enchanting beauties at their disposal. Rivers flow with milk and honey, and the materials for construction are pure gold and silver. Legends of various hues and forms abound, each more peculiar than the last. On one occasion, a somewhat plump boy named Shido, who bore an ordinary appearance and was somewhat shy, inquired with genuine concern while seated next to the esteemed Uchiha at school after classes concluded. Hailing from a humble background, Ryo had occasionally sought the wisdom of the Uchiha regarding chakra and training matters over the past 2 years. Initially hesitant and struggling to find the right words, he gradually became more comfortable, leading to a deeper exchange between them. He was a decent fellow, and thus, Winter Lion did not withhold knowledge, sharing insights freely. Over a year ago, the Uchiha clan began selling a special Uchiha elixir at their ninja supply store, which slowly unveiled the veil of mystery surrounding the clan and fostered increased interaction with the outside world. Visitors occasionally wandered to the Uchiha compound, curious to purchase unique products and discern what set this prominent clan apart in the village of Konoha. Some even ventured into the clan's shrine to draw omens or seek blessings for love and peace. It was after this that Ryo slowly began to engage with Winter Lion. Most ordinary citizens adhered to the law, casting curious glances at the Uchiha, yet lacking any fear or resentment. However, the villagers, wary of the Uchiha's formidable reputation, tended to refrain from interaction. Additionally, the subtle guidance of certain individuals steered events toward a particular direction. Although the matter of the miraculous elixir did not entirely unfold as the clan had hoped, it ultimately achieved its intended purpose. The outcome was a compromise, with the village incorporating the elixir into its standard medical supplies while limiting its sale exclusively to the Uchiha store, which also provided most of the raw materials for the potion. The remainder was produced by the clan itself, yielding undeniable benefits. As a result, the demand for finely crafted shurikens and kunai from the Land of Cats, along with various oils and ointments tailored for ninja training, surged. Consequently, the number of idle clan members diminished significantly, as the community found themselves engaged in meaningful work, leading to a decrease in idle chatter and complaints about the Hokage. In light of this, the newlywed Mikasa Uchiha, with the encouragement of Winter Lion's ideas and the robust support of clan leader Takayama, spearheaded a new research initiative among the Uchiha medical ninjas. One project aimed to enhance the existing hemostatic agents to improve their coagulation efficacy, making them effective even for severe wounds. Another initiative sought to create a variant of the current hemostatic agent, diminishing its clotting properties while emphasizing healing and infection resistance, thus enabling it to play a more significant role in supportive care. The final endeavor revolved around developing a psychoactive substance designed to stimulate the mind and enhance visual acuity, drawing inspiration from the Uchiha's unique abilities. Retaining only its capacity to stimulate the mind and invigorate the spirit, it serves to rescue critically injured individuals, enabling them to regain their fortitude in the face of life-threatening circumstances. This process averts a descent into unconsciousness, thereby enhancing the probability of surgical success. Have you heard about this matter? I recall that Liang usually dedicates himself to his practice, steering clear of such chaotic affairs. This lad, somewhat portly in stature, faces disdain from his peers, possessing but a handful of friends and a remarkably narrow social circle. He diligently engages in his studies during class, and even after school. He continues to train himself, striving to elevate his skills, embodying the essence of a diligent student. While I typically do not concern myself with such matters, I am not deaf. Given the magnitude of the situation, how could I possibly remain unaware? Well, regardless, I plan to confront them fiercely after school, gesturing as I spoke. I glanced at the front row, where clan descendants adorned with various embroidered patterns Saturday. Is this what they call genius? Truly fearless. The Uchiha clan indeed lives up to its reputation as Konoha's foremost nobility. Even when faced with the alliance of several prominent families, they remain resolute. Over the course of a year of interaction with this deskmate, Ryo Shihodo has formed his own understanding. Each day, he quietly occupies his desk with a book, wearing a cool demeanor, yet surprisingly approachable. Whenever I seek his guidance on matters of cultivation, he responds earnestly, elucidating the underlying principles, ensuring I comprehend not only the what, but also the why. Such knowledge has long been shrouded in secrecy among ninjas. It is typically reserved for blood relatives or genuine master-disciple relationships, and is seldom imparted otherwise. Possessing formidable strength and profound wisdom, he does not exhibit the disdain often shown by many clan descendants towards ordinary civilians. His character is gentle, notably not judging others based on their appearance. It seems he sensed the gaze of the boy in front, whose yellow ponytail swiveled around, casting a glare in his direction. This seemingly triggered a chain reaction, as both the pineapple-haired lad beside him and classmates at neighboring desks turned to acknowledge him. You lot, is my lecture truly so unbearable? You have utterly disappointed me. You are, without a doubt, the worst batch of students I have ever taught. All of you, to the corridor for punishment. Just moments ago, facing the blackboard, Mr. Aoyama was drawing the trajectory of a shuriken with chalk. He suddenly turned, his face contorted with anger. Even the veins on his shining bald head pulsated in the sunlight. How could the obvious antics of those boys in the front row escape the notice of a chunin like Ryosuke Aoyama? To maintain classroom order and uphold his dignity as an educator, he mercilessly expelled the troublesome rascals from the classroom. A group of fools. Well done. Now you all share the punishment. Mr. Aoyama's authority is indeed formidable. The dust on the podium was stirred by his fervor. That yellow-haired boy, Yamashiro Doman, possesses keen senses. Just a sweep of his gaze, and he was stirred. Upon exiting the classroom, the scions seated in the front row did not spare a moment to cast their piercing gazes upon Dong Shilang, as if their stares could pierce him through. Indifferent to their hostility, Dong Shilang merely shot them a sidelong glance. His stature, slightly taller than his peers, added to the impression that he looked down upon them with disdain. The typically proud Sarutobi Ryuichi could hardly tolerate such provocation, as he was accustomed to wielding that very disdainful gaze towards the lesser clans and commoners. Now, treated in such a manner, he felt compelled to roll up his sleeves and confront this individual across from him. Although the opponent was the top student, Ryuichi felt emboldened, ready to face 6 against 1 if need be. Calm down, Ryuichi, he reminded himself, with the teacher still inside the classroom. Seeking confrontation would only serve to amuse his adversary. He resolved to settle the matter after school. The boy with the pineapple hairstyle, witnessing Ryuichi's momentary calmness, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the nephew of the Hokage, Ryuichi's usual arrogance was well known. It was nearly comical that he was so easily provoked by a mere glance. Perhaps it was due to the constant overshadowing by Dong Shilang in their class. Indeed, Dong Shilang was a remarkable prodigy, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, hand signs, and theoretical knowledge, consistently ranking first in every aspect. The notion of settling the score, as perceived by Uchiha Dong Shilang, seemed rather juvenile, merely a gathering of petty youths eager to duel in the small grove behind the school after classes. Indeed, it resembled a challenge, reflecting the ninja world's raw social dynamics, where life and death were treated lightly, and disputes were settled through combat. Ryuichi is an interesting name. Is it inspired by the transformation techniques of the Monkey King? Dong Shilang mused. Yet, bullying classmates can indeed be a sporadic delight. Ignoring the fuming Sarutobi Ryuichi beside him, Dong Shilang stood in the corridor, observing the reserve ninjas engaged in outdoor activities. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, and his eyes narrowed into slits. In his previous life, he had traversed a solitary path, immersing himself in scholarly pursuits, neglecting the joys of youthful camaraderie and missing countless cherished memories. During reunions, he could only listen quietly as others reminisced about their youthful follies. Now, presented with an opportunity to amend this regret, he felt compelled to embrace it. The Uchiha clan, along with the Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, and Sarutobi clans, had agreed to resolve their grievances in the grove after school. The genesis of this rivalry was rather straightforward. A year and a half prior, Uchiha Mamoru had suffered defeat in a taijutsu practice against Akimichi Nara. After 6 months of diligent training, he reclaimed his victory, and thus began their ongoing rivalry, with each serving as the other's nemesis. Over the past year, their sparring sessions had been a regular occurrence, alternating victories. However, during a recent bout, Uchiha Mamoru, unable to contain his frustration after yet another defeat, had inadvertently called his opponent a fat pig. Under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals, matters spiraled out of control. What began as a conflict between two individuals gradually escalated to involve their respective grades and eventually their families. The allied clans of Yamanaka and Nara, closely tied to Akido, also found themselves embroiled in the chaos. Despite the collective strength of the three clans, they appeared insufficiently resolute in the face of the Uchiha clan, with the involvement of the Sarutobi and other families. The leaders within the ninja school convened and unanimously resolved to demonstrate to the unruly Uchiha that they were indeed the true authority within the school. The school bell rang, its chime resonating throughout the ninja academy. After enduring an arduous afternoon, many daring students, unable to wait for the teacher to exit the classroom, stealthily slipped out through the back door, hastening towards the school gates as if escaping a prison that had confined their bodies and spirits. At the entrance of the school, groups of familiar or coincidental acquaintances gathered, making their way along the familiar path toward home. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that numerous clusters of 3 to 5, or even groups of 10 or more, youths had deviated from the homeward procession, veering onto a nearby alley. These children, who had broken away in clusters, bore a distinct demeanor compared to their more studious peers who attended class diligently and returned home obediently after lessons. They exuded a more rebellious aura. Some crossed their arms with a tranquil expression, while others strolled with hands in pockets, feigning nonchalance. Their demeanor resembled that of fallen samurai or street ruffians. As they traversed the alley, they soon arrived at a vast cherry blossom grove. Although it was autumn, certain rare varieties such as the October cherry, the small Higgin cherry, and the award-winning cherry were still in bloom. With the autumn breeze, petals fell like rain, enveloping the grove in a fragrant embrace. Legend has it that this cherry blossom grove was personally planted by the first Hokage when the Ninja Academy was established, and one could occasionally glimpse ancient trees, so large that they required 2 or 3 individuals to encircle. However, such details seem trivial now. In the center of the grove, on a relatively large clearing, 2 groups of students from the Ninja Academy faced off against each other. One group, though smaller in number, was garbed in a relatively uniform manner, predominantly clad in deep blue high-necked long sleeves, with occasional exceptions. The larger group, in contrast, displayed a hodgepodge of attire, reflecting their diverse familial origins, though the materials of their garments were notably exquisite. The smaller faction primarily consisted of individuals with black hair and black eyes, occasionally interspersed with a few children of brown hair. Yet, they all shared the common emblem of the Flame Fan clan, numbering only 26 or 7, scarcely reaching 30. The larger faction, however, exhibited a chaotic array of hair and eye colors, their clan emblems ranging widely, including those of Sarutobi, Shimura, Yamanaka, Akido, Nara, and other prominent families of Konoha, totaling nearly 60 members. Uchiha Chien, if you do not provide us with a satisfactory resolution to this matter, we shall ensure that you face the consequences. Resolution? What resolution is required? In Sarutobi New Village, do you believe that your numerical advantage today will instill fear in us? How ludicrous. If such a tactic were effective, there would be no need for battles. We could simply settle disputes by counting heads. Arrogance. I shall make you understand the true meaning of regret. Merely a defeated hound. If it weren't for your numbers, you would scarcely possess the courage to speak so boldly to me. At the forefront of the confrontation stood 2 boys, around 11 or 12 years of age, engaged in a sharp exchange of words, each representing their respective factions. Both are 6th grade students at the Ninja Academy, mere months away from graduation. Their verbal sparring reveals a long-standing animosity between them. How fascinating that students from the Ninja Academy engage in such entertaining disputes. First, they engage in a battle of wits, attempting to gain the upper hand through sheer bravado. Is this Cherry Blossom Grove the very spot where Kushina Uzumaki was bullied by her classmate's brother in the original tale? I recall that brother, who graduated from the Ninja Academy, ultimately receiving a taste of his own medicine from Kushina, amidst the crowd of Uchiha, in stark contrast to his serious companion. Winter Shiro was shaking his head, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Uchiha Chien, impatient with the banter, urged them to engage. What is Sarutobi New Village waiting for? Let us take action. Are we merely here to witness idle chatter? Indeed. Strike first and seize the advantage. We're eager to return home for dinner. A wave of untimely exhortations shattered the tense atmosphere between the two boys. Upon glancing back, they realized they were encircled. The small grove had become a gathering place for a throng of spectators, comprising both boys and girls, ranging from first-year students to nearly graduating sixth graders. Some perched atop the cherry blossom trees, gazing down upon the scene, while others leaned against the trunks, observing with eager expressions, reveling in the spectacle. This is precisely what led to the escalation of the situation, as described by Shido Ryo, Winter Shiro's deskmate. The morning's duel arrangements had attracted far too many to keep the news contained. The spirited, restless reserve ninjas spread the word with fervor, leading to a widespread awareness among the students of the Ninja Academy about the upcoming spectacle in the grove after school. It was clear that Uchiha Chien and Sarutobi New Village had not anticipated that their conflict would culminate in such a gathering. Both sides found themselves in a predicament, unable to retreat. Chien and Shinshan, there is no need for you to engage in a full-scale battle over such a trivial matter. After all, we are comrades from the same village, and when the time comes to face the battlefield, we shall fight side by side. At that moment, a young man with long hair cascading down his shoulders, eyes pure white, and an elegant demeanor stepped into the fray. He addressed both parties, remarking, "Their inexperience is evident. These two clearly do not understand that the greater the number of onlookers, the less likely a fight is to ensue. Having foreseen this outcome, I would have refrained from attending class this afternoon, thus sparing myself the waste of an entire afternoon." The individual who emerged to mediate the altercation was Hinata Takashi. Observing his polished forehead, it was evident that he belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan. However, it was clear that certain individuals were disinclined to allow this farce to conclude prematurely. A couple of sharp sounds pierced the air as two stones, each the size of a chicken egg, hurtled through space, striking Uchiha Chien and Sarutobi Shinshan squarely on their heads. "Ah!" they exclaimed in unison. "How despicable! An ambush! And they attacked us together. Shameless!" They even called for reinforcements. "Everyone, charge with me." In response to the attack, both combatants instinctively retreated a few steps, pointing at their assailants and vociferously denouncing them. This sudden turn of events left Hinata Takashi, who had just stepped in to defuse the conflict, utterly flabbergasted. He gazed at Chien and Shinshan, who were clutching their heads and lamenting their pain. In that moment, he was at a loss to determine whether the ambush was their own doing or if another party had intervened. Upon witnessing their leader injured and accusing the opposition of ambush, both factions erupted in a furious roar, charging at each other. Finally, things are getting interesting. It was worth the wait. One exulted. These youngsters, it would be a shame if they didn't get into some trouble in the future. In a world rife with ninja conflicts, communities often band together for warmth. Organizations with a penchant for color, such as the Black Serpent Society, the Shinsengumi, and the Great Bird Society, are not uncommon. Reflecting on the original narrative where Uchiha Itachi attended school with his classmate, Kamino, and his group of companions, one could understand Winter Lion's sentiments. It seems there are others who, like me, do not wish for this matter to conclude so hastily. He mused. Bullying children is truly the most entertaining. It serves as a delightful distraction and a splendid way to pass the time. Casting a glance towards the direction from whence the stones had come, Winter Lion turned to his companions. "Ryuho, In, and Hiyu, take care of yourselves. Don't let them take you down so easily." In the Ninja Academy, there exists an unwritten rule regarding student skirmishes. Typically, only the techniques learned within the school's confines, such as the body flicker technique and the clone technique, are employed. The use of shurikens, explosive tags, and any lethal ninjutsu or secret techniques is strictly prohibited. As he beheld Sarutobi Rue charging towards him with a group of companions, Winter Lion resolved to meet them head-on. Uchiha Winter Lion, prepare yourself. Today, I shall mar your wretched visage. Reflecting on Rue's habitual disdainful demeanor towards him incited a surge of anger. As a core member of the illustrious Sarutobi clan, I have received numerous commendations from my uncle, the Hokage, whether from clan members or common students, who does not treat me with respect. Yet this individual exhibits a particularly atrocious attitude and consistently attempts to overshadow me. Such behavior is intolerable. Fueled by nearly 2 years of resentment over Winter Lion's repeated attempts to eclipse his achievements and his blatant disregard for both himself and the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Rue lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Winter Lion's face. Unfazed by the incoming blow, Winter Lion deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with ease. With a swift motion, he extended his leg, causing his opponent to be propelled away due to the sheer speed of the attack. How could such a straightforward assault possibly have any effect on him? Ignoring the cries of Sarutobi Yui, who was airborne and flailing, Winter Lion launched a powerful punch towards a stout red-haired boy trailing behind him. The force of the blow was tremendous. As Akimichi Choji crossed his arms to shield himself from the onslaught, he felt a tingling sensation in his hands, leaving him in a state of alarm. He had engaged in skirmishes at school before, but why was this encounter so fierce? Had he taken something to enhance his strength? Little did he know that since entering the second year, Winter Lion had experienced a growth in chakra, often attending classes accompanied by shadow clones, even during afternoon activities. This was the case. Despite this, he consistently dominated his peers. Everyone, be cautious of this guy. Before he could finish his warning, a heavy punch failed to yield the anticipated outcome. Winter Lion crouched and spun around, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Choji's lower body. A suppressed grunt of pain escaped as Choji lost his balance and began to tumble towards the ground. Without hesitation, Winter Lion swiftly rose and delivered a kick to his abdomen. What is wrong with him today? This is far too intense. That fool Sarutobi Yui should have chosen a more manageable opponent. A young boy sporting a pineapple hairstyle, who had just teamed up with his blonde-haired companion to catch Choji, found themselves tumbling to the ground due to the overwhelming force. I hope he doesn't strike my face. Otherwise, I'll be left with unsightly bruises. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the two boys pinned beneath a hefty figure, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. How arrogant. Do not underestimate others. Sarutobi Yui, having been flung several meters due to Winter Lion's earlier trip, now bore marks of blood from his face scraping against the gravel as he launched a surprise attack from behind. Without a hint of panic, Winter Lion deftly dodged the incoming strike, reaching back with his right hand to grasp the fist aimed at him. He twisted the wrist, locking the opponent's arm with a firm grip. With a slight dip of his shoulder and a bend of his legs, he utilized the momentum of the attack to lift Sarutobi Yui off the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as Yui felt himself soaring once more. Just as he attempted to regain control of the situation, a wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. The impact of the shoulder throw was no trifling matter, as Akimichi Choji, who had just regained his senses and was attempting to rise from beneath the weight of his companions, had barely lifted himself when yet another hefty figure plummeted onto him from above, crashing down with a resounding thud. This is never-ending. I showed you mercy, yet you failed to appreciate it. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Winter Lion harbored an inexplicable rage towards Sarutobi Yui. Nevertheless, he had no intention of indulging him further and promptly approached the mound of flesh, delivering a kick to one of the 4 individuals beneath him. He was still measured in his actions. After all, they were classmates, and they would see each other again. They merely lost their combat effectiveness temporarily. Witnessing his fierce demeanor, the group of 2nd and 3rd grade ninja school students surrounding him were paralyzed with trepidation, scarcely daring to draw breath. They feared that even the slightest sound would render them targets. One glance at the imposing figure nearby rendered any further speculation unnecessary. Let us cherish this hard-won camaraderie. However, in the blink of an eye, he executed a flawless 4-kill sequence. With a smirk at the corners of his mouth and eyes narrowed with mischief, Dong Sherlang leaped towards his companions, extending a warm invitation. Oh, the camaraderie. If my fate parallels that of the towering figure over there, perhaps it's best we refrain from being classmates. We acknowledge that this guy, as our class's top student, possesses formidable skills. But does it need to be this exaggerated? Stop. Don't run. A powerful uppercut struck the chin of a classmate, sending him skyward in panic at Dong Shirlong's arrival, followed by a swift kick that propelled him towards the imposing figure. At his current level, battling second and third grade students was akin to a mere exercise in dominance. Before long, the pile of students before him began to grow steadily. Indeed, dominating the weak brings the greatest thrill. With the last of the younger students sent to join the pile, Dong Shirlang surveyed the battlefield. He realized the situation was dire. While the lower grades fared better, the upper grades were largely under siege. There was little to be done. The sheer number of opponents rendered it impossible to contend effectively. On this day, the ninjas were finally reminded of the fear once instilled by the Uchiha clan and the humiliation they had suffered due to their own inadequacies. Beneath the fading light of the setting sun, in the small woods behind the ninja school, the chilling autumn breeze swept through. Dong Shirlang stood beside a mound of over 20 bodies, and the stirring words of a familiar monologue echoed in his mind, accompanied by an exhilarating score. The long, monotonous training of recent years had dissipated the mental strain, leaving behind a sense of liberation and exhilaration. Dong Shirlang held great admiration for the predecessors who traversed worlds, each enduring the hellish grind of daily training with unwavering joy. Yet, he found himself unable to do the same. From the outset of his training, he recognized it was not a path suited to him. Not everyone could maintain the youthful vigor and passion of Might Guy throughout their lives. Thus, he sought solace in playing games like Werewolf with friends, leveling up, hunting, or engaging in the playful antics of children. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed. Smoke billowed around him. As a gentle breeze swept through, the scene within the mist became clear, revealing a short-haired youth with a grim countenance standing before him. At his feet lay a wooden post, split in two. It turned out that just as Dong Shirlang was lost in his swirling thoughts, the boy had silently approached him from behind. In a sudden surge of chakra, I executed the body flicker technique, launching a textbook-style ambush against him. It is no wonder that those inept individuals were so easily dispatched by you. How ruthlessly brutal. Had I not sensed something amiss and utilized the body replacement technique, I would have undoubtedly suffered the same fate as those unfortunate souls lying in a heap nearby. Just moments ago, when Dong Shirlang had assembled that group of lower-grade students into a pile, on the other side, Sarutobi Shimura was engaged in a struggle alongside his companions against Uchiha Chien. Observing the situation around me, I could feel the veins throbbing on my forehead. Although we held a significant numerical advantage, we had yet to vanquish our opponents. While my companions had all been knocked out, truly, they were of no use whatsoever. Yinjio, take 2 others and deal with those little brats over there. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to allocate a few of my own to clean up after that bothersome group. Had I known, I would not have brought them along. They were more a hindrance than a help. It turned out that this group of students had also divided into 2 factions. The older children, aged 9 to 11, comprised one group, while the younger ones, who had only recently enrolled, formed another. This was intended to balance their strengths. As the number of attackers against me diminished, Uchiha Chien finally breathed a sigh of relief, gaining the opportunity to survey the surroundings. At 11 years of age, his strength was on par with that of an ordinary genin, yet Sarutobi Shimura was no less than a genius. Coupled with his numerous allies, he found himself at a disadvantage. Everyone, muster your strength and eliminate that group of rascals. We cannot allow the younger generation to look down upon us. Noticing that Dong Shirlang had already resolved his battle and drawn some of the enemy's fire away, Chien couldn't help but feel a wave of relief, tinged with a sense of shame, prompting him to shout, "Humph! A dying struggle. What significant waves can a bunch of children create?" Sarutobi Shimura dismissed his rival's taunts, believing it to be a futile act of desperation. As I observed the 3 boys approaching in a formation that resembled an inverted triangle, Dong Shirlang remained unperturbed. With one hand behind his back, he subtly gestured while maintaining a keen focus on his foes, ever ready to counter their impending assault. Unlike the group nearby, these individuals were predominantly 5th and 6th graders, generally possessing the strength of a genin or something close to it. Should I fail to respond carefully, I could very well find myself in dire straits. Without granting Dong Shirlang a moment to devise a strategy, the slender, agile opponent on the left, along with the ordinary-looking fellow on the right, launched their attack from either side. The middle boy, with a sinister expression, advanced slowly, exuding an air of confident victory. With narrowed eyes, Dong Shirlang felt no hint of anxiety. As the lean, tall adversary approached, he suddenly formed hand seals. Chakra surged beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Such remarkable speed in the body flicker technique. The speed of his hand seals is astonishing. Ignoring the exclamations of the two individuals before him, his figure materialized behind the brooding youth. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at the boy's lower back. The suddenness of the assault left the brooding youth unable to defend himself in time. However, upon making contact, the winter lion felt an unusual sensation. With a soft thud, smoke dissipated, revealing a wooden stake shattered into 3 segments on the ground. The scene mirrored that of his earlier ambush. At that moment, from above, a figure descended rapidly. The assailant, with one knee bent like a spear, harnessed gravity to launch an attack on the upper body of the winter lion. As the smoke cleared, it became apparent that the target had merely been a shadow clone left behind. Just moments prior, the winter lion had cleverly utilized the smoke from the youth's attack to transform into a wooden block, concealing himself at the spot. He then created another clone to confuse his adversary. With a thunderous crash, the brooding youth's gravity-enhanced strike not only shattered the clone, but also caused the ground to tremble violently and crack under the pressure of the chakra concentrated in his knee. Damn, it's just a schoolyard scuffle. Why so ruthless? What kind of grudge do you hold? If that had landed, I'd be lucky to escape with just a couple of broken ribs. If you show no mercy, do not expect any from me. Seizing the moment while the youth was momentarily stunned by the violent collision with the ground, one of the shattered wooden stakes suddenly transformed into the shape of the winter lion. With a powerful upward hook, he struck the brooding youth under the chin, sending him flying. Confirming that it was indeed his true form soaring through the air, not a clone, the winter lion crouched slightly, channeling chakra into his legs for a vigorous leap towards the airborne youth. With his head down and feet up, he executed a flurry of kicks, propelling the youth even higher into the sky. As the boy reached the apex of his ascent, the winter lion seized the flapping hem of his garment, pulling hard to align their bodies parallel. With a twist of his waist and a raised leg, he delivered a powerful axe kick aimed squarely at the youth's abdomen. The lion's barrage. As this series of techniques, etched in memory, unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The youth, known as Yanjiao, plummeted to the ground in a V-shaped trajectory at astonishing speed. He landed with a resounding thud, creating a shallow crater upon impact. The winter lion had shown restraint. After all, it was merely a playful confrontation among classmates. Even as he had launched his aerial assault, he refrained from relentless follow-up attacks. Nevertheless, the brooding youth, whose demeanor was as fierce as his strikes, coughed up blood and fell into unconsciousness. The swift exchange had decisively determined the victor, leaving onlookers, both friends and spectators, dumbfounded. This skirmish could be likened to a battle between ninjas. Yanjiao initiated the attack with stealth, only to be met with the winter lion's adept use of shadow techniques to evade danger. Following that, Yanjiao's companions attempted to encircle him. Winter lion directly utilized the body flicker technique to leap out of the encirclement, appearing behind Yanjiao to launch an assault. Yanjiao, in turn, executed the substitution technique to evade the attack, subsequently leaping into the air to deliver a gravity-infused thrust. Winter lion's response was nothing short of exemplary. Taking advantage of the smoke created by the substitution technique, he employed both the shadow clone technique and transformation technique to deceive Yanjiao. A series of swift strikes sent Yanjiao soaring into the air, only to crash down to the ground in a decisive knockout. This can be described as a quintessential display of ninja combat. The entire exchange transpired in less than 20 seconds, leaving many spectators who had previously overlooked the scene bewildered, hastily inquiring among their companions about the unfolding events. Impressive. Can Winter Lion truly defeat even the upperclassmen with such ease? Hey, those upperclassmen aren't all that impressive. Let us band together and take them down. At this moment, Winter Lion's companions noticed that the leader of the opposing group had been effortlessly defeated. Spirits soared as they grouped in threes, surrounding the two following upperclassmen, eager to impart a profound lesson. Unexpectedly, even the notoriously ruthless Shimizu Yanjiao was easily knocked out by a lower classman. Indeed, who would have thought this seemingly arrogant fellow would meet such a downfall today? It's truly gratifying. Just imagining his expression upon regaining consciousness evokes amusement. To think he was knocked out so swiftly. It's utterly hilarious. The gathering crowd had begun to comprehend the recent events. They gazed with bemusement at the unconscious form of Shimizu Yanjiao lying in a shallow crater. Some even dared to mock him, unconcerned that the subject of their derision could not hear them, revealing just how poor his rapport with others had been. Winter Lion is truly remarkable, defeating that scoundrel Shimizu Yenjio in mere moments. Your plans have unraveled, Shinura. Uchiha Chi-yen, engaged in combat with Sarutobi Shinura, noticed Winter Lion's triumph and felt invigorated, taunting his adversary. Meanwhile, Shimura's countenance darkened. They are merely a few lower-classmen. Who would have thought Shimizu Yenjio, who usually carries himself with such arrogance, would stumble so greatly? What a fool. This predicament left him feeling somewhat trapped. Perhaps I should send some of my men to handle that situation? But if I send too many, I might find it difficult to contain Chi-yen here. Not addressing the spectator's commentary or Shimura's dilemma, Winter Lion, after defeating his opponent, did not rush to join the fray. Instead, he leisurely positioned himself behind the tall, slender upperclassman and the average-looking one, ready to strike at any moment, creating an opportunity for Uchiha Ryuho, Yin, and Hidefumi to triumph over the upperclassmen and gain valuable experience. Meanwhile, within the crowd of onlookers, peculiar events unfolded. Whose pet is this dead dog? Release it at once. Stop. Let go of Shukamaru immediately. If it sustains even the slightest injury, I shall not let this matter rest. Among the onlookers, a student from a humble background clashed with a youth from the Inuzuka clan. What began as a mere exchange of words gradually escalated into shoving, and soon erupted into a full-blown brawl. Seizing the opportunity presented today, everyone sought vengeance for past grievances. A voice rang out, and suddenly, amidst the crowd of 200 to 300 spectators in the small grove, various conflicts ignited rapidly. Which scoundrel hurled that stone? Fujiwara Yashiori. Today we shall settle our old scores once and for all. Miyagi Yosuke, I have long been displeased by that lofty, handsome visage of yours. Today, I shall ensure your face is left in tatters. In an instant, saliva and fists danced in the air, while stones and broken teeth flew about. The groups that already bore animosity towards one another, initially a few scattered individuals, gradually became more entangled, culminating in a large-scale tumult. Unlike with Fuyuki and his companions, who still exhibited some semblance of coordination, the current skirmish involved two factions thoroughly mixed together, each interwoven with the other. Among them were several girls who had come to witness the chaos, leading to an increasingly disordered scene. Even Uchiha Akihiko and Sarutobi Shinura, who were engaged in battle, found themselves momentarily halted, bewildered by the pandemonium surrounding them. Unsure whether to continue fighting their opponents or seek a teacher to quell the uproar, they stood in confusion. Perched among the branches of a tall cherry blossom tree, a figure concealed itself, observing the escalating commotion below with occasional chuckles. This is more like it. How could I be fighting in the midst while you merely watch from the outside? Is this the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? Quite impressive. Far superior to that branch family in our class. Wow. Is this the insect-controlling secret technique of the Aburame clan? Outrageous. Outrageous. Wasn't it agreed that no techniques would be used? Oh dear. Is that little girl with the crimson irises casting an illusion? Remarkable. To wield such skills at such a young age, truly impressive. Indeed, the figure hidden in the cherry blossom's lush canopy was none other than Uchiha Fuyuki. Earlier, as he had sent Shimizu Yanu into the ground with a kick, he had discreetly created a shadow clone. His true self lay concealed within the boughs of the flourishing cherry tree, taking the opportunity to incite discord among the spectators below. From his vantage point atop the tree, he reveled in the turmoil unfolding beneath him. At that moment, while relishing the chaotic scene, Fuyuki suddenly sensed something, turning his gaze towards the path. For years of continued meditation had sharpened his perceptive abilities. Although he had not specifically trained in sensory ninjutsu, he could still sense disturbances within a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Through the dappled gaps in the trees, he observed 8 or 9 figures clad in green chunin vests hastily approaching from the direction of the school down the small path at the grove's end. The atmosphere was taut with tension. News had just emerged of a confrontation involving around 80 to 90 students in the grove, which already incited considerable anxiety, for fear of unforeseen consequences. However, upon closer observation, it became evident that the actual number engaged in the altercation was not merely 80 or 90, but rather 300 to 400 individuals. Occasionally, one could witness the execution of various ninjutsu, either inherited or taught by the academy, skillfully performed by the students, driving the onlookers into a cold sweat. Teachers always seem to arrive at the most critical moments. I wonder if some students reported the incident, or if the teachers caught wind of it themselves. But it matters little now. We've seen enough of the spectacle. With hands forming a series of seals, Toshirou executed a body flicker technique, his true form suddenly manifesting beside Uchiha Chien, startling the latter so profoundly that he nearly unleashed a punch aimed at Toshirou's face, only to halt just in time upon recognizing him. The teachers from the Ninja Academy soon arrived. If they lingered any longer, it was likely that everyone would be summoned to speak with their parents. Regardless of the world, the threat of parental involvement always bore tremendous weight. Without further ado, Toshirou succinctly conveyed the crux of the matter. Nanny. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Chien's tone shifted dramatically. Although he was on the verge of graduating from the Ninja Academy and becoming a fully fledged ninja, the mere thought of being caught by a teacher sent him into a momentary panic, mirrored by the astonishment of his peer, Sarutobi Shinken, who was equally uncertain of Toshirou's claims. In a moment of shared urgency, both youths scanned their surroundings, ultimately spotting a flash of green at the end of the path. With no time to spare for further conflict, they hastily signaled to their companions, assisting the more gravely injured among them as they began their retreat. Strangely synchronized in their actions, they exhibited a shred of conscience, recognizing the need to escape together. With a few flickers, they arrived at the side of Uchiha Ryuka, and Hideo. Retreat. The teacher is here. Remaining here will yield no favorable outcome. Raising his hand to form seals, Toshirou dispelled the shadow clone that had been monitoring him. Ignoring the bewilderment of the tall, slender figure and the average-looking boy beside him, he focused intently on a direction and dashed towards the grove's exit. Without pausing to inquire whether Toshirou had merely dispelled a clone or an actual shadow clone, the group was struck with alarm at his words, hastily following him out of the woods. Meanwhile, the teacher's furious shouts echoed from the grove's edge. "You bunch of fools, cease this at once." It wasn't until they reached the vicinity of an open space that the teachers of the Ninja Academy realized the gravity of the situation. Unlike Uchiha Chien and Sarutobi Shinken's groups, which had some semblance of order due to their leaders, the civilian ninjas and clan heirs, incited by Toshirou's provocations, had descended into chaos. With no oversight, the severity of their actions was dictated solely by their own restraint, and shadows of shuriken flitted through the air. The professors unleashed a barrage of water bullets, fireballs, and various small-scale offensive ninjutsu, while students sporadically showcased their family's secret techniques. Many students, merely passing by, found themselves unwittingly embroiled in the chaos of battle, further complicating the already tumultuous scene. Witnessing the dire circumstances unfold, the teachers were rendered pale with dread, fearing that any unfortunate incident could lead to injuries or worse, leaving them unable to justify their failures. Although the training of ninjas included death quotas, any casualties resulting from brawls in this wooded area would solely reflect their lack of discipline. In such a scenario, neither the enraged parents nor the Hokage would easily forgive them. "Run! The teachers are coming!" With that furious shout, a wave of panic swept through the hot-headed young ninjas, momentarily restoring a semblance of clarity. Initially indifferent to the outcry, their attention was finally captured by the warning of the approaching teachers, prompting them to regain their wits. "Flee! We must not be caught. Change direction. How dare they corner us? Teacher! Teacher! It's not my fault. I'm a victim." In an instant, the young ninjas dispersed in a frenzy, abandoning any semblance of organization as they bolted towards the edge of the grove, leaving the newly arrived teachers momentarily overwhelmed. It seems, regardless of the world, students caught misbehaving by teachers share a similar reaction. Having escaped the encirclement with his companions, Toshirou glanced back and saw the onlookers, resembling lost dogs, which made him smirk with satisfaction. They thought they could witness my performance, but now they realized the stakes. TSK. One of them has returned to the school. Are they fetching medical assistance or reinforcements? Well, none of this concerns me anymore. Time to head home for a meal. Today has been another joyous day. As Toshirou had anticipated, the teachers, caught off guard by the severity of the situation, felt the strain of insufficient manpower, especially with several students sustaining notable injuries. Reluctantly, one teacher had to return to the school to summon help and request medical ninjas to tend to the wounded. This unprecedented incident, dubbed the Battle of the Grove, highlighted the performances of notable students such as Uchiha Akihiko, Sarutobi Shimura, and Uchiha Toshirou, who became well-known figures among their peers, garnering a throng of admirers. Conversely, the unfortunate Izuna Shimura, who was swiftly knocked out, became the subject of ridicule, facing derision from those he had previously intimidated. Had it not been for his impending graduation, he might have found it difficult to remain at the Ninja Academy. In the aftermath, the teachers conducted a tally, revealing that approximately 300 to 400 students participated in the brawl, with nearly 40 sustaining injuries. Fortunately, the injuries were mostly superficial, requiring only basic bandaging and a few days of rest for recovery. The following dawn, beside the Southern He River on the outskirts of Konoha, a cliff stood tall. At an elevation of over 10 meters from the ground, a stout oak tree protruded from the cliffside like a sharp spear, reaching towards the heavens. The wind at the edge of the cliff howls fiercely. Even the famed strength of the oak trembles with each gust of the morning breeze. Near the top of the oak, where it meets the horizon, a young lad perches at the pinnacle, his silhouette swaying gently in the air, akin to a leaf detached from its branch, dancing with the wind, as if striving to merge with the vastness of the world around him. Indeed, it is not so simple. Rising from the stone slab beneath him, even such a significant movement does not disrupt his balance. He stands firmly atop the stone. Occasionally, small birds, foraging in the morning light, alight upon him for a brief respite, entirely unperturbed by the presence of what they might perceive as a fierce predator. With a flick of his fingers, he startles the bird from his shoulder. Then, he leaps gracefully, clearing the space where he had been seated, a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the cliff's edge, allowing the stone slab beneath him to lose its stability and plummet into the abyss below, shattering upon impact. Without the toad oil from Myobokuzin or the unique environment, achieving the Sage Mode indeed presents a myriad of challenges. Winter Lion, reflecting on this, cannot help but feel a sense of resignation. As time passes, he has relocated his meditative practice to this cliffside by the South He River. With considerable effort, he has erected a nearly 20-meter-long oak from a protruding rock 20 meters below the cliff, reaching skyward in alignment with the precipice. Must I seek a way to obtain the spirit scrolls from Myobokuzin, Ryuj Cave, or Wetbone Forest? Perhaps not. Although the relationships between the village and the clan have improved over the past 2 years, he remains a Uchiha, and those 3 ninjas are all disciples of the Hokage. After nearly 4 years of meditative training, his progress is commendable. His chakra control has seen rapid advancement, and he has awakened his perceptive abilities, with his spiritual energy becoming increasingly abundant. Since embarking on his training a month ago, birds have occasionally landed upon him to rest, a testament to his achievements in meditation, indicating he has reached the threshold for Sage Mode training. However, the most crucial step, sensing natural energy, remains elusive. Devoid of the toad oil from Myobokuzin as a medium and lacking an environment rich in natural energy, he has ultimately failed to succeed in perceiving this energy. I recall a spirit island from the original text, where the beasts are colossal. The island is abundant in natural energy. I wonder if it could aid me in sensing natural energy? In the original narrative, this island is named the Island of Oblivion, home to unimaginably large spirit beasts. As the wars intensified, the quest for greater power led to the creation of the ultimate spirit beast, innovatively crafted by researchers. Yet, contrary to their intentions, the ultimate spirit beast ultimately went berserk, devouring all the researchers, including a descendant named Uzumaki Hinata. In the end, it was only through Naruto's protagonist's aura and the chakra left by Uzumaki Hinata that the beast was sealed and destroyed in molten lava. During this time, Winter Lion has taken to reading several volumes of strange tales whenever he finds a moment, simultaneously passing the time while searching for clues regarding the Spirit Island. He believes in a principle: every path taken leaves a trace. On the islands inhabited by numerous colossal spirit beasts, even if the discovering factions strive to keep their secrets, some clues will inevitably slip through the cracks. Furthermore, during the practice of sage techniques, how can one expel the uncontrollable sage chakra from within? Should he attempt to seek out the family heirloom, the flame fan? In his conjecture, the flame fan, passed down through the generations of the Uchiha clan, is likely crafted from the branches of the divine tree. The divine tree possesses the ability to absorb natural energy. Thus, utilizing it to release the errant sage chakra holds a certain potential. If his speculation proves true, the ancestors of the Uchiha family indeed squandered treasures without knowing how to wield them. If that is the case, careful planning is imperative. He must wait until the Third Great Ninja War when Lin dies, then follow behind Obito to infiltrate Madara's base. However, the risks are substantial. What if the timing is off and Madara is not yet completely subdued? Would he then have to confront Madara directly? That would be exceedingly challenging. The only option left may be to cut off his oxygen supply. Curse it. The ninja world is truly a harsh place. Even the desire to lie low is thwarted. I am finding it exceedingly difficult. Grumbling to himself, Winter Sharingan felt his mood lighten as he hummed a little tune, gradually disappearing into this picturesque yet seldom visited locale. Winter Sharingan, wait. Come home for dinner tonight. Your sister Mikasa is preparing a grand feast for us. As he stepped into the encampment, crossing under the vibrant red torii gate, a cheerful voice rang out before him. Looking up, under the morning sun, a figure approached him slowly. Brother Akihiro, are you heading to the security division for duty? I didn't see Mikasa accompanying you. The visitor was named Uchiha Akihiro, a regular member of the Konoha Security Division. He inherited the Uchiha family's signature good looks, tall and slender, with black hair and eyes, exuding a sunny and friendly demeanor. Unfortunately, he had not awakened the Sharingan, and his strength was merely that of an average chunin. Apart from his noteworthy proficiency in the Uchiha fire techniques, he lacked remarkable skills elsewhere. Nevertheless, his character was quite commendable, providing a comfortable and pleasant interaction. Though he seemed somewhat unworthy of Mikasa, after several encounters, Winter Sharingan had grown to appreciate this prospective uncle. The compatibility in their interactions was far more significant, as the strength of one's abilities does not heavily influence the bonds of marriage. After all, everyone has their own preferences. Oh, today, the research lab has procured a new batch of equipment that needs to be reinstalled. So your sister Mikasa will be resting for a couple of days. At Mikasa's strong insistence, Winter Sharingan referred to Uchiha Akihiro as brother. Fortunately, this elder brother was also a war orphan, with no direct relatives to whom he was particularly attached, thus he did not mind the title. As for Winter Sharingan's other uncle, he seldom appeared in his life. This uncle and aunt were an inseparable pair, always glued to each other without a hint of weariness. Even the well-informed and experienced Uchiha Toshirou, after a few encounters, found it utterly unbearable. But let us not dwell on that. The following morning, after completing his morning lessons, Uchiha Toshirou perused the wares at a family-owned grocery store within his clan. Just yesterday, he had relished a sumptuous meal at Sister Mikiko's home, yet today he was preparing for both lunch and dinner, evoking fond memories of his past, the delightful times when he was pampered and well-fed. Indeed, the notion of being supported and carried along in one's previous life held a grain of truth. Aunt Yuriko, this pork is not particularly fresh. Please substitute it with beef. This beef rib here will do nicely. Let us weigh out 10 pounds. Toshirou, Auntie isn't exaggerating. The beef was slaughtered just 2 hours ago and delivered immediately. If you miss out today, you won't find such fresh ingredients next time. Oh, then make it 20 pounds. You truly have an eye for quality. I shall gift you this spinach as well. A total of 3,000 taels, and I'll waive the odd change. When discussing the prices in the world of ninjas, they are certainly rather steep. 20 pounds of beef costs nearly 3,000 taels. For context, a kunai at a ninja supply shop is merely 800 taels, while shuriken are only 200 taels. Aunt Yuriko certainly knows how to conduct business. Her enterprise is bound to flourish in the future. You are quite the charmer. Here, have this scallion on the house. Thank you. While engaging in light-hearted banter with Aunt Yuriko, he kept his ears attuned to the conversations of adults outside on the street. Did you hear? I heard that a ninja violated the village's regulations, leading to a failed mission that caused significant losses for the Land of Fire. A woman purchasing vegetables whispered conspiratorially to her companion. Really? If that's the case, the Hokage will surely punish him. I heard that too. I heard that ninja is Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang. Before the first woman could express her opinion, another housewife, buying fish nearby, interjected eagerly, the White Fang. No way. Everyone says he is a hero of the village who has saved many comrades. It's true. I've overheard quite a bit of chatter about it today, chimed in the grocer, unable to restrain himself. This morning, he too had heard numerous discussions surrounding the matter, all echoing a similar sentiment. Konoha's hero, Hatake Tsukumo, had failed a mission, resulting in considerable losses for the Land of Fire. Has the time for this incident truly arrived? Yet, the orchestrators behind the scenes are quite something, Toshirou thought to himself. In the world of Hokage, these natives, unaccustomed to an information bombardment, displayed an appalling naivety. having been immersed in the online world of his previous life. He found their rudimentary methods of public opinion manipulation utterly laughable. The fact that a ninja of Hatake Tsukumo's caliber could have his mission's details so carelessly leaked was simply absurd. With 2 years of training at the Ninja Academy, Toshirou was all too aware of the intricacies of the ninja's confidentiality protocols. At this moment, within the Hokage building of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just commenced his duties, received a report submitted by one of his subordinates. After skimming through the document with a perceptive eye, the third Hokage furrowed his brow in contemplation and summoned his trusted Umbu. "Go to the root. Bring Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, to me," he commanded, his tone devoid of emotion, before returning to his thoughtful silence, inhaling deeply from his pipe. The report had been forwarded from the department responsible for monitoring the village's public sentiment. Early that morning, they had detected an unusual shift in the prevailing discourse. Although unaware of who was orchestrating this covert manipulation, the perceptive subordinates recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily compiled a report for the Hokage's review. Within 20 minutes, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man nearing his 50s. His hair was wild and unkempt, and a bandage adorned his forehead, slanting downwards to conceal his injured right eye. Only his left eye remained visible, sharp and piercing like that of a vulture, fixated intently on the third Hokage and the chair he occupied. "Danzo, what are you attempting to achieve by inciting public sentiment against our village's esteemed jonin?" Before the man could utter a word, the third Hokage vehemently interrogated him. "Are you aware of the detrimental impact this could have on our village's heroes? Acting unilaterally. Do you even recognize my authority as Hokage?" Even before Danzo could take his seat, the third Hokage unleashed a barrage of questions, seemingly in an effort to convey his burgeoning ire. "Heroes of the village, you say? Does he truly deserve such a title considering the damage he has inflicted upon our village and the land of fire? The true heroes of the village are those who selflessly sacrifice everything to protect peace and guard our home, not the likes of Tsukumo Hatake." Unfazed, the leader of Root and the Hokage's advisor, Danzo Shimura, replied with a rigid demeanor, momentarily leaving the third Hokage at a loss for words. "Do you still not comprehend, Hiruzen? Merely uttering beautiful words will not sustain the peace of Konoha. The tranquility of Konoha has always been upheld by our quiet sacrifices." As he gazed at Hiruzen Sarutobi seated behind the Hokage's desk, adorned with the Hokage's hat, Danzo's thoughts surged. "Yet, that does not justify your clandestine efforts to tarnish his reputation. You must realize that the reason for his mission's failure was to save the lives of his comrades." To save the lives of his comrades? Absurd. As a ninja, fulfilling one's mission is paramount. He forsook his duty to rescue those he calls comrades. Sacrifice is an inevitable aspect of a ninja's path. If everyone were to emulate his actions, can you fathom the consequences? The completion rate of missions in the village would plummet. Over time, the number of commissions received by the village would dwindle. Can you accept such consequences? It is utterly unexpected that former companions would utter such profound truths. In that moment, the third Hokage found himself in a quandary. Which holds greater significance, the mission or the comrades? The third Hokage hesitated, caught in uncertainty. Hiruzen, alongside Kakashi Hatake, had embraced the path of a ninja that prioritizes saving comrades. Over the years, their reputation had soared, even compelling the legendary Sannin to tread carefully around them. Upon uttering these words, Shimura Danzo did not spare a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi, but instead turned away, sweeping his sleeves in dismissal. Thud! The door to the Hokage's office slammed shut, echoing with the fading footsteps of Danzo in the corridor outside. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat motionless in his chair, his pipe flickering uncertainly. The brim of his Hokage hat cast a shadow over his face, obscuring his expression amidst the swirling smoke. At that moment, Uchiha Toshirou was making his way home, carrying a large plastic bag filled with his recent purchases: beef ribs, spinach, potatoes, and more. Since Uchiha Mikasa married, he had taken on the responsibility of household errands. Having gained control over the family's finances, Toshirou ensured he did not neglect himself. Over the past 2 years, having grown familiar with the proprietor of the local grocery store, he had enlisted her aid in acquiring various exotic ingredients. He even indulged in seafood delicacies like oysters from time to time, for happiness in life must begin from a young age. Those who understand, understand. As he reminisced about White Fang, He greeted familiar faces along the way, making his way home. Since that fateful encounter with the White Fang family 4 years ago, he had occasionally spotted them on the streets of Konoha. It was disheartening to see that gentle, courteous man facing such a somber fate. Regrettably, his own youth rendered him powerless to effect any change. The village, founded by the first Hokage with the aim of protecting children and comrades, had seen a ninja condemned for attempting to save a companion, ultimately compelled to atone with his life. It seemed to echo the words of his ancestor, an inversion of priorities. It appears that the third Hokage has tacitly approved of this situation. The following afternoon, having granted himself a rare afternoon off, Toshirou strolled through the bustling commercial streets of Konoha, savoring a dango while attentively eavesdropping on the discussions of the adults around him. At that moment, public sentiment had shifted. Unlike the previous day, when the news had circulated among a select few, it had now become common knowledge. In broad daylight, groups of idle adults gathered to discuss the matter, each voicing differing opinions. Toshirou believed several factors contributed to the evolution of the situation. Firstly, timing played a crucial role. We found ourselves in the interlude between the second and third Great Ninja Wars. The significance of the renowned Konoha White Fang to the village had diminished considerably. After all, as the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the skilled bow is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. Such disheartening occurrences transpire in every world and nation. The fate of White Fang is but a singular instance among many. Moreover, there was an expansion. At this time, the third Hokage was still at the pinnacle of his power. His 3 disciples had each earned the esteemed title of the legendary 3 ninjas. Whether it be Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade, they had all made their indelible marks in both the village and the ninja world. Adding to this illustrious roster were Shimura Danzo and the leaders of various prominent clans, all in their prime, alongside a certain youth who had begun studying the Flying Thunder God technique pioneered by the second Hokage. Furthermore, the growing Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, and the vibrant Leaf Village warriors, all contributed to an impressive surge in strength. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that the village was brimming with talent. Then there lies the fundamental duty of a ninja. What is of utmost importance to a ninja? Should one forsake comrades to fulfill a mission, or abandon the mission to safeguard comrades? This is a question that eludes a standard answer. Neglecting a mission could harm the village, while prioritizing a mission over comrades can lead to a grave distortion of values. Reflecting on the curriculum of the Leaf Village Ninja Academy over the past few years reveals the established ninja code. Winter Shiro has already discerned the third Hokage's stance. The will of fire, originally proposed by the first Hokage, refined by the second, and compiled under the third, along with the ninja code, can be summarized in 8 words: mission first, village first. As for the final reason, it warrants contemplation. It likely obstructed the paths of certain individuals, not only referring to Shimura Danzo, but also including the third Hokage and several of his potential successors. If this matter were solely orchestrated by Danzo, it would not have elicited such consequential outcomes. It seems that with the third Hokage's involvement, a single mission failure would not lead to the tragic demise of Shikage Nara. One wonders how the third Hokage felt after facing the calamities that followed, such as the chaos of the Nine Tails, the deaths of Tsunade and Kushina, Orochimaru's defection, and Jiraiya's departure, not to mention Tsunade's battle with hemophobia. Speaking of Tsunade, has she indeed developed hemophobia? I wonder what has become of the short-lived Kato Dan. Has he perished, or does he still live? Must we wait until the outbreak of the third Great Ninja War to learn his fate? With voluptuous curves, a slender waist, long legs, and golden hair, one cannot help but recall those serendipitous encounters on the streets, those fleeting glances. No wonder Jiraiya, that lecherous sage, would hang himself from a tree. If not for the considerable age difference, one might be tempted to pursue her. With my dear Tsunade, what need have I for any other maidens? What was that saying? What more could one desire? As I walked, I found myself unconsciously drawn to a courtyard within the village. The perimeter was adorned with a rustic wooden fence, lending a charming air. The open space was filled with evergreen trees and an assortment of flowers and grasses, although the flora appeared somewhat withered, suggesting a lack of regular care. At the center stood an L-shaped wooden house, its doors and windows tightly shut, devoid of life. Is this the abode of that young lad, Kakashi? It seems rather desolate. My footsteps did not falter as I maintained my pace, passing by the courtyard. At this moment, Associating with Kakashi or Shikaka Nara would not be a prudent choice. Who knows if there are any hidden secrets buried in this vicinity? Although monitoring Hatake Tsukumo may prove to be quite challenging, one cannot predict the erratic behavior of Shimura Danzo, a wild dog of sorts. Moreover, in a few days, this estate is likely to be surrounded by those foolish villagers, along with the comrades saved by Hatake Tsukumo, who will hurl insults and accusations at him for unspeakable, sordid intentions. I am still too inexperienced. If only I had the strength of my esteemed Madara, or that Hakurama of the Senju clan. Those who cross my path would swiftly face my wrath. Wouldn't that be delightful? Training. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades must continue to strive. Discarding the bamboo skewer he had just finished, he patted his cheeks with both hands. Persevere. Struggle. Onward. 3 days later, the news of Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, taking his own life, emerged. This powerful, yet gentle white-haired man ultimately concluded his life in such a tragic manner. Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage experienced a fleeting moment of confusion and regret. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to such an extent. In his original vision, he aimed to utilize this incident to diminish the reputation of the White Fang, tarnishing his record. He intended to remind Hatake Tsukumo of the true essence of being a ninja, advising him to remain a sharp blade, true to his purpose. Was it to uphold his ninja way, or was it because of my negligence? Does anyone see? Why is there no response? Sitting behind the Hokage's desk, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lifted his gaze to the portraits of previous Hokages adorning the wall. The figures in the photographs appeared soulless, silently observing, gazing at the Hokage. Watching over the village. Have I erred in my judgment? Yet, I acted solely to protect the village. The heads of various clans in Konoha, upon receiving this news, displayed expressions of shock. The figure, once invincible on the battlefield, who shone brightly, had perished silently in his own home, by his own hand, and succumbed to the whispers of gossip. In unison, they fell silent, casting glances at the Hokage building, as if grasping an unspoken truth. Even the ordinary ninjas were profoundly affected. From that moment onward, they understood the choices they must make between comrade and mission. Should they adhere to a ninja way that had been denied by the village throughout their lives? Should they harbor resentment towards the third Hokage for his indifference? Or feel guilt for failing in their missions? Or perhaps, for the sake of their young sons? These motivations became untraceable with Hatake Tsukumo's tragic demise. Ironically, as the news of the White Fang's death spread, the villagers who had gathered to vilify him, along with those comrades who had accused him of abandoning his mission to save others, vanished overnight, as if they had never existed. Even the idle chatter among the village's adults deliberately avoided the topic. Ultimately, only a 5-year-old child remained, an empty residence, and a shattered heart. Konoha gained yet another orphan. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for the White Fang of Konoha. At this moment, Dong Shirlang sat cross-legged beside a low table in his study. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his silhouette and casting a warm glow upon the scrolls, notes, and manuscript papers that cluttered the desk before him. He was engrossed in the study of ninjutsu, specifically the essential technique of the three-body technique required for graduation from the Ninja Academy. Many predecessors among the time travelers focused solely on the body replacement technique within the three-body technique, dismissing the shadow clone and transformation techniques as trivial. In Dong Shirlang's view, this perspective was rather myopic. While the body replacement technique is undoubtedly vital, allowing one to substitute themselves with a pre-prepared decoy to evade an attack, this skill also provides an opportunity for counterattack or retreat. This life-saving technique was later refined by Orochimaru into the Great Snake Technique, which could even erase the damage inflicted on one's body. Although somewhat distasteful, its effectiveness was undeniably explosive. Turning to the Shadow Clone Technique. The version taught at the Ninja Academy involves creating a non-physical clone through the concentration of chakra to confuse adversaries. However, the advanced forms of this technique, like the Shadow Clone, are capable of hosting the user's consciousness. After the clone dissipates, the consciousness can be relayed back to the original body. This aspect touches upon the sophisticated applications of chakra and the fundamental purpose of the ninja arts, facilitating communication and sharing of consciousness through chakra, ultimately fostering peace. In the original narrative, characters such as Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki utilized chakra to seal portions of their consciousness within Naruto. Additionally, The short-lived Kato Dan mastered the art of spirit transformation, further employing chakra to embody his soul. These instances subtly reflect the essence of the shadow clone technique, albeit with varied applications and degrees. Returning to the transformation technique, it is often regarded by ninjas as a mere trifle. Whether transforming into inanimate objects like stones or wooden blocks to deceive foes, or adopting the guise of others during missions, the primary intent remains to mislead and confuse adversaries. Such methods, however, hold little efficacy against seasoned ninjas or those possessing unique perception abilities or bloodline limits. Yet, the Sarutobi clan's ancestral summon, Enma, has bestowed a unique application and elevated significance to the transformation technique. Not only can it become impervious to harm, but it can also alter its size at will, growing thicker or thinner as desired. Furthermore, the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique defies belief. One cannot simply assume that their ability to become a true giant stems solely from a diet rich in meat. This transformation affects physical structure, bones, and organs, allowing a person to swell to enormous proportions before reverting to their original size. The absurdity of this notion would almost strain the limits of medical theory. He prefers to believe that this transformation is a fusion of the transformation technique and the yang release, creating a novel kind of metamorphosis. Additionally, certain variations of the multiplication technique suggest that such transformations could lead to unprecedented possibilities in the future. It seems that some peculiar elements have inadvertently crept into the discussion. The combinations of these transformations are numerous, and one cannot overlook the contributions of Orochimaru in this regard. In the original text, Orochimaru's technique, the Shadow Snake Hands, is perceived as a combination of the Shadow Clone technique and transformation technique, rather than a more intricate summoning technique. He utilizes chakra to create an individual entity, subsequently transforming it into a python to attack or restrain his adversaries. For instance, during his confrontation with Naruto on the Heavenly Bridge, Orochimaru fragmented the Kusanagi sword into dozens, if not hundreds, of blades, extending for hundreds of meters. This is akin to a simplified version of the Shadow Clone technique combined with the Monkey King's transformation technique. Furthermore, he transforms his lower body into that of a python, executing serpent-like movements. It is beyond his comprehension how one could metamorphose a physical form into that of another creature. If that is the case, what else could it be but a transformation technique? Is it merely a scientific alteration? I would think not. Even Itachi, beloved by many in his past life, summoned a crow possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Toshirou during the Fourth Great Ninja War from within Naruto's body. Is that crow truly a summoning beast? It seems to him more like a combination of the Shadow Clone technique, transformation technique, and sealing technique. Otherwise, how could a crow survive within Naruto without water, food, or air for such an extended period, while also bearing the ocular power of Shirsui's Mangekyo? One morning, in the living room of Toshirou, a rare visitor arrived. "Please, take a seat." Today, a member of the security team, a young man in his 20s, came to visit. He stood slightly taller than the average Uchiha, with medium-length hair cascading down his back. His face bore a serious demeanor, marked by prominent nasolabial folds, exuding an air of solemnity and meticulousness. Indeed, this man would later become Uchiha Fugaku, the father of the illustrious Itachi and Sasuke. At present, he was not yet the clan leader, but as the son of the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan, his prowess was widely acknowledged within the family. However, with his presence as a metaphorical butterfly's wing, who could predict the future? I apologize for the lack of preparation, as visitors are a rarity in my home. Please enjoy some tea. As he spoke, Toshirou hurriedly presented a tray bearing 2 cups of freshly brewed green tea. He offered 1 cup to Fugaku, while he himself took the other and sat across the low table, quietly observing him. Toshirou found himself perplexed by Fugaku's visit, unable to fathom why a young boy, yet to become a ninja, would hold any significance. As far as he knew, this future clan leader, upon whom the current head placed great expectations, was exceedingly busy. He held a prominent position within the security force and frequently undertook various challenging missions assigned by the Hokage, maintaining connections with all branches of the family. The village, clan, and security force were all meticulously attended to, embodying the demeanor of a young clan leader. As the old adage goes, a night owl enters the home. It never comes for no reason, hoping it was not bad news. The hospitality extended was exceedingly considerate. There was no sign of the typical child's panic in the presence of their elders. He appeared remarkably mature and composed. Moreover, his perseverance over the years has forged a resolute character. Since entering the room, Uchiha Fugaku has remained silent, quietly observing every move of Dong Shilang. He noted how the youth interacted with others and managed the unexpected visit. In just a few minutes of observation, along with intelligence gathered from the clan, he could ascertain that the boy before him was a promising ninja, destined to become a pillar of the family. Uncertain of Fugaku's purpose for visiting today, Dong Shilang broke the silence, offering, "If there is anything within my capacity to assist, please do not hesitate to express it." As the head of the household, he spoke with utmost propriety, demonstrating readiness to tackle any family matters. Yet, the emphasis remained on within my capacity. After all, he was merely a boy under 8, still enrolled in the ninja academy, suggesting that the clan likely harbored no ulterior motives regarding him. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku did not rush to reply. Instead, he sipped his warm tea, allowing the steam to curl around the cup before casting a casual glance at Dong Shilang and finally speaking in a measured tone. "As a prodigy within the clan, I am curious about your perspective on the current state of the ninja world. How should I view it?" "I see it with my eyes." Dong Shilang silently scoffed, surprised that Fugaku had spent so long contemplating such a question, which seemed more suited for a child. "Fugaku-san, you hold me in too high regard. How could a mere student of the Ninja Academy possess any profound insights on such matters?" Nevertheless, since the elder had posed a question, he obliged. "This year, the Ninja Academy has expanded its enrollment. Unlike when I began at 6, this year, not only 6-year-olds, but even some 5-year-olds have been admitted, such as Uchiha Obito, who entered as the lowest performer, and Kakashi Hitaki, son of the late Konoha White Fang, who was merely 5 at the time of enrollment." Fugaku, the questioner, was taken aback by this revelation. His inquiry had been casual, and he had not anticipated a thoughtful response from the young boy. "I did not expect this child to observe so keenly, and his perspective on issues diverges from that of U.S. adults. Truly, he is a rare talent within the family." Fugaku's compliment, however, was met with humility from Dong Shilang. "I am merely someone who works harder than the average person. Being labeled a genius in the world of Naruto is no easy feat, whether it be Minato Namikaze, Itachi Uchiha, or even Kakashi Hitaki. All have borne the title of genius, yet their fates were far from glorious. The higher one is exalted, the harsher the fall. Your praise of me as a genius leaves me uncertain of your intentions." I remain humble, recognizing that Dong Shilang was not the typical naive child. Fugaku decided to speak candidly. He began to discuss various intelligence and resources related to the ongoing war, including materials, medicinal herbs, and food supplies collected by the clan. The current prices are steadily on the rise, a development attributed to the insights provided by him and the Nikko clan of shinobi, along with the blood coagulating agents developed by Uchiha Mikasa. This has rendered the family increasingly sensitive to the prices of medicinal agents and materials. Meanwhile, the exquisite shuriken and kunai from the Nikko clan have seen a significant surge in sales. Recently, the prices of raw materials have escalated, prompting feedback to the family. Some seasoned elders within the clan speculate that major shinobi villages may be dissatisfied with certain treaties and outcomes from the last Great War, suggesting that conflict may soon erupt once more. Upon hearing this, Dong Shirow did not exhibit much surprise. After all, the Third Shinobi World War, as recounted in the original narrative, was the most devastating of all wars, prolonged and marked by staggering casualties. The heads of various clans had nearly all changed hands. By the time Minato Namikaze, the younger brother of the esteemed Naruto, assumed the mantle of the 4th Hokage, the representatives from each clan attending the succession ceremony were predominantly from the younger generation, including the likes of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Uchiha. Where had the current clan leaders gone? They had been consumed by the ravages of war. While conversing, Uchiha Fugaku meticulously observed the shifts in Dong Shirow's expression. He was taken aback by the fact that Dong Shirow remained largely unperturbed upon hearing the news of impending war. What sort of reaction could one expect? For someone privy to the eventual outcome, maintaining a facade of indifference was entirely feasible. As for feigning surprise, he had long since realized the folly of such a charade. The risks of playing with micro-expressions in front of a seasoned Uchiha were simply too great. Uchiha Fugaku was astonished by Dong Shirow's calm demeanor in the wake of the war announcement. Was it a lack of comprehension regarding the brutality of war for a shinobi? or perhaps an inner fortitude that rendered him fearless? Alternatively, was he so overwhelmed that his expressions could not accurately convey his feelings? With remarkable perceptiveness, Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Dong Shiro's micro-expressions. Even without activating his Sharingan, his Uchiha lineage endowed him with talents far surpassing those of ordinary shinobi. As Dong Shiro had envisioned, controlling one's facial expressions in the presence of a high-ranking shinobi, particularly an Uchiha, was an almost insurmountable challenge. The family intended to select certain students from the Ninja Academy who had yet to graduate, arranging for their early graduation. They would then enlist elite shinobi from the clan to mentor them, preparing for the imminent Third Shinobi World War. Early graduation? After all this circumlocution, the true intent of this endeavor is finally revealed. Dong Shiro mused. I suppose I, too, cannot escape the phenomenon of premature graduation that accompanies transmigration. Yet, unlike those who voluntarily apply, I have effectively been graduated against my will. The training of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village typically occurs within the confines of the Ninja Academy, supplemented by the clan's secret techniques. This is the norm, save for a few exceptional cases. This approach serves as a means for the shinobi clans to express their stance to the Hokage. Now, with the specter of war looming, the various shinobi families are eager to expedite the cultivation of their young heirs. The Hokage, in turn, welcomes this initiative, for regardless of how exceptional their training may be, these young talents will ultimately be dispatched to the battlefield for his command. War and early graduation? I understand now. Uncertain of the future, Winter Shiro merely posed a question regarding whether he would join a conventional ninja task force or enter the security division. He did not feel elated at the prospect of graduating early as a ninja. This inquiry was merely an attempt to gain a clearer understanding of his impending path. For him, the distinction between joining a ninja task force and the security division held little significance. Typically, Uchiha ninjas would join a conventional ninja team upon graduation, undergoing trials and tribulations to eventually become chunin before being transferred to the security division. During this juncture, some members of the clan would have experienced the harrowing trials of a ninja's life, awakening their Sharingan and becoming the pillars of their family. Even those who had not awakened their eyes would have undergone rigorous training, enabling them to adeptly handle the diverse tasks assigned by the security division. As for those clan members who, upon reaching a certain age, had neither awakened their eyes nor attained the rank of chunin, they would be encouraged to pursue alternative endeavors, lest they sacrifice themselves on missions, leaving behind a legacy of orphans and widows. Winter Shiro's situation was somewhat unique, as he was guided by an elite of the clan serving as a supervising jonin. Should he join peers who were either commoners or clan members, he would be placed within the ranks of conventional ninjas. However, if all his teammates were contemporaries from the Uchiha clan, he would be directly integrated into the security division. This arrangement subtly reflected the intricate relationship between the Uchiha clan, the master-apprentice system, and the community of commoner ninjas. The clan would select appropriate teammates from among his fellow graduates to form a task force, subsequently joining the security division. Not overly concerned with Winter Shiro's question, Uchiha Fugaku responded with a degree of indifference, assuming the youth sought to better comprehend the clan's plans for him. He did not anticipate that this young boy would harbor such convoluted thoughts. Was he excluded from the master-apprentice system? Well, this was to be expected. The third Hokage would not easily permit the Uchiha to join the master-apprentice framework, allowing Uchiha graduates to partake in task forces to experience the will of fire sufficed. As for assigning Uchiha to the role of supervising jonin, that was another matter entirely. This arrangement has its merits. At least there won't be any unreliable teammates. Moreover, having a supervising jonin from one's own clan ensures that in perilous situations, they will not abandon their students, he mused. Although Naruto was a tale imbued with themes of bonds, sacrifice, and dedication, when faced with death and fear, individuals instinctively choose self-preservation, often at the expense of others. Otherwise, how could one explain the proliferation of rogue ninjas? Those with families and responsibilities in the village might fare better, while those who are solitary easily tread this treacherous path. Even in the event of mission failure, the repercussions are not overwhelmingly dire. After all, not everyone is a Konoha White Fang. Winter Shiro pondered whether the clan had any special jutsu or secret techniques as a reward for their early graduation. It seems certain that early graduation is a given. However, seizing the opportunity to benefit from the clan's resources would also be advantageous. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat taken aback by Winter Shiro's inquiry, but did not dwell on it. After all, it was only natural for the Uchiha to pursue power. Was it not rather absurd to seek love and peace? He had momentarily forgotten that the individual seated before him was the future clan leader, a paragon of love and peace. For those of you who have graduated early from the Ninja Academy, the clan will provide substantial support. If your leading instructor consents, mastering 1 or 2 techniques of ninjutsu will pose no challenge. The Uchiha clan is indeed generous towards its own seedlings, except for certain unique techniques related to the Sharingan, such as Izanagi and Izanami, or the exorbitantly costly forbidden arts. The clan's resources for conventional ninjutsu and secret techniques remain quite accessible. Consequently, clan ninjas often regard all techniques aside from those involving the Sharingan with disdain. Those fortunate enough to awaken their eyes dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to enhancing the strength of their Sharingan. Even those unable to awaken their eyes regard it as their primary objective. With this in mind, I find myself devoid of further inquiries. I am grateful to Elder Fugaku for making the effort to inform me. I shall strive diligently to pass the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality. I hope you can forgive me. With that, Dong Shilang hastily rose to offer his respects. Despite harboring some dissatisfaction towards the future clan leader, he recognized that this individual was, after all, a distinguished junior leader within the clan. Some display of decorum was necessary. As a former worker, these matters seemed trivial to him. That is well. The school assessment should pose no issue for you. I shall take my leave. With that, he stood up to depart, as he had other students' homes to visit. However, conversing with this boy, scarcely 8 years of age, felt no different from speaking with an adult. He escorted the visitor to the door, standing on the porch and watching as the young man exited the courtyard. In that moment, Dong Shilang was filled with boundless reflections. From this point onward, his leisurely life would vanish, replaced by tasks, bloodshed, and violence, experiences he had never encountered in his previous life. Another morning dawned. Dong Shilang stood before the dressing mirror in the living room, scrutinizing his reflection. The boy in the mirror sported a tousled medium-length mane, gathered into a neat ponytail, with a few rebellious strands of bangs cascading across his forehead, slightly disheveled, yet failing to obscure his pair of dark, sparkling eyes. His straight, sharp eyebrows added to his striking appearance. Clad in the traditional mesh undershirt of a ninja, he wore a beige jacket over it, while his lower half was adorned with black-gray cropped pants and ninja sandals, presenting a clean and tidy image. Standing at over 135 centimeters, he appeared broader than his peers, resembling a boy of around 10 years of age. Where did this charming young lad come from? Truly, he is beloved by all, like flowers blossoming in spring. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Dong Shilang stepped out of his home, making his way toward the Ninja Academy. A month had passed since their last conversation, and today marked the day of his graduation examination. Dong Shilang, you are to participate in the graduation exam today. Are you nervous? You fool. Do you think Dong Shilang is like you? A simple clone technique will surely be a breeze. As he walked along the path to the Ninja Academy, a few peers of his age began to chatter excitedly. The one called a fool was Uchiha Longhu, who tended to be somewhat hasty in his actions. Somewhat reminiscent of a future Obito, yet devoid of that warmth, his family life appears relatively complete with both parents still alive. His control over chakra is rather mediocre. He has barely mastered the art of climbing trees. After more than 2 years in the Ninja Academy, although he can manage the substitution and transformation techniques with some effort, the more demanding clone technique proves to be fraught with difficulties. Speaking of which, among our peers, only Toshirou and An have applied for early graduation, which is quite enviable. The girl named Asaka remarked with a hint of jealousy. Among Toshirou's contemporaries, she is the only one eligible for early graduation, having been a prodigy who managed to refine chakra in just one night during her family's preparatory training. Even in other clans, those selected for early cultivation are typically 4th or 5th graders. It is rare to find second-year students like Toshirou and An, although exceptions do exist. I also heard that Kiba's son applied for early graduation this year, and he hasn't even turned 6 yet. How absurd. Uchiha Mamoru interjected, noting that he was not among the applicants for early graduation. Really? Not even 6 years old? That is indeed remarkable. Speaking of which, Longhu, you almost wet yourself when you were startled by a wild boar before you turned 6. Upon hearing this, the girl named Asaka could not resist taking a jab. His embarrassing display during a boar hunt 2 years ago had already become a source of ridicule among his peers. Asaka, be quiet. We are discussing early graduation and becoming ninjas, do you understand? And I did not wet my pants. Longhu retorted defiantly, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. That mishap from 2 years ago had inexplicably spread, becoming a deep-seated grievance for him. Unfazed, the girl merely huffed and ignored him. Observing the playful banter between the two, Toshirou couldn't help but smile. To him, they seemed like a pair of affectionate rivals. However, judging by Longhu's clumsy performance, he would likely face hardships in the future. Upon entering the school, he pulled open the sliding door of the classroom, and at that moment, every student present turned to greet him with curious gazes. 3 days prior, when he submitted his application for early graduation, the news had already begun to circulate, and by now, it was common knowledge among the class. I wish you a smooth, early graduation. His classmate, a chubby boy named Shiho Ryo, greeted him with well wishes as soon as he saw him, giving him a thumbs up and a wide smile. Toshirou took his seat, disregarding the curious and astonished glances from around him, which included a few envious and resentful stares from the spoiled offspring of the Sarutobi clan. Before long, the homeroom teacher, Aoyama Ryosuke, a chunin with a somewhat similar appearance and hairstyle to Saitama, entered the classroom. Observing Toshirou quietly seated at the back, Aoyama Ryosuke felt a moment of reflection. The student posed little trouble. He quietly occupied his seat, engrossed in his own pursuits, neither disturbing himself nor his classmates. Simultaneously, his talents as a ninja were remarkably outstanding. Whether it was the knowledge imparted in class or the advanced textbooks yet to be explored, he had mastered them all with impeccable finesse. His prowess in physical techniques, ninjutsu, illusion techniques, and hand seals was exceptional. Now, he sought early graduation, which brought him a tinge of regret, a lament for not leaving a more profound mark on his journey of growth. All right, everyone quiet down. Uchiha Toshirou, please come forward. The rest of you, stay in the classroom and study. Aoyama Ryosuke proclaimed from the podium. Uchiha Toshirou is about to take his graduation exam. I hope everyone will join me in applauding him. Let us cheer him on. As he spoke, he initiated the applause. The classroom erupted with excitement, hands clapping in unison, with occasional words of encouragement being offered. Even Sarutobi Ryui reluctantly joining in. Thank you, everyone. It is an honor to be your classmate. Toshirou, taken aback by this unexpected moment, stood at the podium, bowing deeply in return, murmuring a farewell of sorts. Exiting the classroom, he followed Aoyama sensei at a leisurely pace, unfazed by the approaching graduation exam. He was somewhat surprised by the earlier display from his classmates, pondering, is this a form of bond? However, he had little time for contemplation. Before long, he and Aoyama sensei arrived at a new venue. Today's graduation exam for the ninja school was unlike the simple clone technique tested during Obito's graduation amidst the tumult of the Third Great Ninja War. At that time, Konoha was ensnared in the quagmire of conflict, desperately needing more ninjas to join the fray, allowing even Obito's rudimentary clone technique to suffice, a reflection of the dire circumstances. Nor was it akin to the early plot, where the graduation requirement was similarly a clone technique, but back then, ninjas graduated at the tender age of 12. Nowadays, the graduation examination at the ninja school comprises 3 main components: written exams, ninjutsu, and practical combat. The written exam requires knowledge of fundamental ninja concepts, hand signs, secret codes, insights, tactical formations, interwoven with elements of history, cultural studies, physics, and mathematics, although the latter holds a lesser weight. Accompanied by Aoyama sensei, Toshirou entered the building specifically designed for the graduation examination, locating the supervising teacher to receive his identification token. Following the instructions on the token, he was to ascend to the designated classroom and seat to prepare for the written exam. The teacher in charge of distributing the exam tokens handed Toshirou a wooden plaque, approximately 6 to 7 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters long, casting him an indifferent glance before turning away. Aoyama sensei, however, observed his student as he prepared to enter the examination room. Unconsciously, I exclaimed, "Go for it, Winter Lion. Both the teacher and classmates believe in your success." "Thank you, Teacher Aoyama." "No problem at all." As I spoke, I made an okay gesture toward him. It was unusual to see Teacher Aoyama so attentive to him. I hadn't expected such a display right before graduation. While pondering this, I walked toward the staircase at the corner, glancing at the identification tag in my hand. A mere glance at Winter Lion left me momentarily stunned. The tag displayed 2 rows of numbers. The upper row read 201 and the lower row 12, indicating seat 12 in room 201 on the second floor. However, what a farce. Just a fleeting look revealed the trickery at play. The wooden tag had been enchanted with a simple illusion, so rudimentary that it hardly qualified as an illusion, merely serving to confuse. Even students from the Ninja Academy, with a modicum of attention, could discern its subtleties. This was also one of the challenges prepared by the school. If one could be ensnared by such an elementary illusion, becoming a ninja would be akin to courting death. What an unexpected surprise the graduation exam from the ninja school had in store for me. It bore a striking resemblance to the Chunin exams from the original narrative. Upon ascending the stairs, I discovered that room 201 was directly to my left, while rooms 202 and 203 were to my right. Notably, many students had already gathered in room 201, some even arguing over seating arrangements. Clearly, these fools were destined for elimination. They couldn't even discern the obvious flaw of duplicated seat numbers. Their intelligence was indeed concerning. Ignoring the chaos in room 201, I turned right and entered room 202. Upon pushing open the door, I found that around 40 individuals had already arrived. Locating my designated seat number 21, I noticed a blank sheet of paper and a pencil on the desk, likely prepared in advance for the exam. My seat was against the wall on the left, and to my right sat a familiar figure, a white-haired boy wearing a mask. "Ah, Kakashi, it's been ages. I didn't expect to encounter you in the examination hall." Hearing his name, Hatake Kakashi turned his head slightly, his expression indifferent, his lifeless eyes casting a fleeting glance at Winter Lion. It was a silent acknowledgement. He had a vague recollection of the person beside him, someone he had encountered on the streets a few times, but what of it? Just a familiar stranger. Is this truly the expression he wears now? It must be the impact of Shikaku's passing on him, far more profound than I had imagined. I didn't let Kakashi's aloof demeanor irritate me. After all, he was a pitiable soul. He lost his parents at such a tender age. He embarked on the life of a ninja at 5 or 6 years old, only to find a dear friend, who ultimately sacrificed his life to save him. Subsequently, he personally took the life of a companion whom he had vowed to protect for a lifetime. Even his esteemed teacher, renowned for his golden brilliance and unparalleled speed in the ninja world, ultimately perished on the fateful night of the Nine Tails. It can be said that he endured all the deaths, slaughters, pain, and tears that a ninja experiences during his childhood. It was not long before a group of 5 entered the classroom. Merely 10 minutes had passed. 4 of them settled into the corners, each wielding a clipboard, embodying the demeanor of vigilant proctors. Now, let me outline the examination rules. Any individual caught cheating will be immediately disqualified. The remaining teacher, without further ado, succinctly explained the examination regulations and commenced the distribution of the test papers. Such a straightforward and ruthless examination rule. Being caught cheating leads to immediate disqualification. Is the act of passing the test papers merely an opportunity for collaboration and deceit? Observing the students within the classroom, some feigned calmness while others displayed anxious expressions, and a few appeared utterly indifferent. Dong Shirlang couldn't help but muse. Ninjas truly are a profession that produces an abundance of underachievers. Gazing at the vast expanse of blank spaces on the test paper, Dong Shirlang sighed. It seemed the knowledge required for the exam was indeed extensive. After swiftly scanning both sides of the paper to familiarize himself with the questions, he picked up his pencil and began to tackle the problems. Calculate the trajectory of a shuriken given a certain momentum and angle, disregarding wind speed. Enumerate the various lethal parts of the human body. Identify the temperatures of flames of different colors. As he perused the diverse questions on the paper, Dong Shirlang felt as though he had been transported back to his high school examination days, fervently writing in a dimly lit room. Reflecting on that period of relentless struggle, he realized that even across worlds and lifetimes, he could profoundly relate to the torment of those days. In less than 30 minutes, he had filled in every blank on both sides of the test paper. After double-checking his name and answers, Dong Shirlang rose to submit his paper early. At this moment, the examination was only halfway through, and only a scant few candidates had completed half of the questions. Yet, he had managed to finish the test in such a brief span, attracting considerable attention. Some candidates, having only scribbled a few notes on their papers, glared at him with begrudging envy. Ignoring the disdainful gazes of the underachievers, he was astonished when, less than a minute after he exited the classroom, another figure emerged, having completed the test as well. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi, who, at the age of barely 6, was also participating in this ninja examination. Please extract the questions from your examination, a teacher clad in a green chunin vest instructed Dong Shilang in a spacious classroom, gesturing towards a wooden box placed on the desk before him. Without hesitation, he reached into the box and grasped its contents. As he withdrew his arm, a slip of paper appeared in his palm. Upon unfolding it, he discovered that it pertained to the second segment of the examination, the ninjutsu assessment. Candidates were to draw their examination topics from a box upon the table, which included the techniques of shadow clone, transformation, and substitution. He was instructed to use the instructor beside him as a reference for the transformation technique. Such a rudimentary technique as the transformation jutsu was, for him, child's play. He swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. With a puff, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a figure that was an exact replica of the designated reference. Every detail was impeccably mirrored, even the expressions bore a striking resemblance. His speed in forming the seals was commendable, his chakra control exemplary, and the execution of the ninjutsu was outstanding. The instructors overseeing the assessments of the ninja school busily recorded their observations on their documents, generously awarding him an excellent rating. Even as seasoned chunin, they could find no fault in the execution or results of his transformation technique. He completed these relatively simple examination tasks in a remarkably short time. Winter Lionlong then proceeded to the specially prepared outdoor venue for the ninja examination. Next will be the physical and combat assessment. I wonder who my opponent will be. I hope it won't be overly exaggerated. The physical and combat assessments for ninja graduation were integrated into one. The examination format embodied the essence of straightforwardness, with school instructors acting as evaluators, initiating attacks against the students. The criterion for passing was to withstand 5 minutes under the instructor's onslaught. It is noteworthy that these evaluators were all experienced chunin, aged in their 40s or 50s. Although their physical stamina might not match that of younger ninjas, their combat experience far surpassed that of their youthful counterparts. Taking on a group of candidates who had yet to become ninjas was an effortless task for them. Naturally, the instructors would not launch full-scale assaults. Their primary objective was to evaluate. Otherwise, even within a mere 5 minutes, one could surmise that 90 of the candidates would fail this assessment. Uchiha Winter Lionlong, follow me. Upon entering the specially prepared examination ground, a ninja approached Winter Lionlong. This individual was his opponent for the examination, Mizutani Hiroshi. You may employ any means necessary, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, shuriken, and explosive tags. Simply endure my attacks for 5 minutes, he stated. Understood. Winter Lionlong replied calmly, directing his gaze towards his opponent and the few individuals seated in the opposite stands. His opponent, the chunin instructor Mizutani Hiroshi, was not particularly tall, and his hair was tinged with gray, suggesting he was over 50. A scar resembling that of a centipede marred his right cheek, imparting a somewhat menacing aura to his appearance. His looks and attire were unremarkable, yet his robust physique conveyed a sense of reliability. Ninja schools often favored employing such seasoned ninjas to instruct students, leveraging their extensive experiences from missions and battles to educate the younger generation. This role was a coveted position for many aging ninjas. In the course of his ninja career, he sought to impart his adversarial insights and mission experiences to the next generation of Konoha, thereby passing down the will of fire that rightfully belonged to them. Seated in the stands were 5 or 6 spectators, most of whom were unfamiliar to him, and he noted the absence of the third Hokage. The only familiar figure was a bespectacled middle-aged man, the esteemed Mido Gaiden, who had made several appearances on television as a consultant to the Hokage. As far as Dong Shilang was aware, this elder primarily managed personnel affairs within Konoha, reminiscent of a minister of human resources or an organizational department in a past life. He was known for his amiable nature, standing in stark contrast to the fiery temperament of Tono Komatsu and the brooding disposition of Shimura Danzo. As the two opponents formed their respective seals, the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy commenced. Shadow Dance of Leaves. Before the referee, who had just announced the start, could exit the arena, Suiguchi Hiroshi launched a fierce low kick aimed at Dong Shirlong's chin in a nearly ambush-like manner. Goodness, how utterly lacking in ninja ethics. Is he attempting to intimidate me right from the outset? Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Shirlang instinctively sidestepped the attack, then leapt backward to create some distance. Simultaneously, he reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, preparing to unleash a barrage of shuriken to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Such a sudden assault would have caught a less perceptive candidate completely off guard, likely resulting in a swift kick sending them flying, followed by a flurry of follow-up strikes that could easily lead to a knockout. Konoha Whirlwind. Before Dong Shilang could grasp the pouch, his opponent's continuation of the assault arrived in quick succession, a powerful spinning kick aimed directly at his head. The seamless connection of attacks indicated that his opponent had anticipated his reactions. This is relentless. It is no surprise that those who attain the rank of Chunin, particularly seasoned veterans in their 50s or 60s, are far from ordinary. My experience falls short. I never anticipated such a sneak attack. Dong Shilang, a city-dwelling office worker who had endured rigorous training over the years, had not neglected ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. However, the disparity in actual combat with these seasoned ninjas was striking. Bang! Having relinquished the initiative, Dong Shilang, in a moment of desperation, performed a substitution technique, leaving behind a wooden stump cleaved in two. This maneuver allowed him to widen the gap between himself and his opponent. Swish, swish, swish. With a distance of over 10 meters separating them, he wielded 4 shuriken, launching them at his adversary to disrupt the rhythm of the onslaught and create an opportunity for his next move. Prior to the examination, he had resolved to employ only common taijutsu techniques, shuriken, or basic body replacement techniques taught at the academy. Although his family maintained a favorable relationship with Konoha, it was prudent to always retain a measure of caution. After a flurry of shuriken was propelled forth, he did not remain idle. He initiated his own offensive. In an instant, 4 clones of Dong Shilang, each wielding a kunai, charged towards Suiguchi Hiroshi. The art of the shadow clone is a deceptively simple, yet practical technique employed to bewilder one's adversary. Shadow Dance Leaf. Within the examination arena of the Leaf Ninja Academy, a relatively diminutive figure launched an assault on his opponent. Oh, are you attempting to counter me with the very technique I just executed? At this moment, the examiner, Mizutani Hiroshi, spoke for the first time during the duel. The Uchiha candidate before him, utilizing the same technique he had just employed, initiated an attack, which elicited a hint of surprise. However, he did not falter in his movements. He brought his hands together beneath his chin, leveraging his height advantage to effortlessly intercept Toshirou's strike. Leaf Gale. Without responding to his opponent's words, he capitalized on his compact stature and agility, propelling himself into a jump that brought him level with Mizutani Hiroshi's head. He executed a spinning low kick, yet the resulting impact mirrored the effect of the Leaf Gale he had just demonstrated, due to the height differential. Mizutani Hiroshi raised his right arm to block the assault aimed at his head, seizing Toshirou's attacking leg in the process. With a powerful twist of his waist, he lifted Toshirou and hurled him away after spinning him around 3 or 4 times. A graceful turn followed, his foot landing with precision, and his body inclined forward, dragging a long streak across the ground. The arena was now scattered with a wide array of shuriken and kunai, remnants of the fierce exchange between the two combatants. In the close-quarters clash of kunai, Toshirou had not allowed Mizutani to gain any advantage, skillfully utilizing his extensive experience to slice through Mizutani's outerwear on several occasions. Were it not for Mizutani's keen senses, he might have drawn blood. All right, the assessment time has concluded. Both parties shall form the release seal. Upon hearing this, Toshirou exhaled in relief. Although he had held back in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, strength, and speed during their encounter, he had nonetheless faced considerable challenges in taijutsu and close combat with kunai. Indeed, becoming a ninja is not a straightforward endeavor. This was merely an aging chunin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Nevertheless, he imparted a vivid lesson through his wealth of combat experience. Throughout their confrontation, aside from the initial probing exchanges, Mizutani had not demonstrated a significant superiority in strength or speed. Instead, he had employed only slightly greater force and velocity, coupled with his extensive experience, to keep Toshirou under control, utilizing the foundational taijutsu and body flicker techniques taught at the academy. Following this, Toshirou was directed to a spacious classroom to await further instructions. As time passed, a procession of students who had successfully completed their assessments began to filter into the room. Kakashi, you truly are a cold one. Don't you remember me? Not even a senpai. How rude. At this juncture, Toshirou was idly teasing Hatake Kakashi within the classroom. Although Kakashi was now a functioning genin of the Hidden Leaf Village, he was, after all, still merely a 5.5-year-old child. Teasing this future 6th Hokage, he found immense pleasure in it. Speaking of Kakashi, why do you conceal your face behind a mask? I recall your visage was quite strikingly beautiful back in the day. With his lifeless eyes fixed upon the incessantly chattering individual beside him, Kakashi finally recalled who this person was. It was 2 or 3 years ago when he had a chance encounter while wandering the streets, accidentally bumping into the other. Subsequently, his father engaged in conversation with the individual, while his mother insisted he apologize, peppering him with a series of bothersome inquiries. Is it true? Does this guy, Winter Lion, truly possess a stunning face beneath that mask? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Flame could no longer contain himself. He turned, his wide eyes scrutinizing Kakashi's face in disbelief. The young girl had also successfully graduated and sat smiling beside Winter Lion, clearly elated about becoming a ninja ahead of schedule. Even the classmates nearby perked up, their expressions brimming with curiosity as they gazed at Kakashi. After all, as the youngest graduate present, he undeniably attracted everyone's attention. Not merely beautiful. Let me tell you. Beneath this guy's mask, he said, cupping his hands conspiratorially to Uchiha Flame's ear, embodying an air of mystery. Silence, even in his melancholic state. Witnessing Uchiha Winter Lion's eagerness to divulge secrets made Kakashi's eyes twitch, prompting him to interject. Well then, if the person in question is reluctant to speak, let it be. Before he could even exhale in relief, Winter Lion continued. However, not seeing Kakashi's magnificent beauty is truly your loss. Is that so? You're pulling my leg, right? What magnificent beauty. That's quite an exaggeration. Listening to Winter Lion's remarks and observing the curious and probing gazes surrounding him, even Kakashi, typically aloof, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How did such a loquacious individual become a ninja? Indeed, my initial impression was correct. This fellow is exceedingly annoying. Unaware of Kakashi's inner thoughts, Winter Lion grinned, his eyes narrowing in delight as he regarded the flustered Kakashi. He had no intention of provoking. He merely believed that Kakashi needed a diversion from his sorrow, lest he remain entrapped in the grief of his father's passing. Not long after, as more individuals gathered, the classroom door swung open, revealing the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, adorned in his Hokage robes. First and foremost, congratulations to everyone on becoming official ninjas of the Leaf Village. In essence, where the leaves flutter, the fire of our village shall endure, illuminating our community and nurturing the new leaves. No matter the place, leaders always deliver such lengthy speeches. Observing the 3rd Hokage's elaborate discourse, which had already stretched for over half an hour, Winter Lion couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After over an hour with the 3rd Hokage of the Monkey Tutor, he gazed upon the fervent expressions of the newly inducted ninjas below, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Even Winter Lion had to join in the enthusiastic applause, his face alight with excitement. He certainly would not express a contrarian view on the will of fire at such a moment, casually appeasing his superiors. Without lingering too long, he bestowed a gentle smile upon the students before turning to leave. As the names were called, the students approached to receive their headbands. Meanwhile, several ninjas in green vests brought forth a large wooden box, neatly filled with an array of ninja headbands. How magnificent! Is that our headband? One of the young ninjas exclaimed, brimming with eagerness to don it. The promotional efforts of Konoha were commendable. Upon seeing the headbands, the little ninjas' eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating their new possessions. Some even expressed their desire to take the headbands home to showcase to their parents. Winter Lion, however, found it hard to empathize with their exuberance. As the first to step forward for his headband, he accepted it with a smile, but chose not to wear it. He had noticed a somewhat awkward predicament. In a moment of whimsy and dreams of adventuring in his youth, he had opted for a single ponytail. Now, if he were to wear the headband, he would either have to raise his ponytail high like Yutaka Murasaki or tie it low like Kakashi's father. The White Fang of Konoha. After much contemplation, he decided to fasten the headband around his arm. Indeed, one may lose a battle, but one's hairstyle must remain intact. Congratulations to everyone for acquiring your own headbands. Additionally, please be informed that tomorrow at 9 a.m., all are to gather in classroom XX for class assignments. The teacher, responsible for distributing the headbands, reminded the excited young ninjas, who were chattering animatedly. Winter Lion felt a pang of regret amidst the crowd. He yearned to experience the normal life of a ninja team. After all, the intrigue of a love triangle was most compelling. As he meandered out of the classroom, he took a moment to bid farewell to his classmates in the second year, one class. In about a month, the new year will arrive, marking 4 full years since I came to this world. Has it truly been so long? My memories are beginning to blur. At last, I have become a bona fide ninja. Now, I must strive even harder in my training. Reflecting on his shortcomings as he made his way home, Winter Lion was lost in thought. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a solitary Obito. Winter Lion, what brings you here? Congratulations on your successful graduation as a ninja. Thank you. But what are you doing out here instead of attending ninja school? Winter Lion found himself quite conflicted about how to approach this supreme fool. Reflecting on the actions of others, as well as the lurking presence of Madara, left him in a state of indecision. The current Obito was indeed a bright and cheerful youth, likely shaped by his upbringing as a war orphan raised by a widowed grandmother. He possessed little resistance against the elders of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Whenever he witnessed anyone facing even the slightest hardship, he would readily abandon his own tasks to offer assistance. Even his teachers at the Ninja Academy, upon learning of his situation, felt too embarrassed to chastise him for his tardiness and adopted a lenient approach instead. Although his classmates frequently mocked his abilities, they did not reject this comical Uchiha and were willing to befriend him. Within his own clan, no instances of oppression against him had occurred. Regardless, he was still far superior to those children who had failed to cultivate chakra, instilling in him a sense of pride for being part of the Uchiha clan. However, in the eyes of Toshirou, Obito was ill-suited to be a ninja, as his emotional control was severely lacking. A crucial criterion for a ninja's training was the ability to maintain a calm demeanor at all times. This lad was excessively impulsive, often teary-eyed, and his resilience to mental pressure was alarmingly poor, leading to a lack of sharpness in his intellect. Although the awakening of his Sharingan granted him certain advantages, his intellectual capacity was indeed concerning, which might explain why Madara ultimately chose him to execute the Moon Eye plan. No. Brother Toshirou, listen to me, Obito exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement as he stood to defend himself after being caught skipping class, despite the individual not being a teacher, but rather a senior from his clan. All right, no need to explain. Just by looking at your expression, it's evident that you're disheartened by Kakashi's early graduation. Feeling exposed, Obito's spirits sank once more, and he plopped back down onto the bench, his head bowed in silent contemplation, wearing a dejected expression. His emotions truly fluctuate like a child's face, changing with the whims of a June day. Brother Toshirou, do you think I can catch up to a genius like Kakashi? After a moment of silence, Obito suddenly turned to the family elder beside him to inquire. Why are you asking me such questions? I'm not Lin. Toshirou silently scoffed, but did not shy away from the inquiry. Instead, he took a seat beside Obito, glanced at him, and calmly remarked, your intellect is somewhat lacking, so let me offer you a simple analogy. Take yourself as an example. If you spend each day idly playing without doing anything, your strength grows by 1. If you engage in a moderate amount of training daily, your growth is 11. If you commit to rigorous practice, your growth reaches 12. Do you realize what the difference amounts to after a year? And what about 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line? After hearing Toshirou's words, Obito, feeling somewhat dazed, found himself engulfed in a state of confusion. At his current age and level of understanding, he could not fully grasp the implications of Dong Shilong's words. However, he faintly sensed that the other was encouraging him to diligently pursue his training. These matters are left for you to ponder. I must take my leave, as someone is here for you. From a distance, a melodious child's voice called out to Obito. Dong Shilong refrained from offering any further comforting words and rose to depart. It is better for this fellow's emotions to be soothed by Naira Rin. He had contemplated this long ago. While he could interact with Obito, he knew not to forge a deep connection, setting aside the looming shadow of Uchiha Madara behind him. The various deeds Obito had committed after his descent into darkness were enough to give anyone a headache. Should he take advantage of Obito's youth to intervene early? Upon returning home, Dong Shilong found the kitchen bustling with activity, as 2 figures busily prepared lunch. Back so soon? Lunch isn't ready yet. And Dong Shilong, congratulations on officially becoming a ninja. A woman with a gentle demeanor and graceful presence emerged from the kitchen to congratulate him. This was Uchiha Mikasa, her appearance markedly different from her youthful days. Dressed in a blue floral kimono, her delicate, oval face radiated warmth. Her long hair was elegantly tied up, and her eyes sparkled like water, complemented by a refined nose and vibrant red lips, a portrait of a married woman. With crescent-shaped brows arched in joy, she congratulated Dong Shilang, then stepped forward to embrace him, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. "Mikasane, I'm no longer a child, and there's also big brother Minghong here. Yes, yes. Dong Shilang has become a capable ninja, no longer the little one who needs care, but a big boy now." A rich fragrance wafted through the air, distinct from the familiar scents of the past. Gazing up at her exquisite features so close, Dong Shilang harbored no impure thoughts. After all, he regarded Uchiha Mikasa as family. "Dong Shilang has returned. You should rest a while. Lunch will be ready shortly." Hearing the commotion, Uchiha Minghong peered out from the kitchen to greet Dong Shilang before resuming his tasks, seemingly indifferent to the affectionate displays between him and his wife. It must be said that this brother-in-law was indeed a warm-hearted man, his sunny disposition aside. In this relatively patriarchal ninja world, a man cooking in the kitchen was quite rare. It was no wonder his sister ended up with him. Stepping back a couple of paces, he stood before Dong Shilang, his gaze tenderly appraising him from head to toe, finally resting on the forehead protector on his left arm. He took Dong Shilang's hand and led him to the living room before the ancestral shrine. Lighting 2 incense sticks, they each offered a prayer, murmuring, "Sister, brother-in-law, can you see? Dong Shilang has become a capable ninja. He has grown into quite the handsome young man." As she spoke, a few tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, her expression a blend of 7 parts pride, 2 parts concern, and 1 part tenderness. For the younger brother she had cared for over 3 years, she felt a profound sense of pride, mingled with a tinge of guilt. She was proud of his maturity, composure, and reliability at such a tender age. At merely 8 years old, he had successfully become a full-fledged ninja. Yet, she was also apprehensive about whether he could adapt to this new role so early in life. Moreover, she felt she had not fulfilled her responsibilities as an elder sister, having married off early before he turned 8, depriving him of her companionship and affection for a longer time. "Why are you crying, Mikasa? Today should be a day of joy," remarked Winter Shiro, as he offered incense to his parents. Noticing her tear-streaked face, he felt a sense of helplessness. Women, he thought, were often more delicate in their emotions and easily moved by memories. He recalled how difficult it had been to persuade her to wear the wedding dress on her special day. He did not want to be the reason she missed out on the most beautiful moments of her life or on the chance to experience a fulfilling love, only to be left with regrets in old age. As he spoke, he produced a handkerchief and handed it to her, using your hands to wipe away tears. "Oh, but your husband is right here, isn't he?" He was well aware of the nature of men, despite his outward generosity. "Dinner will be ready shortly. Brother Masanori should be arriving soon." At that moment, Uchiha Akihiro, who had prepared an extravagant feast, chimed in, removing his apron to comfort his emotionally overwhelmed wife. "Will Uncle be coming today as well?" Winter Shiro inquired, astonished. His uncle, who was often lost in the throes of love, rarely appeared in his daily life, spending most of his time with his aunt outside of work. "Of course, today marks the momentous occasion of your becoming a ninja. How could I, as your uncle, miss it?" Turning his gaze towards the entrance, he spotted 2 figures slowly making their way into the living room. The man had fair skin and handsome features, resembling a youthful gentleman, while the woman was petite and beautiful, exuding an air of elegance. As they entered hand in hand, the man was revealed to be Uchiha Masanori, Winter Shiro's uncle and Mikasa's elder brother. Beside him, holding hands, stood his wife, Uchiha Yako. At 25, Masanori differed from Winter Shiro and the others. He had not inherited the talent to become a ninja and was merely an ordinary man. Over the past 2 years, thanks to Mikasa, he had taken on the responsibility of managing the family's secret medicine production. "Thank you, uncle," Winter Shiro exclaimed, gratefully accepting the gift Masanori offered, inviting him to take a seat as they prepared to dine. "By the way, we have also prepared a gift for you, Winter Shiro." Subsequently, whether it was Sister Meixiang, Brother Minghong, or Aunt Yazi, each presented a gift to Dong Shilang. The 4 gifts were devoid of elaborate packaging, resting simply and unadorned in his hands. Sister Meixiang bestowed upon him a compilation of medical ninja training insights, while Brother Minghong offered a finely crafted set of shuriken produced by Old Lady Cat. Uchiha Masaneo gifted an enhanced family secret elixir, and surprisingly, Aunt Yazi presented a set of clothing, made from high-quality material, believed to be suitable for the upcoming training and missions. All 4 presents were immediately practical, embodying the essence of a ninja. There were none of the frivolities found elsewhere. Everything was centered on utility. Indeed, it is wise not to isolate one's emotions upon crossing into another world, as others have done. Dong Shilong mused while seated at the dining table, celebrating with his family. Ultimately, he had been an ordinary office worker in his previous life, not a born warrior or executioner. The care and companionship of family provided him with a sense of stability, allowing him to integrate more fully into this new world. In the living room, as everyone took their seats at the table, the atmosphere shifted from the usual tranquility of home to one filled with joy. However, as time passed and the meal commenced, the ambience gradually transformed into a playful chaos, with shouts of "I want this," and "Come, I'll feed you," punctuating the air. "Brother, this is Dong Shilong's home, and we gather today to celebrate him. Can you not?" Uchiha Meixiang interjected, her patience wearing thin as she interrupted the affectionate banter of the two. Seated at the left of the table, opposite Minghong, were Uchiha Masaneo and Yazi, oblivious to the awkwardness they created as they fed each other, leaving Meixiang, Minghong, and the guest of honor, Dong Shilong, in an uncomfortable situation. Truly, after all these years, they remain unchanged. Those two are incorrigible, she thought. If you wish to display your affection, do so at home, where it is just the two of you. This was one of the reasons she had decisively moved in with Dong Shilong years ago. It was more convenient for caregiving and a means to avoid the couple. Back then, she was merely a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and they had just married. However, their incessant displays of affection made it impossible for her to remain in the house. Little did she expect that after all these years, they would still act the same, without any semblance of change. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Are you referring to the meal? You could do it like Minghong, Meixiang suggested, completely at ease, rather than feeling any embarrassment. I would never behave like that with Minghong. It's utterly mortifying. Meixiang firmly rejected the notion, feeling deeply ashamed of their antics. This is merely a form of expressing affection. You and Minghong could try it too. Perhaps you would both enjoy it. Uchiha Masao exhibited not the slightest embarrassment over his affectionate display with his wife. Rather, he ardently encouraged Uchiha Mikasa and Akihiro to partake in similar pursuits, hoping to enhance the bond between them as a couple. No need for that, Masao and I. As long as you two are happy, Akihiro interjected, unable to contain his thoughts after a prolonged silence at the dining table. Such matters are best kept private between a couple at home, and your brother and sister-in-law are truly something. As the focal point of today's gathering and the host of the household, Winter Sharingan could only facepalm at the antics of his uncle and aunt. Their hand-holding entrance had already set a tone. Speaking of which, both of you, Mikasa and Akihiro, have been married for a fair while now. Do you have any plans for children? Pushing the conversation toward the topic of marriage and childbirth is a classic diversion. With no other recourse, Winter Sharingan resorted to this tactic. Akihiro and I have discussed it. Once the development of the new medicine is complete, we will consider starting a family then. But you two have been together for many years. Have you thought about it? Surrounded by kin, Mikasa felt no embarrassment as she spoke candidly. She turned to her brother and sister-in-law, pondering, I wonder if having children will help these two mature a little and cease their childishness. Children? Akihiro and I have talked about it, but I've heard that childbirth is quite painful. Yako, now in her 20s, expressed her concerns, influenced by common tales surrounding the subject. Mikasa, also a woman, felt a pang at Yako's words but maintained a facade of nonchalance. Don't listen to those rumors. Sister-in-law, the medical technology at Konoha Hospital is highly advanced, and there are medical ninjutsu to assist. It's not as exaggerated as the gossip suggests. Is that true? But I've heard that women in our clan who have given birth. Of course it's true, sister-in-law. I am a medical ninja in active service at Konoha. Why would I deceive you? With the remarkable success of the special hemostatic agent, Uchiha Mikasa had risen in rank to a medical ninja, and thus the two women engaged in a lively discussion about childbirth. Winter Sharingan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the gathering was finally steering towards a more comfortable direction. By the way, Akihiro, as a member of the security force, have you heard any news? Are there any arrangements for us newcomers? The Konoha security force is essentially an Uchiha family establishment, and while there may not be many visible benefits, this one is indeed tangible. Any insider information could easily be obtained by consulting family members. I've heard that they will assign a few elite clan members as instructors, and then you'll participate in some routine tasks to gain experience, Winter Sharingan prompted, eager to keep the atmosphere lively. As for the uncle, let him reflect in solitude as a punishment for the awkward atmosphere he just created. This time, he graduated early alongside the Winter Lion, excluding the 6th grade students. There are a total of 21 individuals, perfectly forming 7 small teams. The 6th grade graduates will join the regular master-apprentice hierarchy, while the others will form teams composed entirely of members from the Uchiha clan. Although the 3rd Hokage intended to exclude the Uchiha family from the master-apprentice system, it is only logical that, having permitted the early graduation of their young prodigies, they would be allowed to form regular task teams. Oh, have you heard any news regarding the selection of team leaders and companions? Well, while I have heard specific names, it is quite delightful to leave a bit of suspense for oneself, wouldn't you agree? I did not directly inform the Winter Lion of the specific choices, but teased him instead. This is also a way for Uchiha Akihiro to interact with others, showcasing a touch of wit and humor. Is that so? Indeed. Just as Uchiha Akihiro mentioned, life should possess a hint of mystery. If everything were known in advance, it would render existence rather dull. Observing his wife and sister animatedly conversing at the dining table, along with his cheerful brother-in-law and nephew nearby, Uchiha Masan suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Have I been cast aside by everyone? It seems there is no longer a place for me here. The following morning, a gentle hue of red illuminated the eastern horizon, cautiously bathing the azure sky as a new day gradually approached from afar. A figure made its way toward the largest training ground of the Uchiha clan. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Toshirou, dressed similarly to the previous day, the only distinction being the small blade of over 2 feet hanging at his waist. Due to the unique circumstances of their group, they were exempt from attending the class division meeting at the Ninja Academy and had received notice the previous evening. Today, they would gather directly at the training ground, where his leading instructor and teammates would soon become apparent. As dawn broke, the training area was devoid of any presence. Undeterred, he sought out a large tree, leaping nimbly to the top, where he sat cross-legged to engage in his morning meditation, patiently awaiting his companions. Time flowed slowly. Am I the first to arrive? After approximately half an hour, a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, approached. Her sweet, round face was adorned with charming dimples, and her large, sparkling eyes flitted about with a mischievous glint. A high-bridged nose framed a small cherry-like mouth, and she was clad in a purple cotton Uchiha long-sleeve shirt, paired with ninja trousers and sandals. I never expected you to be my teammate. Oh, is that you, Toshirou? Upon hearing the voice, she looked up, uncertainly inquiring. Ah, it is I. Another teammate has also arrived. Glancing towards the entrance of the training ground, Toshirou leaped down from the tree and stood beside the newcomer. The individual who approached was none other than the prodigious girl, Uchiha Flame, who had graduated alongside him. Simultaneously, another teammate revealed himself. Dong Shirlang recognized both Flame and the boy, who appeared to be around 10 years of age, named Uchiha Jia. Currently, he was in the 5th grade at the Ninja Academy, 2 years junior to Dong Shirlang and Flame. Upon seeing Uchiha Flame, Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly bounded over. He linked his arm with hers and, with a cherubic expression, exclaimed, I never anticipated that my teammate would be you. I am truly delighted. Witnessing her exuberance, Dong Shirlang couldn't help but shiver. He was all too aware that beneath Uchiha Flame's seemingly innocent demeanor lay a cunning little devil. In their past games of Werewolf, she had effortlessly manipulated their peers, often concocting mischievous schemes that left her companions lamenting in despair. Only Dong Shirlang, with his mature perspective, had managed to evade such predicaments multiple times, leading to a subtle rivalry between them. Nonetheless, they surprisingly collaborated well in their mischief-making endeavors. Moreover, Uchiha's background was intriguing. Whispers among their peers suggested that both he and Flame's parents were acquainted, having once been comrades in the same squad. They did not oppose their playful interactions. Could this be a form of arranged marriage in the ninja world? Nevertheless, such occurrences were not uncommon within clans possessing bloodline limits. It's you two, Flame and Dong Shirlang. Huh. I never expected it would be you. As he spoke, Uchiha just scratched the back of his head, wearing a look of genuine surprise. Is it just my imagination, or do they seem a bit foolish? Stealing a glance at Flame, Dong Shirlang pondered silently. Before they could engage in further conversation, a figure suddenly appeared before them. He was tall, with broad shoulders, and his bronze face was adorned with a pair of gleaming eyes. A slightly pointed chin featured a meticulously groomed tuft of facial hair. His appearance was strikingly handsome, exuding a robust masculinity, clad in a green ninja vest. Upon entering, he affectionately ruffled Uchiha Flame's hair. "Uncle Zhongjing, are you going to be our instructor?" "That is absolutely wonderful," Flame exclaimed, her eyes squinting with joy, revealing two charming dimples, clearly ecstatic about this arrangement. The newcomer, Dong Shiling had heard, was Uchiha Zhongjing, the brother of the current clan leader, Uchiha Zhongshan. He held a significant position in the security forces, apparently part of a first squad tasked with undertaking high-difficulty missions assigned by the Hokage. "All right, as ninjas, we must embody the essence of our role and refrain from being as mischievous as before." "I understand," she replied reluctantly. Flame, Dong Shiling, and Zhe lined up in front of the newcomer, resembling soldiers presenting themselves for inspection. He never imagined that one day he would assume the role of a jonin. Despite being younger than him, he silently vowed to protect these children diligently. Although everyone may be familiar with one another, allow me to commence with a self-introduction. Who shall go first? I shall. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zhe was the first to leap forward, raising his hand as he spoke. "My name is Uchiha Zhe, and I am 10 years old. My favorite food is sukiyaki, and I detest witnessing others in tears. My aspiration for the future is to become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan." "Oh, such ambition. However, if you desire to become Hokage, you must strive even harder." He refrained from commenting on his student's dreams, nor did he impart any negative remarks upon the still youthful Zhe. Instead, he encouraged him as a true teacher would. "I am Uchiha Yen, and I am 8 years old. I enjoy flower arrangement, despise being teased, and my dream for the future is to become a beautiful bride. Subsequently, I wish to be a wonderful mother." As she spoke, she shyly cast a glance at Uchiha Zhe, her expression imbued with longing. Are the children in the ninja world so mature? At merely 8 years old, she dreams of becoming a bride. Moreover, her gaze upon Zhe seemed rather peculiar. She appeared to be smitten. This is not in line with her character. Reflecting on Zhe's fervent declaration, Dong Shiling found himself somewhat surprised. The little girl usually exuded a wise and cunning demeanor. Could it be that she is enamored with such a passionate fool? Yan's dream is quite lovely, but to be a good mother, she must cultivate a more ladylike demeanor. He did not express disappointment regarding Uchiha Yan's slightly genuine and feminine aspiration. Rather, he teased her. "Is it my turn? My name is Uchiha Dong Shiling, and I am 8 years old. I relish in quietly reading and enjoying hot springs, and I detest trouble. My dream is to experience the diverse landscapes of this world, savor the exquisite delicacies it has to offer, and meet various beautiful young ladies. My name is Uchiha Dong Shiling, and I will turn 8 in a month. I enjoy quietly reading and indulging in hot springs, and I detest inconvenience. My dream is to explore the world's different sceneries, taste the finest gourmet delights, and make friends with various lovely ladies." Dong Shiling's aspirations are indeed grand. Upon hearing the unique dream of his last student, Uchiha Zhongjing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, letting out a sigh. At such a tender age, he dreams of befriending many beautiful young ladies. This lad may grow into quite the rogue. Even Yen and Zhe, standing nearby, widened their eyes and gaped at Dong Shiling in disbelief. Huh. Please do not look at me with such strange expressions. We have all introduced ourselves. Yet the teacher has yet to do so. We are merely astonished by your audacity. X3 observing the 3 pairs of eyes directed at him, filled with shock, surprise, and disdain, Dong Shiling found himself at a loss for words. Is this not the most genuine of human dreams? It is now my turn. My name is Uchiha Zhongjing, and I am 33 years old. I enjoy tea, abhor senseless slaughter, and my dream, like Zhe's, is to become Hokage. Yet this dream is destined to remain unfulfilled. Observing the spirited Uchiha Zhe, he silently contemplated, unwilling to shatter the youthful boy's existing illusions. Very well, let us proceed with a brief test. Your objective is to seize the 2 bells from my grasp before noon. No methods are off limits. You must approach this with the determination to defeat me. As he spoke, he produced 2 bells from seemingly nowhere, jingling them in his hand. Are those the infamous bells again? Teacher, this test is rather cliched, don't you think? Winter Lion remarked, expressing his thoughts. To his knowledge, both the legendary Sannin of yore and the future protagonist had undergone this very exercise. However, It felt excessively trite. Was there not a hint of innovation? Cliched, you say? To be honest, I lack experience as an instructor. I learned this tradition from my own teacher. He elaborated while explaining this esteemed Konoha tradition to the puzzled Yin and Zha beside him. By the way, Winter Lion, how do you know about this test? I've merely heard of it before. He replied dismissively. Just as he intended to inquire further, Uchiha's voice interrupted him. All right, let us commence. With fervor, Uchiha brought his right fist down upon his palm, exuding energy. Now, you may attack. At that moment, Uchiha Toshirou stood at the center of the training ground, a broad smile adorning his face as he observed them. Do not engage just yet. Allow me to take the first move. This is a fair duel between men. With a confident spirit, Uchiha declared. Nanny? At this instant, Uchiha Winter Lion felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He never anticipated that amidst the aloof and meticulous Uchiha clan, renowned for its reserved nature, such an eccentric individual would arise, and that this peculiarity would be his teammate. Even the typically composed Uchiha Yen beside him struggled to maintain his composure, fists clenched, a frown forming on his forehead, veins subtly protruding. Yet, upon noticing Winter Lion's gaze, he quickly shifted to a facade of cheerful demeanor. How did these two come to align? Is this what they call each to their own? Winter Lion pondered, utterly perplexed by Yan's interest in Zha, as their personalities diverged vastly. In their everyday dealings, they were as different as night and day. Could there be some special inclination he was unaware of? Let me witness what Uchiha Zha, who harbors dreams of becoming Hokage, is truly capable of. Observing his enthusiastic disciple, Teacher Toshirou refrained from discouragement, instead erupting in laughter and offering encouragement. Zha responded enthusiastically, not pausing for a moment. He reached into his ninja pouch and withdrew a shuriken, launching it towards Teacher Toshirou. Meanwhile, Yen and Winter Lion exchanged glances, retreating to the sidelines to allow the two to engage in their display. They stood quietly, watching the performance unfold. As the shuriken hurtled towards him, Teacher Toshirou exhibited no signs of panic. He did not draw a kunai for defense. Instead, he extended his hands forward, chakra gathering at his fingertips. And with a gentle flick, he deflected the incoming projectile. A chain reaction ensued, as the shurikens launched from Zha's hands collided with Mr. Zhongjing's fingers, changing direction multiple times, resembling a bouncing ball in a chaotic dance through the air. In an instant, the ground was strewn with shurikens that had lost their kinetic energy due to the collisions. Impressive. What a beautiful move. Winter Lion, who had been observing the teacher's demonstration, couldn't help but exclaim. Even without activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Zhongjing, as a Jonin, possessed observational acuity far surpassing that of an ordinary Jonin. Truly remarkable. Undeterred by the failure of his initial assault, Uchiha grasped a kunai in each hand, unleashing a surge of chakra beneath his feet as he charged toward Mr. Zhongjing at remarkable speed, aiming to exploit a breakthrough through taijutsu. Faced with the ferocity of Zha's kunai attack, Mr. Zhongjing remained composed. After deftly evading one of the strikes, he extended a finger and pierced through the circular ring at the end of the kunai, effortlessly reclaiming it from Zha's grasp. With a swift flick of his finger, the kunai danced in Mr. Zhongjing's hand like a fluttering butterfly, executing a myriad of dazzling maneuvers that left onlookers bewildered, rendering it difficult to discern the direction of his attacks. Seizing the opportunity as Zha's attention faltered, Mr. Zhongjing parried the incoming assault with the kunai, twisting his wrist to thrust the weapon toward Zha's wrist. Should Zha refuse to relinquish his hold, dire consequences awaited him. Reluctantly, Zha let go of the kunai. Now unarmed, he did not resign himself to defeat, but instead twisted his waist and lifted his leg, launching a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at Mr. Zhongjing's torso. With grace, Mr. Zhongjing executed a forward roll, elegantly gliding over Zha's head, evading the attack, while simultaneously exploiting the opening left behind. Curse it, Zha shouted, refusing to surrender despite being caught off guard. Utilizing his comparatively shorter stature, he crouched low and swept his right leg in a powerful kick aimed at Mr. Zhongjing's lower body. Subsequently, Zha showcased extraordinary resilience, engaging in a captivating exchange of taijutsu with Mr. Zhongjing. As the battle unfolded, Winter Lion couldn't help but ponder. Say Yen, could it be that Zha has forgotten to use ninjutsu? Why does he persist with taijutsu, shurikens, and kunai for his attacks? Upon hearing Winter Lion's inquiry, Uchiha Yen cast a glance at the scene before him. With a slight narrowing of his eyes and an expression devoid of emotion, he replied, That fool must have forgotten to utilize his ninjutsu. It seems that guy is not only passionate, but also rather impulsive. Winter Lion responded, somewhat speechless. Yet, observing her expression of disappointment, it became evident that this conclusion was likely accurate. Curse it. Let us go again. One could only marvel at the talent selected by the clan for early graduation, as Uchiha's onslaught, despite its lack of effectiveness, continued unabated. However, the sound of each strike reveals that his strength and demonstrated speed far surpass those of an ordinary ninja academy student. Furthermore, his resilience is exceptional. Despite being knocked down multiple times by teacher Zhongjing, he does not succumb to despair. Instead, he continuously rises, regaining his composure to launch the next offensive. Although he has yet to display any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one might surmise that their effectiveness would not be lacking. With a swift motion, teacher Zhongjing sent two kunai, previously lying on the ground, hurtling towards Dongshalong and Uchiha Huan. As teammates, they could not idly watch their companion fight alone. Having observed sufficiently, it was time for them to join the fray. Slightly tilting his head to evade the incoming kunai, Dongshalong ensured that Huan was unharmed before turning his gaze back to the center of the arena. There, teacher Zhongjing effortlessly raised a hand to block Shi's high kick, then seized his attacking foot, whirling him around before casting him aside with ease. Turning back with a beaming smile directed at the two, he did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou was momentarily out of the fray, Dongshalong reached into his ninja tool pouch with one hand, retrieving several shuriken to unleash a barrage towards teacher Zhongjing. Compared to Uchiha's shuriken technique, Dongshalong's launch was markedly quicker, though the fundamental difference was minimal. Such a simplistic assault was hardly a challenge for teacher Zhongjing. He simply executed a light kick, sending a kunai from the ground hurtling toward the trajectory of the shuriken, intending to counter Dongshalong's attack with the same tactic. Boom. How could this be? Just moments ago, the shuriken and kunai had been clashing in midair when suddenly, a burst of white smoke erupted. The smoke exploded quite close to him, obscuring his figure in a mere instant. This unexpected turn of events caught teacher Zhongjing off guard, for the projectiles that had just been launched were solely shuriken, with no smoke bombs in sight. It turned out that while Dongshalong retrieved the shuriken with one hand, his other hand had discreetly formed several hand seals concealed within his sleeve, executing a transformation technique from the body replacement technique. This was one of the fruits of his years of studying ninjutsu. Typically, one employs oneself as a medium for the transformation, mimicking the appearance of the target. However, Dongshalong cleverly used a smoke bomb as a medium, transforming it into the likeness of a shuriken to launch an unexpected attack on teacher Zhongjing. The inspiration stemmed from the original work, where Jiraiya employed the frog transformation technique against the Rain Village ninjas. The principles are akin. Nonetheless, utilizing another as a medium for transformation is significantly more challenging than Dongshalong's method of using an object. His ability to form hand seals with one hand is another achievement born of years of unwavering meditation and practice, leading to a keen awareness of chakra flow within his body. After numerous experiments, he finally managed to perform some simple ninjutsu with one hand. Fire style, great fireball technique. Without a moment's hesitation, seizing the opportunity while teacher Zhongjing's vision was obscured by smoke. In an instant, Dong Shirlang swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release technique passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. In a flash, a colossal orange fireball erupted from his position, rolling toward the direction where the smoke bomb had detonated. Simultaneously, chakra surged beneath his feet as he leapt into the thicket behind him. He could not possibly believe that a mere great fireball technique could suffice to deal with teacher Zhongjing. The tradition of evasion must be upheld. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware of this. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic orange fireball, nearly 7 or 8 meters in diameter, unleashed its searing heat, carving a deep trench nearly 2 meters wide into the ground where Dong Shirlang had just stood. The rolling inferno dissipated the smoke screen created by the smoke bomb, soaring onward for 20 to 30 meters before crashing into a distant rock wall, resulting in an explosive reverberation that formed a massive crater. A layer of charred black marks was left in its wake. Dong Shirlang, you fool. That was merely a test, and you unleashed such a grand scale of fire release. You nearly killed the teacher. Uchiha exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the barren center of the field marked by the scorch marks of the great fireball, his face a portrait of astonishment. Where is everyone? Why have they vanished? Idiot. If you don't run now, the teacher will take you down. A melodious voice called out, belonging to Yin, who, unable to contain her frustration, admonished him, though she too was astonished by the impressive display of fire release. She quickly followed Dong Shirlang into the thicket, exasperated to see Uchiha just still lingering. At that moment, a hand emerged from the earth at his feet. Before its owner could unleash the intended technique, a kunai shot forth from the thicket, aimed directly at the ground beneath him. Uchiha, initially bewildered and believing his teammate had just eliminated their teacher, finally reacted, instinctively channeling energy into his legs to flee. However, instead of seeking refuge in the foliage, he stood perplexed, gazing at the spot from which the hand had protruded. The execution of the technique was interrupted, forcing Uchiha Zhongjing to reveal himself. It was only then that Uchiha Zhe, still in a state of confusion, comprehended that the earlier great fireball had not struck teacher Zhongjing. Standing in the center of the field, ignoring the panting Uchiha Zhe beside him, Uchiha Zhongjing regarded the remnants of the recent battle with astonishment. The timing of Dong Shirlang's attack had been impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment he had cast Zhu aside, thus preventing any accidental injury to his ally and allowing him to unleash his assault without reservation. Even though the transformation from the smoke bomb had been inspired by the third Hokage's shadow clone technique, providing a small surprise, it did not seem overly strange. One could only surmise that this young man had invested considerable effort into mastering the body flicker technique. However, it seems he did not perform the hand seals. Was it a premeditated preparation, or did he just retract his hands into his sleeves or behind his back? If it is the former, it is quite acceptable and does not appear overly strange. Preparing ninjutsu in advance to unleash it when needed is not uncommon in the ninja world, although such methods are relatively few. If it is the latter, then he must have executed the hand seals with one hand. While a few individuals within the clan have achieved proficiency in this regard, they are all already jonin or even elite jonin. This child is merely 8 years old. Could he possess such a remarkable talent for forming hand seals? Furthermore, the fireball technique he just employed demonstrated considerable mastery in the transformation of nature. The timing of its execution was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with my moment of disorientation amidst the smoke. Additionally, he interrupted my earth release, necessitating an anticipatory judgment of my intent to attack. Was this merely a stroke of luck, or was it deliberate? If everything aligns with my assumptions, then this child exhibits exceptional talents in hand seals, ninjutsu, timing, and prediction. Even the fluidity of his offensive maneuvers is striking. In that case, the clan has indeed given birth to an extraordinary genius. Standing in the center of the arena, I cast a glance towards the forest. Uchiha Chozii pondered. Should Toshirou be aware of Uchiha Chozii's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly shake his head in disbelief. While the hand seals and ninjutsu are commendable, they are certainly the result of his nearly 4 years of tireless effort. However, in his view, this does not signify an innate gift, but rather the outcome of an adult's mindset, continuously striving for knowledge and practice. As for the mastery of timing, anticipatory judgment, and the fluidity of his attacks, one could attribute this to the influences of a game from his previous life. Have you ever encountered the concept of Kui? Have you ever tried dodging like a snake? Have you ever faced the scathing remarks of teammates when you whiff a crucial ability? As someone who revels in a swift, decisive playstyle, he has indeed put in significant effort to avoid disappointing his allies. These gaming experiences have surprisingly proven beneficial in certain combat scenarios. Compared to the flashy tactics of those gaming streamers from his past life, he still falls considerably short. Since ancient times, heartfelt affection could not be retained. Only strategies capture the hearts of the people. The internet does not deceive me. Once more, I scanned the forest, deducing that those two little rascals would not dare to show themselves. With a resigned glance at Uchiha Tetsu, I casually formed hand seals and directed my gaze toward him. At that moment, Uchiha Tetsu coincidentally lifted his head to look in my direction, intending to say something, but it was already too late. Magical feather sleep. A simple C-rank illusion technique causes the target to fall into a deep slumber without inflicting any additional harm. Before Uchiha Tetsu could utter a single word, he suddenly found himself surrounded by a flurry of floating white feathers. A warm sensation enveloped him, and his eyelids grew heavier. Oh no, I think I've been caught in an illusion. Before he could even finish his thought, he collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out, with even the faint sound of snoring escaping his nostrils. Uchiha Chozii, with keen hearing, found himself at a loss. This kid is far too oblivious. Isn't. It seems I need to train him properly from now on. It's time to deal with those two little rascals. With purposeful strides, I stepped into the woods, scanning my surroundings. His gaze wandered through the lush canopy, the sturdy trunk, and the underbrush. The faint sound of rustling, a whisper of feet brushing against the ground, transcended the barriers of the trees and reached his ears. He extended his right hand, twirling his small mustache thoughtfully for a moment. Then, with a slight curl of his lips, he seemed poised to utter something, yet ultimately refrained, instead hastening towards the source of the sound. In a somewhat sparse woodland area, two fleeting figures, a man and a woman, rushed past. They were none other than Winter Lion and Flame. Trailing them at a leisurely pace was Uchiha Toshirou, clad in a green ninja vest. To him, the two exposed youngsters were akin to fish on a chopping board. Within less than 2 minutes, he had caught up with them. However, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood back and observed carefully for a while. Sensing that someone was on their tail, Uchiha Winter Lion flung a shuriken in the direction of Uchiha Toshirou. Indeed, it was more of a casual toss. To him, engaging with an adversary of Shouziai's caliber while he was in good condition through shuriken was an exercise in futility. Rather than exerting unnecessary effort, he preferred to let fate take its course. After all, his primary objective was merely to delay the opponent's advance. As long as that was achieved, precision was of little concern, as long as it did not veer too far off course. Is this shuriken attack a bit too nonchalant? Or does he know it won't have any effect, and thus acts this way? Even Shouziai, pursuing from behind, found it hard to watch. The Uchiha clan's mastery of shuriken techniques was renowned throughout the ninja world, and such a lackadaisical approach to engaging him seemed disrespectful. Well, let this brat learn a lesson. It is essential to note that the art of shuriken throwing is a fundamental skill for ninjas. Such a casual technique would be a source of embarrassment for the Uchiha clan. Without much ceremony, he brushed his hand against his waist, revealing several shurikens. 3 were nestled between his pinky and index fingers, while another was secured between his thumb and index finger. With a graceful lift of his arm and a flick of his wrist, a series of piercing sounds echoed as he launched them towards Winter Lion. The technique was executed with effortless elegance, the very posture of launching the shuriken exuding grace and refinement. Indeed, it was elegance. Perhaps it was the exceptional insight and clarity provided by the Sharingan that made the clan members particularly meticulous about the nuances and flaws in their techniques. Some even exhibited a high demand for the aesthetic quality of their moves, bordering on perfectionism. To Winter Lion, some of the techniques employed by the Uchiha appeared excessively ornate, hinting at a desire to show off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of slicing sounds filled the air. In the midst of the forest, Winter Lion, sprinting at full speed, ducked to evade a protruding branch, springing up without raising his head. The figure spun gracefully in the air, adjusting with the slightest angle to confront the forthcoming shuriken assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens sliced through the air, skimming past his body. Before he could relish his narrow escape, another shuriken arced magnificently, striking one of the previous 3 shurikens at a precise angle. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds echoed as the 3 shurikens, now positioned before Dongshalong, were propelled forward alongside another, hurtling towards his heart, throat, and head. The sudden turn of events saw the last shuriken collide with the first 3, triggering a chain reaction that altered their trajectories, now aimed directly at him. Suspended in midair, evasion was futile. A series of sharp sounds punctuated the air as the shurikens pierced flesh. While still airborne, Dongshalong felt blood splatter from his head, throat, heart, and abdomen, before plummeting to the ground. Uchiha Dongshalong had met his demise. Just a little cleverness to let that kid understand the severity of the situation. Uchiha Shojing remarked with a nonchalant expression, unconcerned about the fate of his student. Instead, he wore a smirk of satisfaction, as if reveling in a successful scheme. Boom. Suddenly, from the spot where Dongshalong had fallen, a resounding explosion erupted, scattering smoke. Only 4 shurikens remained. Dongshalong's figure had vanished. Even Uchiha Hua, who had been rushing towards Dongshalong, flickered before dissipating into smoke. As expected, a shadow clone is bait. But that should be enough to teach that kid a lesson. The tactical application was quite commendable, utilizing shadow clones, substitution techniques, and transformation jutsu to lure the enemy. Uchiha Shojing was hardly surprised that his pursued target had transformed into a shadow clone. Upon entering the woods and hearing the rustling sounds, he had begun to suspect as much. Observing his students' tactical proficiency, he decided to allow them some leeway, treating their efforts as a playful exercise. For him, the outcome of this test had been predetermined from the outset. If the students performed admirably, he would let them take a bell or two. If they faltered, they would certainly face the consequences. At that moment, on the opposite side of the venue, within the woods, Dong Shilong, who was setting traps, suddenly gasped in pain. So this is what it feels like to be eliminated by a shadow clone. What's wrong, Dong Shilong? Is it over? Uchiha Hua interjected, noticing the commotion. Yeah, it's over. But Shojing-sensei was ruthless. All 4 shurikens targeted the head, heart, throat, and abdomen. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hua glanced at Dong Shilong, whose lips still twitched slightly. Her hands faltered in their actions. As someone familiar with the family's elders, she had not taken this test too seriously. While it was not merely a formality, she had assumed passing it would require little effort. However, upon hearing the words of Dong Shilong, she could not help but feel a sense of unease. This shattered her previously held illusions, leaving her to ponder the potential hardships that lay ahead. What is it? Is Teacher Zhongjing coming over? A loud and boisterous inquiry reached the ears of Dong Shilong and Yan. The one who posed the question was Uchiha Zhe. It turned out that just moments ago, Teacher Zhongjing had entered the woods, chasing after a shadow clone. Hiding in the treetops, Dong Shilong and Yin quickly leapt down to awaken Uchiha Zhe, who was lost in a blissful dream. Simultaneously, the 3 of them engaged in a brief discussion, preparing to set traps within the forest to counter Teacher Zhongjing's formidable strength. Everyone, be prepared. Teacher Zhongjing could appear at any moment. Do not be careless, or you shall suffer the consequences. Dong Shilong issued a stern warning to Zhe. Though he held little hope for its effectiveness, he was still relishing the memory of the heavy blow that the teacher had dealt him. He was aware that the pain from the shadow clone would transfer back to the original body once the technique was dispelled. Yet, he had not anticipated that his first attempt would leave him feeling so apprehensive. Reflecting on the moment when the memories returned after the clone's dissolution, he recalled the shuriken piercing his vital area, sending a shiver down his spine. No wonder this technique was classified as forbidden. Just imagining the sensation if 100 or so shadow clones were to be eliminated simultaneously was enough to make him shudder. Oh, is it coming again? Leave everything to me. As Dong Shilong expected, Uchiha Zhe's boastful voice rang out. How did this guy get selected for special training by the clan? With such foolish remarks. Can he truly be a member of the Uchiha? And his name, Zhe, such a profound name. Yet you have sullied it. I cannot fathom how to respond. After listening to his words, Dong Shilong silently vented his frustrations. With a stoic expression, he quickened his movements, casting a glance at Uchiha Yen. Keep an eye on your husky, it startled me. Upon meeting Dong Shilong's gaze, Uchiha Yen understood the underlying message. Yet, she felt a sense of helplessness towards the antics of this childhood friend. Since childhood, she had enjoyed teasing others, having played pranks on nearly all her peers, many of whom were left bewildered and spinning in circles, unaware of what had transpired. To say that she sold them out while they helped her count the money would not be an exaggeration. As the frequency of her pranks increased, her companions gradually grew wise to her tricks, raising the bar for her mischief. Among them, Uchiha Zhe was particularly special. This fool was nearly always caught in her traps. Once, she had convinced the 8-year-old Uchiha Zhe that she desired honey. Consequently, the dimwit ventured out on a sweltering summer day to poke a massive hornet's nest to procure honey for her. Seeing him with a swollen head, still wearing a silly grin, suddenly shifted her perspective, though she continued to indulge in her teasing. The sight of his endearingly foolish smile always brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Is this what Dong Shilong refers to as nurturing? And then there was Dong Shilong, the one she despised the most. Every time she sought to tease him, he would see through her intentions. In the beginning, there were several occasions when I was misled by the other party. Perhaps this is the essence of repulsion between same-sex individuals. In the small grove, the foolish one exclaimed, "When we launch our attack, do not recklessly charge forward. Pay close attention to my movements and coordinate with Dong Shirlang." The girl's voice, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed through the forest, infusing this place, once ravaged by countless Uchiha clansmen, with a semblance of vitality. It no longer appeared so dilapidated and lifeless. "No worries. I will handle everything." A familiar voice, tinged with a hint of adolescent bravado, resonated in the minds of Dong Shirlang and Yen. As expected, It seemed to be an anticipated response to Uchiha Zha. After just having issued a reminder, the childhood friend, now visibly agitated with veins bulging on her forehead, abruptly snapped the vine she held, as if on the verge of an outburst. Ultimately, she could only helplessly sigh while pressing her hand to her forehead. This guy is clearly the type destined for an early demise. For now, it's fine, but when war breaks out, he probably won't last a month. Are the feelings between these two doomed to end in silence? Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of an exhilarating love triangle, the prospect of witnessing the daily romantic antics of these two little ones was a delightful diversion. However, given Uchiha's character, it seemed that within 2 or 3 years, after executing just a few combat missions, he would be destined to meet an early end. While the evolution of the Sharingan is nourished by negative emotions, the loss of comrades would undoubtedly be difficult for this modern individual with differing values to accept. Alright, the traps are nearly set. Everyone conceal yourselves. We will launch our attack once the teacher steps into the trap. With his thoughts gathered, Dong Shilang spoke calmly. If they delayed any longer, the figure of teacher Zhongjing would surely appear before them. They had not made a conscious effort to conceal their tracks along the way, and given teacher Zhongjing's strength, the effectiveness of their concealment could only be deemed slightly advantageous. He would effortlessly find this place. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of swift movements melded seamlessly into one. Each of them had slipped into their prearranged hiding spots, blending into the shadows as they awaited silently. In an instant, the entire grove fell into profound silence. Tap, tap, tap. They did not have to wait long. The unmistakable sound of footsteps gradually approached, unmasked, resonating from afar, through the gaps in the leaves. Teacher Zhongjing's silhouette slowly came into view. Ah, these little ones have hidden quite well. Following Dong Shilang, they had left traces. In just 3 to 5 minutes, Uchiha Zhongjing reached the ambush site. His gaze swept over several suspicious spots, and he commented lightly. As his figure swayed, his steps fell upon a patch of ground indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, the sound of a tightening rope echoed beneath his feet. A rope was swiftly constricting, tethered to a branch above his head. At the end, it was tethered to the tip of a bent cypress tree. At that moment, the trap was triggered. The cypress, bowed like a bow, rapidly returned to its original form, causing the rope beneath him to constrict swiftly. A moment's delay would result in being bound at the legs and suspended upside down, restricting movement. Remaining calm, he exerted force with his feet and leaped upwards, reaching a height of 5 to 6 meters above the ground, thus evading this simple trap. Then, a whooshing sound pierced the air. It seemed that a heavy object was hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. A log, thick enough for an adult to embrace, and 3 to 4 meters in length, was adorned with rows of sharp wooden spikes, barreling towards him. Just by glancing at those menacing spikes, one could surmise the dire consequences of being struck by them. However, Uchiha Motocase, a distinguished elite ninja renowned for executing high-difficulty missions assigned by the Hokage, was unfazed. He deftly drew a kunai from his lower back, channeling explosive force into it, which struck the log's end with a sound unlike any ordinary strike. The log, propelled by an imposing momentum, was deftly deflected by the kunai's impact at its root, causing it to tumble and reveal a nearly flat cross-section. He planted his feet upon this cross-section, disregarding the tremendous kinetic energy, and propelled himself towards the ground with vigor. Just then, a flurry of shuriken hurtled towards him. In midair, with no refuge, he resorted to his previous tactic, gathering chakra in his palm to deflect the oncoming shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As he repelled the shuriken and neared the ground, several fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, traced elegant arcs towards him. Although he evaded each one, as he was about to land, those fireballs formed a semicircle, encircling him and constraining his movement within the area. Before his feet could touch the ground, a blinding flash of a blade sliced through the air with a graceful trajectory, aimed directly at his neck, a fatal strike. This was the trap and strategy devised by the trio. Using preset snares or other traps, they forced Motocase into the air, whereupon Enkai seized the opportunity to release the log while simultaneously launching shuriken at him to divert his attention. With Uchiha Enkai creating this opening, Uchiha Tetsu unleashed the fire style, Phoenix fire technique to engage Motocase. The objective was to hit him directly, if not, to form a semicircle that would limit his movements. Then, Toshirou would employ the body flicker technique to approach the target and, seizing the moment while Motokaze was off balance, execute a long-planned drawn sword strike. Success! An excited voice rang out. Emerging from the treetops after casting the Phoenix Fire technique, Uchiha Tetsu gleamed with exhilaration. Yet Toshirou, who had executed the drawn sword strike against Motokaze, felt no such thrill. The moment he struck the teacher, he sensed something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the technique of instantaneous body movement, vanishing from his original position. As anticipated, with his figure disappearing, the head of teacher Chozei, recently severed from his neck, transformed into a puff of smoke, leaving behind a wooden post cleaved in two. The substitution technique, a favored ninjutsu among ninjas, was skillfully executed by teacher Chozei, allowing him to evade Toshirou's strike. Indeed, it was a one-handed hand sign. In a small grove, atop a grand tree that required several people to encircle, Uchiha Chozei supported himself against the trunk with one hand while stroking his short beard with the other. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed Toshirou, who had just vanished in an instant. Although he had sensed something amiss when Toshirou employed a smoke bomb to execute his transformation technique, the confirmation of his suspicion filled him with delight. While the hand signs, a method enabling even ordinary individuals to wield chakra, were invented by the Uchiha ancestor Indra. Nearly a millennium has passed. Even within the current Uchiha clan, few ninjas possess the skill to perform one-handed hand signs. And those who do are the backbone of the clan. To discover such a remarkable junior today, who might one day become his protege, stirred profound emotions within him. He regretted not targeting the bell instead of launching a direct attack on the neck, though that approach likely would not have succeeded either. Having left his original position, Toshirou found himself concealed behind a large tree, feeling a twinge of frustration. Everyone, come out. There's no use in hiding any longer. Toshirou emerged from behind the tree, confronting Uchiha Chozei while speaking to his companions. The meticulously designed trap had been effortlessly evaded by teacher Chozei. Continuing to hide would be futile. It was far better to boldly reveal themselves and openly seize the mission objective. Facing an insurmountable foe, one can still remain composed. The previous strike was quite powerful, remarkably swift, and executed with impeccable timing. Moreover, that intricate series of attacks would have likely defeated an ordinary chunin. Observing Toshirou, who had revealed himself with his hand resting on the hilt of his katana, Uchiha Chozei felt increasingly pleased. He began to grasp the joy of being a mentor. It is indeed time to settle this in a straightforward manner, exclaimed Zhe, who had also revealed himself, believing victory was assured. Setting traps and ambushes is bothersome. We should just charge ahead. Meanwhile, from the midsection of another tree, and made his appearance, silently gazing intently at their opponent, radiating eagerness. The trio, with one atop the tree, another in the middle, and the last on the ground, established a tactical formation of high, medium, and low against Uchiha Chozei. Oh, it appears you have realized that those little tricks are ineffective against me, and thus you are prepared for a direct confrontation? Your spirit is commendable, yet you are still far from sufficient. Upon witnessing the three adversaries assume their battle stances, Uchiha Chozei could not resist the urge to mock them, intending to thoroughly assess their capabilities. Do not underestimate others. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Tetsu, whose impulsive nature and carefree demeanor made him particularly susceptible to provocation, charged headlong at his mentor without a word to his companions. Once the skirmish had commenced, Toshirou, with no choice but to follow suit, refrained from attempting any ninjutsu or employing any clever tricks. Instead, he utilized the body flicker technique to arrive before Chozei, drawing his blade to strike. The body flicker technique is typically employed for evasion or swift travel. Executing it flawlessly in the midst of battle presents exceedingly stringent conditions. The first challenge lies in the momentary stiffness following the technique's execution. The abrupt surge of chakra and the stress from rapid movement can render the body momentarily rigid upon completion of the technique. This fleeting stiffness can be fatal in a ninja confrontation. Should an opponent seize the opportunity to launch a kunai, the battle could be swiftly concluded. Even with rigorous training to adapt one's physique to the explosive chakra and the pressures of high-speed movement, the risk remains. Upon materializing beside an enemy, a seasoned ninja, although perhaps unable to match one's speed, may still sense the shift, and with their honed instincts, a mere flick of their blade could claim a life. Thus, one might find themselves not executing a surprise attack, but rather delivering themselves to their demise. To master this technique, one must meet exceedingly high standards for dynamic vision and neural reflex speed. It is imperative to withstand an enemy's initial onslaught following the body flicker without succumbing to a swift defeat, a feat not easily achieved by an ordinary ninja. Furthermore, the precision required in the technique's execution is paramount. Any preliminary delay grants the foe additional preparation time, exponentially increasing the inherent risks. Moreover, even a slight error of 5 to 10 centimeters during a tense exchange can lead to catastrophic mistakes, and in high-stakes situations, miscalculations over several meters are not uncommon. Not every instance of the body flicker technique is as elusive as the flying thunder god technique, nor does every ninja possess the extraordinary reflexes of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. This is a technique that is easy to learn but difficult to master, particularly in the throes of combat. Except for a select few exceptionally gifted ninjas, it remains an elusive skill. Toshirou was diligently striving towards this goal. As a member of the Uchiha clan, his dynamic vision undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, and his response speed was a focal point of his training over the years. Nevertheless, had he not known that Uchiha Toshirou was his mentor, who would never inflict serious harm or take his life, he would not have dared to attempt such a bold maneuver. A metallic clang resonated as Toshirou effortlessly deflected Toshirou's strike with a kunai. At that moment, another hand formed a fist and struck heavily at the center of Zhifei's approaching foot. This impact sent Uchiha Zhi flying, and taking advantage of the gap as he descended. A simple front kick was directed towards Dong Shirou's abdomen. Rather than blocking the blow, Dong Shirou exerted force beneath his feet, leaping off the branch to the ground, simultaneously reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. At that moment, a figure appeared above teacher Zhongjing, hands forming seals. It was the illusion technique, magical abyss. The figure was none other than Uchiha Yen. Her feet adhered to the branch extending above teacher Zhongjing's head. Her body inverted like a hanging hook as she executed the jutsu. However, the vast disparity in strength rendered her attack nearly ineffective. Even with a meticulously prepared illusion and impeccable timing, the fundamental imbalance in power remained unaltered. Next, Yen would face the counterattack of Uchiha Zhongjing. Swish, swish, swish. Fortunately, Dong Shirou's shuriken intervened just in time, disrupting teacher Zhongjing's follow-up assault. The ensuing moments saw the three of them alternating attacks on teacher Zhongjing, providing mutual cover. Their battleground gradually shifted from the forest back to the open training ground. Throughout this time, they unleashed the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu at their disposal, with Dong Shirou attempting several times to employ the body flicker technique to snatch the bell from teacher Zhongjing's waist. Meanwhile, teacher Zhongjing responded to their various attacks with the simplest of body double techniques and basic physical maneuvers, his demeanor remaining relaxed and effortless, showing no hint of the strength he possessed. Yet, after merely about an hour, the three found themselves overwhelmed. Dong Shirou was still capable of maintaining his standing posture, but Uchiha Zhou was bent over with his hands on his knees, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as if he could barely stand. As for Yen, the only girl among them, her stamina paled in comparison to the two boys, and she sat directly on the grass, her face pale, exhibiting signs of exhaustion after intense exertion. Have I taken this too seriously? Given their initial coordination in attacking, they should have already qualified. And that little girl, Yen, has clearly decided to give up. Observing the scene before him, where only Dong Shirou seemed capable while the other two appeared utterly spent, Uchiha Zhongjing belatedly realized the situation. Especially upon noticing Uchiha Yen sitting on the grass, seemingly ready to concede, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Perhaps he had indeed pushed too hard. Have I not gone easy enough? I remember when the teacher tested us before, we ultimately managed to snatch the bell. As the newly appointed guiding Jonin, Uchiha Zhongjing, lacking in experience, began to reflect on the past, recalling the process of seizing the bell alongside his teammates. This reflection, however, brought to mind his previous performances standing opposite Uchiha Zhongjing. After glancing at his two teammates, who had reached their limits, Uchiha Shojan found himself perplexed. Although Zhe had initially toyed with some techniques, the trio had managed to establish a basic level of cooperation during subsequent battles. The strategies he had devised, along with the traps and mutual support, should have long been validated. Why then did Uchiha Zhongjing still exhibit an unwavering determination to fight? Was he truly intent on testing their limits? Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Shojan could not fathom that Uchiha Zhongjing, as a novice instructor, would commit such a fundamental error due to his lack of experience, leading to the current awkward situation he found himself in, unsure of how to conclude it. The Uchiha clan had long been excluded from the traditional teacher-student hierarchy. Over the years, aside from Uchiha Kagami, no one from the clan had ever held the rank of Jonin. Indeed, there was not a single individual in the entire clan with relevant teaching experience. Furthermore, Chazheng's own teacher had already sacrificed himself, leaving him with no suitable mentor to consult. Coupled with his excitement upon witnessing Shoujan's remarkable talent, it was understandable that he had momentarily lost his composure, resulting in the present predicament. I have gathered a basic understanding of everyone's situation. Starting tomorrow, I will lead you all in undertaking some simple missions. Once you have honed your cooperative skills, a special training session will follow. He added, "Oh, I have made a reservation at the barbecue restaurant within our clan. Please remember to gather punctually at 5:30 this evening." Struggling to maintain a serious demeanor. After uttering these hastily concocted parting words, Uchiha Chojin swiftly performed the body flicker technique, vanishing from the sight of the three young ones. Finally, it was over. As soon as Chojin departed, Uchiha Zhe, who had barely managed to remain upright through sheer willpower, let out a sigh of relief and plopped down onto the grass. Is it just my imagination? It felt like our teacher was in a bit of a hurry when he left. Dismissing the absurd thought from his mind, Shoujan imitated him and sat on the grass to rest. Despite having more stamina than Zhe and Huan, after nearly an hour of intense combat, he too was thoroughly exhausted. Not long after, in the office of the head of the security department, Uchiha Chojin was reporting to his elder brother, Uchiha Chazan, regarding the specific conditions of the clan's promising young talents. Although Uchiha Zhe was somewhat reckless, he exhibited remarkable resilience. His taijutsu was quite commendable, and he could adeptly perform the family's signature fire release techniques. With a little more training, he could become an exceptional chunin. Uchiha Huan, on the other hand, was relatively astute. His chakra control was quite proficient, and he demonstrated great skill in illusion techniques. Although his chakra was somewhat limited due to his age, causing his ninjutsu to lack potency, given time, he too could be molded into a valuable asset. As for Uchiha Dongshalong, his chakra reserves were substantial, nearing that of a chunin. His mastery of the nature transformation of fire release was commendable, and he possessed a solid foundation in both taijutsu and swordsmanship. Though he had yet to display any aptitude for illusion techniques, his hand seal proficiency was exceptional, able to perform single-handed seals at such a young age. Additionally, his tactical arrangements were well executed, and he displayed commendable decisiveness. He is undoubtedly a genius. This encapsulates my assessment of the three individuals. Sitting opposite Uchiha Jozen, Uchiha Josei meticulously recounted the details of the recent battle. After providing his evaluations of the individuals involved, he concluded with a summarizing remark. Upon hearing his younger brother's account, Uchiha Jozen, who had always presented a stern and rigid demeanor throughout his middle age, could not help but reveal a rare smile. The birth of an exceptional talent within the family invariably uplifted his spirits, making him feel that the goal of familial revival was one step closer. As for ordinary talents, such matters are of little concern to the Uchiha clan, which has never lacked for them, unlike those second and third-rate families. Faik, I recall that this child was your first acquaintance. What are your impressions of him? Do you have any thoughts? Without offering an opinion, Uchiha Jozen turned back calmly, casting his gaze upon his son, whom he held in high regard, hoping to discern any unique insights. Observing the young man standing beside the office, poised and with a strikingly handsome visage, he noticed a fleeting, imperceptible glimmer of something unusual in his son's profound eyes. For this son, who bore a striking resemblance to him, both in appearance and demeanor, Uchiha Jozen harbored a secret sense of guilt deep within. To spur his growth, he had maintained a stern and unyielding exterior since the boy's earliest memories. Never had he offered a single word of praise. When his son graduated at the top of his class from the Ninja Academy, he merely remarked, "As expected of my son," oblivious to the hopeful and eager expression on his face. Even in moments of profound loss, when his son grieved the death of a teammate and needed comfort the most, he offered not a word of solace. He remained indifferent to the pain and uncertainty reflected in his son's eyes, instead congratulating him on awakening the coveted Sharingan. A testament to the family's legacy, leaving only a cold silhouette in his wake. Yet, in the shadows, unseen by others, he closely monitored Faik's every movement. often preoccupied with his health and safety, though he never conveyed a hint of his concern. The boy did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him, exhibiting unparalleled strength among the clan's younger generation, earning the unanimous approval of the elder branches. His conduct was precise and measured, adeptly handling both the demanding missions issued by the Hokage and the occasional machinations of scheming clan elders. Even should unforeseen events arise amidst the impending ninja world war, it seemed he could bear the weight of the Uchiha name and the future of the family. However, it is also time to seek him a suitable match. Uchiha Jozen mused, contemplating the tall, spirited young man before him, barely in his 20s. His father, Uchiha Toshirou, exuded a remarkable maturity, with clear and structured thoughts regarding the potential outbreak of war, showing no resistance to the family's decision to expedite his graduation from the ninja school. Instead, he exhibited a profound desire for the pursuit of arcane arts and formidable power, having inquired about the family's secret repository. Engaging in conversation with him felt no different than conversing with an adult. Reflecting on his interactions with Toshirou, Uchiha Fugaku responded candidly, while also voicing his own opinions. At that moment, Fugaku was unaware of the rich inner workings of his father's heart. He could not possibly foresee that in the near future, he would welcome a beautiful wife and give birth to an exceptionally gifted firstborn son, far surpassing him in talent. A decade later, this grown son would diverge from his path, leading the Uchiha clan toward the abyss. Upon hearing his brother's description and his son's perspective, Uchiha Jozen refrained from hastily expressing his views. Instead, he instructed his son to retrieve a hefty tome from the bookshelf, meticulously flipping through its pages. He soon discovered Uchiha Toshirou. As it turned out, he was the son of Masayoshi. Furthermore, he was also the grandson of the esteemed Yuri. As he perused the genealogy record contained within this family tree, Jozen effortlessly located Toshirou's entry, along with the names of his father and grandmother, both of which were somewhat familiar to him. In any realm, whether it be an organization or a family, when the decision is made to nurture an individual, a thorough investigation into their origins and identity is invariably conducted. The Uchiha clan was no exception. Being the son of Masayoshi, his identity is unquestionable, positioning him as a pillar of the third branch of the clan. Is he truly the grandson of Yuri? Given his talents, it is not surprising. I wonder if he possesses the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jozen's mind involuntarily wandered back to that remarkable woman who quelled the clan's internal strife and single-handedly established the fateful forbidden technique, Izanami, which allowed one to confront reality and alter their destiny. He also recalled the greatest civil unrest in the clan's history. Following Uchiha Madara's departure, a fierce battle ensued for the vacated position of clan leader. Leaders born from the first and second major branches, commanding their respective subordinates, clashed violently. Wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan and the clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. During this turmoil, Uchiha Baru resorted to Izanagi to eliminate his opponents in his quest for power. However, such conflict did not cease, as others sought to take Baru's life. The clan's elite engaged in mutual slaughter until only one remained, Uchiha Naka. In a bid to save Uchiha Naka, and in the familial discord, Uchiha Yuri created Izanami, successfully halting the war. Nevertheless, the cost to the clan was dire. The combatants from the first and second branches were nearly annihilated, while the third branch, to which Yuri belonged, primarily focused on support and logistics. 3 Mangekyo Sharingan were left with 1 dead and 2 severely wounded. Had it not been for the second leader's consideration of the surviving first leader's intentions and the presence of Uchiha Naka and Uchiha Yuri within the clan, the consequences could have been even more catastrophic. The village has only recently been established, and it is ill-fated to engage in acts of annihilation. Had it not been for the governance of our esteemed predecessor, who devised Izanami to quell this turmoil, we would have continued our mutual slaughter and strife. The fate of our clan is almost too dreadful to contemplate. Each time he reflects upon this matter, a profound sorrow weighs upon his heart. The ancestors of the clan have indeed acted without foresight. The emergence of the traitor Uchiha Obito is regrettable enough. Possessing 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the clan could have aspired to the position of the second Hokage, if not the third. Instead, they turned against one another, plunging the clan into chaos. With their strength severely diminished, they were unceremoniously ousted from the corridors of power by the second Hokage, reduced to a state where they dared not utter a word. With a heavy sigh, He retracted his wandering thoughts and directed his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku before him. The future of the clan now rests upon the shoulders of the younger generation. In light of this, Fugaku, you shall take him to the secret arts repository tonight and allow him to select a technique that resonates with him. Who knows if he possesses exceptional talent in Jinjutsu as well, since he is a true member of our clan, unlike those traitorous individuals. Uchiha Josen is generous in his cultivation. If he seeks power, the clan shall provide him with the means to ascend and discover the extent of his potential. As for Josen, these young ones will be entrusted to your guidance in the future. I have utmost confidence in my younger brother. Although he harbored unrealistic fantasies in his youth, he has gradually come to terms with reality as he matured. Farewell for now. We shall take our leave. Upon hearing Uchiha Josen conclude his remarks, Winter Lion appeared somewhat lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something of great importance. Fugaku and Josen chose not to linger in the office and expressed their intention to depart. By the way, Fugaku, you are no longer a child. Is there a young lady in the clan that has caught your eye? Do you need your uncle to make an introduction? The teasing voice of Uchiha Josen echoed in the corridor outside the security chief's office, gradually fading into silence. Winter Lion had long been aware of his grandmother's connection to Uchiha governance. However, with the deceased gone, she left behind only some insights into Genjutsu cultivation, providing him little advantage, and thus he did not delve deeply into such matters. After all, his grandmother passed away during the First Shinobi World War, a time that feels far removed from his own existence. Even his father began to recall memories only after his mother's death, having heard little about her exploits. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn, bestowing upon him significant advantages unbeknownst to him. The secret scrolls passed down through the Uchiha clan are of extraordinary value. Considering the achievements of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, their worth becomes evident. Furthermore, the Genjutsu insights left behind by his grandmother should not lead one to assume that the Uchiha clan excels solely in techniques involving the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan, being such a conspicuous bloodline limit, is well known among ordinary ninjas who would naturally exercise caution against it. In response to the increasingly brutal wars of the ninja world, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan were compelled to intensify their efforts in the realm of ordinary sensory Genjutsu. This was because Genjutsu represented the optimal choice for harnessing the vast mental prowess inherent to their clan members. In terms of Genjutsu alone, the Uchiha stood significantly apart from other clans within Konoha, such as the Kurama and the Hinata, as well as the lesser-known Yamashiro clan. Only the Kurama clan, with their bloodline limit of sensory manipulation, could rival the Uchiha to some extent. However, the outcome was ultimately a defeat for them. It is not without reason that the Uchiha family often bears an air of aloof superiority. In terms of Genjutsu, there exists no worthy opponent within Konoha. When it comes to taijutsu, their dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan allows them to easily dominate numerous clans, while their ninjutsu, represented by the emblem of the Uchiha, grants them mastery over fire, placing them above all others. Throughout the entire ninja world, only the Senju clan, with their immense chakra reserves, extraordinary regenerative abilities, and physical strength, can stand against the Uchiha. In the eyes of the Uchiha, aside from themselves and the Senju, all others are merely inconsequential minor clans. At that moment, Dong Shirlang was oblivious to the conversation taking place in the office. He was instead supporting two companions as they staggered towards their clan's residence. Uchiha In was manageable, but Uchiha Zhou was another matter entirely. In battle, he displayed relentless courage, yet the toll on his stamina was tremendous. He was merely holding his breath and enduring. But once teacher Zhongjing departed, he completely relaxed and could hardly stand. Dong Shirlang found himself in quite the predicament. He had been tasked with escorting Zhe home. Please take good care of this child in the future, expressed a middle-aged woman, around 30, as she thanked Dong Shirlang at the entrance of a courtyard within the clan. Mother, I am no longer a child. Besides, Dong Shirlang is 2 years younger than me. Who is taking care of whom is still uncertain. Uchiha Zhe retorted, visibly annoyed. Had he not been utterly exhausted, he would have made a grand show of his growth to his mother. She was well aware of her son's impulsive and reckless nature. Understanding that prolonging this topic would only deepen his resentment, she offered a resigned smile of apology to Dong Shirlang and invited him. Why not come to our home for a while? The snacks I make are quite delicious. No, Auntie, I have just undergone intense exertion. I need to return home to freshen up. It would be quite rude to visit now. Dong Shilang politely declined, his mind too preoccupied with the recent battle to enjoy a visit, and his disheveled appearance hardly suited a guest. Then I will look forward to your next visit, she replied, turning to lead her son back inside. However, the worry and helplessness reflected in her gaze towards her son were impossible to conceal. The heart of youth often yearns for the battlefield, for heroes, and for the Hokage. They aspire to soar to greater heights and occupy grander stages, often overlooking the love and care that surrounds them. With a silent sigh, Winter Shiro reluctantly observed the situation, feeling utterly powerless. He could only turn away and slowly make his way home. Unlike Winter Shiro, who was orphaned, his two teammates came from distinct family backgrounds. Uchiha Flame had both parents alive, with his father being a prominent figure in the first division of the security forces. He also had two older brothers who cherished him dearly, treating him like a precious gem and supporting his aspirations to become a ninja with enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Uchiha Tetsu's circumstances were quite different. His father had perished in the last Great War, leaving his mother to raise him single-handedly. Consequently, he possessed a stubbornness and resilience not commonly found in others. However, his mother opposed his desire to become a ninja, deeply understanding her son's character and fearing he might follow in his father's footsteps. Yet, the boy's determination rendered her powerless. A young man wished to pursue his father's legacy, to protect his family, his village, and his mother. What grounds could she possibly have to stop him? All she could do was silently pray for her late husband to watch over their son and keep him safe. In truth, single-parent households like Uchiha Tetsu's were quite prevalent among ninjas. Whenever ninjas formed families, it was customary for one partner to withdraw from the ninja ranks, fearing that both could perish on a mission, leaving a young child orphaned. Much like the character Mikoto Uchiha, who became a housewife, or Kurenai Yuhi, who left active duty upon becoming pregnant. Even Winter Shiro would have followed suit had his mother not passed away prematurely. This reality also gave rise to numerous mothers who bore the weight of family responsibilities alone. Some, unable to withstand the loneliness, remarried early. Others, overwhelmed by the longing for their deceased husbands and the burdens of family, succumbed prematurely. Some even saw their children grow up only to tread upon the battlefields their fathers once fought on. Such instances are manifold. As I activated my X3, I found myself within a barbecue restaurant run by a member of the Uchiha clan, where the cheerful voices of three youngsters echoed in unison. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and after a restful afternoon, Uchiha Tetsu, Flame, and Winter Shiro gathered in this establishment, brimming with energy, seemingly untouched by the hardships of battle. Their teacher, Uchiha Shigazane, was also present, his eyes twitching as he gazed at the mountain of ingredients piled on the table. Unable to contain his complaints, is it really necessary for Winter Shiro to order so much? This is enough for 6 adults. If we can't finish it, Uncle Degue certainly won't issue a refund. Rest assured, Teacher Shigazane, my appetite is quite substantial. Rather than worrying about leftovers, perhaps you should consider whether your wallet is sufficiently thick, came the muffled reply as I deftly picked up a sizzling, oily piece of beef from the grill with my chopsticks, savoring the flavors. The barbecue here was quite delightful. While it may not rival the renowned barbecue chain fame, the taste was hardly inferior. Moreover, as it was a family-run business, naturally, they prioritized serving their own. At this moment, within the restaurant, apart from a few tables occupied by ordinary villagers from Konoha, the majority of the patrons were guests hailing from the Uchiha clan. Uncle Degue ordered a round of watermelon juice to cleanse the palate and requested a bottle of beer for our teacher to calm his nerves. Dong Shilang exhibited no hesitation typical of youth in the presence of adults, boldly taking charge and ordering a beer for his mentor. Given the opportunity to indulge his teacher, he showed no signs of restraint. Lately, his finances had dwindled considerably, necessitating careful budgeting, and regrettably, he could only impose upon his teacher's generosity. Hey, you 3 little rascals. Slow down your eating. The barbecue is right here. No one will snatch it away from you. Before he could voice his refusal of Dong Shirlong's well-meaning offer, he glanced down at the grill, only to find that the delectable barbecue had nearly been devoured by the trio, leaving not a morsel for him. His concern was not for the money, but rather for their well-being, fearing they might choke from their haste. Teacher, you are such a chatterbox. Instead of talking, why not grab a few more pieces of meat and put them on the grill? Otherwise, when you want to eat later, there won't be anything left. It was Yen, the observant girl, who pointed this out, although she continued to deftly pick up a piece of grilled meat, dipping it in sauce while glancing back. seemingly awaiting the arrival of their drinks. "Oh, it's Nagakase. We haven't seen you in ages since you got married." The owner, known as Degue, sent over a round of watermelon juice and a bottle of beer, simultaneously greeting Nagakase with a teasing remark. Degue, and Uchiha himself, had been running this barbecue establishment for over 30 years. With business thriving in recent years, he had even hired 2 assistants to serve, allowing him the leisure to engage in conversation and jest with customers. Uncle Degue, ever since getting married, it has been quite a change. Observing his teacher's clumsy performance, Dong Shirlang couldn't help but jest about his teacher being under the thumb of his wife, all while continuing to reach for the last piece of grilled meat on the grill. "This piece is mine." X3, just as Dong Shirlang was about to secure the last morsel for himself, 2 other pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached for it. The 3 youngsters, unwilling to concede, exchanged glaring looks. At such a tender age, they knew nothing of yielding. "You 3, enough already." Thud, thud, thud. The sound of 3 heads colliding with a hard surface echoed through the air. "Ouch!" X3 Dong Shirlang and his companions cradled their heads in pain, wailing as they momentarily forgot about the barbecue. Such youthful exuberance. "Bring over another round of watermelon juice as a welcoming gift for these 3 ninjas." Without affording Nagakase and Dong Shirlang a chance to decline, Degue made his declaration and departed with a flourish. "By the way, Dong Shirlang, during this morning's battle, you must have used the one-handed seal, right?" As the gathering drew to a close, Nagakase nonchalantly inquired while taking a sip of his beer. Even the Uchiha brothers, who were already satiated from their meal, slowed their movements, pricking up their ears in attentive silence. Did the teacher notice? It seemed that the only techniques he could successfully execute were the basic body flicker technique and the 3-body technique. He was still unable to perform more advanced jutsu, like the Great Fireball technique. Winter Lion, unabashed, readily acknowledged this, providing a detailed account of his current ability to form hand seals with just one hand. "Has Winter Lion already reached such a level? You must also strive to improve. Flame, you are the most exceptional." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Flame felt a sudden disinterest in the barbecue. During their family's preliminary training, she had been the most outstanding among them. Who would have thought that Winter Lion had already mastered the single-handed hand seals? As the cherished jewel of her family, she was someone who could enter her father's study. Although she had only heard faint whispers of the single-handed hand seal technique, it was deeply etched in her memory. What exactly is a single-handed hand seal? Unlike Flame and Winter Lion, his knowledge was relatively simplistic. He had never even heard of such an advanced technique, rarely executed by anyone. Upon hearing the conversation, Flame rolled her eyes dramatically but still took the time to explain. When ninjas employ jutsu, they first perform hand seals. This requires a calm mind to ensure the accuracy of the seals, along with proficient skill to convert the refined chakra into the technique. Most hand seals require both hands. However, there are exceptions. Some ninjas, through diligent training or possessing extraordinary talent, can use just one hand to complete the process and execute jutsu, which is known as a single-handed hand seal. After her explanation, Flame cast a glance at Winter Lion and took a sip of watermelon juice to suppress her astonishment. "Isn't this incredible? Can he simultaneously perform 2 techniques?" Uchiha Zha, oblivious to the notion of politeness, directly asked Winter Lion if he could teach him. Cough. Hearing this, Flame, who had just taken a sip of her juice, struggled to maintain her composure. How could one so boldly inquire about the training of such a secret technique? Even within the same family, there were certain secrets that were kept hidden. "I could teach you, but even if you learn the single-handed hand seal, you still won't be able to execute 2 techniques simultaneously." Winter Lion didn't harbor any possessiveness over his knowledge. It was merely a simple form of meditation, and he was uncertain if she could persist with it. One must understand that practicing meditation requires at least 3 months to yield any effect. Even then, the results are minimal. If it weren't for the allure of a certain sage technique, he wasn't sure if he could endure the training. Did he just agree so easily? Both Uchiha Chozei and Uchiha Flame expressed their surprise. The training of ninjas is inherently shrouded in a veil of privacy, even within the same family. Casually imparting the advanced skill of single-handed hand seals is rather astonishing. Allow me to share with you that I have discovered a unique method of Zen meditation, which Winter Lion elaborated upon in great detail, earnestly advocating its benefits. In essence, if you adhere to my technique for 3 months, you shall surely recognize its advantages thereafter. After meticulously outlining the steps of the practice, Winter Lion confidently proclaimed his comprehensive approach. Can one truly attain single-handed hand seals merely through simple cross-legged sitting? The expressions on the faces of the three attendees reflected sheer disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting?" It is essential to understand that a ninja's training is invariably intertwined with chakra manipulation. Yet, the method Winter Lion described seemed, to them, no more than the customary sitting posture of monks in temples. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the trio, Winter Lion could not help but exclaim his innocence. It was a clear case of "I direct my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon casts its light into the gutter. What I speak is the truth. If you harbor doubts, you may certainly put it to the test. Aside from wasting some time, you shall incur no loss." Ultimately, he resigned himself to a stance of indifference, adopting an attitude of "believe it or not, it's your choice." His expression suggests he is earnest. Can such a ludicrous practice truly yield results? Perhaps I should try it when I return? Or maybe not. I have no desire to become a monk in a temple. Be it Uchiha Shigezo or Hoka and Satoshi, all three regarded Winter Lion with skepticism, each lost in thought. While Winter Lion's method might possess certain efficacy, it is likely closely linked to his innate talent. As an experienced elite jonin, Uchiha Shigezo sensed that this approach could indeed bear fruit. However, he believed that Winter Lion's inherent abilities far surpassed the value of this meditative practice. Unbeknownst to him, the mere act of Zen meditation could significantly stabilize the spirit for an Uchiha. His ambivalent and dismissive demeanor ultimately led his two disciples to abandon the practice. In the end, the four of them devoured 10 adult-sized portions of grilled meat. Observing their teacher's slightly green visage, both Winter Lion and Hoka could not suppress their mirth, exchanging glances filled with schadenfreude. Only Satoshi remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. At that moment, their financially strapped teacher leaned over the counter, negotiating with Uncle Daikue about something. However, judging by Uncle Daikue's amused expression and the dejected demeanor of the teacher, it was apparent that he had suffered some ridicule. Fortunately, there was no occurrence of the teacher being left behind to wash dishes as repayment for debts. After all, they belonged to the same clan. One must not forget that they often crossed paths. As long as the conversation remained pleasant, opportunities could still arise. While they deliberated on the practice of Zen meditation, within the office of the third Hokage, a masked Umbu figure suddenly appeared before him, kneeling on one knee and presenting a dossier. Upon receiving the documents, even without a word from him, the figure had already vanished into the shadows. As the third Hokage silently perused the materials, he let out a soft sigh before raising his gaze to the photograph of the second Hokage adorning the wall. The stack of documents comprised approximately 20 files, with the topmost page prominently featuring the likeness of Uchiha Toshirou. Detailed within were records of Toshirou's ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, intelligence, strength, speed, precision, and hand seals, encapsulating the 8 essential attributes of a ninja. Each of these documents belonged to individuals sharing the surname Uchiha, representing the profiles of all Uchiha genin who graduated this year. This endeavor had commenced prior to his ascension, establishing a unique file for every Uchiha member upon their graduation from the Ninja Academy, meticulously gathering intelligence on each individual. This practice, instituted since its inception, had never ceased. However, due to the nature of clandestine observation, it was not conducted overtly, resulting in some incompleteness in the data collected. For instance, the most notable aspect recorded about Toshirou was the potency of his fire release, while his proficiency with one-handed hand seals was conspicuously absent. The detection barrier of Konoha enveloped the entire village, allowing him to utilize the telescope technique to survey a significant portion of the area. Yet, neither the Uchiha nor the Hyuga, nor even the Yamanaka or the Uzumaki clans, were under the purview of his telescopic technique. It was simply impractical, as the village could not monitor the movements of every family. The Uchiha were merely an exception, benefiting from the presence of Konoha's prisons situated within their clan territory, which allowed the Umbu to observe from a distance with their telescopes. Such omissions were, regrettably, inevitable. This circumstance also elucidated why Toshirou felt emboldened to unleash his full prowess within the confines of the clan training grounds. As for being discovered while meditating, he remained unperturbed. The Hokage was hardly inclined to scrutinize the entirety of Konoha at 6 or 7 in the morning, even to observe the remote location where he practiced meditation. The power of his fire release was formidable, far exceeding that of a typical chunin. After meticulously reviewing the entire stack of documents, The third Hokage gazed at Toshiro's image and murmured to himself. The files also contained evaluations from the various instructors at the Ninja Academy, all of whom bestowed upon him exceedingly high praise in ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and theoretical knowledge. Uchiha Toshirou, I hope you embody the will of fire that our clan so cherishes. Yet, he did not dwell excessively on Toshirou, for as Hokage, he commanded a legion of over 10,000 ninjas. A mere 8-year-old genin, albeit exceptional, was not worthy of his further investment of energy. Subsequently, he placed these documents into a dedicated filing cabinet and turned back to face the vast expanse of paperwork and the tumultuous state of the ninja world. That evening, in the rear hall of the Uchiha clan shrine, a gentle yet aged figure with silver hair completed a hand sign. A faint rumbling sound arose from the subtle friction of stone against stone. Following this, a massive stone slab, nearly a foot thick and covering an area close to 2 square meters, gradually ascended. Toshirou, come with me, he commanded, without pausing to gauge Toshirou's reaction. Nodding in acknowledgement to the elder beside him, Uchiha Fugaku led the way towards the basement. This sacred space served as the shrine of the Uchiha clan, venerating numerous deities, including the destructive god Susanoo, the fire god Kagutsuchi, the sun goddess Amaterasu, and the thunder god Takemanakata, among others. Additionally, it functioned as the clan's ancestral hall, where each family member, upon their return to the netherworld, would have a tablet erected for the mourning of their relatives. The elder was appointed by the family as the priest in charge, overseeing the shrine's rituals dedicated to the ancestral deities and offering blessings for the deceased. He was also responsible for safeguarding the clan's secret assembly place and this hidden chamber. Naturally, the shrine was not staffed solely by him. It included a priestess and 4 shrine maidens, who welcomed clan members seeking to offer incense, draw omens, or pray, as well as the occasional visitors from the village. In the Land of Fire, a shrine typically comprises a chief priest, with a deputy priest beneath them, who acts in the absence of the chief and assists with shrine affairs. Below the deputy is the Naiji, akin to a secretary to the chief priest, primarily assisting in various tasks. Beneath the Naiji is the assistant Naiji, responsible for executing the duties assigned to them. The chief priest holds ultimate responsibility for the rituals, although it is not uncommon for the chief priest to also serve as the head priest. However, the significance of the head priest does not equate to that of the chief priest. Following them are the Shinto staff, comprised of shrine attendants, often appointed by the government, and shrine maidens, the most common shrine staff responsible for selling amulets, exchanging fortunes, and performing sacred dances, typically women, though the role is not exclusively female. This description pertains solely to the personnel within the Uchiha family shrine, and it is understandable that some details may be streamlined. After briefly bowing to the elder, Toshirou followed Fugaku's lead down the staircase. Traversing a dimly lit corridor, they arrived at the main chamber of the basement, which was square in shape, not excessively large, yet not small either, measuring around 40 to 50 square meters. Each corner of the room featured a candlestick, which Fugaku had already lit upon his earlier arrival. The flickering candlelight illuminated his surroundings, revealing the entirety of the basement's layout. At the center stood 2 massive sandalwood bookshelves and a granite pedestal adorned with a black flame relief, in contrast to the somewhat chaotic resource room within the clan. Everything here, books, scrolls, and manuscripts, was meticulously categorized and neatly arranged. Even the materials used to document this knowledge were markedly different, being evidently more durable, suited for long-term preservation, and significantly more valuable. The Uchiha clan's foundation is truly remarkable, Toshirou couldn't help but exclaim, taking in the arrangement of the basement. One of the bookshelves bore labels for fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. Beneath each label, hundreds of scrolls lay quietly stacked, representing the various elemental ninjutsu collected by the Uchiha clan over a millennium. Those endowed with the Sharingan possess an unparalleled advantage in this regard. Among them are numerous scrolls, markedly distinct from others. Their appearance is notably sturdier, crafted not from paper, but from the hide of an unknown creature, with bearings fashioned from a jade-like material. Winter Lion could not help but harbor a secret suspicion. Could these all be of S rank? On another shelf, inscriptions of sealing techniques, runes, spell seals, and illusions are meticulously catalogued. Additionally, there are several exquisite scrolls, seemingly of S-rank ninjutsu, though their lack of specific labels makes them difficult to ascertain. At the center, A stone platform displays several enormous scrolls, each exceeding half a meter in length. Similarly, these scrolls bear no markings, yet their sheer size indicates their extraordinary nature. All of these are the accumulated techniques of the family over the years. As his gaze flitted between the shelves, the labels, and the scrolls, the voice of Fugaku resonated. The first shelf held conventional ninjutsu collected by the family over the years, all ranked above C, with several achieving S rank. Noticing Winter Lion's attention, he began to introduce them one by one, his eyes brimming with pride and self-satisfaction. He merely cast a glance at the youth's astonished expression, choosing to ignore it, and instead spoke in a tone steeped in pride. Another shelf documented various sealing techniques, barrier techniques, conventional illusions, and some secret arts collected by the family. However, certain portions of these secret arts are incomplete, yet they hold significant reference value. On the granite stone platform, the massive scrolls recorded the secrets of fire release, illusionary arts, yin-yang release, and forbidden techniques. Among these, the secret scrolls were gradually accumulated by the Uchiha clan since the Warring States period. The fire release secret scroll embodies the tireless efforts of countless ancestors in the nature and transformation of fire release. The illusionary art scroll contains techniques exclusive to the Sharingan, usable solely by those awakened with the clan's bloodline limit. The yin-yang release scroll is unique in the entire shinobi world for its yin section, while the yang section, although the clan has achieved notable success, still pales in comparison to that of the Senju clan. As for the forbidden techniques, they not only document Izanagi and Izanami, but also include some exceptionally perilous ninjutsu with notoriously grim outcomes. Excluding the illusionary arts and forbidden techniques that can only be practiced upon awakening the Sharingan, you are free to select any other scroll, transcribe it here, and take it home for your study. In light of your outstanding performance in the graduation test, the clan head has specifically instructed that you cherish this rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, Winter Lion turned his gaze towards the trove within the entire basement. In the flickering light of the dimly lit basement, as he surveyed the towering shelves and the numerous colossal scrolls on the stone platform, Uchiha Winter Lion found himself struck by a paralyzing indecision. He genuinely wished to transport all the materials within this basement to his home, to peruse them one by one at his leisure. Yet the world seldom unfolds as one desires. In the shadowy recesses of the basement, as the scrolls unfurl, they unveil a myriad of techniques, each either extraordinarily potent or ingeniously conceived, captivating his gaze. Techniques that employ chakra in innovative ways consistently spark his interest, providing him with unique inspirations and a renewed understanding of chakra utilization. With each scroll he peruses, he cannot help but marvel at this wondrous energy. Introduced to the ninja world by the Otsutsuki, which seems to possess limitless capabilities and an astonishing variety of applications. Take, for instance, the secret technique of shadow concealment he holds in his hands. According to the catalog, the practitioner can immerse themselves within shadows, executing silent assassinations or ambushes against their targets. The act of entering the shadow is nearly imperceptible, making it exceedingly difficult for the target to anticipate an attack. This technique also facilitates effortless intelligence gathering and information acquisition. However, it is not without its evident flaws. Once the technique is executed, the speed of movement becomes exceedingly slow. Should one hide within the shadow of a person or animal, any movement on the target's part could easily lead to exposure. And infiltrating the shadow of another ninja renders one vulnerable to detection. Nevertheless, when utilized at night or within the shadows of certain objects, it can indeed be executed without a sound, making it an essential tool for both domestic affairs and covert operations. Moreover, the water release instantaneous technique he recently observed provided him with a wealth of inspiration regarding chakra utilization. Before executing the technique, the practitioner first harnesses their chakra to create an expansive water release domain. Within this chakra-infused water, the instantaneous technique manifests with astonishing speed, reminiscent of the teleportation techniques employed by characters such as White or Kimimaro in the original narrative. The primary form of this technique is characterized by high-speed movement within the vast area created by one's chakra, enabling the user to silently position themselves behind an enemy for a decisive strike. Alternatively, using consecutive high-speed movements, one can systematically eliminate multiple adversaries who enter this domain. The lethality of this technique is formidable. However, its drawbacks are starkly apparent. It demands a substantial amount of chakra, especially in arid regions. Not every ordinary ninja can wield it with the same proficiency as Kisame Hashigaki, who can summon a colossal sphere of water spanning several kilometers to ensnare his foes. Should a typical ninja attempt this technique and their target escape the confines of the water's embrace, the cost in chakra is often staggering and detrimental. Indeed, every gain comes with a loss, explaining why ninjas place immense importance on the confidentiality of their intelligence operations. Additionally, he had previously encountered an S-rank fire release technique, fire release, flame dragon's entry into the sea. This extraordinary technique overcomes many of the limitations faced by fire techniques when countered by water. By leveraging the ultimate properties and transformations of chakra, it conjures a colossal flame dragon that extends dozens, if not hundreds, of meters in length. This dragon can be propelled into an enemy's water technique or beneath the surface, utilizing its terrifying impact to shatter the opponent's jutsu or maintain its form submerged in the water. Emitting an extreme heat of its own, it gradually releases warmth, forming a bubbling hot spring that forces hidden adversaries to surface. Simultaneously, it disperses its chakra into the water, rendering the enemy incapable of exploiting this vital resource. The transformation of its chakra's properties, its morphing forms, and the mastery over them are all exceedingly demanding. The myriad of novel ninjutsu dazzles the senses, overwhelming the observer. These phenomena satiate the long-held fantasies of a mere mortal in a past life, now captivated by supernatural powers, commanding the winds and thunder with a mere thought. Water and fire dance in harmonious alternation, spanning vast distances in an instant. The notion of instantaneous travel is somewhat exaggerated. Yet, should I master the Flying Thunder God technique, there remains a glimmer of possibility for teleportation across 100 miles. How I yearn to meticulously transcribe all these techniques and bring them home for in-depth study. Whether it be the transformations in the properties of these ninjutsu, the enigmatic techniques displayed, or the ingenious concepts involved, they broaden his horizons immensely. He firmly believes that by thoroughly comprehending these arts, his understanding and application of chakra will reach unprecedented heights. In his view, all ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even bloodline limits are merely variations in the utilization of chakra. Once the underlying principles are grasped, the seemingly unattainable realm of shadow-level power will no longer feel distant. Alas, the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, such as the Flying Thunder God and the impure world reincarnation, are nowhere to be found. I had foolishly harbored a sliver of hope, recalling that in the original story, Madara could utilize the impure world reincarnation, if there were any records within my clan. Acquiring an additional copy of the Flying Thunder God would not be surprising. Otherwise, why dwell on such matters? I should simply choose the Flying Thunder God technique. Regardless of whether I can successfully cultivate it, I shall attempt it first. With an unperceived sense of regret, Dong Shirlang concluded his review of all the scrolls and approached Faik, who sat with his back to him on a stone platform. His purpose in perusing the scrolls was merely to broaden his perspective and inspire his understanding of techniques and chakra usage. Confirming the absence of the Flying Thunder God technique in the chamber, he had already made his selection. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Faik-senpai. I have chosen my target. At that moment, Faik, seated cross-legged on a cushion before the enormous scroll, appeared to be in a light slumber with his eyes gently closed. Oh, have you made your selection? Upon hearing Dong Shirlang's voice, Faik turned to glance at him, inquiring with interest. Which ninjutsu or secret technique have you chosen? He was curious about the eventual choice of this mature young scion of the clan. Could it be one of those immensely powerful S-rank techniques? Or perhaps one of the arcane and inscrutable secret arts? The former is far too potent for someone of his age, requiring an excessive amount of chakra and demanding an intricate understanding of chakra's properties and transformations. The latter, in turn, has rigorous training requirements that are exceedingly exacting, not easily mastered by an ordinary ninja. As for the seals, barriers, runes, and incantations nearby, he had never given them a thought. At his tender age, the youth held no interest in such matters. He often gravitated towards techniques that he currently lacked the capacity to wield. Unbeknownst to him, the boy standing before him harbored a profound fascination for seals, runes, and jutsu, yet his opportunities were limited, compelling him to select only what would serve his interests best. Inyang release. Winter Lion declared with unwavering certainty, meeting the curious gaze of Fuyue, his tone devoid of any hesitation. In truth, he had made his decision even before perusing those scrolls, either Flying Thunder God or Yin Yang release. The Flying Thunder God technique, needless to say, was exceedingly advantageous for someone like him, who prioritized survival above all. Regardless of whether it could be applied in battle, at the very least, it would enable him to escape unimpeded. In that light, the tribulations of the Third Shinobi World War, the subsequent Nine Tails disturbance, and the night of the massacre could all be deftly navigated. He did not contemplate what accolades or honors he might achieve in the war or how he might save his clan from peril. The foremost priority was to secure his own life. He lacked the selfless spirit of the fourth Hokage, who could sacrifice himself for the village and even offer his own son. Should any trouble arise, his first instinct would be to flee. As for whether he could master the technique, he felt that remained debatable. Achieving the prowess of Minato Namikaze or the second Hokage, relying solely on a single skill to attain fame, seemed improbable. However, if he excluded the practical application aspect and focused solely on the efficacy of escape, he felt reasonably confident in his abilities. After all, figures like Noara Kurama and others who had served as bodyguards for the fourth Hokage were capable of employing the Flying Thunder God technique to facilitate spatial transfer with the fifth Mizukage. This indicated that spatial manipulation was not an exclusive domain of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, or Minato Namikaze. As a time traveler, he still held a glimmer of hope. Over the years, he had diligently prepared himself, acquiring a wealth of theoretical knowledge, not only from the Ninja Academy, but also from numerous tomes borrowed from the Konoha Library. In this realm, he could easily surpass the average jounin. As he ascended to ninja status, his privileges for accessing literature would expand, and he was confident that his theoretical acumen would similarly flourish. He could hardly believe that he, a graduate of a prestigious university, would struggle with such rudimentary ninjutsu. He did not aspire to emulate the likes of Tobirama or Minato, executing a Flying Thunder God technique to ambush foes from behind. All he needed was to be able to utilize it for a timely retreat, and he was even willing to accept the necessity of hand seals. If his own abilities fell short, he could accept the exclusion of certain non-essential functions from the Flying Thunder God technique. He could dismantle a grand task into smaller components, tackling each part methodically. I cannot accomplish everything you require. I only need to address the parts that matter to me. This is also a consequence of his experiences derived from another world and a different life journey. As for Yin release, it begins with Yin Ninjutsu, which, to his knowledge, can be regarded as an external manifestation of the Sharingan. Should he awaken the Sharingan in the future, Yin release will undoubtedly facilitate his advancement in developing the Sharingan. Concerning the later stages, such as the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, those matters can be discussed once he opens his eyes. It is premature to dwell on them now. Furthermore, regarding Jinjutsu, he has thoroughly acquainted himself with all existing and collected materials on Jinjutsu within his household and formulated his own opinions. To illustrate simply, Jinjutsu employs chakra to transmit one's spiritual energy into another's mental realm, thereby interfering with their brain and manipulating their body. This gradual descent leads to their becoming a mere puppet. Yin release, on the other hand, creates form from the void. It brings forth existence from nothingness, materializing imagination into reality. This represents the most profound method of cultivating spiritual strength. As for Yang release, aside from enhancing medical ninjutsu, the augmentation of one's own strength, endurance, recovery, and chakra capacity is indispensable. It is not to be compared to Hashirama Senju, who can heal himself without hand seals, or Tsunade's mastery of the 100 healings technique. At the very least, significant progress in recovery is essential. The same applies to endurance and chakra capacity. As the saying goes, a solitary Yin does not generate, and a solitary Yang does not thrive. For a modern individual, these principles are almost second nature. Moreover, there is another crucial aspect to cultivating Yang release. He harbors serious doubts that the practice of sage arts is related to the volume of chakra and one's achievements in Yang release. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the perfection of the sage mode exhibited by both Hashirama Senju and Naruto Uzumaki. Hashirama, after all, was at least 30 years old when he utilized sage mode. Although he merely possessed the visage of a sage, it was still somewhat acceptable. Conversely, Naruto was merely 16 years old, and when he entered sage mode, aside from his facial markings, the only indication of transformation was his eyes. which showed signs of frog-like qualities, unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, whose appearances underwent profound alterations. As for the union of yin and yang, it requires the power of the myriad phenomena, a force he is not yet at a level to covet. Upon hearing Toshirou's choice, Fuyuki was quite astonished. Generally, children of this age tend to select a powerful A or S-ranked ninjutsu. Alternatively, those with greater ambitions might opt for genjutsu or more challenging secret techniques, or perhaps choose a fire-release secret scroll due to a strong sense of family honor. The most common choice among them is to glimpse the vast scroll of the Sharingan before even awakening it, seeking the secrets or shortcuts to unlocking the Sharingan. The selection of yin-yang release is indeed a rare phenomenon. The primary reason lies in the fact that the average person has scarcely even heard of the concept of yin-yang release. Even those who have a modicum of awareness understand the formidable difficulty associated with its cultivation, leading them to hesitate and ultimately retreat. Whether it is yin release or yang release, the spiritual and physical energies they embody reside within every individual. However, the endeavor to develop and harness these energies is an arduous challenge. This scarcity of illusionist and medical ninjas within the ranks of shinobi is largely attributed to this very reason. To achieve success in this domain, both innate talent and unwavering perseverance are indispensable. Those of lesser aptitude, even if they possess the finest cultivation secrets, may find themselves unable to even grasp the basics, with their own accomplishments in yin release being merely modest. Casting a sidelong glance at Toshirou, Uchiha Fugaku was not particularly surprised by the latter's early awareness of yin-yang release. As the grandson of the Uchiha clan's leader, it was not unexpected for him to glean insights from the records and experiences left behind. What piqued his curiosity was the motivation behind Toshirou's choices, as well as the depth of his understanding regarding these rare techniques. Toshirou, the path to mastery in yin release and yang release, distinct from the other 5 elemental ninjutsu, is fraught with challenges. I would advise you to select another technique, perhaps the fire release scroll nearby. Observing the boy's unperturbed demeanor, Fugaku remained composed, continuing to offer his counsel. I have heard that your aptitude in fire release ninjutsu is extraordinary, with your techniques exhibiting power that far surpasses that of an average chunin. Engaging with this fire release scroll will undoubtedly yield significant results, maximizing your advantages in this domain. Toshirou was somewhat taken aback by Fugaku's extensive discourse. He had not anticipated such a detailed response from him. Yet, despite the elder's lengthy exhortations, he remained resolute. While the fire release scroll was commendable, incorporating the insights of numerous clan predecessors, its drawbacks were painfully evident, making it susceptible to enemy countermeasures. He had already contemplated that, should he have the opportunity to return to this chamber for selection, he might indeed consider this fire release scroll. Senior Fugaku, I have gleaned from the recorded experiences of my ancestors that yin-yang release directly pertains to the essence of chakra, encompassing both spiritual and physical energies. My predecessors speculated that cultivation in yin-yang release would yield significant advancements in illusion techniques, the Sharingan, and physical energy. I wish to explore this path. The ancestor he referred to was none other than Masashi Kishimoto, the esteemed creator of Naruto. In this moment, to navigate his conversation with Uchiha Fugaku, he found himself improvising. Yet his expression conveyed earnestness. These were indeed his true thoughts. Does yin-yang release truly enhance illusion techniques, the Sharingan, and one's own physical energy? Such a claim is unprecedented. Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Toshirou's response. The art of yin-yang ninjutsu directly addresses the essence of both spiritual and physical energy. It enhances illusions, the Sharingan, and physical energy, a notion that he had never encountered before. Perhaps this is merely a conjecture left by predecessors. Within the ninja world, perceptions regarding training and chakra vary widely, resulting in an abundance of speculations and ideas. Winterlion's assertions are not particularly surprising. It is simply unfortunate that the veracity of such claims cannot be confirmed. Given this context, there exists a blank scroll in the adjacent chamber where one can transcribe the yin-yang ninjutsu. However, I must solemnly caution you that all recorded scrolls must not be disclosed privately. Should the family discover any breach, the consequences will be severe. Such secret techniques and scrolls of the clan must be transcribed by the members, and after their training, they are required to be destroyed in the presence of the clan. Safeguarding against any potential leaks of family secrets, it is a moral obligation. He found it peculiar that there were no copies available and that he had to manually transcribe them. Unbeknownst to him, this was due to a considerable number of Uchiha clan members opting for illusionary or fire-based secret scrolls as their paths of training. With the increasing number of selections, the clan appointed specific individuals to handle the transcriptions, one of whom was the elderly priest within the shrine. Not only was he tasked with guarding the secret chamber, but he also transcribed certain scrolls. The secret scroll of Inyang ninjutsu had remained largely unattended, and after all these years, he was the first to choose to transcribe it. In the cramped space of the adjacent chamber, furnished only with a simple mat, a low square table, and a solitary oil lamp, Winter Lion was wholly absorbed, sprawled over the table, diligently copying from the scroll of Inyang ninjutsu onto a blank parchment. He had not anticipated that the process would proceed so smoothly. Initially, he imagined that the Yin and Yang techniques would be contained within two separate scrolls. He had thought it a stroke of fortune to acquire even one of them, unsure of when he might gather both techniques together. To his astonishment, however, the unexpected joy arrived. Although the family library offered a brief introduction to Inyang ninjutsu, it contained no specific records regarding its training methods. Reality, however, provided him with a delightful surprise. The clan had indeed compiled both Yin and Yang techniques onto a single scroll. This greatly facilitated his endeavors. As time gradually passed, the scroll in his hands, measuring over 1/2 meter in width and nearly 5 meters in length, became densely filled with meticulously inscribed characters. After nearly an hour of concentrated transcription, Winter Lion finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. "I have finally completed the transcription," he thought, internally lamenting the clan's lack of consideration, wishing they could have simply provided a copy. With a silent complaint, he gently closed both scrolls and turned to head toward the main hall of the basement. "Thank you, Elder Fugaku. I have completed the transcription." He placed the substantial scroll of Inyang ninjutsu back upon its original stone pedestal. Observing Uchiha Fugaku still seated before the stone platform, Winter Lion bowed in gratitude. Nodding slightly, Fugaku glanced at the scroll copy cradled in Winter Lion's arms, choosing not to elaborate further, for these matters were merely part of his duties. Whenever a promising candidate was selected by the clan leader to choose scrolls, Uchiha Chosen would invariably assign him to guide the individual through the selection process. The underlying implications were clear to him. Thus, as he rose, he addressed Winter Lion, stating, "The practice of Inyang release is far more arduous than the training of ordinary ninjutsu or the transformation of chakra properties. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me, as I possess some insights into Yin release." As he spoke, Fugaku led the way toward the exit, turning his back to Winter Lion while forming hand seals to execute a ninjutsu unknown to Winter Lion. This extinguished the candles in all four corners, simultaneously revealing a faint circle of black ceiling patterns within the basement. This subterranean chamber was evidently ensnared with some form of ceiling trap. Without the proper hand seals to enter, the consequences could be dire. Cradling the large scroll, measuring over 1/2 meter in length and nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, Winter Lion made his way home. Having transcribed the contents within the basement, he gained a rudimentary understanding of its complexities. Much of the material was obscured and difficult to grasp for someone of his modern background. Given his current theoretical knowledge, he barely brushed the threshold required to practice the scroll's content. The practice of Inyang release is undeniably formidable. Merely skimming through it reveals numerous concepts beyond my comprehension. He mused internally. When I truly embark on this training, the hardships will likely surpass my wildest imaginings. I am certainly not a protagonist destined for greatness. He silently lamented the unfairness of fate, reflecting on those fortunate individuals equipped with systems who could effortlessly level up and grow stronger. With a heavy heart, he returned home, clutching the weighty scroll. As he entered the courtyard, Winter Lion settled on the threshold, changing his shoes while habitually calling out, "I'm back." A flurry of footsteps echoed, and soon 3 figures, strikingly similar to Winter Lion, appeared before him. "This slacker is back so early today. I thought he would lounge around until noon and return only for lunch," remarked one figure, identical in appearance and attire to Winter Lion. With a disdainful expression, he scrutinized Winter Lion from head to toe, exuding an unruly demeanor. This was indeed Winter Lion's shadow clone, left at home to practice fire release. Its form was virtually indistinguishable from his own, with no discernible differences. Each day, its task was to remain at home, honing the nature transformation of fire release. As their home contained the most scrolls related to this technique, it was only natural to adopt such a strategy to maximize their advantages. However, this shadow clone differed somewhat from Winter Lion's initial expectations of a diligent and obedient counterpart. It is uncertain whether the explosive temperament of his shadow clone stems from his prolonged practice of fire attribute transformations. Over the years, he has delved into the techniques of the three bodies technique and shadow clone jutsu, albeit with a limited depth due to time constraints. Nevertheless, peculiar changes have manifested. Before he could reprimand this fiery shadow clone, another voice chimed in. Goodness, you've brought back such a massive scroll. It seems our workload is about to increase yet again. Are you more capitalist than a capitalist? The term 996 hardly does justice. This is akin to living the life of 007. Observing the enormous scroll beside him, another shadow clone joined in the banter, expressing its discontent regarding the relentless exploitation. This particular clone remained at home, gathering yang-release chakra, while simultaneously studying medical ninjutsu. The term heartless capitalist scarcely encapsulates this individual. Whether it be daily training tasks or household chores, even errands like grocery shopping and cooking, all were relegated to them. Meanwhile, he enjoyed a carefree existence. Another shadow clone voiced its grievances, though its demeanor appeared more aloof compared to the previous two, with a voice that wavered slightly. This clone had only recently begun to stay at home, previously taking his place in school. Now, having graduated, it remained to study illusion techniques while managing household responsibilities. You all should welcome me home and bow in respect. There is no sense of ceremony. He chided, and you lot ought not to complain. I trust you can relate to the daily trials of physical training. It's as if I do nothing all day. Winter Lion, unyielding in the face of verbal jabs from his shadow clones, retaliated while changing his shoes. This banter had become a daily source of amusement for him, engaging in light-hearted arguments with his own shadow clones. The experience of bickering with oneself proved to be a novel delight. At that moment, at the entrance of Winter Lion's home, four identical versions of him gathered, exchanging words and soon erupting into a cacophony of voices. Enough of the ruckus. I have returned with something extraordinary that will surely broaden your horizons. As he spoke, he strode purposefully toward the study. Behind him, the three clones fell silent, forming a line and following his lead towards the study. Upon entering, it was evident that Winter Lion's study had transformed significantly since the last time he had seen it. The bookshelf had expanded from 1 to 3, and even the square table and cushions had been replaced with a more substantial square table, now positioned at the center of the room. For cushions were placed around it, and the study was replete with books, both on the table and within the shelves, an impressive collection that Winter Lion had meticulously amassed over the years. Some were entrusted to Sister Meixiang for purchase, while others were transcribed from the school library. Upon entering, a faint aroma of books and ink wafted into my nostrils. I organized some materials on my desk, and then plopped down onto the tatami mat, observing the three shadow clones seated cross-legged around the desk. I slammed the enormous scroll onto the table and waved my hand, signaling them to examine it on their own. After all, these were my shadow clones. They could be noisy at times, but when it came to serious matters, they followed commands quite well. Otherwise, any unexpected occurrences at critical moments could lead to significant problems. Wasn't the main body supposed to raid the family's secret treasury? Weren't we only allowed to select one secret technique today? How come both yin and yang techniques were included? This was quite fortuitous, as my recent practice of yang techniques had become increasingly arduous. With these materials, my progress would surely ease. After merely glancing at the scroll, the three shadow clones each voiced their opinions on the matter. The fire release clone appeared astonished. The illusion clone looked perplexed, while the yang release clone wore a delighted expression. Witnessing this, Dongshalong couldn't help but ponder whether something was amiss with his clones. Despite all being formed from chakra, their daily training varied significantly. Why, then, did they exhibit three distinct reactions to the same information? This seemed rather illogical. It should be noted that the shadow clones dissipate daily and are reformed anew each morning. Observing these three clones with differing hair colors, Dongshalong began to reconsider his training regimen. Regarding fire release, after 3 years of training in nature transformation, its power had become quite formidable. Continuing to enhance this transformation would only increase the chakra consumption during technique execution, which was not conducive to his current predicament. After all, he was still just a child. Although he barely managed to sustain the 3 shadow clones, it would be prudent to conserve energy for future battles. One must not only consider instant burst power. Endurance is also a vital aspect of combat capability. Moreover, an over-reliance on fire release would be detrimental, making him easily countered by adversaries. It was time to develop a second nature transformation. After much deliberation, he resolved to pursue the lightning release as his second attribute. Given the sequence of battles during the Third Shinobi World War, wind, then earth, followed by lightning and water, this choice seemed judicious. Additionally, lightning release possesses an inherent advantage in speed. While wind release has techniques like the wind release, Raisen Shuriken as a reference, the risks associated with such techniques are exceedingly high. Without Naruto's remarkable recovery abilities, they should be avoided. As for Yin release, it would be entrusted to the illusion clone, as he was already adept in illusion techniques. With the addition of this scroll, progress in Yang release would surely be accelerated. When discussing Yang release, one cannot help but marvel at the Uchiha bloodline. Although he has successfully condensed Yang attribute chakra and can proficiently perform medical ninjutsu, the results remain rather unsatisfactory. Conversely, his progress in illusion techniques related to mental power has been nothing short of remarkable. It appears that this particular attribute of Yang release does not quite align with his innate affinity. However, it is precisely for this reason that he must intensify his efforts in this area going forward. As for other aspects, no further adjustments are deemed necessary. He will continue to accompany Master Zhongjing on missions. His training will primarily focus on physical conditioning and practical combat. After arranging his future training plans, Dong Shilong wasted no time and headed directly to the room where his parents resided. Within the room, he retrieved a relatively precious wooden box from the cabinet and examined the passbook contained within. The financial demands of a ninja's training are indeed staggering. Reflecting on the initial discovery of this inheritance, he had believed that with 6 or 7 million ryo, he would be free from worry, an utterly naive assumption. When he first learned of this inheritance, Dong Shilong was quite confident, thinking it would comfortably sustain him until his graduation from school. However, reality has proven to be harshly unyielding. Over the course of 3 years of medicinal baths, nearly 3 million ryo had been expended, even with substantial family support. Additionally, the expenses related to various ninja tools, equipment, and consumables such as ointments and medicinal wines were not insignificant. The most substantial drain on his resources, however, stemmed from food expenses, an aspect he had previously underestimated. Take, for instance, the 20 pounds of beef he purchased last time at the grocery store, which cost nearly 3,000 ryo, averaging about 150 ryo per pound. This quantity of beef lasted merely 2 days, with his meals requiring over 3 pounds of beef on average. This does not even account for other necessities such as vegetables, rice, bread, and fruit. This situation is unavoidable. To sustain the chakra consumption of his 3 shadow clones, he must significantly increase his food intake. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Without ample nutritional support, the creation of substantial chakra would directly draw from the nutrients inherent in his own body, hindering his growth and development. At the same time, he has engaged in extensive training focused on strength, speed, and endurance, further augmenting his body's demand for nutrients. After 3 years, the 6 or 7 million ryo left by his parents has been nearly depleted. Currently, only about 300,000 ryo remains, along with the passbook containing the nurturing funds, which holds nearly 1 million ryo untouched. Since his birth, neither his mother nor the expenses incurred over the years have withdrawn a single coin from this passbook. Following his father's sacrifice, the nurturing funds issued, combined with the monthly allowances received over the years, has accumulated nearly 1 million ryo. However, he had no intention of touching the money within, as he was preparing for the impending Third Shinobi World War. Regardless of the location, warfare invariably incurs substantial expenses, and these costs are anything but trivial. For instance, with shuriken priced at 200 ryo each, kunai at 800 ryo apiece, and explosive tags at 1,500 ryo per unit, one can observe the financial burden. To illustrate simply, one can throw 4 shuriken with each hand simultaneously, resulting in a total of 8 shuriken in a single wave of attack, costing 1,600 ryo. If one were to substitute shuriken for kunai, at the current price of 800 ryo each, that would amount to 6,400 ryo in one go. Adding explosive tags would inflate this figure even further. Although the village would provide some replenishment, based on his experiences from his previous life, it is evident that resupply would never keep pace with consumption. Furthermore, this is the present market price. During wartime, the costs of combat-related supplies would inevitably surge. If he did not take proactive measures to prepare in advance, he might find himself in dire straits on the battlefield, lacking weapons, potions, or explosive tags at a critical moment. Losing his life for such a reason would be nothing short of absurd, tarnishing the reputation of a time traveler, no matter the world or one's status. Accumulating wealth remains paramount. Speaking of which, I find myself as a member of the security forces now, possessing a formal position. I wonder if there are any budgetary subsidies available? Reflecting on my past life, I had devoted countless hours in the library, poring over various materials and examination papers, preparing extensively to infiltrate the system, only to ultimately fall short. Yet here, it seems effortless to attain a formal position. Although the accompanying drawbacks of this position are somewhat troubling. I shall inquire with Teacher Juzin tomorrow. Additionally, I wonder about the remuneration for the lower-ranking missions undertaken by Genin. I cannot focus solely on the ninja aspect. Perhaps I should pen a few best-selling novels. I recall that Jiraiya made quite a fortune from his writing. Within the Hokage building, Uchiha Toshirou, along with Tetsu and En, followed behind Teacher Juzin to submit their mission completion report. At that moment, Uchiha Tetsu cradled a plump orange cat in his arms, wearing a look of utter disdain. This was hardly surprising, for the mischievous feline had proven to be quite a handful. The ordeal of capturing it had left Uchiha Tetsu with considerable frustration. Cats are renowned for their agility among small creatures, and their lazy demeanor during the day only complicates matters further. Even after locating it, its nimble movements and petite frame allowed it to navigate spaces inaccessible to humans. When Uchiha Tetsu finally managed to catch it and hold it in his arms, the cat retaliated fiercely, leaving claw marks across his face. This prompted hearty laughter from Toshirou and En, who seized the moment to tease him, leaving him feeling embarrassed. At this juncture, the individual exchanging with Teacher Juzin was not the third Hokage. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, a civil servant from the Sarutobi clan pondered the circumstances. It is indeed a foregone conclusion that not every individual tasked with such rudimentary assignments is granted the privilege of an audience with the Hokage. Given the multitude of registered ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village, each year, upon the graduation of new ninjas, the village disseminates a plethora of low-level tasks to hone the skills of these fledgling warriors. However, it is evident that not every individual merits the Hokage's direct attention. Thus, it is only fitting that these administrative personnel oversee the management of such trivial matters. When it comes to these lowly tasks, Toshirou could not help but express his discontent. They were indeed an eclectic assortment. They shattered his preconceived notions of ninja missions, which he had envisioned as thrilling escapades filled with swordplay and peril. These D-rank tasks encompassed activities such as locating lost pets, supervising children, repairing roofs for the elderly, and even engaging in agricultural duties, lumbering, and foraging for medicinal herbs. Moreover, the remuneration for these assignments was pitifully meager, ranging from 3,000 to 20,000 ryo, from which the village claimed a third, and their captain, the stern Ryuze-sensei, extracted another 30%, leaving a paltry sum for the three of them. By the time the meager earnings reached their hands, it was hardly worth the effort. Toshirou often lamented that it would be far more advantageous to simply rely on passive income. This monotonous and undemanding work rendered Toshirou, Hoka, and Tetsu utterly exasperated within the span of merely a month. Ryuze-sensei, when shall we be able to undertake some higher-level missions? He inquired, as he observed a middle-aged woman cradling the very plump cat they had just returned, indulging in its furry form with unabashed affection. Uchiha Tetsu, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of sympathy and turned to his teacher for answers. Tetsu, if you wish to engage in higher-level tasks, you might want to first attend to those claw marks gracing your cheek. With Tetsu's turn of the head, the 4 distinct scratches on his face appeared even more comical, prompting laughter from Uchiha Hoka. She relished the opportunity to tease her childhood companion, her hands covering her mouth as her eyes squinted with mirth. Her cherubic face radiated pure joy. These are mere accidents. Accidents, do you understand? The wounds will heal by morning, Tetsu argued, his frustration evident as the veins on his forehead throbbed, yet his companion's laughter only intensified. It appeared that the more agitated he became, the more she delighted in his distress. These two truly are a match made in heaven, one blissfully naive and somewhat foolish, the other spirited and reveling in playful banter. Toshirou mused, observing the light-hearted exchange before him. Indeed, it is only in the most innocent of ages that affection can flourish in its purest and most beautiful form. Yet, as the years pass and maturity sets in, those cherished memories of childhood drift further away, eventually dissolving into the mundane realities of life. Nevertheless, even the foolish Tetsu had a point worth considering. Teacher Zhongjing, when shall we embark upon more advanced missions? The term fool is an endearing nickname bestowed by Uchiha Yenapanja, who now gazes at teacher Zhongjing with an expression brimming with hope. Clearly, she has grown weary of such mundane tasks. Indeed, teacher Zhongjing, continuously undertaking these trivial assignments is hardly sustainable for me. Winter Lion, who had been waiting nearby, could no longer contain his thoughts and voiced his concerns, having been driven to speak out of sheer desperation. Ever since graduating from the Ninja Academy, the monthly support stipend from Konoha has ceased. The modest 1,000 Rio allowance from his clan has also vanished, and the anticipated monthly compensation from the security unit remains non-existent. As teacher Zhongjing often says, for a freshly minted ninja like him to merely hold a nominal position in the Uchiha security force is a stroke of fortune. To expect remuneration without participating in patrol duties is a fanciful notion. It is far wiser to accept the reality of being a novice genin. Upon hearing this, Winter Lion felt utterly despondent, as he has been struggling to make ends meet. His earnings from daily missions barely suffice to feed himself, and if this continues, he may have to dip into his savings. Such a fate is unacceptable. It is imperative to seek missions with higher commissions. Maintaining 3 shadow clones for training each day is indeed a tremendous drain on resources. With the recent practice of yin-yang release gradually falling into a rhythm, his daily food consumption has been on the rise. Winter Lion couldn't help but lament. Every visit to the provisions shop leaves him with an overwhelming sense that his wallet is being drained. Traversing this world is simple, yet living is not. One must cherish each moment. Observing his 3 complaining students, Uchiha Zhongjing felt no surprise. He too had once traversed this path. Reflecting on his own past, he recalled similar dialogues with his companions and mentors. In the blink of an eye, he has become a teacher himself, a realization that momentarily cast him into a reverie, leaving him oblivious to the somberness that enveloped his expression. It is not impossible to accept some advanced missions, but I must subject you to several weeks of specialized training. Only upon passing my rigorous training will you be permitted to undertake missions of C rank or higher. The reverie was fleeting, and gazing at his students, Uchiha Zhongjing replied, silently vowing to protect these 3 with his very life. Understood. They chorused in unison, their spirits lifted at the prospect of avoiding tedious low-level tasks. Especially Uchiha Zhe, whose excitement was palpable. He pumped his fist and leapt 3 feet into the air, momentarily forgetting the scar that marred his face. This is indeed the primary purpose for your early graduation. After more than a month of shared missions, you have developed a certain rapport. It is time to commence your specialized training. Observing the invigorated response of his 3 disciples, Uchiha Zhongjing regarded them with utmost seriousness, his demeanor reflecting the gravity of the moment since the formation of their team. Such earnestness was warranted. According to the intelligence gathered by the family, the prices of essential war-related resources such as food, iron, and medicinal materials have been steadily rising in recent times. Foreign ninjas have infiltrated the borders of various nations, further escalating tensions. All these signs portend the imminent outbreak of yet another ninja world war. The training of these children can no longer be conducted casually as before. Time is of the essence. Therefore, we will convene at the family training grounds tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Prepare yourselves, for this special training will not be as effortless as that of the Ninja Academy. After uttering these words, Uchiha Shozei vanished in an instant, leaving his 3 disciples behind. With the recently acquired mission rewards in hand, the trio hastily parted ways without lingering. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Otherwise, Shozei-sensei would not be so eager to initiate their special training. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, Toshirou found himself pondering the looming war. He felt a lingering sense of confusion regarding the impending conflict. Having lived as a white-collar worker in a peaceful era in his past life, concepts of war, death, and slaughter felt utterly distant to him. Although he had garnered some superficial understanding through literature, film, and the internet, such knowledge remained merely on the surface. He remained oblivious to the profound pain and sorrow that one must endure through personal experience. Moreover, after becoming a ninja, he harbored doubts about whether he could reconcile with the notion of killing husbands, wives, children, and parents. His soul was ultimately that of a modern urban worker, and such discordant matters with his values left him uncertain of his true nature until the final moment. For years had granted him a comprehensive understanding of the ninja profession. From the onset of training at the Ninja Academy, the curriculum focused on how to kill their peers, be they ordinary citizens or fellow ninjas, more precisely and effectively. Completing the tasks assigned by the village took precedence. They were taught to abandon personal sentiments, lurking in the shadows while enduring solitude and loneliness, akin to a cold weapon mercilessly reaping lives. How could he accept such a dehumanizing vocation with a clear conscience? The history of ninjas is, after all, a chronicle of slaughter and warfare. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Toshirou internally established his code of conduct. Should he encounter ruthless bandits or rogue ninjas who revel in killing, he would not hesitate to raise his weapon against them. If he found himself on the battlefield, he would unflinchingly eliminate enemies to ensure his own safety. In warfare, life and death are often left to fate. While this may be a comforting adage, he believed there was some truth to it. The chaos of the battlefield harbors too many uncontrollable variables. He was not the type to embody a saintly disposition. However, when faced with children of similar ages, he would exercise restraint, ensuring his own safety remained paramount. Regardless of the circumstances, he would wield his weapon with judicious intent, pointing towards those innocent children. This sharply contradicts his worldview from a past life. As a sentient being, it is prudent to maintain certain boundaries. It is akin to the path of endurance in this world, where one must make choices that contradict their inherent nature. Such guidance is essential to prevent one's heart from succumbing to confusion and, ultimately, becoming desensitized. One must not underestimate this aspect. Countless ninjas have repeatedly trampled their own boundaries and betrayed their true selves, gradually transforming into cold machines. They mechanically obey orders, eliminate targets, accomplish missions, and then fade away silently in the course of one task or another. Do you not realize that if the teacher had not intervened just now, Reiko would have fallen to her demise? As Shiro contemplated this, three figures approached from the intersection ahead, dressed as a standard task force from Konoha. Among them, a boy of approximately 12 years was vehemently accusing a white-haired youth of failing to offer assistance in a moment of peril. Beside him stood a girl of similar age, her eyes red and face pale, displaying the unmistakable signs of having recently endured immense fright. Leading the group was a middle-aged ninja, around 30, clad in a green vest, walking forward with an impassive expression, ignoring the commotion behind him. The first principle of a ninja is to prioritize the completion of their mission above all else. In response to his companion's accusations, the white-haired boy remained expressionless, not even lifting his gaze. He replied in a monotone voice, "Mission, mission, all you know is mission. Just moments ago, Reiko had plummeted from the cliff, and yet you turned a blind eye, focusing solely on your task. Do you not value your comrades over the mission? You cold-blooded monster?" The boy, clearly dissatisfied with the white-haired youth's response, felt his initial anger morph into rage. His face contorted with emotion, becoming increasingly grim. The tone of his voice shifted from accusation to reprimand. Even the girl, recovering from her recent terror, looked at the white-haired boy with a face full of grievance, silently pleading for an explanation. A ninja's foremost duty is to complete their mission. My actions were not erroneous. A ninja must maintain emotional stability at all times. You are too fervent. This violates the fifth principle of the ninja creed. If left unchecked, such emotional outbursts can easily expose weaknesses to the enemy, jeopardizing both life and mission. In the face of his companion's accusations and reprimands, the white-haired boy's demeanor remained calm and unruffled, even pointing out that their emotional instability could adversely affect their lives and missions. His well-intentioned advice was met with rejection, resulting in a lecture about his recent behavior. Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered boy could no longer contain himself, reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his back, while exclaiming, "Ninja Creed. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you on the essence of a ninja's mindset." With that, he drew a kunai from his pouch, poised to impart a lesson to his companion in plain sight. The girl beside him, witnessing this scene, disregarded her sorrow and swiftly clasped the boy's arm, striving to prevent his impulsive actions. Kakashi, too, was undeterred. He exchanged a glance with the boy and extended his right hand to rest upon the hilt of the ninja sword at his back. as tensions escalated. Threatening to devolve into a skirmish among teammates, the lead jonin in the green vest, who had been quietly walking ahead, finally noticed the turmoil brewing behind him and intervened. "That is enough. We shall conclude for today and disperse." "But sensei," the boy exclaimed, evidently unable to contain his anger. Ignoring his teacher's admonition and the girl's attempts to restrain him, he continued, "Are you defying my orders? We are to disband now. Any further missions will be communicated later." The lead jonin, his expression darkening, fixed his gaze upon the boy, awaiting his response. "I understand," the boy replied reluctantly, taking the girl with him as they headed in one direction. Kakashi, having received the disbandment order, nodded in acknowledgement and ventured off in the opposite direction. It turned out that this task force was the first ninja team that Kakashi, the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, joined after graduating from the Ninja Academy. The root of their earlier quarrel was quite straightforward. Their team had been assigned the task of gathering rare medicinal herbs. The only challenge being that these herbs grew on steep cliffs. To accomplish their mission, they had to employ chakra control to scale trees and navigate the cliffs in search of the herbs. However, one of the teammates, the girl named Reiko, found herself at a disadvantage due to her limited chakra. After persevering for a while, she lost focus and, unable to maintain her footing, plummeted from the cliff. Kakashi, nearby and intent on conserving chakra to complete the mission more effectively, chose to ignore her plight as he moved toward the objective he had just discovered. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the lead jonin below, who recognized the danger and rendered assistance, Reiko might have met her demise on the precipice. This was something that her companion, who harbored feelings for her and had witnessed everything, could hardly accept. Once the mission was completed, he could no longer contain his frustration and confronted Kakashi on their way back to the village. As their verbal exchange escalated, the hot-tempered boy brandished a kunai, and it seemed a civil war among teammates was imminent. The lead jonin, observing everything from the front, could no longer tolerate the discord. He interrupted and ordered them to disband, urging them to return and reflect on their actions. Watching his subordinates depart in opposite directions, the green-vested jonin sighed. Recognizing that teamwork had become utterly impossible, he glanced at Kakashi and silently shook his head. The recent incident involving White Fang has not faded from memory. As a serving jonin of Konoha, he possesses a nuanced understanding of its deeper implications. The situation has only just begun to stabilize, rendering him reluctant to voice any opinions. He finds it difficult to cast blame upon Kakashi, especially considering the dishonorable manner in which his father chose to end his own life. Kakashi's current demeanor, focused solely on his missions, is therefore not surprising. Similarly, he refrains from criticizing the impulsive youth, whose recent actions were merely an attempt to convey the significance of camaraderie to Kakashi. Furthermore, he cannot reproach the village or the Hokage, for their decisions were made with the intention of safeguarding the community and its denizens. Yet, it often transpires that in the pursuit of a singular goal, sacrifices must be made, and neither party is at fault. Nonetheless, he finds himself in a precarious position. It may be time to request a change of team members from the Hokage. Meanwhile, as he strolls through the streets of Konoha, Toshirou spots Kakashi approaching and calls out, "Hey, Kakashi, long time no see. You're still as aloof as ever." Receiving no response, Toshirou remarks on the emotionless expression of the white-haired man before him. At this moment, Kakashi's unkempt white hair grows wild, adorned with a forehead protector featuring the leaf symbol, a lock of fringe falling over his brow, lending him a somewhat endearing look. His eyes, devoid of emotion, glare at Toshirou, conveying a clear message of annoyance. Cloaked in his signature black mask and a matching short-sleeve shirt, he wears a cross-shaped harness on his back, from which hangs the infamous White Fang dagger. His forearms are protected by metal gauntlets, and he sports black ninja capri pants with leg bindings, completing his ensemble with high ninja sandals. Toshirou, undeterred by Kakashi's apparent disinterest and standoffish demeanor, extends his right hand toward Kakashi's shoulder in a friendly gesture, proclaiming, "Come on, don't be so cold. Although we graduated in the same class, I did enroll earlier, so you ought to refer to me as senpai." With a sharp sound, Kakashi raises his right hand to block Toshirou's arm and steps back, widening the distance between them. Pouting at the rejection of his friendly overture, Toshirou is not surprised. Having read the original story, he feels no anger at Kakashi's response, only a twinge of sympathy for his plight. He wishes Kakashi would not confine his heart in a dark chamber, nor dwell excessively on past sorrows and pains. Look around. The streets are still vibrant with blossoms, and the sunlight remains radiant and gentle. One day, you will encounter a person as colorful as a rainbow, and thereafter, your life may also be filled with sunshine. Though interrupted, Toshirou's resolve to break through Kakashi's emotional barriers remains steadfast, albeit with a tinge of awkwardness as he contemplates the bitter wisdom he has imparted. As for the effectiveness, only the heavens truly know. Observing Kakashi's indifferent reaction to his recent words, Winter Lion couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He was never particularly adept at offering comfort. Although Kakashi appeared youthful, he possessed strong convictions and an exceptionally high intellect. Every matter was met with his own thoughts and judgments. One could not treat him as an ordinary child of 5 or 6 to be easily swayed. Moreover, as Kakashi spoke, Winter Lion turned to face him, his expression earnest, seemingly wishing to convey that his words stemmed from genuine intent. The forthcoming statements he was about to make were in stark contrast to Kakashi's current actions and not aligned with the village's prevailing ideology. The village advocated for what Kakashi was currently undertaking. Yet, witnessing his quarrel with companions and the frigid demeanor he wore, Winter Lion felt a pang of sympathy. Engaging Kakashi in such discourse could be detrimental to the reputation of the Uchiha clan if it were to be widely disseminated. Noticing Kakashi's continued, apathetic gaze, Winter Lion began to doubt whether his attempt at guidance was appropriate. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a slight shift in Kakashi's demeanor, a subtle difference from the previous coldness. While not overtly welcoming, Kakashi's reaction was not entirely dismissive of Winter Lion's overtures. Despite the rampant gossip circulating within the village, I have always regarded your father, Konoha's White Fang, as a hero. I may not be able to emulate your father's unwavering commitment to saving his comrades as his ninjutsu path, yet I do not believe he was in the wrong. Comrades should hold greater significance than mere missions. After articulating these thoughts, Winter Lion observed Kakashi's momentary stupor, choosing not to elaborate further. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder, waved goodbye, and departed with a nonchalant air. Having expressed those sentiments, he brushed past Kakashi. Such words, which contradicted the village's policies, were best left unspoken in public. Otherwise, he risked being labeled politically incorrect, a burden he could hardly bear. As a member of the Uchiha clan, his identity was already sensitive, and this incident could render him a target for scrutiny. At that moment, Kakashi seemed taken aback by Winter Lion's remarks, standing in a daze for a considerable time before suddenly awakening to his thoughts. A hero? Watching the figure of Winter Lion retreating, gradually disappearing around the corner, Kakashi murmured to himself. He found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of whether his adherence to the ninja way or his father's path was the correct one. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, had forsaken a mission to save his comrades and faced scorn from the village, fellow ninjas, and nearly everyone around him. During that darkest period, their home was often encircled by a multitude of ninjas and civilians. They incessantly berated and blamed the father, asserting that he should not have abandoned his mission, which resulted in immense losses for the village. Even the comrade whom the father had saved ultimately joined their ranks. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure of public opinion and the guilt that weighed heavily upon his heart, the father chose to end his own life, leaving his son alone in this world. Yet now, unexpectedly, someone has told him that his father was a hero and that his father's choice was indeed the right one. In that moment, he found himself at a loss. Father, what am I supposed to do? Reflecting on the time spent with his comrades since graduation, the various conflicts that arose in pursuit of completing their mission alongside his team, Kakashi found himself engulfed in confusion, softly murmuring to himself. He placed his hand on the white Fong dagger at his back, as if seeking answers from it. No, the mission is more important than comrades. Otherwise, my father would not have died. As his hand rested upon his father's white Fong short sword, Kakashi suddenly recalled the circumstances surrounding his father's demise. If his father was indeed correct, a true hero, why then did those people outside berate and condemn him daily? If his father was right, he would not have quietly departed that night without bidding farewell. Father, I will not choose as you did. I shall complete my mission. For that is what it means to be a qualified ninja. Grasping the hilt of the white Fong, Kakashi reaffirmed his resolve. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he began to walk homeward. However, his steps felt considerably lighter than before. The acknowledgement of his father by another served as a tremendous source of encouragement for him. At that moment, Toshirou was unaware of the complex internal struggle Kakashi had undergone after his departure. Ultimately, grappling with the cause of his father's death, Kakashi chose to prioritize the mission, adopting the ninja's creed as his guiding principle. Had Toshirou known the final outcome, he would surely have remarked that he was not Uchiha Obito, and the bond with Kakashi was not profound. Lacking the talent for verbal persuasion, he could not sway Kakashi with mere words or a bowl of bitter wisdom. It seemed that this young man would ultimately rely on this future great antagonist for enlightenment. He merely observed that his favored character from the original narrative had mistakenly prioritized the mission over comradeship, a choice starkly opposed to his future path and in direct contradiction to the ninja way of Tsukumo Hatake, which left him somewhat regretful. At that moment, he strolled leisurely down the bustling streets of Konoha, passing the time aimlessly. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar shop ahead, with a long queue at its entrance. It was the dango shop. It had been a while since he last visited Mikasa. If he delayed any longer, she would surely become furious the next time she came to his home. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Toshirou felt that ever since her marriage, Mikasa's temper had grown increasingly fiery. She had also become more talkative, often dragging him into lengthy discussions. Women must be appeased. Otherwise, when they get angry, it is oneself who suffers. With a resolute heart, Winter Lion joined the end of the line, becoming one among them. Fortuitously, just before the last batch of 3-colored dumplings was sold out, it was his turn. After paying cheerfully, he carried the paper bag filled with dumplings towards his family's residence. Tonight's dinner will be resolved at Sister Mikiko's house. The following morning, in the Uchiha training grounds, a refreshing breeze blew gently, and a crystal-clear dewdrop slowly dripped from the verdant leaves. The rising sun pierced through the dense shadows of the trees, casting its first rays upon the descending droplet, adorning it with a spectrum of colors. Atop a grand tree, a young boy sat cross-legged, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, swaying gently with the caress of the wind, while passing birds flitted by without a hint of disturbance. This boy was Uchiha Winter Lion, engaged in his daily meditation practice. Due to his teacher's insistence on special training at 6 o'clock that morning, he had to relocate his practice to this spot. Arriving at the training ground before dawn, he began his meditation early. Fortunately, after years of practice, he could still attain that tranquil state of mind, unaffected by the shift in location. The tranquility he spoke of was a term he coined to describe a state of absolute stillness during meditation, allowing him to blend with nature so seamlessly that the surrounding birds and creatures felt no threat from him. As time passed, and the sun gradually ascended, the training ground welcomed new guests. "Foolish Shia, why are you the only one here? Is Winter Lion not coming?" A melodious female voice chimed, her tone playfully sulking. "That guy usually arrives early for gatherings, always a nuisance." With the absence of that light bulb, the girl felt free, her face brightening with 2 charming dimples. "Whenever I'm with this fool, Winter Lion and Teacher Shigazane are always around. It's simply too distracting. Now it's just us two, which is delightful. If only today a special training didn't exist." Though merely 8 years old, the girl named Uchiha Hina was remarkably mature, already perceiving her teammates and teacher as superfluous. Shyness was utterly foreign to her. She had no time for others' opinions. Why not spend her time teasing this fool instead? Winter Lion and Teacher Haven Tea arrived yet. "By the way, Hina, did you have breakfast? Mom made the most delicious pastries. Would you like to try some?" Although she didn't quite understand why Winter Lion was a bother, it didn't stop her from offering the breakfast her mother had specially prepared. Seeing the boy's cheerful and generous smile lifted her spirits immensely. She temporarily cast aside thoughts of the impending special training, grinning as she accepted the pastry from Uchiha Ja and took a bite. So delicious. The pies made by Auntie are truly delectable. One can't help but wish to savor such delights every day in the future. With a beaming smile while relishing the pastry, she enthusiastically cheers for her future mother. Upon hearing the praises, Uchiha Ja bursts into hearty laughter, scratching the back of his head with his free hand, his grin exuding a charming foolishness. Listening to the lively banter below, the meditative Dong Shurlang is drawn out of his tranquil state, and he interjects with a playful remark. "I apologize for interrupting your joyful moment, Lady Yen. I simply cannot bear to watch this any longer. You are not yet family, and besides, the person in question is not even present. Do you truly need to be so extravagant? They cannot hear you." As he speaks, he leaps down from the top of the tree and positions himself before the two. "Ah, Dong Shurlang, you've arrived. Have you been here for long? Why did you not come out sooner? Uchiha Zhou inquires with a puzzled expression upon noticing Dong Shilong's sudden appearance. He also reaches into his backpack to retrieve another pie, offering it to him. Who are you referring to as family, and who is not here? Are you speaking of teacher Zhongjing? I prepared another pie for him as well. Without elaborating on whom he meant, Dong Shiling disregards the girl's piercing gaze and eagerly accepts the pie, taking a generous bite. I came quite early and have been meditating here for over an hour. I only came down to greet you two because you seem to be enjoying yourselves so much. Indeed, Auntie's culinary skills are exceptional. Yen, you are truly fortunate. After tasting the pie, he confirms its delightful flavor while teasing the young girl. These pastries are likely a special breakfast prepared by his mother, who, concerned about her son's impulsive nature, quietly supports him in this manner, hoping he can establish good relationships with his teammates and coexist harmoniously with his teacher. Meanwhile, Yan, who is being teased by Dong Shiling, shows no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she glares at him, annoyed that he has disrupted her moment alone with the silly Jia. Are you really practicing that meditation? Does that strange method of training actually work? The boy's focus clearly diverges from that of the girl, as he expresses surprise upon hearing that Dong Shiling has been meditating in the tree for over an hour. During their last gathering, Dong Shiling had mentioned that practicing one-handed seals while meditating was quite effective. To him, it seemed more like an excuse to brush him off. Yet he is astonished to learn that Dong Shiling is indeed committed to his training. Casting a sidelong glance at the boy, Dong Shiling, feeling somewhat exasperated, replies, "Of course it's true. Your expression reveals your disbelief. If you want to know whether it works, you can always try it yourself. We are all on the same team. Do you really think I'd waste my time on you?" He is quite frustrated that he has disclosed such a profound method of cultivation, only to be met with skepticism from the other party. Did he appear so idle as to be deceiving him? Moreover, teacher Chongzheng is indeed one to consider. These two young ones can be excused, for their youth renders them somewhat naive. However, it is quite disheartening to witness that even he, an elite Jonin, lacks such basic insight. He appears unaware that, for centuries, the training of ninjas has revolved around the refinement of chakra, the enhancement of one's physical being, or the cultivation of spiritual energy. His notion of meditation is typically reserved for monks and ascetics, who are relics of a bygone era, cast aside by the march of time. How could these ninjas, standing at the pinnacle of the current age, possibly turn back to seek wisdom from such figures? While savoring delectable pastries, he idly converses with the two young ones, all the while promoting his own unique meditative practices. As the saying goes, a single blossom does not herald spring. He is already entwined with the Uchiha clan. The strength of his family members significantly enhances his own security. Although their expressions reveal skepticism regarding the efficacy of such a training method, it matters little. Each individual follows their own path of growth, and their willingness to engage is what truly counts. Before long, the clock strikes 6. With a swift whoosh, the sound of air parting is heard as the body flicker technique is executed. "Good morning, teacher Chongzheng." The three exclaim in unison upon spotting the familiar green vest of their instructor. Ah, everyone has arrived quite early. It seems there is great anticipation for this special training. Teacher Uchiha Chongzheng remarks with a satisfied smile as he observes his early arriving disciples engaged in light banter. "Teacher, this is a pastry prepared by Kasen. You must try it. It is quite delightful." Uchiha Zhou quickly presents the warm treat from his mother's provisions as teacher Chongzheng arrives. Despite having already had breakfast, he graciously accepts the gesture. "Your mother is thoughtful. Please extend my gratitude to her." Receiving the pastry with a warm smile, teacher Chongzheng takes a generous bite, exclaiming, "This is truly delightful. It seems you are blessed with a caring mother." Recognizing Zhi's mother's intention to foster camaraderie among her son, his companions, and their teacher, Uchiha Chongzheng chooses to remain silent. Such gestures are commonplace within ninja squads, akin to his own practice of inviting students to share a meal of grilled meat as a means of strengthening their bonds. Though he has enjoyed the exquisite pastry, he adds with a gleam in his eye, "However, I shall not show any leniency in the upcoming training." Wiping his mouth, he cheerfully announces the first task of the day. "We shall commence with a half hour of high-speed sprints. I will be following closely behind, ready to offer guidance. So be cautious." As he speaks, he forms hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones to accompany him, ensuring that each of the 3 students has a mentor at their back. 10, 9, 8, 7. He begins to count down, unmistakably signaling the impending chase. Once the countdown concludes, he will pursue them without hesitation. Oh, this truly promises to be an exhilarating training session. Come at me, Teacher Zhongjing. I shall demonstrate my prowess, declared Uchiha Zhe, brimming with enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and charged into the dense forest, embarking on a rapid sprint. What a fool, thought both Dongshalong and Yin simultaneously upon witnessing this scene. Thus, Uchiha Zhe ventured forth alone, leaving Dongshalong and Yin behind. Does he not realize that he will inevitably face the teacher's pursuit within the thicket? Without mutual cooperation, their stamina will swiftly deplete. 6, 5, 4. The monotonous countdown from Teacher Zhongjing echoed in their ears. Dongshalong and Yin exchanged silent glances, then turned to observe the three figures of Teacher Zhongjing, who had split into two shadow clones alongside his main body, each seemingly intent on caring for them individually. Given Zhe's outstanding performance, the prospect of mutual cover appeared increasingly daunting. Perhaps it was wiser to focus solely on themselves. Engaging in such vigorous exercise right after a meal is truly exhilarating. As he dashed through the forest, Dongshalong glanced back, unable to resist a quip. Such training was second nature to him. Every morning, he subjected himself to an hour of weighted sprints. Today, however, in preparation for the special training, he had not carried any weights or engaged in that routine, thus considering this as a means to catch up on his training. Before long, the forest echoed with cries of distress. "Ah, that hurts. Teacher, you are truly despicable." It was evident that those two had fallen victim to the attacks from either the teacher's clones or his original form, and they had predictably been caught off guard. Suddenly, a distinct sound reached Dongshalong's ears, the thud of shoes meeting the trunk of a tree. Following that were the whistling sounds of shurikens slicing through the air, aimed directly at him. Faced with such an unmistakably foreboding assault, Dongshalong navigated with ease. Planting his foot against the nearby trunk, he swiftly maneuvered behind a larger tree, effortlessly evading the barrage of shurikens. Even the subsequent second wave of attacks, resulting from the shurikens colliding and altering their trajectories, were deftly avoided as he leaped to the treetops. As time passed, the forest was intermittently filled with the pained cries of Zhe and Yin after being struck. While behind Dongshalong, Teacher Zhongjing, having observed his successful evasion of the initial waves of attacks, escalated the frequency and unpredictability of his assaults. This left Dongshalong feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and he could feel his stamina waning, accompanied by the faint sounds of his labored breathing. In a brief span of half an hour, time flew by. At this moment, in the center of the training ground, all three, Dongshalong, Zhe, and Yin, stood before Teacher Zhongjing, utterly exhausted. Uchiha Zhe was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy and labored, showing no signs of respite. His face bore signs of bruising, suggesting he had undergone some unusual treatment. Uchiha Flame also trembled on his legs, appearing unsteady as if he could collapse at any moment, his complexion somewhat pallid. Fortunately, he did not appear as severely affected as Zhe. Externally, he seemed relatively well, merely fatigued. Only Uchiha Dongshalong's condition seemed acceptable. However, his disheveled attire, dust-covered appearance, heaving chest, and the perspiration on his forehead all indicated that he had endured considerable hardship. Moments ago in the forest, he had received special attention from Teacher Zhongjing, not only facing the dual assaults of shurikens and kunai, but also experiencing sudden physical attacks, as Zhongjing would occasionally teleport behind him. The force, speed, and rhythm of these assaults were markedly different from the initial encounters, becoming increasingly difficult to withstand as time progressed. Ultimately, he had to resort to the desperate technique of rolling like a lazy donkey to narrowly evade disaster. In the center of the training ground, Uchiha Zhongjing observed his three disciples before him, reflecting on their individual performances. He momentarily fell into contemplation, analyzing the movements of the trio during the chase and considering their usual behaviors, thus formulating tailored training plans for each. Uchiha Zhe possessed commendable chakra, strength, speed, and an innate talent for fire release, all reaching the level of a genin. However, he lacked combat experience and exhibited a recklessly impulsive nature, making him susceptible to traps and the cunning strategies of others. Fortunately, being still young, there was hope for correction through proper guidance. Without intervention, however, his future as a ninja could be precarious. Yet, there was no shortcut to amend his temperament. It required continually setting traps and employing various tactics, allowing him to learn from hardship and accumulate wisdom through experience. As for Uchiha Flame, her chakra, fire release, and Jinjutsu had attained the level of a genin. Particularly in the realm of Jinjutsu, her remarkable chakra control distinguished her among her peers. Nevertheless, due to her tender age, her physical skills and strength could not be overly demanded. Progress would need to be gradual. In Jinjutsu, however, she could enhance her training to become a specialized Jinjutsu ninja, which would serve her well as a young woman. The quantity of her chakra could only be increased through persistent physical conditioning and gradual accumulation over time. This was not something that could be rushed. Finally, he turned his attention to Uchiha Toshirou, recalling his performance in the dense forest. During the recent trials, Toshirou, unburdened by weight, exhibited a speed that astonished Uchiha Zhongjing. Not only did he demonstrate remarkable velocity, but his ability to dodge the sudden onslaught of branches and vines, along with his kunai and shuriken attacks, showcased exceptional reflexes. Aside from his somewhat lacking strength, endurance, and combat experience, his displayed speed and reflexes in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and physical techniques approached the level of a chunin. Even the quantity of chakra has reached the level of an elite genin. This morning, I had just separated a shadow clone for training. With just a bit of specialized training to address the current shortcomings, he would undoubtedly rise to the rank of a newly minted chunin. It seems I do not possess a thorough understanding of my students. Winter Shiro's recent performance has truly astonished Uchiha Shigezane, who has already devised a training regimen for the three of them over the next 2 weeks. Without hesitation, he gazed at the three, who were panting heavily, and proclaimed, "In the forthcoming period, I will arrange targeted training for each of you. For Je, I will implement numerous unexpected scenarios, such as traps or sudden assaults, and adjust our approach based on real combat to hopefully temper your impetuous nature. As for Yen, due to his age, his chakra and stamina are somewhat lacking. However, his control over chakra is exceptional. I will incorporate extensive physical training and enhance your proficiency in Jinjutsu to elevate it further. Regarding Winter Shiro, since you are well-rounded in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, I will engage you in substantial combat drills to bolster your experience against adversaries, while also integrating physical training to augment your physical strength and chakra reserves. This constitutes my comprehensive training plan for the three of you, which will be adjusted as necessary based on specific circumstances." After articulating this extensive plan in one breath, Uchiha Shigezane quietly observed his three subordinates. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, Uchiha Shigezane occasionally conducted real combat drills with them. During these exercises, he would occasionally unleash his Jonin aura and strength, allowing them to experience the disparity between themselves and a Jonin. At times, he would engage in one-on-one battles, exerting pressure on their potential while also pointing out their shortcomings in combat to gradually enhance their practical experience. Throughout these 2 weeks, he also imparted knowledge of advanced fire release nature transformations, guiding them in the cultivation of fire release techniques to amplify their potency. The aspect of Jinjutsu was not neglected either. He taught them how to better control their mental energy, instructed them on the techniques for casting illusions, and enhanced their resistance to Jinjutsu. Within the courtyard of Uchiha's residence, Winter Shiro now found himself trembling on unsteady legs, leaning against the wall, as he slowly made his way toward the entrance of his home. The past 2 weeks had been nothing short of grueling for him. He had never been the type to diligently train to the point of exhaustion. As a modern individual, despite the looming threats of the Third Shinobi World War and the impending clan massacre, he felt that these events were not yet pressing matters. There was still time to prepare. His previously arranged training regimen, while rigorous compared to his peers, had always struck a balance, never pushing himself to the limits. He could not emulate the characters from the original story, who trained daily to the point of utter fatigue, suffering injuries in the process. Throughout these 2 weeks, Shigezane had shown no mercy whatsoever. Every day upon returning home, I find myself in a state akin to today's, utterly drained of energy. I find myself leaning against the wall as I walk, feeling as though my very essence has been extracted. It is not solely Winter Lion, for even Uchiha Zhe and Flame have not escaped this ordeal. The dedication of teacher Zhongjing towards Uchiha Zhe's rigorous training can hardly be overstated. In an effort to temper his reckless disposition, teacher Zhongjing meticulously prepares an array of traps and techniques for each training session. Uchiha Zhe, in turn, does not disappoint, consistently falling prey to the various stratagems laid out before him. Each day brings forth a novel experience, leaving Uchiha Zhe to lament his plight. while simultaneously broadening Winter Lion's horizons amidst his own training. Occasionally, there are sudden ambushes, and with teacher Zhongjing's prowess, Uchiha finds himself flustered and overwhelmed by the myriad of tactics employed by his mentor. Uchiha Flame, being a girl, enjoys certain privileges, yet she is not left idle. She is inundated with scrolls to study, which adds to her burdens. Additionally, she undergoes intensive training in illusion techniques, subjected to a barrage of jinjutsu that significantly enhances her resistance to such arts. Aspiring to become a distinguished expert in illusions, possessing a certain degree of resistance is essential, especially since, as an Uchiha, she has yet to awaken her Sharingan. Drenched in sweat, and with one hand bracing against the wall, I slowly, step by step, maneuver my weary feet into the foyer. I am back. Uchiha Winter Lion, having exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, does not hasten to change his shoes, but instead utters this ceremonious greeting with a weary voice. He then sinks onto the step designated for changing shoes, allowing himself to collapse onto the floor, lying back with arms outstretched, granting his fatigued body a momentary respite. After what feels like an eternity, he gradually catches his breath, allowing his nerves, numbed by intense physical training, to relax slightly as he begins to ponder, who am I? Where do I come from? What is my purpose? It is not that Uchiha Winter Lion lacks resolve. Rather, the past 2 weeks of intensive training have pushed the boundaries of his physical and mental endurance to their limits. Following each session, he feels as though he is teetering on the brink of collapse, both physically and mentally. Teacher Zhongjing, an elite jonin, expertly calibrates the intensity of the training each day, ensuring that Winter Lion's spirit and body oscillate perpetually on the edge of breakdown. This rigorous approach is designed to fortify Winter Lion's willpower, combat skills, physical condition, and various other aspects. In the initial stages of training, the intensity was somewhat moderate, neither easy to manage nor as excruciating as it has become now. As teacher Zhongjing gained a deeper understanding of Winter Lion's capabilities, he couldn't help but express admiration for the young ninja's potential while simultaneously escalating the training requirements, aiming to cultivate an exceptional prodigy for the clan. Observing this exceptional descendant of the Uchiha clan, as he diligently undertakes the meticulously arranged training sessions, his strength gradually amplifies. The inherently pedagogical nature of Uchiha Shao's is slowly but surely being awakened. After all, witnessing a prodigious ninja flourish under one's guidance brings forth a sense of fulfillment that he has never before experienced. However, this has inadvertently placed a considerable burden upon Uchiha Toshirou. As his true potential is progressively unraveled by his mentor, the intensity of specialized training increases correspondingly. The variety of challenges is ceaseless, presenting Toshirou with a different experience each day. Yet, upon returning home after these rigorous sessions, he often finds himself utterly exhausted, scarcely able to move a finger. The fatigue, both physical and mental, is overwhelming. Nevertheless, every endeavor possesses its duality. After enduring 2 weeks of grueling training akin to hell, courtesy of Shao's daily regimen of specialized drills and thrice daily combat practice, Toshirou has made significant strides in both combat techniques and personal prowess. His current abilities starkly contrast with his previous solitary efforts. Now, when faced with an ordinary chunin in a one-on-one scenario, while he may not yet possess the prowess to slay them, he is nonetheless capable of exchanging blows and maneuvering without undue stress. I fear I may be bringing shame to my fellow transmigrators. In comparison to other transmigrators who, at the tender age of 8, have already exhibited the capability to defeat Jonin, Toshirou, after 4 years of training, has only just managed to reach a level commensurate with that of a chunin, which is indeed a significant shortcoming. However, considering his background as a white-collar worker in a bustling metropolis, he has devoted these past years to extensive reading and formulating ostensibly effective training regimens. The foundational skills he has developed are remarkably solid. Yet, in terms of technique and specificity, he remains vastly inferior. His training cannot compare to that of these legitimate ninjas, who have undergone countless brutal conflicts and have inherited training methodologies steeped in a rich historical tradition. The Uchiha clan excels in this regard, possessing unique training systems that diverge from those of standard Konoha ninjas, tailored specifically for their kin. As a novice, Toshirou remains unaware that his specialized training has merely just begun. The road ahead is long, and he is yet to encounter the true hardships that lie in wait. Through Xiao's rigorous training, his formidable strength, speed, reflexes, and chakra have all been transformed into tangible combat capability. He has gained a more comprehensive understanding of the subtleties of ninja combat, including stealth and the element of surprise, enabling him to mount more effective offensives and better defend against ambushes. However, he has yet to confront the grim realities of lethal encounters, leaving his practical experience in the realm of ninjutsu woefully deficient. Nonetheless, the achievements he has attained are undeniably commendable among his peers. Kicking off the ninja sandals adorning his feet, Dong Shilang struggled to rise from the floor, finally catching his breath as he stood barefoot. He slowly made his way indoors. Due to the recent days of intense training, the number of shadow clones he had left at home decreased from 3 to just 1. The focus of his training shifted from ninjutsu techniques, such as yin and yang release and illusions, to household chores and reading, aimed at minimizing energy expenditure and mental fatigue. After all, he was not made of iron. Balancing the cultivation of 3 shadow clones with the rigorous special training from teacher Zhongjing was no easy feat. Even the creation of a shadow clone was merely to alleviate the burden of cooking and other household duties upon his return from daily training. Upon entering the bathroom, he indulged in a hot bath prepared in advance by his clone, spending nearly an hour soaking. Instantly, he felt the fatigue from the day's training dissipate considerably, as if he had been revived. He couldn't help but marvel at the human body's resilience. After such brutal training during the day, he could recover in such a short span of time. Whether it was due to the chakra or the youthful vitality of his body, he cast aside these fleeting thoughts. After dinner, clad in loose-fitting attire, Dong Shilang made his way to the family's armory, meticulously preparing his gear for the mission the following day. Shurikens, kunai, wire, explosive tags, a katana, rations, soldier pills, fresh clothing, and medical supplies were all laid out. Indeed, after 2 weeks of specialized training, Uchiha Zhongjing had fulfilled his earlier promise, assigning them a C-rank mission to eliminate bandits, a first for the newly minted Genin trio, Dong Shilang, Yan, and Jia. This would mark their inaugural venture outside the village, confronting the grim realities of a ninja's world, rife with violence and darkness. Dong Shilang approached this mission with utmost seriousness, meticulously checking his weapons and the logistical supplies of food and medical items. In a precautionary measure, he even prepared a sum of 10,000 ryo in cash for unforeseen circumstances. It was unavoidable. Stepping away from the nurturing confines of Konoha to face the shadows and bloodshed of the ninja realm also meant confronting the prospect of his first kill, a matter he could not take lightly. On the following morning, before the clock struck 6, the sky was still shrouded in a gentle haze, with only a hint of the rising sun peeking through. The eastern horizon glowed with a faint light, gradually illuminating the earth. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan residence, beneath the striking red torii gate, 3 young individuals gathered, Dong Shilang and his companions, prepared for their mission beyond the village. Unlike most task teams that preferred to assemble at the gates of Konoha, the Uchiha Zhongjing squad chose the entrance of their family residence as their meeting point. While this arrangement certainly facilitates the members of the team, it also brings about unforeseen consequences. Kassen, rest assured, it is merely a minor task, and with teacher Chozii leading us, there will be no issues. Little did he expect that his mother would come to bid him farewell. The young Uchiha Tetsu, just over 10 years of age, exhibited a hint of awkwardness. I am no longer a child. I can protect myself perfectly well, so you need not worry. Nearby stood a single mother, the one he had met briefly alongside Toshirou, conversing with Uchiha Tetsu as he fervently explained to her that this mission was merely a small C-rank task, entirely devoid of danger. He endeavored to alleviate her concerns regarding his departure for this assignment. Moreover, after 2 weeks of intensive training, he had significantly improved his abilities. He felt confident facing even a chunin without any trepidation. While assuring his mother, he patted his chest in a carefree manner, boldly declaring his confidence. Unbeknownst to Tetsu, as he mentioned confronting a chunin, his mother's expression grew increasingly somber, her eyes betraying a deep-seated worry she could not conceal. Tetsu, promise your mother that you will heed teacher Chozii's guidance during the mission. Maintain good relations with your teammates, and consult with them regarding any matters. Do not act recklessly on your own. As a single mother, intimately aware of her son's impetuous nature, she could not quell her anxiety for his safety. She embraced her son, now nearly reaching her shoulders, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to his late father, and earnestly urged him. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke, a tangible manifestation of her fear. She dreaded that her son, like his father, would depart after their farewell only to return with nothing but his headband and a notification of his demise, with not even a body to be found. In this world of shinobi, she, not being a ninja herself, held a relatively low status. A traditional woman with a somewhat delicate disposition. She regretted her inability to deter her son from pursuing the path of a shinobi. Now, she lamented her past decision, wishing she had firmly refused when he expressed his desire to become a ninja. "Promise me, Tetsu, that you will return safely. Mother, you are all I have now." Clinging to her son, the single mother repeated her plea, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes and dampening the fabric of his shoulder. Confronted with this sudden outpouring of emotion from his mother, Tetsu found himself momentarily stiffened, unsure how to respond. He stood there in a daze, allowing her to express her feelings. Sensing her mother's unease, the young boy hesitantly offered reassurance after a lengthy pause. "Do not worry, Kaizen. I shall return safely and will not leave you alone." It appeared he had grasped the depth of his mother's abiding concern. Normally carefree and boisterous, the boy, for once, displayed a flicker of wisdom, gently stroking his mother's back as he continued. "This mission merely involves dealing with some ordinary bandits. They cannot even wield chakra, so there is no danger." Recognizing that mere words of comfort would not suffice to quell his mother's anxiety, he disregarded any confidentiality protocols regarding the mission and divulged some details. The objective of the mission involved confronting ninjas or samurais who wield chakra, in stark contrast to ordinary individuals who do not possess such abilities. The disparity in danger was indeed monumental. Observing his mother's demeanor soften upon learning of the mission's nature, Uchiha let out a sigh of relief. The thought of leaking mission information did not weigh on his mind at all. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Dong Shilang and Yan, both possessing the heightened senses and acute hearing typical of ninjas, overheard their companion revealing mission details to someone outside the operation. They harbored no inclination to intervene or report their comrade. Such camaraderie among family members afforded a unique bond. Being part of the same clan, it would be trivial to betray one another over minor matters. They shared a daily existence, crossing paths frequently, rendering any such actions unnecessary. In contrast, within an ordinary ninja team, Uchiha's act of disclosing mission details would be exceedingly perilous. A mere report from a teammate could lead to a cascade of troubles. At best, one might be summoned by the umbu or root for a lengthy lecture on the gravity of confidentiality, dependent on whether one's instructor would speak favorably on their behalf. If misfortune struck and one encountered a sinister superior, they could easily become collateral damage, meeting an untimely end in a mission without a trace. The profession of a ninja, primarily characterized by its reliance on lethal force, is indeed harsh and stands in stark contrast to the tender depictions often portrayed in television. This reality elucidates why, upon the emergence of the White Fang incident, Dong Shilang could ascertain that foul play was afoot merely from the rumors he heard. The confidentiality of intelligence is paramount within the ninja profession. Even a failure by a ninja of Kakashi Hataki's caliber, resulting in significant losses, indicates the depths of the underlying conspiracies. If there were no ulterior motives or unseen influences at play, then something was undoubtedly amiss. With his hands tucked into his pockets, a backpack slung over his shoulder, and a small tanto at his waist, Dong Shilang quietly observed Uchiha as he consoled his mother. The disparity between reality and the animated portrayals is indeed vast. Unexpectedly, within the realm of television, the often overlooked Uchiha clan would become the backdrop for such a poignant scene. Winter Lion silently mused as he gazed upon the touching tableau unfolding before him. Fortunately, both Michika and the parents of his companion, Uchiha Hano, were seasoned ninjas, possessing a general understanding of the C-rank mission assigned to the newly formed ninja team. Thus, their verbal expressions of concern were succinct, and unlike Uchiha Tetsu's mother, they refrained from coming to bid farewell. Otherwise, the burden of worry would not have rested solely on Tetsu's shoulders, but would have extended to Winter Lion and Hano as well. C-rank missions typically involve tasks such as delivering messages or escorting individuals, requiring the ninjas to leave the village without engaging in combat. Even in the event of a skirmish, the adversaries faced would likely be mere bandits, individuals who lacked the ability to wield chakra. Should a rare confrontation with other ninjas occur, the opponents would usually be wandering ninjas who, by sheer chance, had discovered methods to harness chakra, albeit lacking any formal training. These individuals, while slightly stronger in terms of physical prowess due to their chakra, were utterly deficient in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Without the legacy of a clan or the teachings of a ninja village, achieving mastery in chakra application is an arduous endeavor. Consequently, the corpses of ninjas have seen a dramatic increase in value on the black market, as many wandering ninjas aspire to unravel the mysteries of ninjutsu through study. Naturally, this has drawn the interest of various ninja villages, eager to gain insights into their opponent's weaknesses. In the realm of ninja missions, should a task escalate to involve chunin or higher-level combat, the mission's rank would swiftly ascend from C rank to B rank or even higher. Even when encountering wandering ninjas of chunin caliber, the presence of the elite jonin Uchiha Shigazane ensures safety remains uncompromised. However, should one be unfortunate enough to cross paths with a covert elite team from another village on a clandestine mission, the outcome could be quite different. Yet, such teams are typically accompanied by sensory-type ninjas, aimed at minimizing contact with foreign ninjas to maintain the confidentiality of their intelligence. Even within foreign territories, encountering a ninja team on a mission would prompt a considerable detour to avoid interaction. The leading jonin, upon such encounters, would feign ignorance, opting against further action to safeguard the lives of their team members. The likelihood of two teams inadvertently colliding is exceedingly rare. Aside from the presence of sensory ninjas, the leading jonin are generally the creme de la creme, and a haphazard encounter with the enemy, culminating in an impromptu battle, is a scenario seldom witnessed among elite jonin. Typically, both parties become aware of each other's presence, often exchanging tentative gestures without revealing their identities, before proceeding to execute their respective missions. On the main thoroughfare of the Uchiha encampment, a man in his 30s approaches with measured strides. Clad in a standard green jonin vest, complemented by black capri pants and high ninja sandals, he carries a backpack reminiscent of those belonging to Toshirou and his companions. This individual is none other than Uchiha Toshirou, the guiding jonin for Toshirou and the others. It is Lady Rihei. It has been quite some time. My apologies for the unseemly delay. As Uchiha Toshirou ambles toward the torii gate, he observes Uchiha Rihei, who appears to be reluctantly imparting advice to her son. Uchiha Rihei is indeed the name of Zhe's mother. As the brother of the clan leader, Toshirou is acquainted with Zhe's father and has crossed paths with Zhe's mother on several occasions. However, following the untimely passing of Zhe's father, she has become increasingly reclusive, rendering their interactions somewhat distant. While greeting her, he bows respectfully. The world of ninjas is undeniably rooted in Japanese culture, displaying similarities in many aspects, including the custom of bowing as a form of greeting. This practice has left Toshirou, a product of the 21st century, feeling quite out of place. A mere glance at the scene allows Toshirou to surmise what transpired prior to his arrival. Lady Rihei, please rest assured. While I cannot guarantee your son's safety with absolute certainty, I promise you that as long as I draw breath, she shall remain unharmed. Uchiha Toshirou gazes earnestly at Zhe's mother, articulating each word with deliberate gravity. This is not mere rhetoric. It is a vow he made to himself the moment he took on the role of mentor. For this commitment, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Teacher Toshirou is indeed quite devoted to utter such words. Toshirou, who observes the solemn promise being made, is taken aback by his mentor's earnestness. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had heard of various ninja teams, some returning from missions with their jonin leaders, either safe or facing perilous situations. Unfortunately, the lower-ranked ninja team members did not always share the same fortune. Casualties of varying degrees were not uncommon, and there were instances of entire teams being wiped out. The village would not impose harsh penalties on the leading jonin, provided they could offer reasonable explanations. No one would unduly chastise them. The delicate balance between the lower-ranked ninjas and the village's stalwart leaders is something the third Hokage would carefully navigate. Of course, should any promising junior member fall silently within the ranks without a formidable backing, it would be wise to prepare for a hasty retreat. Upon hearing these words, the resilient single mother reflects on the gravity of her circumstances. Uchiha Rihei, who devoted her entire being to her son, did not exhibit joy at Uchiha Shojin's promise. Instead, she solemnly faced him, slightly adjusted her appearance, and performed a formal 90-degree bow. Not a single word of entreaty escaped her lips. Only her prolonged bent posture and slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. Shojing, however, accepted her gesture with composure. Even the early rising clansmen and the ninjas who witnessed this scene merely observed in silence, refraining from intruding upon their moment. 2 days swiftly passed. On the third day at noon, in a secluded grove near the bustling commercial district of Nick Town in the Land of Fire, a group consisting of 1 adult and 3 children rested beneath a towering tree, nearly 30 meters high. From a distance, Uchiha Shojing, an elite jonin, appeared unchanged from 3 days prior. His attire, demeanor, and aura all exuded the same ease and tranquility, unaffected by their arduous journey. In stark contrast, the 3 resting before him, Winter Lion and his companions, were visibly drained. They sat carelessly upon the muddy ground, their appearances disheveled and weary. Even Winter Lion, the most physically adept among them, exhibited little betterment, slumped on the earth in a similarly unrefined manner. After approximately an hour of recuperation, the trio, having regained a semblance of vitality, reconvened before Shojing. Despite the exhaustion from their 2.5 days of travel, a brief respite had revitalized them. Observing his students, whom he had trained for nearly 2 months, Shojing nodded in satisfaction. Though they had yet to reach the pinnacle of elite status, they had already surpassed many of their peers. However, he recognized that their current abilities were still insufficient, and he was mindful not to rush their development. Especially with Winter Lion, the child of a former comrade, he eagerly anticipated the surprises that awaited him and his clan once the boy matured. He could only hope that, by that time, he would not fall too far behind as a mentor. Uchiha Shojing possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations. Attaining the level of elite jonin was already his utmost capability. Aspiring for further advancement seemed nearly impossible. This was a chasm that 99.9% of bloodline ninjas could not cross. It could be said that success and failure often hinged upon the bloodline limit. Through the formidable power of this innate ability, many ninjas born into prestigious families could, by virtue of their lineage, easily surpass the threshold from special jonin to jonin, often doing so with ease that far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. To understand, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary ninja to ascend to the rank of jonin without extraordinary circumstances or the generous guidance of a distinguished master. Not to mention the various formidable or enigmatic ninjutsu. Even the most basic physical techniques require a skilled mentor to achieve any level of success. Not every common individual can emulate the exceptional Might Guy of the Leaf Village. Even Guy possesses the ancestral secret of the 8 gates, a technique passed down through his family. This secret art is scarcely known today, with even the 3rd Hokage, the leader of the Leaf Village, being unaware of it. Had he known, such a powerful combat capability would not have been neglected during wartime. Might Guy's father, Might Dewey, remained a mere chunin until his death, ridiculed and scorned by his peers, often unable to find companions for even the most trivial missions. Intrigued by this, the Winter Lion King sought knowledge in his family's archives. According to the records of his ancestors, there indeed existed a Might clan during the Warring States period that specialized solely in physical techniques. The descriptions in that manuscript indicate that the clan members were often garbed in peculiar and outdated attire, their mental states difficult to comprehend. They possessed no ninjutsu or jinjutsu talents, with physical prowess being their only noteworthy attribute. It is worth noting that, thanks to the Sharingan, being deemed remarkable by the Uchiha ancestors is a rare accolade. Countless clans, either renowned or faded from history, have seen their unique techniques dismissed as mediocre. However, as per the manuscript, this peculiar family seemed to have perished before the establishment of the 5 great hidden villages. It appears that in reality, the clan's extinction did not occur, as one member, Might Dewey, managed to survive. Regrettably, the family's inherited technique appears to have been passed down incompletely. Dewey devoted much of his life to perfecting the fragmented 8 gates into a complete formation. Nevertheless, even when unlocking the Death Gate, the activation of the 8 gates remains a fleeting moment of explosive power, akin to a flash in the pan. This encapsulates the tragedy of the ninja world. For an ordinary person to reach the pinnacle of success, the price paid is not merely relentless daily toil, but often their very life. In this world, plagued by extraterrestrial invasions, one cannot thrive without some connection to the Otsutsuki. Countless ordinary individuals lack even the opportunity to strive, such as the character of Shirini Gunma from the original narrative, who, devoid of any bloodline or secret technique inheritance, reached the culmination of a lifetime of effort. At the tender age of 13 or 14, he was selected by the newly appointed Tsunade to join the Umbu. Under the tutelage of the fourth Hokage, he was taught the space-time ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique, an exceedingly S-rank ability. It was evident that he was being groomed as a future pillar of the village. Yet, even as the story commences, he finds himself nearing 30 years of age, still merely a special jonin. Is it a lack of effort on his part? Perhaps not. Although Shiranui Jinken often exudes an air of lethargy and lack of motivation in his daily demeanor, as a seasoned veteran who participated in the Third Shinobi World War, he is relentless in his pursuit of self-improvement. However, the formidable barriers of innate talent and bloodline leave him feeling despondent and devoid of hope. Individuals capable of transcending such limitations, akin to the fourth Hokage, are nearly non-existent among the ranks of ninjas. Toshirou, the upcoming mission rests upon the shoulders of you three. Unless an unforeseen calamity arises, I shall refrain from intervening. As he spoke, Uchiha Toshirou tossed a scroll, measuring merely 20 centimeters in length, towards Toshirou after observing that his disciples had sufficiently rested. For this mission to eliminate bandits, he would not engage unless faced with multiple chunin. The occurrence of chunin in a simple C-rank task is nearly impossible. The bandits consist of a motley crew of bankrupt farmers, rogue thugs, and wandering warriors. At most, one of their leaders may possess the ability to refine chakra. Such insignificant foes present an opportunity for Toshirou and his companions to hone their skills and gain valuable experience. There is much to commend about Uchiha Toshirou as their guiding instructor. Not only does he lead Toshirou and his team in executing low-level missions, but he also provides tailored training, imparting invaluable knowledge about combat techniques and tactical insights that he shares without reservation. Even during their first encounter with blood, Toshirou was deeply concerned, anxious that they might not receive adequate training while simultaneously fearing for their safety during the mission. "Wait, will you not partake in this mission, teacher?" Toshirou exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon receiving the scroll. It was unexpected that his instructor would not participate in their inaugural C-rank task, leaving them inexperienced novices to complete it independently. Then who will assume the role of captain for this mission? Noticing Toshirou's resolute demeanor, Toshirou could not help but inquire. Recognizing the significance of appointing a temporary leader among the three of them, a poor choice could jeopardize their camaraderie. If discord arose, it would be a stroke of fortune if they merely failed to complete the task without turning against each other. That decision lies with you three. A subtle smile graced Toshirou's lips as he uttered this enigmatic statement before vanishing in an instant, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. Toshirou, clutching the scroll, glanced at his companions, Hoka and Tetsu, who were both looking at him expectantly. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he found himself at a loss for words regarding his instructor's peculiar sense of humor. It seemed that if Toshirou were not concocting some mischief, it would be a rare occurrence. "Shall we appoint you as the captain, Hoka?" Toshirou suggested, feeling indifferent about who would take on the mantle of temporary leader for their small squad. Such matters are best left to these two ambitious and idealistic youths. While he can contentedly wade in the waters of leisure, is it not? He is not a hot-headed fool swayed by the will of fire. Thus there is no need for such fervor. As for the choice of Uchiha Flame, is it not abundantly clear? Why opt for the duller Ju when one could select the keen-minded Flame? Given the lad's usual demeanor, would he not be courting trouble? Should any mishaps arise, would it not mean a shared demise for all? Truly, is it wise for me to assume the role of captain? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Flame, for a moment, displayed a sense of humility. Perhaps it would be better for Dongshalong to take on the mantle of captain. Among the three of us, your strength is unrivaled, making you the most fitting leader. If not for the slight arch of the young girl's eyes and the smile gracing her lips, Dongshalong might have been swayed by her whimsical words. Teacher Zhongjing truly is a trickster. To abandon us without guidance and fail to appoint a captain. Is he merely intent on witnessing our folly? It is truly regrettable that these three youngsters did not come to blows. As a silent observer of his own disciples, he lightly stroked the small beard upon his chin. Originally, in his script, he envisioned the three youths divided into two factions, with Uchiha Flame and Zhu on one side, and Dongshalong standing alone. At the very least, a heated argument should ensue, allowing him to intervene and deliver a proper lesson to these children. Unexpectedly, Dongshalong yielded, diverting the narrative from his intended course. Nevertheless, it matters not. This outcome is quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Dong Shilong entrusted the task scroll left by teacher Zhongjing to the jubilant Uchiha Flame, who had been appointed as the temporary captain. She did not ponder deeply, instead finding the once irritating pest surprisingly agreeable today. Upon receiving the task scroll, Flame eagerly unfurled it to examine the details, revealing a rich inner world. Turning her gaze towards a large tree not far from them, she mused. Just now, there was a peculiar sensation of being watched. Could it be that teacher Zhongjing has not ventured far and is secretly observing us? After scrutinizing the commonplace tree for a while and finding nothing amiss, Dong Shilong shook his head, dismissing the fleeting illusion. How could the gaze of an elite jonin be detected by a mere genin such as himself? It must have been a trick of the mind. Was I just discovered? At that moment, in the crown of a nearby tree, Uchiha Zhongjing pondered with uncertainty. Reflecting on his recent actions, logically speaking, the likelihood of being detected was nearly non-existent, though he had not deliberately concealed his presence. It was not something an 8-year-old child could perceive. Perhaps there was indeed some awareness. This would explain why I did not contest the captaincy with Flame and Zhe. Even so, this revelation startled Uchiha Zhongjing. When it comes to perception, the Uchiha clan is indeed an anomaly. Thanks to the ancestral bloodline of the Uchiha clan, every ninja who awakens the Sharingan can be considered a perceptive type, albeit one limited to the range of their ocular abilities. Once a target moves beyond the field of vision, their perceptive capabilities align with those of an ordinary ninja. Consequently, the Uchiha clan finds itself in dire need of long-range perceptive ninjas, akin to the sensory prowess exhibited by the Uzumaki clan. The perceptive talent recently displayed by Toshirou merits careful cultivation by the family. However, this multifaceted ninja, skilled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and perception, often risks mediocrity. As teamwork among ninjas intensifies, the expectation is that each ninja excels in a particular domain, leaving any deficiencies in other areas to be compensated for by their comrades. Only those who attain the rank of elite jonin contemplate such matters. It falls upon me to chart a course for his future development. What are your plans? As Uchiha Hikari diligently examined the mission scroll, Toshirou, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to her and inquired. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Toshirou found himself growing increasingly impatient. Ignoring Hikari's slight frown and the momentary look of confusion that followed her perusal of the scroll, he awaited her response. The furrow in her brow stemmed from the scroll's vague mention of recent bandit attacks on traveling merchants and nearby villages. The details regarding the number of attackers were merely approximations, and the assessment of their strength was ambiguous and unreliable, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hikari's bright eyes sparkled as she swiftly passed the open mission scroll to Toshirou, proclaiming with earnestness, "Here is the mission scroll. Feel free to share any plans, and we can discuss them together." Disregarding Toshirou's cheerful acceptance of the scroll, Hikari cast a stoic gaze at the leisurely drinking and resting Toshirou. After a long morning of travel, he had recovered sufficiently from his earlier exertions. But who would refuse the allure of idleness? Yes, indeed, it was sheer laziness. With the burden of acting as temporary leader shed, Toshirou intended to indulge in relaxation entirely. Could it be that he anticipated this? Did he foresee the complications of our mission? Impossible. He surely hasn't even glanced at the mission scroll. There's no way he could know its contents. Having grasped the considerable difficulty of the task at hand relative to their rank, Hikari began to question whether Toshirou, that infuriating fellow, was attempting to deceive her once more. Just moments ago, she had appreciated his willingness to step aside for the leadership role, but now, her feelings had shifted, casting him into the realm of annoyance. She stole a glance at Toshirou, who was still grappling with the intricate details of the mission scroll. It appears that in order to successfully accomplish this task, consultation with the Winter Lion is imperative. At 4 o'clock the following morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with the morning star hanging high above, while people were still lost in the realm of dreams. In this fleeting moment before dawn, situated on a hill near the village of Nick in the Land of Fire, lay a rather rudimentary encampment. The encampment was modest in scale, featuring a slightly larger wooden structure at its center, surrounded by a scattering of approximately a dozen thatched huts of varying sizes. Encircling these humble abodes was a wooden fence, 2 to 3 meters high, with a single entrance left open, giving the place an air of primitive poverty. This was to be expected if wealth were abundant. Who would resort to a life of banditry? Most inhabitants were destitute farmers without land or wandering ronin unwilling to toil in the fields, with perhaps a rare samurai devoid of a master. Although the Land of Fire is rich in resources, such fortunes were clearly unrelated to the lives of those within this encampment. The ruling class of this world, having acquired formidable weaponry in the form of ninjas, displayed an audacious disregard for the oppression of the lower classes. While encountering an enlightened lord could yield some respite, a meeting with the avaricious would render the plight of the lower classes utterly lamentable. As for the impoverished masses rising in rebellion, the nobility remained wholly indifferent. They would first dispatch the ordinary samurai to suppress any unrest, and if that proved ineffective, they could always rely on the existence of ninjas. The substantial funds allocated for nurturing ninjas served a singular purpose: their deployment in times of need. This dynamic constitutes one of the reasons why various nations sustain ninja villages, supported by the state. These extraordinary ninjas provide military backing for the dominion of the nobility and the security of the nation, establishing a mutually beneficial partnership. Of course, there exists a hierarchy of allegiance within this relationship. This interplay between the feudal lords and the ninjas of each village exemplifies the broader political maneuverings at play. Among the 5 great nations, each possesses its own unique circumstances. The relationship between Konoha and the feudal lords of the Land of Fire has historically been amicable. The first Hokage, endowed with remarkable personal charisma, maintained a favorable rapport with the feudal lords. By the time of the second Hokage, Konoha began to assert a more dominant position. The third Hokage continued to uphold good relations, yet the increasingly deteriorating circumstances have gradually placed the village at a disadvantage. In the Land of Lightning, the ninja village holds a position of dominance, rendering it perpetually aggressive. The situation in the Land of Wind deviates slightly, as tensions between the two sides have led to a somewhat strained cooperation, maintained only under the duress of pressure from the Lands of Fire and Earth. The relationship between the feudal lord of the Land of Earth and its ninja village is notably harmonious, characterized by strong collaboration and unity. Conversely, the scenario in the Land of Water is distinct. The vast expanse of ocean separating its numerous islands hampers communication, resulting in a loosely governed state that has developed tendencies toward individual pursuits. In the darkest hour before dawn, the voice of Uchiha Hua emerged from behind a large stone, sufficient to conceal 3 figures, opposite the humble mountain stronghold. Earlier, during the day, after a discussion between Dong Shirlang and Hua, it was decided that, due to a lack of intelligence, the trio would employ transformation techniques to gather information from nearby villages. Following the traces left at the crime scene, they had tracked their quarry to this very location, discovering the lair of the group. There were no sentinels. Only one individual stood guard at the entrance. Dong Shirlang delivered this unexpected revelation, adding, "Considering the scale of this stronghold, our estimates of their numbers are quite accurate." Prior to their arrival, intelligence collected from the surrounding area, combined with an analysis of the traces at the crime scene, indicated that the bandits numbered approximately 30 to 40. Now, comparing the scale of the buildings here with their estimates, it aligned closely. To be prudent, Dong Shirlang suggested launching the attack at 4 in the morning, the most fatigued hour. Uchiha Hua, known for her openness to her comrades' opinions, accepted this plan, leading to the current pre-dawn assault. However, Dong Shirlang was somewhat taken aback by the absence of even a single lookout, which seemed rather unprofessional. This was understandable, as their adversaries were from the lower echelons of society, and having one person keep watch at the entrance was already commendable. Lookout? What is that? They likely had no knowledge of such a concept. Given this, you shall handle the lookout at the entrance, and thereafter provide support to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Assigning this straightforward task was a decision made by Hua and Dong Shirlang after much deliberation, aimed at ensuring his safety. However, was not inclined to accept this well-meaning suggestion. He believed that with his abilities, he should not merely serve as a backup for such a trivial task. He aspired to be the primary assailant for this mission, feeling it befitting of his Uchiha prowess. Not only would this allow him to boast before his companions, but upon returning to the village, he could also alleviate his mother's constant worries about his safety. Before he could voice his dissent, Hua, who had been observing his changing expressions, interjected, "This is our first time undertaking a C-rank mission, and the success and safety of our task are entrusted to you." Uchiha Hua spoke without blinking, fearing that this fool might not believe her, and added, If there are formidable foes among the enemy that neither Dong Shilang nor I can handle, it will all depend on you." As she spoke, she fixed her alluring gaze upon Zhe, a tactic she had learned was most effective in dealing with him. In the past, whenever she had a request or sought assistance, merely looking at him this way had always compelled him to acquiesce. Unsurprisingly, this occasion proved no different. Under the intense gaze of flame, it took merely 3 breaths for Zhe to concede, acquiescing to the reasonable request, much to the chagrin of the onlooker, Dong Shilang, who could not help but voice his irritation. How could he be so submissive? If this is how he behaves now, what will become of him after marriage? He would be perpetually compliant, with no hope of rising above. Dong Shilang, once Zhe neutralizes the sentinels at the entrance, we shall infiltrate the stronghold and utilize the secret weapon you provided to deal with the individuals inside. After securing Zhe's compliance, Flame turned back to Dong Shilang. In contrast to the unreliable Zhe, Dong Shilang was undoubtedly far more dependable. Unfortunately, this fellow was too clever for his own good, making him difficult to deceive. There was a risk he might even ensnare himself in the process, which was rather vexing. Hey, everything is proceeding according to Flame's plan. I have encountered no issues on my end. Focus. This is not one of those trivial D-level missions. Its significance should be apparent without my elaboration. Flame seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Dong Shilang's demeanor, perhaps reflecting the pent-up tension and anxiety swirling within him before the mission. Relax. They are merely ordinary people devoid of chakra. With our capabilities, we can effortlessly accomplish this task. What if an unexpected event arises? What if a Chunin or even a Jonin appears among the enemies? The young girl's apprehension did not dissipate with Dong Shilang's reassurances. Instead, more previously unconsidered concerns surfaced, amplifying her anxiety. Dong Shilang found himself at a loss. Every ninja must endure this, the first time leading a team on a mission, though it offered a chance to show off before comrades, also brought a weight of pressure that rendered this 8-year-old boy particularly restless. Rest assured, Flame, do not forget that teacher Zhongjing is nearby. If anything goes awry, he will surely rectify it. Feeling helpless, Dong Shilang invoked their teacher's name, hoping to stabilize Flame's fraught emotions. Teacher Zhongjing? Are you certain he is still nearby? The girl looked around uncertainly, finding no trace of him, and turned back to Dong Shilang, asking, I haven't seen him since this afternoon. He hasn't left, has he? This uncertainty was one of the reasons for her anxiety. Had teacher Zhongjing been present, she would not feel so unsettled. He must be nearby, just out of our sight, observing our every move. If anything were to happen, he would be the first to intervene. Though Dong Shilang had not spotted their teacher, his life experience led him to believe that teacher Zhongjing was indeed somewhere close, scrutinizing their actions. There could be no doubt about it. The time has come. Let us commence our operation. Noticing a slight easing of his companion's tension, he glanced at the sky. If they delayed further, daylight would break. Conflicting with their planned course of action, Dong Shilang reminded them accordingly. Upon glancing at the philosopher beside him and the winter lion nearby, Uchiha nodded. He led the way, charging towards the rear of the stronghold, leaving the entrance to Uchiha Zhe. Winter Lion, without uttering a word, proceeded towards the side of the fortress. From this point onward, they merely needed to follow the prearranged plan, as surprises were unlikely. Beneath the waning crescent moon and the constellation of stars, the 3 diminutive figures cautiously crept toward the small stronghold situated atop the hill. With a surge of power in their legs, they gracefully leapt to the top of the wooden fence, which stood less than 3 meters high. Remarkably, they accomplished this feat without employing chakra, relying solely on their physical strength, which was sufficient for Winter Lion to silently traverse this minor obstacle. Not to mention Winter Lion. The majority of students from the Ninja Academy, adept at utilizing chakra, could easily disregard its presence. Once inside the stronghold, Winter Lion cast a glance at both the entrance and the rear, noting the absence of any commotion on either side, particularly at the entrance. The guard who had been stationed there had vanished without a trace. It seems that Zhe and In are faring well. In that case, I must hasten my efforts. He harbored a sense of reassurance regarding In, but was apprehensive about any unforeseen complications on Zhe's end. Such an occurrence would jeopardize their entire plan. Regaining his composure, he stealthily approached the designated straw huts, his footsteps making no sound. There are 5 heartbeats, and their breathing is remarkably steady. They appear to be in a deep slumber. This was precisely why Winter Lion had proposed launching their operation at this specific hour, around 4 or 5 in the morning. when people are in the deepest stages of sleep. As the temporary leader, In had readily accepted the suggestion, and the results were evident. He reached into his equipment pouch, retrieving a small glass vial, which he carefully opened and placed on the open windowsill. A faint herbal aroma began to diffuse into the air. These substances were procured by Winter Lion from Uchiha Mikasa's Pharmaceutical Research Center. Composed of common herbs, the concoction's effects were rather straightforward. It could induce a deep sleep in ordinary individuals upon inhalation. However, for those possessing chakra, the effects were considerably diminished. Typically, a ninja would instinctively hold their breath upon detecting an unusual scent. Even if a small amount were inhaled inadvertently, their robust physique would grant them immunity. Only prolonged exposure in a heavily saturated environment or the reckless inhalation of large quantities would yield any significant effect. The sole advantage lay in the fact that the more one inhaled the fragrance, the longer the sleep would last. Moreover, it bore no side effects. And the antidote was exceptionally simple. A basin of cool water sufficed. Winter Lion had brought this along, not anticipating it would play a role in their mission. Indeed, this was a form of poisoning, albeit of the most despicable kind, a soporific. This was a strategy proposed by Winter Lion and adopted by Uchiha On. As time elapses, Dongshalong, having placed a small vial filled with anesthetic down beneath the fourth windowsill, encounters Uchiha In, who has similarly administered the drug, right in the heart of the hideout. Despite not having engaged in any combat or expended physical energy, the initial encounter with Uchiha In causes beads of sweat to form on his tense forehead. This sight prompts Dongshalong, undeterred by the murderous gaze directed at him, to mock In heartily. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tetsuya silently approaches their vicinity, yet his expression reveals a complexity of emotions. Gone is his usual carefree smile. Instead, he appears conflicted, as if grappling with an unarticulated thought, bearing a visage reminiscent of someone constipated. What could be the matter? Though he remains silent, the glances exchanged between Dongshalong and In convey a multitude of unspoken words. Noticing his companion's gazes, Tetsuya sheds his hesitation and leads Dongshalong and In toward the doorway. Shouldn't you have dealt with this individual? Upon reaching the corner by the entrance, Dongshalong observes the doorman, now in a state of unconsciousness, and begins to piece together the events that transpired. Still feigning ignorance, he inquires, what a surprising yet expected turn of events. The doorman, entrusted to Tetsuya, has merely succumbed to unconsciousness rather than being dispatched, as initially intended. He remains alive in this world. The root of the plan's failure lies in Tetsuya's trepidation. During his inaugural act of taking a life, he hesitated when poised to plunge the kunai into another's neck. It was not the swift and clean action he had envisioned. Such a reaction is entirely natural. No one is born a killer. One must gradually overcome the mental barrier within, transforming from an innocent child into a ninja who is accustomed to bloodshed and violence. Tetsuya merely hesitated at the precipice of this first step. Meanwhile, from the shadows, an observer meticulously scrutinizes the trio's every move, stroking his small beard as he contemplates their choices. The primary objective of this mission is to expose these young ones to the reality of bloodshed while conducting a thorough evaluation of their handling of the situation. Tetsuya's current predicament was anticipated. This tradition within the Uchiha clan dictates that whenever young ones ascend to the status of ninja, their mentors select appropriate tasks to allow them to witness the darker aspects of the ninja profession. However, since the establishment of Konoha and the widespread implementation of ninja academies, the Uchiha clan has receded or been excluded from the mentorship system, rendering such tasks infrequently discussed. This method of training the youth is not solely an Uchiha hallmark. During the Warring States period, clans such as Senju, Hyuga, and Sarutobi, whenever possessing certain conditions, would likewise engage in such trials. The purpose is to select promising talents from among family members, enhancing protection for those chosen children to ensure they do not meet an untimely demise. They should grow normally, ultimately becoming the towering pillars of the family, sheltering it from adversity. However, during the era of the hidden villages, this tradition was discarded by the first Hokage. With the ascension of the second Hokage, changes were made. Now, in the era of the third Hokage, it has become an accepted norm. Yet, within the Uchiha clan, such trials have not been conducted for nearly 30 to 40 years. With the third Hokage's recent agreement, the cultivation plans for the younger generation proposed by various clans have resurfaced, primarily due to the staggering losses incurred during the Second Ninja World War. Although the Warring States period was fraught with bloodshed, it largely consisted of conflicts between two families. Joint missions were merely matters between a few clans. In contrast, during the Ninja Village era, the First Ninja World War was manageable, primarily involving gathered ninja clans. However, the Second Ninja World War saw the ninja villages establishing deeper cooperative relationships with the feudal lords of various nations, leading to an abundance of resources and an improved training system in ninja schools. An unprecedented number of ninjas, akin to products on an assembly line, were rapidly trained and dispatched to the battlefield. Battles involving thousands, or even tens of thousands of ninjas, which were unheard of in the Warring States period, occurred with alarming frequency, instilling fear in the major ninja clans. Notably, during the Warring States era, battles between the Uchiha and Senju clans could barely muster 1,000 participants combined. Now, skirmishes involving thousands are not considered significant, and large-scale battles exceeding 10,000 participants occurred multiple times during the Second Ninja World War. If the clans do not begin to prepare their descendants in advance, the leaders feel a deep sense of unease. The previous Ninja World War had cost the major ninja clans dearly, and they could not afford further losses. Before them lay an individual, unconscious and devoid of resistance. The three exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. No one dared to address the next steps, as dealing with this one person was manageable. Yet, there were still around 40 others in the village that required their attention. The only consolation was that everyone in the village had succumbed to unconsciousness. Should they release them? Noticing the stagnant atmosphere, Toshirou made a light-hearted joke, prompting eye rolls from Hien and Tetsu. Toshirou, you are considered the most reliable among us. Do you have any good ideas? After pondering for a while and finding no viable solutions, Hien could not help but turn to Toshirou for guidance. She increasingly felt that this temporary leadership role was deliberately relinquished by Toshirou, a maneuver influenced by the awkward predicament they were currently facing. I believe we must first ascertain the requirements for completing the task. We need to clarify whether our objective is to drive them out, cooperate with the nearby officials for apprehension, or perhaps to annihilate them. When the notion of annihilation was mentioned, Toshirou emphasized his tone. Indeed, we ought to establish the specific demands of the mission. Upon hearing this, Uchiha seemed to grasp a flicker of hope and hurriedly responded. Even Yen reacted, promptly retrieving the mission scroll from behind and scrutinizing it word by word. Previously, Toshirou had merely cast a cursory glance at the task details and was not entirely clear about the specific requirements. It was understandable. Yen, having just assumed the role of temporary captain, was still caught up in the exhilaration of newfound leadership. The mission scroll had only been briefly inspected by Toshirou before it was returned. What are the task requirements? Faced with just hopeful expression, Uchiha Yen shook his head and replied impassively. The mission requires us to eliminate the bandits who have taken refuge here. Is that so? This answer left Zhe momentarily at a loss. The profession of a ninja is fundamentally one of completing missions in exchange for remuneration, and he found himself without a viable alternative. Toshirou, however, was not particularly surprised by this response. Given the nature of the ruling class in this ninja world, it would be utterly absurd to expect any form of pacification. I suggest we first clear this area, gathering the unconscious individuals together and checking for any that may have slipped through the cracks, as well as victims who may have been abducted or any other spoils. Noticing his companion's lingering uncertainty, Toshirou aptly proposed tidying the battlefield to divert their attention and alleviate their emotions. Hearing this, Yen and Zhe felt as if a great weight had been lifted. After a brief discussion, they began to search within the encampment. Still not resolute? Concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Toshirou observed their hesitation in not immediately dispatching the night watchman. He was not overly disappointed. There was still ample time, and Toshirou's group had essentially gained control of the situation. They had plenty of leisure to deliberate and acclimate. Simultaneously, a glimmer of contemplation and reminiscence shone in his eyes. The indecision and hesitation displayed by Toshirou and his companions inevitably reminded him of his own youth. Back then, he and his teammates had also grappled with indecision for quite some time before resolving to take a life. The emotional journey they underwent was not something to be shared lightly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself married with children. His comrades, who had shared countless missions with him, along with his mentor, had all moved on. Reflecting on it truly evokes a sense of melancholy. It is worth noting that Uchiha Toshirou once belonged to a team not dissimilar to Toshirou's, comprising a leading instructor, two male teammates, and a charming girl. They formed a quintessential Konoha task force, executing numerous low-level D and C-ranked missions together, though there may occasionally be disputes and rivalries among companions. The memories they create are profoundly cherished. During busy times, moments seem to slip away with alarming ease. In the blink of an eye, daylight has fully emerged. Before the solitary wooden cabin in this mountain stronghold, on a patch of flat ground, lie 43 individuals, disheveled and ensnared in unconsciousness. Aside from a few whose faces glisten with oil and whose garments appear relatively decent, the rest of the bandits, though not emaciated, display pallor. It seems their existence is not significantly better than their former agrarian lives. Surrounding this group is a chaotic array of clutter, including the weapons used in their robberies, stored provisions, and various goods pilfered from the outside world, seemingly left behind due to their unsellable nature. Surprisingly, from within the wooden cabin, some precious metals and currency have been unearthed, amounting to approximately 200,000 taels. While these treasures are noteworthy, the more pressing concern lies with another group nearby. On the far edge of this small clearing, a cluster of 7 ragged women appears, their demeanor marked by timidity. Discovered by Dong Shilang and his companions while searching the area, these women were unearthed from a concealed cellar. Their presence startled the group, leading them to suspect hidden threats within the stronghold. In contrast to Dong Shilang's anxiousness, the women exhibit a remarkable calmness, though perhaps calm is too generous a term. Numbness aptly encapsulates their state. Upon further inquiry, Dong Shilang learned that these unfortunate souls had been abducted by the bandits from nearby villages or merchant caravans. They had been confined together in a dark cellar, illuminated only by a single vent, to serve the whims of the stronghold's leaders or particularly favored bandits. It is lamentable to note that this band of brigands is indeed deserving of their fate. Originally numbering 12, the group of women has dwindled to 7. As 5 have perished, unable to endure the torment and abuse, either succumbing to despair or dying from the degradation. According to intelligence gathered by Dong Shilang and his team, the bandits employed ruthless methods during their raids, frequently resorting to murder and theft, leaving no survivors. Have they not narrowed their own escape routes? Ultimately, the local lord, driven to desperation, issued a task request to Konoha, summoning Dong Shilang and his fellow ninjas. What, then, should this group of warriors do? Surely, they cannot rely on these women to fulfill their mission. Realizing time was of the essence, Dong Shilang spoke up, suggesting, "Shall we divide our efforts and collectively eliminate these threats?" As he swallowed hard, his throat moving with emotion, Uchiha proposed his idea. However, the response was met with a prolonged silence. Even the group of women gathered nearby seemed to sense something amiss, gradually falling into silence, striving to suppress even the faintest sound. The term murder floated lightly on the tongue, yet for children of Winter Lion and Flame and Jo's age, it bore a weight too heavy to bear. Take Uchiha Flame, for instance. She was merely an 8-year-old girl this year. At home, she was cherished by her parents and 2 older brothers, truly treated as a precious gem. It would not be an exaggeration to say she grew up immersed in a honeyed environment. While she often delighted in teasing her friends, she remained a naive and carefree child at heart. Then there was Winter Lion, who, although more mature than his peers, was in his past life merely an ordinary office worker. In a relatively peaceful world, he had never encountered murder. Even purchasing a fish or a chicken at the market meant someone else had already done the killing for him. Furthermore, Winter Lion surmised that young ninjas adapting to the concept of killing too early was not a favorable development. If not handled carefully, it could leave subtle psychological scars. Initially, these issues might not manifest overtly, but without proper guidance, they could erupt in adulthood, transforming once capable ninjas into psychologically twisted individuals. Thus, Winter Lion felt compelled to exercise extreme caution, fearing that any misstep might burden his friends with psychological afflictions. Why not set up an explosive tag trap? We can leave these scoundrels behind and detonate it from a distance. With Zhe and Flame remaining silent for an extended period, Winter Lion found it necessary to voice his suggestion once more. As for whether this would disrupt Uchiha Jinjing's training plan for them, such concerns were irrelevant to him. His priority was to navigate the immediate situation. "Hey, I think Winter Lion's suggestion is quite brilliant." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Flame's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After exchanging a glance with Uchiha Zhe and receiving a similar affirmation, she voiced her agreement. "Indeed, this way, we can detonate the trap from afar, eliminating the dilemma of killing. Zhe, in mere moments, had become an ardent supporter of Winter Lion's proposal, though using explosive tags also constituted murder. This method spared them the direct and visceral experience of bloodshed and the piercing of flesh. Once consensus was reached, the execution capabilities of ninjas proved remarkably effective. While directing the timid victims to move various items, Winter Lion and his companions hastily retrieved their explosive tags from their ninja tool pouches. Winter Lion managed to produce only 3, while Uchiha Zhu astonishingly produced around 10. The most extravagant display came from Uchiha Flame, who revealed an entire stack of explosive tags. Observing this, Winter Lion couldn't help but roll his eyes. These two had truly lost their composure. Especially Yen. Her substantial stack of explosive tags numbered no less than 20 or 30. Coupled with Zhe's, the total amounted to at least 40 or 50 explosive tags. Such a prodigious quantity, when combined, could easily elevate this little bandit stronghold to the heavens. Silently retracting 2 of the 3 explosive tags from her grasp, she decided to keep just one as a token gesture. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but mentally scoff at Yen's lavishness. It is worth noting that the combined worth of the tags in her possession likely equaled the entirety of the remuneration for this mission. Once the task concluded, the 3 of them, along with teacher Zhongjing, would divide the spoils. This arrangement felt almost like a loss akin to a grandmother's home. One could surmise that these were specially prepared for Yen by her family elders. Not only Yen, but even Dongshilong and Zhe, each possessed emergency supplies in their ninja tool pouches or backpacks, all courtesy of family assistance. This was merely an expression of affection from the members of the Uchiha clan towards their kin. However, most were not adept at articulating their feelings, opting instead for this indirect method of demonstrating their love. Dongshilong, indifferent to it all, chose not to remind them. He believed that one must personally experience events to forge lasting memories. Humans are inherently forgetful. Without vivid recollections, experiences bear little significance. Ultimately, it was not a grave matter. At most, it was merely a financial loss. He casually affixed the explosive tag to a hapless soul whom he found unappealing. With a clap of his hands, he temporarily alleviated the burden weighing on his heart. Dongshilong, feeling lighthearted, began directing the unfortunate women to busy themselves. The remaining tasks were left to those 2. Setting up an explosive tag trap was trivial enough not to require his strategic input. If all went according to plan, Zhe and Yen would swiftly handle it. However, as is often the case, when everything seems secure, unexpected developments soon arise. Unbeknownst to Yen, who was diligently placing the explosive tags, a figure nearby, slightly more robust than the bandits, with a sun-kissed complexion and attire notably neat and clean, slowly opened his eyes and began to survey his surroundings. This unnamed individual was the leader of the bandits, having been engaged in the art of robbery for several years. Counting his time as a mere lackey in other strongholds, he had been in this line of work for over a decade. He had endured numerous encounters with warriors led by lords seeking to eradicate his kind. Yet, through relentless training and the legacy of his deceased father, he had successfully refined chakra using an ancient scroll. Despite lacking proficiency in physical techniques, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, his perseverance in training distinguished him amidst a group primarily composed of farmers and rogue warriors who had lost their loyalty. It is said that the proficiency of a low-ranking ninja is somewhat exaggerated. However, in terms of physical techniques, he is not inferior to the senior students of a typical ninja academy. Relying on this strength, he has repeatedly evaded the encirclements organized by those foolish lords and nobles. Akin to swine. Following the annihilation of his previous hideout, he arrived in this vicinity, assembling a crew of his own, which gradually developed into its current scale. Alas, in a world imbued with supernatural powers, engaging in acts akin to banditry necessitates discretion above all else. His reckless behavior of killing and robbing, unchecked, would eventually attract not only the likes of the Winter Lion, but also other ninja squads eager to deal with him. Peering through a narrow slit of his eyes, he stealthily surveyed his surroundings. Upon catching sight of the forehead protector on the brow of the ninja named Yen, a tremor coursed through him. When he noticed Yen affixing explosive tags to his subordinates, his pupils constricted, and he inwardly lamented the dire situation. Recognizing the forehead protector indicated that this incident was unlike previous encounters with the samurai under various lords. Those warriors merely preyed upon the naive and unsuspecting. Encountering someone like him would have shifted the tide of confrontation. However, this time, he faced genuine ninjas. Although they appeared youthful, the tales of the elderly rogue ninja had portrayed these shinobi as beings beyond the bounds of ordinary reasoning. Each one, despite their apparent youth, was a formidable killer, unflinching in their deadly pursuits. Additionally, he recalled how the elder rogue had drawn a leaf-shaped symbol on the ground, warning the young version of himself that it represented the mark of the Fire Country ninjas. When confronted with such a sign, fleeing without hesitation was the wisest course of action. The explosive tags in Yan's possession were among the ninja weapons he had learned about in his previous hideout. The chief of that encampment had once displayed them in a drunken boast, and the image had lingered in his memory. He vividly remembered the chief utilizing an explosive tag during the raid that ultimately led to their stronghold's downfall. Its power had terrified both the samurai and thieves engaged in battle. Even though the fortress was eventually breached, the explosive tags might left an indelible impression on him. Now, witnessing Yan almost carelessly affixing a tag to each of the thieves, his heart raced to the brink of escape. Given his understanding of the explosive tag's potency, it was unfathomable to think of one being placed on each individual. In their entire encampment, affixing 3 or 4 tags was already considered extravagant. Contemplating the magnitude of the explosion that would ensue from such a multitude of tags, his fate appeared grim and utterly horrifying. Indeed, these ninjas were ruthless killers, unflinching in their lethal endeavors. As he took stock of the weapons concealed close to his person, he watched as the Uchiha Yan, gripping such a deadly instrument, approached him step by step. The mountain bandit, whose name remained unknown even to Dong Shilang and his companions, devised an escape plan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yan, along with her companion Zhe and Dong Shilang, who was instructing a group of women to clear debris, remained oblivious to the bandits' peculiar behavior, continuing with their respective tasks at a leisurely pace. However, Uchiha Zhongjing, who was concealed in the shadows, closely observing the movements of Dong Shilang's team, noticed the bandits' unusual actions. Yet, with the intention of using this mission to train his subordinates, he chose not to reveal himself or alert Dong Shilang. Given the bandits' situation, though he could be considered a quasi-ninja, a mere glance from Zhongjing would suffice to restore normalcy. There was no need for alarm. Allowing these mischievous youngsters to face some hardship was inconsequential. It is worth noting that he harbored considerable dissatisfaction regarding the explosive tags trap proposed by Dong Shilang. Just moments ago, he had been pondering what type of mission would serve both to train his team and prevent these 3 youngsters from exploiting any weaknesses. Now, it seemed that all issues had been resolved. Here it comes. The bandit, who was listening intently to the sounds around him, sensed Uchiha Yan drawing nearer. He gradually slowed his breathing, attempting to appear as though he had fallen into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, he covertly gathered his strength, waiting for the moment this young ninja approached to execute his plan. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Yan, who was focused solely on her task, she leisurely affixed explosive tags to the chests of the bandits. Having heard the lamentations of the unfortunate women and recalling the vile deeds of these scoundrels she had previously gathered information on, she had resolved to eliminate them, though she had hesitated momentarily. Now, equipped with the method provided by Dong Shilang, she felt no moral burden as she placed the explosive tags upon them. Just as she prepared to affix a tag to a particularly stocky bandit, she heard his call. "Hey, what's wrong? I'm running low on explosive tags. Could you spare some for me?" Zhe, whose status paled in comparison to the affluent Uchiha Yan, had exhausted all his tags in a brief period and had to seek her assistance. Upon hearing this, Yan did not hesitate. She turned and walked towards Zhe, considering a few explosive tags to be a trivial matter. As she approached him, she suddenly noticed Zhe's expression change to one of confusion and then to one of fear, his face paling. "What is it? Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression?" While she mentally chastised Zhe for his odd gaze, she remained unaware of the impending danger. She noticed Uchiha Zhe across from her, his mouth agape, as if he had something to convey. However, in her momentary panic, no sound escaped her lips, leaving her face flushed and contorted in a grotesque manner. Simultaneously, she seemed to glean something from Zhe's urgent gaze, momentarily stunned. "Yan, quickly dodge. There's danger." At that moment, Dong Shilang's frantic voice pierced through her reverie, snapping her back to reality. Sensing the peril behind her, Uchiha Yan instinctively moved her legs, attempting to channel her chakra to escape her current predicament. Yet, contrary to her intentions, The chilling aura enveloping her and the incessant danger signals resonating from her mind rendered her body rigid with fear. The sudden onset of these changes triggered a frenzy of hormonal responses and adrenaline, causing the 8-year-old girl to experience a paralyzing stiffness at this critical juncture. Don't move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of this young ninja. A kunai was pressed against Uchiha Yen's neck. The bandit standing behind her held the weapon firmly against her throat, unwilling to relax for even a moment. As he shouted, he snatched the explosive tag from Yen's hand, carefully affixing one of the smaller tags to her back while stowing the remainder in his cloak. During their previous raid, the intoxicated leader had boasted about its usage, divulging its secrets. Although he was still unfamiliar with it, he felt compelled to take a risk and employ this perilous ninja tool in such a critical situation. Don't move. You two stay together, within my line of sight. Any actions that might lead me to misunderstand will result in me taking this young girl's life before I perish. As he spoke, his face contorted with madness. He cast a frantic glance at Uchiha Zhe and Dongshalong. In a twisted attempt to convey his intentions, he tightened his grip on the kunai, pressing its blade closer to Yen's delicate, pale neck, leaving a faint red mark on her skin. At that moment, Dongshalong extended his arms, cautiously approaching Zhe while striving to appear harmless, mindful of not provoking this nameless aggressor. He also kept a watchful eye on his companion's situation. Zhe had completely lost his composure, torn between the urge to rescue Yen and the realization that he lacked the certainty of safely doing so. In that instant, he was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, flailing about like a headless fly, utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, the women transporting supplies, faced with this sudden upheaval, were equally terrified, scrambling in chaos. After the initial turmoil, Uchiha Flame, having been taken hostage, exhibited a remarkable composure befitting a member of the Uchiha clan. Winter Lion. Eliminate him. Do not concern yourself with me. As she uttered these words, her expression remained remarkably serene, devoid of any trace of fear in the face of impending death. One could indeed say that she embodies the fortitude characteristic of an Uchiha woman, displaying an unusual calmness, or perhaps an icy demeanor, at such a critical juncture. Silence. The bandit leader, upon hearing her words, was struck with terror. Should the two adversaries truly heed this child's command? He had no confidence in his ability to preserve his life against the two young ninjas before him. You two, bind yourselves. Remain stationary. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his weapon, causing a thin line of crimson to trickle slowly from the kunai's blade onto Flame's neck. He had devised a plan. Once the two individuals across from him bound themselves, he would escape with the young girl through a premeditated escape route. He even kicked his comrade lying by his feet twice, hoping that having a trusted subordinate nearby would provide him with some semblance of security. Even if it proved futile, it could serve as a shield when the moment called for it. However, fate took an unfortunate turn. Despite his repeated kicks, the individual lying on the ground showed no response, effectively derailing his plan to secure assistance. It must be acknowledged that Winter Lion and his companions lacked experience. The anesthetics they had prepared were effective enough. They worked well on ordinary individuals. The trouble arose from their failure to anticipate that among the easily subdued bandits was one possessing chakra. The prolonged hesitation and moral quandary regarding taking lives had caused them to waste precious time, leading to a gradual diminishment of the drug's efficacy. Ultimately, the somewhat formidable bandit leader regained consciousness. Faced with renewed threats, Flame displayed no sign of fear, instead regarding Winter Lion with calm resolve. From her gaze, Winter Lion discerned the deeper implications. Act swiftly. As for the reason behind Flame's earlier insistence on eliminating the bandit and her current veiled communication with Winter Lion, it stemmed from her understanding that if the situation were left to Uchiha Tetsu, this fool would undoubtedly act contrary to her intentions. Hurry, comply with my demands. Otherwise, this young girl in my grasp will meet her demise. Observing the inaction of his subordinates, he chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he shouted once more at Winter Lion and his comrades. He had already resolved that he would take the young ninja and traverse the path he had meticulously mapped out when establishing the bandit hideout. Upon reaching the destination, he intended to push the young ninja toward the cliff while simultaneously detonating the explosive tags affixed to her. Such words may not necessarily lead to the demise of this little ninja, yet they could afford oneself a precious window of time. When the moment arrives, whether one successfully escapes or is pursued by these adversaries will hinge upon fortune. Fortunately, The descent is connected to a meandering stream, which offers a glimmer of hope for survival. Regardless of these ninjas' extraordinary agility and prowess, the mystical nature of water can obscure one's trail. As for the mountain bandit comrades, there was an initial inclination to awaken a few more individuals to gain an advantage in numbers. Alas, this path proved futile. These wretched ninjas had employed an unknown method or substance to render the group in a deep slumber, unresponsive to any calls. Do remain composed. Should any of our men act recklessly, it would be detrimental for both sides. At this juncture, the bandits were exceedingly agitated, and a single misstep could yield dire consequences. Reluctantly, Winter Lion had to interject, wary of the potential chaos that might ensue from an impulsive outburst. To temper the tension, he slowly unfastened a belt from a fallen bandit, tautening it before the others to demonstrate its robustness. Why do you linger? Shouldn't you heed our esteemed companion's words? Testing the belt's tightness with both hands, he gestured towards Uchiha, silently imploring him to act. It was perplexing to witness his companion's inertia at such a critical juncture, his expression betraying a lack of awareness. Was this truly the time to be dazed? Perhaps he had encountered too few tribulations, leaving him flustered by unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Winter Lion's exhortation, Uchiha appeared to awaken from a stupor, hastily mirroring Winter Lion's actions. Noticing that the two ninjas were complying with his demands, Winter Lion seized the opportunity to propose additional requests. Cast down your katana and all weapons at your waist before me, as well as those of your companions. Understood. Let us comply. Simultaneously conversing with he relinquished his katana, the tool pouch at his lower back, and even the kunai strapped to his legs, casting them all before Winter Lion. Very well. We have adhered to your requests. Might you now consider releasing us? Observing that the two ninjas had surrendered their weapons, Winter Lion contemplated the necessity of maintaining a delicate rapport between them. Loosening his grip on the dagger poised at Uchiha's neck, he commanded, both of you, along with these women, proceed into that dwelling. Additionally, close the doors and windows, and do not dare to gaze outside. I warn you, adhere to my instructions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of this young girl. He has already devised a plan. Once the adversaries infiltrate this house across the way, he will take the girl along a pre-established escape route, prepared during the construction of the hideout, to flee this perilous location. Although this course of action carries some risk, it is the most viable escape strategy he could conceive. Absolutely. We shall comply with your directives. Yet, how can you assure her safety? If we follow your orders and you ultimately proceed to harm her, then all of this would be utterly meaningless to us. In response to the demands posed by the other party, Dong Shilang did not merely acquiesce, but raised his own concerns. Indeed, if we acquiesce to your wishes, how can you guarantee Yan's safety? Beside him, Uchiha, having finally extricated himself from a state of anxiety, echoed the sentiment. How can we ensure the safety of this young girl? This is indeed a significant dilemma. He understood that without providing some assurance on this matter, the adversaries would never concede to their requests. In that moment, he found himself hesitating. Both sides, whether the captors or the cautious Dong Shilang and his companions, fell into a profound silence. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with stillness, an unexpected twist occurred. A glint of a knife emerged from behind the nameless bandit leader. This all began when Yin and Zhou were engaged in conversation. At that moment, drawn by their voices, Dong Shilang turned his head to glance at his companions, curious about their next course of action. With a relatively light-hearted demeanor, Dong Shilang had no inkling that this fleeting glance would allow him to witness the entire sequence in which Yin was taken hostage by the bandit leader. Dong Shilang, momentarily stunned, quickly resolved to rush to her aid. However, in that brief moment of hesitation, the bandit leader had already seized Yin, causing Dong Shilang to miss the optimal opportunity for rescue. Even as a time traveler, the absence of experience in the brutal crucible of war and life-and-death struggles could not alter the fact that he was still an ordinary individual, a modern person, accustomed to peaceful times, encountering a life-and-death scenario. Experiencing such a fleeting lapse in judgment during a critical moment was hardly astonishing. Nevertheless, he sought to rectify the situation. While pondering how to reach an accord with the two ninjas across from him, the bandit leader, who had been exhibiting considerable cooperation, suddenly displayed signs of treachery. Just as he was deep in thought, his instincts, honed from years of living on the edge of life and death, sent him a fatal warning. He felt like a frog fixated upon by a venomous serpent. A suffocating sensation enveloped his mind, akin to that of prey being targeted by a hunter. It was a feeling reminiscent of his past encounters as a feeble brigand, moments that remained etched in his memory. Throughout his subsequent career of plundering, numerous premonitions had allowed him to survive until this point. Do these two little rascals not care at all for the fate of their companion? At this moment, he was once again engulfed by an overwhelming tension, a sense of life and death resting in the hands of others, causing his heart to lurch. Nevertheless, as a seasoned thief, he displayed no signs of fear or trepidation. Instead, he steeled himself, exerting force with his right hand, prepared to take the young lady ninja at his side into the abyss with him. Surely, with such a companion on the road to the underworld, I shan't be lonely. He simultaneously activated the explosive tag affixed to his hostage's back. Even in death, he resolved to take more with him. It is a pity, though, that I have yet to fully enjoy the women I seized from the stronghold, nor have I relished the treasures I have hidden away. I wonder who will benefit from them in the end. With his determination set to perish alongside his captors, his final thoughts drifted to these somewhat trivial matters. Suddenly, a piercing sound of slicing air and the unsheathing of a blade reached his ears. Clang! The crisp sound of the small sword drawn by Winter Lion resonated in the courtyard before the wooden cabin. At that moment, the nameless bandit leader faced his curtain call. A sharp pain surged through his exerting right hand, and he felt himself soaring through the air. He then glimpsed a figure behind him, wielding a small sword, standing there. Even the blade, illuminated by the nascent morning sun, reflected a crimson glow that was unmistakable. Isn't this fellow supposed to be standing opposite me with that other little rascal? How did he end up behind me? As this question echoed in his mind, his gaze inevitably fell upon the figure that still stood behind him. It turns out that the figure standing there is me. Observing his own headless form, his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. The blade that had severed the bandit leader was poised to strike at Uchiha Flame. Without a moment to ponder the thoughts of the vanquished leader, Winter Lion delivered a second blow to the bandit's head. Zing, zing, zing. The sound of the explosive tag being ignited reverberated throughout the scene, urging Winter Lion to hasten their escape. Discarding the small sword, he tore off Uchiha Flame's coat and tossed it to another Winter Lion who had rushed over, a belt still bound around his waist. Meanwhile, the latter, with lips tightly pressed, had yet to fully regain composure from the harrowing incident. Some pale-faced flames swiftly departed the scene, racing towards Zhe's direction, while simultaneously issuing a command to take cover. Accompanied by Zhe and the flames, they crouched in a previously designated position. Meanwhile, another figure, Dong Shirlang, still fastening a belt around his waist, grasped Uchiha Yan's coat with both hands, firmly holding onto the corpse of the soon-to-fall bandit leader. With a surge of strength, he hurled the lifeless body in a different direction. Boom! Mere seconds later, a cacophony of explosions erupted as numerous explosive tags detonated, accompanied by a wave of scorching wind and a series of shock waves. The clothing of the youthful boy and girl lying on the ground billowed wildly in the gusts. Alongside the shock waves came the remnants of severed limbs and shattered corpses, falling like rain in a relentless downpour, producing a sound reminiscent of raindrops striking banana leaves. Occasionally, unidentifiable chunks of flesh landed before Dong Shirlang and his companions. The chaos did not cease there. Successive explosions ensued as the explosive tags affixed to ordinary bandits detonated one after another. Due to the suddenness of the situation, another Dong Shirlang was unable to throw the bandit leader's corpse, along with Uchiha Yan's coat adorned with an explosive tag, to a safe distance. Inevitably, those explosive tags attached to the common bandits began to detonate in rapid succession. The chain reaction of explosions was unavoidable. Boom, boom, boom. The unidentified flying objects propelled into the sky by the explosions multiplied. Heads, severed limbs, entrails, and various identifiable and unidentifiable human tissues scattered chaotically throughout the mountain stronghold, transforming this relatively concealed outpost into a hell on earth. Time slipped by, and when the tumult caused by the chain explosions finally subsided, only a brief moment had passed. Yet, to Dong Shirlang and his two companions, that fleeting moment felt interminably long. Each time debris from the explosions soared nearby or struck them directly, the three, fully aware of what these objects were, could only suppress their nausea and remain motionless on the ground, bracing against the residual shockwaves to avoid injury. Zhe and Yin were relatively unscathed, merely feeling queasy from the splattered remnants. Dong Shilang, however, bore the brunt of the ordeal. At the onset of the explosions, another version of Dong Shilang, caught in the chaos, brought him considerable trouble. In truth, this other Dong Shilang was merely a shadow clone. Upon realizing he could not rescue Uchiha Yin in time, he had seized the opportunity while the bandit leader's attention was fixated on Yin, creating a shadow clone to engage with the bandit leader, thereby confusing him and concealing his true self's actions. Even just moments ago, the shadow clone had bound itself with a belt. Taking the opportunity, I flexed my fingers, feigning discomfort at being restrained. In reality, I was signaling to Zhe beside me and Yin across from me, urging them to be prepared, for our moment of action was imminent. They were to heed my commands and refrain from any erratic movements. Concerned about Uchiha Zhe, I cast a stern glance his way, warning him not to falter at a critical juncture, fearing that his performance might betray us to the bandit leader. Fortunately, when the matter of Uchiha Yan's safety arose, he transformed into an impeccable actor, flawlessly maintaining the facade. This display was an eye-opener for the ever-watchful Dong Shilang, who, had the circumstances been more fitting, would have been tempted to award Zhe an Oscar for his performance. Upon receiving the signal, Uchiha Yin also excelled in his role as a captive. Coupled with Uchiha Zhe and Dong Shilang's shadow clone, the trio's performance convincingly deceived the bandit leader, raising no suspicion whatsoever. Had an unexpected incident occurred, I could only pray for our elusive instructor, Zhong, to make a timely appearance. However, there was a slight imperfection in our plan. The shadow clone of Dong Shilang had to carry away the headless corpse of the bandit leader along with the explosive tag ignited on Yan's cloak. This resulted in their obliteration, leaving nothing but fragments. The sensation of being engulfed in a barrage of explosive tags was overwhelming as my body was propelled into the air, only to be shattered like glass, akin to being struck by a heavy truck. The experience was excruciatingly intense, and I vowed never to endure such torment again. Contemplating my future successor's ability to withstand such trials without flinching, I couldn't help but marvel at their extraordinary resilience. For the average person, such an ordeal would push them to the brink of mental collapse. Even under better circumstances, a loss of fighting spirit would be inevitable. Yet, my successor could engage with the adversary as if nothing were amiss. Truly, they were a remarkable anomaly, if they were not extraordinary. Such reckless strategies to safeguard the family and village would be beyond comprehension. As I endured the relentless waves of mental anguish and fatigue, sprawled on the ground, I found myself reflecting on the grave implications of Fu Yu's teachings. The rising sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, illuminating the humble little mountain stronghold. In the chaotic lair, various scattered parts and debris lay strewn about. At this moment, two figures slowly rose, gazing around in bewilderment at the nightmarish scene that relentlessly assaulted their senses. The exceptional training provided by the Ninja Academy enabled them to discern the majority of the scattered components as human anatomical parts. Yet, at this very instant, it felt akin to a horrifying nightmare. Waves of nausea surged from the depths of their being, overwhelming their stomachs and throats, incessantly testing their endurance. After merely a few breaths, the intense discomfort eclipsed their rational thoughts. It was the Uchiha Yin and Zhe, who, upon standing, began to survey their surroundings, only to succumb to bouts of retching. Meanwhile, Toshirou remained on the ground, silent and still, even after the explosion had long ceased. He silently endured the agony, a sharp pain throbbing in his mind, while his body occasionally convulsed, betraying the severity of his condition. If he did not catch his breath soon, he feared he would be unable to rise at all. Toshirou, are you all right? Yin, ever perceptive, noticed that Toshirou had not yet gotten up. Alarmed, she feared that her savior might have met with misfortune. Without a moment's hesitation, she cleared away the debris that had fallen upon him and, after a thorough examination revealed no external injuries, she let out a deep sigh of relief. How is Toshirou? She thought, chastising herself for her earlier lack of composure. Had anything happened to him, she knew she would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. There's nothing major. It seems he has suffered a mental shock. But it's not serious. He just needs to rest for a while, Yin reassured, having meticulously assessed Toshirou's condition. It was not only Zhe who would feel uneasy if his companion were harmed due to her actions. Thankfully, the worst had not come to pass. Toshirou was unharmed, and that was a tremendous relief. I say, could you two help me up? Lying here on the ground is rather chilly. Toshirou finally managed to speak. attempting to lighten the mood with a jest, hoping to ease his companion's tension. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff at the irony. When he had seen heroes on television employ such tactics, they had appeared completely unfazed. Yet here he was, nearly losing his life. Clearly, there was a reason the shadow clone technique was deemed forbidden. As thoughts raced through his mind, Dong Shilang, supported by Uchiha Yin and Jia, lifted his gaze to behold a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The mere sight of it induced a wave of nausea, compelling him to vomit profusely. Much like his companions. Between wretches, he lamented, in such circumstances, you might as well have left me lying on the ground. Although his mental age surpassed that of Yin and Jia, the abrupt transition from an ordinary office worker to this infernal reality was overwhelming. Clearly, you insisted we help you up, and now you dare to blame us? He scoffed. Serves you right. When has Our Lady Yin ever endured such indignities? Were it not for the fact that this fellow just saved my life, and considering his current weakness stemmed from that very act, I would certainly hold him accountable. What on earth is happening here? At that moment, a fourth voice chimed in. Who could it be? The three turned simultaneously towards the source of the sound. Not far from them lay two bandits who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. One of them had regained consciousness and sat bewildered, surveying his surroundings. After a moment of confusion, he stared at his companion lying beside him, nudging him while calling out, Day, are you all right? What happened? What is going on? After a couple of gentle nudges, the bandit named Day awoke, immediately raising his voice. It was not surprising that these fortunate individuals were stirring. Considerable time had elapsed since Dong Shilang and his companions had administered the drug, and the effects had largely dissipated. The recent series of explosive detonations had further facilitated their awakening. Quiet down. We have a situation, one of the bandits cautioned, glancing towards Dong Shilang and the others. Who are you? He demanded, eyeing the trio. Dong Shilang merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, choosing not to respond. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Yin and Jia, remarking, It appears we are dealing with a seasoned killer. The bandit exhibited an unusual calmness as he surveyed the surroundings, revealing himself to be a hardened criminal. As he spoke, he rummaged through the debris, retrieving weapons to arm himself, and generously distributed the surplus to his revived comrade. Most of these weapons had originally belonged to Dong Shilang and Jia, discarded during their previous struggle. This was a consequence of their shadow clones, which had sacrificed themselves to cast the bandit leader far away amidst the violent explosion. Otherwise, the blast would have jeopardized Dong Shilang and Jia's ninja tool packs. They detonated a vast array of dangerous items, including numerous shurikens and kunai, sending them soaring into the sky. By that time, the rising figures of Toshirou, Hoka, and Jia might find themselves with several grievous wounds. Hoka, Jia, you two shall handle these individuals. I proclaimed, my current state rendering me unable to assist you. I was barely able to stand here as it was. Remaining still was manageable, but should I attempt to move, it would likely result in my collapse after just a few steps. Very well, I'll take charge of these two. The young Uchiha Jia stepped forward, willingly assuming the grim task of elimination, while inquiring, Hoka, do you still possess any weapons? He had discarded the tool pouch from his waist, and the kunai pouch strapped to his leg. Uchiha Hoka was no exception. Conversely, Toshirou, utilizing shadow clones, managed to preserve several of his personal weapons intact. Reaching into the pouch at his lower back, he retrieved two kunai, distributing one to each of Hoka and Jia. He instructed, Hoka, you join in as well. Each of you take one and eliminate them. At that moment, Toshirou had come to realize that his previous cunning strategy, while simplifying matters, could lead to more severe consequences at critical junctures. This instance was a case in point. Despite the meticulous planning, execution brought about unforeseen complications, ultimately resulting in chaos. Given this, it would be more beneficial for them to gain some experience, better preparing them for the ninja profession. However, Toshirou's own condition was not optimal either. Let Hoka stay behind to take care of you, he proposed. Yet, his well-intentioned suggestion did not garner the approval of the involved party. Instead, another rationale was sought to persuade him, asserting that the task of killing could be managed alone. Jia, we are ninjas. Sooner or later, we must confront such realities. Moreover, have you considered Hoka's perspective? Toshirou understood that altering the mind of this obstinate individual depended on Uchiha Hoka's stance. If she was unwilling, Toshirou would not insist. Jia, heed Toshirou's counsel. To Jia's surprise, Hoka declined his suggestion. Instead, She grasped a kunai and boldly advanced towards the two mountain bandits. Although she had ultimately been rescued safely from her ordeal as a hostage, an overwhelming sense of guilt lingered within her. She could not allow her actions to jeopardize her comrades again. Thus, she perceived Toshirou's suggestion with greater openness than Ja. Rest assured, Ja, I can take care of myself. You should accompany Hoka. That way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can look out for each other. Observing Uchiha Tetsu beside him, he gazed at the retreating figure of In as he approached the bandits, momentarily lost in thought. Winter Lion felt compelled to speak up, hoping to ensure that Tetsu would accompany In and provide some measure of support. It seemed that a peaceful resolution was unattainable. Standing quietly to the side, he silently watched the three bandits across from him, scrutinizing their every movement. Casting a glance at his companion, he exchanged a knowing look, tightening his grip on his weapon, and charged towards Uchiha In. The current predicament within the bandit hideout was evidently instigated by the three ninjas opposite them. A glance around revealed the hellish circumstances, underscoring the ferocity and madness of their adversaries. Yet, one could hardly blame them. The gruesome appearance of the trio was undeniably unsettling. Uchiha Tetsu, though somewhat disheveled with scattered bloodstains adorning his coat, still appeared relatively normal. In stark contrast, Winter Lion and In presented a far more ghastly sight. Particularly Winter Lion, who, moments earlier, had beheaded the bandit leader holding In captive, was now drenched in the copious blood that had sprayed forth from the severed neck, leaving both him and In looking as if they had emerged from the very depths of hell. Subsequently, due to the impending series of explosions, there had been no time to cleanse themselves of the crimson remnants, rendering them akin to famished specters rising from the abyss. In a different environment, particularly a shadowy locale, any ordinary person catching a glimpse of their appearance would likely be paralyzed with terror. Their current emotional state, having witnessed such a brutal scene for the first time, left them engulfed in confusion and helplessness. After all, they were merely children. He began to grasp the true brutality of the so-called ninja world in which they found themselves. Across the way, upon receiving the unspoken message conveyed through a glance from his companion, another bandit named Okawa fully comprehended the intent. Watching the two figures rushing towards them, he took advantage of his allies' cover, veering around to launch an attack on Uchiha In from the side. Though both bandits were acutely aware that their combined strength was insufficient to defeat the two ninjas, they pressed on, driven by desperation. Be cautious. A moment too late. Uchiha Tetsu noticed their intent to encircle In and hastened his pace, calling out a warning. Having just experienced the recent turmoil, he was genuinely concerned for In's well-being, fearing that the prior events might have left him vulnerable to further mishaps. With a burst of energy, Tetsu sprinted past In, leaving the echo of his caution hanging in the air as he advanced towards the enemy attempting to flank them. How swift! The bandit, who had been disregarded by Uchiha Tetsu, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of such speed. Thankfully, Tetsu was not charging directly at him. Otherwise, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Even so, his heart raced with trepidation. This time, it appears that I must face my demise here. Even though my adversary may possess somewhat lesser skills, I doubt I am capable of contending with them. Even employing some minor tactics to buy time would ultimately yield no change in the outcome. Moreover, there is still one who resembles a leader, standing idly by. To hell with it. A roar, tinged with fear and unease, erupted from the battleground between Uchiha Ja and his foes. Before me stood the only named bandit, Dei, who had thrown caution to the wind, abandoning all defense and recklessly launching an assault on Uchiha Ja. He relentlessly targeted J's vital points, attacking with a life-for-life ferocity, leaving Zhu at a loss for how to respond. Despite their superiority in skill and strength, the bandits had an overwhelming advantage due to their numbers. Yet, such an advantage proved futile. As time passed, Dong Shilong, who had been observing the entire confrontation, could only shake his head. Upon witnessing their clash, he immediately recognized the issue. Though these two bandits fought with a suicidal approach, Zhu and Huan, with their vastly superior physical prowess and combat skills, always had the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to the two bandits. However, they failed to strike with deadly intent and even forgot that they were ninjas capable of utilizing ninjutsu. Truly, two kind-hearted children. Dong Shilong silently lamented, refraining from urging them onward. Some lessons must be learned through personal experience for true growth to occur. Clash. The sound of iron clashing resonated from the battlefield, as weapons collided. The bandits, having narrowly escaped death several times, found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Their heightened concentration and tension drained their stamina considerably, and they began to gasp for breath. The two adversaries, one could say, were indeed ninjas. Despite their tender age, likely around 10 or so, children from ordinary families might only engage in trivial farm tasks at this age. Yet here they were, attempting to take lives. After this prolonged skirmish, I sensed their clumsiness and trepidation. Several times, they had the opportunity to eliminate both myself and Dea. However, at crucial moments, they instinctively slowed their movements, allowing us to narrowly escape death and persist to this moment. Yet, this did not alter the grim reality that both Dea and I were slowly inching toward our demise. Regardless of our efforts, whether in strength, speed, or technique, we were at a significant disadvantage compared to them. Even upon discovering their weaknesses and launching frenzied attacks, we ultimately failed. Huan, Zhe, how long will you two continue to delay? No matter how long it drags on, it bears no significance. Witnessing the clumsy performance of these two individuals, Dong Shilang felt compelled to interject. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Hua and Uchiha Zhe simultaneously unleashed their chakra, leaping several meters high and landing nearly 10 meters away, thus removing themselves from the battle circle. The two bandits opposite them seemed to realize that the moment to determine their fate had arrived. It was now a matter of life or death. Standing side by side, Hua and Zhu exchanged a glance, enveloped in silence. For a moment, neither seemed inclined to speak. They were lost in thought, pondering the situation. Indeed, what purpose does prolonging this conflict serve? As ninjas, their foremost duty is to fulfill their mission. Regardless of how much time is wasted, the outcome will ultimately remain unchanged. Yet, must they truly take the lives of those before them? These individuals are, like themselves, vibrant lives. But what alternative exists? Even if they spare these bandits, neither Dong Shilang nor their mentor, Zhongjing, would show them mercy. Even in their absence, other ninjas would undoubtedly undertake the mission and come to eliminate them. Ultimately, they are ninjas, and completing the mission is their primary concern, irrespective of whether it is a task they relish or detest. Standing before the two bandits, who were on the brink of facing their fate, Uchiha's thoughts fluttered restlessly. The two bandits before her were now supporting one another, appearing precarious and utterly defenseless. There was no need for ninjutsu. They merely needed to hurl their kunai at their adversaries' vital points. Just as they had practiced in the ninja academy and their clan's training grounds, prepare, aim, and then launch their kunai toward their target. Everything would unfold just as it had during their training, with little chance of unforeseen incidents. However, as she fidgeted with her kunai, she attempted to bolster her resolve. Yet, reality harshly reminded her that an insurmountable chasm lay between her imagination and the actual circumstances. Just as she lingered in her indecision, Uchiha made a decisive move. Compared to the 8-year-old Uchiha Hua, he was 10 years old, and as a boy, he arrived at his decision much sooner. Perhaps this is the moment I step forward as a true ninja. Uchiha Zhe, who had seemingly coasted through the ordeal, exhibited the qualities essential for a ninja at this critical juncture. After making his decision, he chose not to employ the shuriken technique or any other ranged ninjutsu. Instead, he brandished a kunai and advanced directly towards his opponent. In an instant, the only remnants left in his wake were a bandit clutching his neck with both hands, desperately attempting to stanch the arterial blood that gushed forth, seemingly still yearning to struggle, alongside another companion whose complexion had turned nearly ashen. This bandit, named Dea, on the brink of death, seemed to wish to utter something to his comrade. He opened his mouth, yet what emerged was not words, but rather a torrent of blood surging from the gaping wound in his throat, severed by Uchiha Zhe. After completing this grim task, Uchiha Zhe refrained from further violence against the other bandit. Instead, he bowed his head and slowly made his way toward the location of Toshirou. For he understood that as a ninja, many challenges must be confronted personally. With a piercing sound, the blade pierced flesh, accompanied by a muffled groan that encapsulated both agony and despair. The other bandit, too, met his end. The outcome was a transformation of a young girl named Uchiha Huan, from an innocent maiden into a ninja entrenched in the realities of slaughter and bloodshed. Are you two all right? Standing still and having witnessed the entire sequence of killings executed by Zhu and Huan, Toshirou felt a profound headache as he observed the now silent pair. Comforting the wounded spirits of these young souls was a task for which he possessed scant experience in his lifetime. What a damned world this is, he muttered, withdrawing a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood that had stained his face while dispatching the bandit leader. Huan, clean the blood from your face. He offered another handkerchief to Uchiha Huan, who bore similar stains, gesturing toward her cheek to indicate the presence of dirt. At last, they had completed their mission to eradicate the bandits and could now attend to the surrounding mess. Go check on how the women are faring. Toshirou, still feeling somewhat weak, unceremoniously commanded Uchiha without a trace of embarrassment, while his gaze began to survey the interior of the hideout, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, he fixed his attention on 3 locations: the shadow of a wooden cabin in the center of the encampment, behind a nearby rock, and upon a distant tree. After a moment of careful consideration, Toshirou directed his gaze toward the crown of the large tree, approximately 20 meters away from them. Teacher, I have discovered you. There is no need to lurk in the shadows any longer. Upon identifying his target, Toshirou spoke irritably, his displeasure evident. He felt a considerable frustration. The disarray in which he, Huan, and Zhenao found themselves could be traced back to their so-called esteemed teacher. At this moment, Uchiha Flame, still somewhat numb, was repeatedly wiping his face with the tissue given by Dongshalong. Upon hearing those words, he instantly regained his composure, turning his cold expression towards the source. Is teacher Zhongjing also here? Where? As he spoke, his gaze followed the direction indicated by Dongshalong. This time, she had indeed been through quite an ordeal. Her belly filled with countless grievances that had nowhere to be expressed. He actually discovered my hiding place. How did he find out? Could it be that this kid possesses such remarkable talent and perception as well? Through the gaps in the leaves, he observed his 2 disciples, fixated on the large tree that concealed him. Truly impressive. He couldn't help but marvel silently. Dongshalong had demonstrated remarkable prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and even medical techniques. If he could achieve this, it would be perfect. In truth, Dongshalong's ability to detect Uchiha Zhongjing's presence was not without reason. Since the age of 4, he had begun training himself to blend into nature, hoping that one day he might catch a glimpse of the full scope of sage arts. After nearly 4 years of dedicated practice, he had made some progress in controlling chakra and enhancing his mental acuity and perception. However, he still lacked any insight into sensing natural energy. Setting aside these details and focusing on his perceptual abilities, he stood still while observing Flame and Zhe. Though he hadn't entered a meditative state, he had forged a closer connection with nature, allowing him to perceive a subtle discord emanating from the tree where teacher Zhongjing was concealed. This sensation was quite peculiar, leaving him at a loss to explain it. Confidently revealing himself from the tree, he looked down upon his 2 disciples. Both Dongshalong and Flame appeared rather disheveled. Aside from the bloodstains from the explosion, remnants of blood from their earlier abduction incident marred their appearances. Even though they had attempted a cursory cleaning, the dried blood was not easily removed. At last, they bore a semblance of ninja status. Throughout their previous interactions, he had played the role of a strict mentor, subjecting them to targeted training. However, having grown up in the warm environment of Konoha, which felt somewhat out of place in the ninja world, their characters and social conduct came across as excessively kind and compassionate. Even Dongshalong, who was relatively more mature among them, was no exception. This was not to imply that their nature was flawed. Indeed, every ninja or parent of a child likely hopes for them to live in such a manner indefinitely. In the village, engaging in simple D-level tasks posed no danger, allowing the children to grow up carefree. Yet, the harsh reality continually urged these adults to thrust the still innocent children into the brutal, bloody world of ninjas. Before Winter Lion and Flame stood Uchiha Nagamasa, who, disregarding Flame's gaze filled with resentment, anger, and a subtle hint of unnoticeable grievance, offered a gentle smile and addressed Uchiha Flame. Were you frightened? It's all right now. As he spoke, he reached out to ruffle Flame's hair, bestowing her with a comforting look. Upon hearing these words, all the prior hardships and grievances that Uchiha Flame had endured seemed to erupt in an instant, as if she were on the verge of collapse. She clung tightly to her teacher's waist, burying her head in his embrace. Though she had become a ninja, she was still a little girl of not yet 8 years. After feeling wronged, her emotions poured forth uncontrollably upon seeing an adult. Witnessing this scene, Winter Lion did not linger to revel in the moment. Instead, he nodded towards teacher Nagamasa and, battling a wave of nausea and revulsion, began searching through the village. It should be noted that in his haste to rescue Uchiha Flame earlier, he had carelessly discarded his small sword. After a series of explosive events, locating it again proved to be quite the challenge. Yet now, amidst the scattered remnants, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a sense of helplessness. As Winter Lion endured the overwhelming psychological impact while sifting through his family heirloom, Zhe, who had been dispatched by Winter Lion to ascertain the condition of the rescued women, noticed teacher Nagamasa's arrival. He too felt a sense of reassurance, as if the pillar of strength had materialized, and the unease in his heart dissipated with the teacher's presence. When Winter Lion, suppressing his nausea, finally unearthed his weapon from the indistinguishable pile, he beheld the sight of teacher Nagamasa, Uchiha Flame, and Zhe standing together. In the pitch-black night sky, where stars twinkled brightly, a shooting star traced a long arc, its blue, phosphorescent tail illuminating the heavens. It was a starry spring night, gazing at the myriad of stars. Winter Lion's weary soul seemed to return to the embrace of the earth, surrounded by the scent of grass and soil. Nature's essence provided a sliver of tranquility to his restless spirit. Looking up at the dazzling Milky Way, Winter Lion's thoughts drifted back to that morning, when, in a bid to rescue Uchiha Flame, he had severed the head of the mountain bandit leader. The severed head, propelled by the force of his strike, and the body that remained standing despite its loss, lingered vividly in his memory. Crimson blood gushed forth from the severed flesh of his neck, accompanied by a hissing sound. The warmth splattered upon his face, saturating him, while the stench of iron filled his nostrils. It all unfolded in his mind like a slow-motion reel, each frame relentless in its assault upon his soul. Beneath the darkened sky, a diminutive figure sat beside the extinguished campfire, silently enduring the reproach of his own conscience. Unlike Uchiha Huan and Zhe, who had been raised within this ninja world, Dong Shilang, a traveler from another realm, found it far more challenging to accept the grim reality of his transformation into a murderer. Since nightfall, he had been ensnared by insomnia. In contrast to Huan and Zhe, who after some restless tossing in their sleeping bags had swiftly succumbed to slumber, Dong Shilang could not find solace, and in despair, he took over the watch duty early. There was no escaping the gruesome images that replayed in his mind the moment he dared to close his eyes. As if cursed, they clung to him relentlessly. In his previous life, he had thrived in a world that could be deemed relatively peaceful, though his homeland bore its share of troubles. The notion of being labeled a murderer, an epithet synonymous with evil, was a distant concept, far removed from his existence. In his memories, even visits to the local market merely revealed scenes of vendors skillfully dispatching fish. Upon arriving in this new world, he had long anticipated the inevitability of such a day. But when it finally arrived, the impact was profoundly more staggering than he had ever imagined. During the daylight hours, he could distract himself by seeking out various tasks, preventing his thoughts from fixating on those nauseating images. However, evasion could not resolve the underlying issues. He was left alone beneath the shroud of night, silently bearing the bitter fruits of his actions. Gazing up at the vast expanse of the night sky, illuminated by the resplendent galaxy and the pale crescent moon, Dong Shilang reflected upon his former life, his beloved, his friends. Were they faring well? Fortunately, he had also been an orphan in his previous existence, with deceased parents and no spouse or children. Had that not been the case, the burdens of family would have rendered his journey all the more complicated. Nonetheless, he mourned for those who had silently supported him during his most trying times. "I am truly sorry. I cannot return," he sighed inwardly, the words unspoken yet deeply felt. He could only betray their heartfelt affections, hoping they might find better fates. Since acknowledging his transference to this realm, Dong Shilang had persistently avoided confronting the remnants of his past life. Whenever he finds himself reminiscing, he deliberately attempts to erase those images from his mind. He feels an overwhelming sense of guilt towards those who have placed their hopes in him. Yet today, on this tranquil night beneath a tapestry of stars, his thoughts are beyond his control, irresistibly drifting back to the fragments of his past. The carefree childhood that was brightened by the presence of his parents. The somber youth that followed their sudden absence. The diligent and determined young man striving for success. And later, upon emerging from the ivory tower, the myriad of joys and sorrows he encountered. Piece by piece, scene by scene, it all unfurls before him, as though reliving yesterday, deepening his melancholy and instigating unforeseen changes within him. Winter Lion, Your eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Toshirou, who lay asleep in his sleeping bag, seemed to sense something. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide and gazed in the direction of Winter Lion, almost unable to believe his vision. A fleeting crimson glow flashed within his gaze. Initially, he did not perceive any difference. However, after his teacher's reminder, he began to notice an unusual clarity in his sight, even in dim light. He extended his right hand, marveling at his ability to see the intricate lines of his palm with remarkable clarity. It dawned upon him that he had awakened the coveted bloodline limit of a ninja, the Sharingan, the pinnacle of the ninja world, which had brought fame to the Uchiha clan. On this night, it had awakened within him. Yet, rather than joy, his heart was enveloped in profound disappointment, starkly contrasting with Uchiha Toshirou, who was bursting with excitement. Is this the Sharingan? Truly a gaze steeped in blood and tears. Winter Lion mused as he observed Uchiha Toshirou approaching him, momentarily at a loss for words to express the turmoil within him. Indeed, he had awakened the Sharingan. And what an extraordinary talent it was to awaken it, as a double tomo at that. The term double tomo refers to the symmetrical kama-like patterns on the iris of the eye. Contrary to his initial assumptions, the Uchiha clan designates the Sharingan with various names, such as single tomo, double tomo, and the straight tomo corresponding to the Mangekyo Sharingan, diverging from the trifling references he had previously believed. These revelations came to him only after arriving in this world, leaving him pleasantly surprised. What a delightful surprise this is. Witnessing his subordinate successfully awaken his bloodline limit filled Uchiha Toshirou with immense excitement. Typically, to awaken the Sharingan, an Uchiha must endure harrowing experiences. This leads to the awakening of the Sharingan in a Uchiha ninja often being accompanied by an undeniable sense of sorrow, the loss of family or loved ones, or the unfortunate demise of cherished companions or respected mentors during missions, manifests in various forms. Consequently, this imposes a considerable burden on many Uchihas who have awakened their bloodline limit. They find it impossible to remain in their original teams, as the calamity that befell their comrades coincides with their own coveted awakening of the Sharingan. This circumstance invariably evokes peculiar glances from surviving teammates, who cannot escape the penetrating gaze of the Sharingan itself. Such scrutiny is often perceived by sensitive clan members, giving rise to unnecessary conflicts. At times, these conflicts plunge clan members into a state of self-doubt, leading some to develop a distaste for their own bloodline limit, fundamentally rejecting their lineage. However, Dong Shirlong's awakening is devoid of such complications. Was it merely the events of the morning that propelled him to successfully awaken his eyes? Uchiha Toshirou, upon confirming Dong Shirlong's successful awakening of the Sharingan, mistakenly assumed that the trauma of the morning's brutal encounter was the primary catalyst for his awakening that evening. Little did he realize that the reasons behind Dong Shirlong's awakening were multifaceted. Firstly, as a transmigrator, he was reborn into the body of a 4-year-old child, and years of growth have endowed him with spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Additionally, his unwavering dedication to meditation and training over the past 4 years, despite not being able to sense natural energy, has conferred exceptional benefits to his psyche. While these advantages may not be immediately apparent, they provide significant support during critical moments. Furthermore, the events of that morning profoundly impacted his worldview, dismantling certain ethical constraints he had formed in his previous life. Coupled with the emotional turbulence of that evening, he was compelled to recollect memories he had actively tried to forget. Another aspect Dong Shirlong had not considered was his frequent use of the shadow clone technique. This can be observed through the protagonist of the Naruto series, Uzumaki Naruto. It is noteworthy that before acquiring the shadow clone technique, Naruto struggled even with basic techniques like the clone technique. This illustrates that, at that time, his spiritual strength was inadequate to effectively control his substantial chakra. However, once he mastered the shadow clone technique and practiced it for a while, he swiftly learned to perform the considerably more challenging water walking technique under Jiraiya's guidance. It is essential to note that prior to this, he had dedicated an entire evening, alongside Sasuke, to the art of climbing trees in the forest. However, when it came to Naruto mastering the technique of walking on water, he accomplished it almost instantaneously. This remarkable feat can be attributed to Jiraiya assisting Naruto in lifting the 5-element seal imposed by Orochimaru. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the fact that Naruto's spiritual strength underwent a significant enhancement. It is worth mentioning that there was no fundamental change in Naruto since the time he initially graduated. The sole distinction was his acquisition of the shadow clone technique, which is his signature ninjutsu. Thus, it is evident that the prolonged and frequent utilization of this technique, upon its dissolution and the subsequent return of memories and fatigue to his original self, contributes to a considerable fortification of his spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would be challenging to elucidate the reasons behind Naruto's swift development. Amidst such multifaceted influences, Toshirou successfully awakened his bloodline limit. The various factors involved can be described as a natural progression. Toshirou, pay close attention to the changes in your eyes. I will now instruct you on how to regulate the activation and deactivation of the Sharingan. Without indulging in superfluous thoughts, the most crucial task at hand is to teach Toshirou the correct method to operate the Sharingan. The activation and deactivation of the Sharingan follow a straightforward and effective procedure. If no one provides guidance, one may very well find themselves in a predicament similar to that of the future Sasuke during the night of the Uchiha massacre. Although he awakened his bloodline limit due to immense shock, the absence of instruction and his lack of awareness led to a successful awakening only at the age of 12. How does it feel? Do you sense anything unusual? I can feel it gradually consuming my chakra. After a moment of careful reflection, Toshirou candidly conveyed his sensations. He further remarked, I also perceive some changes in my chakra. It seems more obedient. Not only that, but it appears that the total amount of chakra has significantly increased, and its strength seems to have undergone some alteration. Without the slightest concealment, Toshirou shared his genuine transformations with teacher Shaozen. Is that so? These are all normal changes following the activation of the Sharingan. After acknowledging this, teacher Shaozen continued, now, attempt to control your chakra and sever its supply to your eyes. Try to deactivate the Sharingan. Understood, teacher. Without any complications, Toshirou successfully achieved initial control over the Sharingan. As for maximizing its potential, that is a goal that cannot be achieved in a short span of time. It is imperative to recognize that in order to complement his family's bloodline limit and fully harness its capabilities, the Uchiha clan has developed an entire combat system designed to exploit the Sharingan's extraordinary dynamic vision. This system includes a specialized training regimen for physical techniques that significantly enhances a ninja's speed, reflexes, flexibility, and other physical attributes. In the realms of illusion and ninjutsu, there exist highly targeted training methodologies. These techniques have been meticulously refined over generations by the ancestors of the clan, born from their bloodied lessons, rendering their worth to an awakened Uchiha akin to that of a tome of seals. Teacher, it appears that even when the Sharingan is deactivated, it continues to absorb chakra from my body. Although the amount is significantly diminished, I can still perceive it. After closing the Sharingan, Toshirou voiced his curiosity. I did not anticipate your senses to be so acute. Teacher Shozei complimented him and then elaborated. This phenomenon is quite normal. Once the Sharingan is activated, it incessantly draws upon its own chakra. You may regard it as a form of autonomous activation of the eyes. Initially, there may be some discomfort, but gradually, your body will acclimate to this transformation. This, too, is a burden bestowed by the Sharingan. I see. Autonomous activation. This is the first time Toshirou has encountered such terminology. Yet, he harbors a lingering suspicion that the burden imposed by the Sharingan extends beyond mere chakra absorption. It seems to be subtly siphoning off his bodily energy, albeit in minuscule quantities. Were it not for his prolonged meditative training, which allowed him to perceive his physical condition from an alternate dimension, he would not have discerned this alteration. It seems that Kakashi Hataki's eventual emergence as a prominent figure was not without reason. Despite lacking Uchiha blood, he managed to carve out a path under the immense pressure of a kaleidoscope, a feat not easily accomplished.